in a parallel universe, with no reflection on the real world. The motherland is prosperous and thriving. The nation is strong, democratic, and harmonious. Beep, beep, beep in a state of drowsiness. Wang Can reached for his phone lying beside his pillow and glanced at the caller ID. Baby, what's wrong? However, the voice on the other end was that of a strange, synthetic electronic doll, accompanied by some static noise. You have committed murder. If you do not wish to be apprehended by the police, you better run now. The shrill synthetic voice pierced through Wang Can's foggy mind, jolting him awake. He checked the caller ID once more. Baby, is today April Fool's Day? Wang Can chuckled softly, attempting to alleviate the unease settling in his heart. Yet, the voice on the line persisted. The body is beneath your bed. In no more than 5 minutes, the police will arrive. Whether you run or not is up to you. Beep, beep, beep before Wang Can could respond. The call was abruptly disconnected. What is this? A prank? As he pondered this, a blaring siren suddenly echoed from outside the hotel window. What on earth is happening? Wang Can felt an increasing sense of dread. Wait, why am I in a hotel? I should be at my cousin's house right now. Wang Can's pupils dilated in shock. He hastily unlocked his phone. 11.289 10 a.m. The 28th? A jolt of confusion surged through Wang Can's mind. Why does my memory only extend to the 26th? What transpired on the 27th? Why do I have no recollection of it? At that moment, the eerie warning from the synthetic voice echoed in his mind once more. A body? What body? Despite his lingering skepticism, a sense of inexplicable panic gripped Wang Can. Driven by an unknown force, he slowly bent down to peer beneath the bed. In the next instant, his pupils constricted. Lying beneath the bed was a bloodied female corpse. Blood had seeped into the wooden floor of the hotel, already congealed for some time. The corpse's eyes were wide open, staring directly in the direction where Wang Can had lowered his head. This woman, Wang Can recognized her. Isn't this his current girlfriend, Su Qing? His girlfriend is dead, and he is the one who killed her? How can this be? Wang Can raised his phone. The call he just received was from his girlfriend's number. Who was that calling him just now? In an instant, Wang Can felt as if his mind was about to explode from the onslaught of information and emotions. Yet, there was no time for contemplation. The sirens outside the hotel grew louder and closer. The police are coming? If he were caught by the police now, Wang Can would undoubtedly find it impossible to clear his name. With the body, the dagger, and witnesses all present, he could not explain this matter at all. He had to run. Only by temporarily escaping the police's line of sight could he have a chance to prove his innocence. In a flash, his mind raced with thoughts as he surveyed the room. Soon, he spotted a black dagger stained with blood at the foot of the bed. This must be the murder weapon used to kill Su Qing. Wang Can swiftly picked up the dagger, noticing several sets of fingerprints illuminated by the light. Without a doubt, these fingerprints were his own. It was the person who set him up, deliberately making him leave his mark while he was unconscious. This would be the key physical evidence for the police to convict him. Wang Can quickly placed the dagger into a plastic bag and tucked it into the spacious pocket of his down jacket. He did not leave the room immediately. Instead, he pushed the bed and the only sofa to a position about an arm's length from the door. Then, he partially opened the door and wedged a chair against the doorframe. Outside the room, Wang Can shut the door, causing the chair to fall and become lodged between the door and the bed. Thus, with the sofa and the bed blocking the door, a simple barricade was created. Through the hallway glass, he could already see a group of uniformed police officers hurrying towards the hotel lobby. The leading officer appeared to be a woman that if it were an ordinary person, they would likely be panicking and rushing towards the hotel lobby at this moment. After all exits from the Caesar Hotel were located on the first floor. However, this would only lead them directly into the arms of the police, which was certainly not a viable option. Having just received the system's enhancement, Wang Can's mind was remarkably clear. With the boost from the analysis ability, in just a few seconds, dozens of escape plans were being simulated in his mind. Soon, the most feasible plan crystallized in his thoughts. Wang Can quickly stepped into the adjacent emergency exit and ascended the stairs. Chapter 2. Disguised. The Caesar Hotel stands 5 stories tall. The first floor serves as the lobby, while the 5th floor houses the surveillance room and several staff changing areas. The entire hotel is in a state of mild chaos due to the arrival of a contingent of police officers downstairs. Unbeknownst to anyone, the fire escape in the corner of the 5th floor has been quietly pushed open. A figure swiftly slips inside. I in the surveillance room on the 5th floor. 2 security guards are anxiously monitoring the live feed from the hotel lobby. A slightly plump middle-aged man, who appears to be a manager, stands behind them. What is going on? Why are the police suddenly at our hotel? The middle-aged man furrows his brow. For a service-oriented establishment like theirs, the presence of law enforcement is far from a good omen. Even if nothing has transpired, it can significantly tarnish their reputation. At that moment, the door to the surveillance room is abruptly flung open. Wang Can strides in confidently from behind. Who are you? The manager frowns and turns around. This is a staff area. I must ask you to. I'm an undercover officer. The captain sent me to retrieve the hotel's surveillance footage. Wang Can replies in a calm and even tone. Officer? The manager glances at the group of police officers visible on the live feed from the lobby, and his suspicion dissipates. Lies grounded in a semblance of reality are often more readily believed. However, even for an officer, retrieving surveillance footage requires proper procedures. Just as the manager opens his mouth to speak, Wang Can raises a hand to interrupt him. The captain requests that all managers and the general manager assemble in the lobby immediately. She has questions for you. Noticing a hint of urgency in Wang Can's tone, the manager hesitates briefly before nodding in acquiescence. After dismissing the manager, Wang Can turns to the 2 security guards overseeing the monitors. Please pull up all the surveillance footage from yesterday and today in front of room 311 on the 2nd floor. The guards comply, and soon the footage appears on the screen. Wang Can wishes to scrutinize the recordings to ascertain what transpired yesterday. Yet he is acutely aware that the dwindling urgency of time does not afford him such luxury. Have the recordings for these 2 days been saved? Yes. Wang Can ponders for a moment before instructing them to retrieve the entire hotel's surveillance footage as well. Although puzzled, the 2 guards follow suit. Delete all this footage. Okay. Huh. The guards freeze, momentarily taken aback, uncertain if they misheard. Delete. Before they can fully process the request, Wang Can swiftly strikes one guard's neck, incapacitating him in a single blow. You. The other guard, realizing too late, attempts to rise. Don't move. Wang Can forms his fingers into the shape of a gun and presses it against the back of the man's head. The guard shudders, instantly freezing in place. Hurry up. Delete it. The guard, trembling with fear, stammers. Even if we delete the footage, the police tech team can still recover it. Stop talking. I'll say this one last time. Delete the footage. Wang Can presses harder. Fine. The guard can only comply, inputting the delete command on the computer. Wang Can, however, smirks coldly. Don't play games with me. Open the backup storage space of your backend information. A flicker afterward. Wang Can adjusted the police cap atop his head and briskly approached the elevator, pressing the downward button. As for why he didn't take the stairs, there was no need to ponder. The staircase was undoubtedly congested with a throng of police officers. Descending alone would surely raise suspicions. Ironically, the elevator, which appeared most perilous, turned out to be the safest and least suspecting option. At that moment, in front of room 311 on the 3rd floor, under the relentless assault of several male officers. The door to room 311 was finally forced open, revealing a narrow gap. Through this crevice, they barely glimpsed parts of the room's interior, prompting one officer to exclaim with indignation, "Captain, it seems that person has barricaded the entire room's contents behind the door." Luo Shui furrowed her brow at this scene and gestured to the 2 officers behind her. You 2, check rooms 310 and 312 to see if you can access the window from the outside. Understood. Just then, Luo Shui glanced at the 2 officers who had just returned from retrieving the surveillance footage. Where's Su Tao? The 2 officers reported the situation truthfully. There is an issue with the surveillance? Although unable to ascertain what the problem could be, Luo Shui's years of experience as an officer instilled a peculiar unease within her. Suddenly, she instinctively cast her gaze toward the elevator behind the 2 officers. Who is using the elevator? Perhaps Su Tao has returned. But in the next moment, the elevator passed directly by the 3rd floor without stopping. No. Luo Shui's pupils constricted sharply. The rest of you stay here. You 2, come with me upstairs. The 2 officers appeared somewhat bewildered, but Luo Shui had already taken decisive action, gun drawn, sprinting up the staircase toward the 5th floor. Ding, on the 1st floor lobby, the stairwell door slowly opened. Wang Can, clad in police uniform, stepped out of the elevator and calmly made his way toward the hotel entrance. Soon, a police officer intercepted him. Though they were both officers, the other did not let their guard down. Where are you going? Wang Can calmly lifted his head. The captain's radio has run out of power. I need to fetch a new one from the car. The questioning officer suddenly furrowed his brow. I don't recall ever seeing you before. Wang Can, maintaining his composure, replied, I just graduated from Jinqing Police Academy. The captain just recruited me. The male officer nodded and lowered his hand. However, Wang Can had barely taken 2 steps when the officer behind him received an urgent message through his walkie-talkie from Luo Shui. Xiao Wang, the suspect in the hotel has knocked out Su Tao and may have already descended. Without my orders, do not let anyone leave, especially those in police uniforms. They are likely suspects. In the 5th floor monitoring room, Luo Shui's expression was grim as she gazed at the unconscious Su Tao, clad in nothing but his undergarments. The officers in the lobby were not foolish, and in an instant, one officer raised his gun, aiming at Wang Can's back. Don't move. Raise your hands. To be exposed so quickly? This took Wang Can somewhat by surprise that it appeared that these officers indeed possessed some degree of capability. Yet he did not panic, simply standing still. Several officers quickly approached to subdue Wang Can. Luo, we have already apprehended the suspect. The officers present collectively exhaled in relief, realizing how close they had come to letting this perpetrator escape. Just then, the prone Wang Can lifted his head, a smile gracing his face, devoid of any alarm. Officer, may I speak with your captain for a moment? The officer in front of him was momentarily taken aback. Captain, the suspect seems to wish to speak with you. What is it? Luo Shui, who had just begun to relax, was immediately filled with confusion. For reasons unknown, even after capturing the suspect, her unease had not dissipated. It had intensified instead. The officers surrounding Wang Can released him. The area was crowded with police personnel, and even if Wang Can could fly, he would likely find it impossible to escape in reality. Wang Can had no intention of fleeing. He merely took the walkie-talkie from the officer. Captain Luo, right? When met with silence, Wang Can nonchalantly smiled. Your people should be entering my room shortly, correct? In the 5th floor monitoring room. The officers were momentarily stunned, exchanging bewildered glances, unsure of how to react. Luo Shui coldly addressed the walkie-talkie. What do you mean? Wang Can chuckled. Oh, it's just a suggestion. Don't open the bathroom door in room 311. Hearing Wang Can's cheerful tone, Luo Shui's heart began to race inexplicably. Just then, an unexpected voice came through the walkie-talkie. Captain Luo, we have entered room 311 through the window of 310. This is bad. Captain, there seems to be a bomb in the bathroom of 311. Simultaneously, all the walkie-talkies emitted a continuous beep, 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 resembling the countdown of a bomb. Instantly, everyone in the hotel trembled. A bomb. This individual had actually planted a bomb in the hotel. Chaos ensued among the hotel staff and guests, with even the officers retreating a couple of steps. At that moment, Wang Can leisurely retrieved a remote control from his pocket, smiling as he waved it at everyone. Luo Shui, in a panic, shouted urgently into the walkie-talkie, do not open the bathroom door of 311. There may be a detonating wire behind it. Stand by. In the lobby below, the officer who had previously stopped Wang Can clutched his gun tightly. Shock etched on his face. He didn't even have time to ponder how this person could possess a bomb. Are you insane? You actually planted a bomb in a hotel. The hotel was filled with countless guests and employees. If a large bomb were detonated here, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yet Wang Can merely smiled dismissively. Having become a murderer, do I still need to care about such matters? Prepare a car for me. Let me leave. The male officer, gun in hand, found himself at a loss. This was clearly beyond his authority to decide. Wang Can seized the walkie-talkie once more. Captain Luo, I'll give you 3 minutes to consider. I need a vehicle. It can be a marked car. Even a police car will do. 3 minutes from now. Or if you refuse my terms, I will detonate the bomb immediately. The explanation regarding the bomb will be provided in the next chapter. Chapter 4, Temporary Escape Dam. In the 5th floor monitoring room, Luo Shui's expression was exceedingly grim, her gaze flickering with uncertainty. She had not anticipated that matters would escalate to this point. This suspect was proving to be exceptionally troublesome. How could this individual possess a bomb? While she was furious, Luo Shui was also perplexed. How could an ordinary person acquire such a device? With the walkie-talkie under Wang Can's control, Luo Shui resorted to her phone, calling the officers who had infiltrated room 311 for a video call. The video was quickly connected, and she directed the camera toward the bathroom. Luo Shui soon caught a glimpse of the scene inside room 311. Unfortunately, being a standard hotel, the walls surrounding the bathroom were opaque. The bathroom door was completely closed, leaving Luo Shui unable to see what lay within. However, she could distinctly hear the rhythmic countdown emanating from inside. What is it going to be, Captain Luo? 3 minutes are about to expire. At that moment, Wang Can's calm, almost playful voice echoed through the walkie-talkie. As if everything were under his control, Luo Shui suddenly let out a cold laugh. There is probably no bomb in that bathroom at all, is there? Where would an ordinary person like you get a bomb? Her tone was filled with certainty, yet Wang Can merely scoffed. Oh really? If you're so sure, why not let them go in and take a look? Luo Shui momentarily faltered. Did she truly believe that? Of course not. She was merely trying to bluff Wang Can. Placing a bet. Yet the suspect remained remarkably composed, unfazed by her tactics. This feeling of being led by the nose by a suspect stirred a sense of indignation and frustration within the usually decisive female captain. Yet she was reluctant to take any action against Wang Can. Captain Luo, I really don't want to die, but if you continue to refuse it on the surveillance feed, Wang Can deliberately aimed the remote control at the camera, his fingers slowly moving toward the button. Wait? Ultimately, Luo Shui could not restrain her alarmed exclamation. She wanted to bring this nefarious murderer to justice. As a righteous police captain, she feared no sacrifice. However, she was still a captain. The hotel housed numerous other officers and even innocent civilians. She could not afford to gamble. She had to be responsible for their lives. Xiao Zhou, give him a police car. Captain, Xiao Lu attempted to interject. But Luo Shui firmly interrupted. Give it to him. In the lobby below, the officer behind Wang Can reluctantly lowered his weapon, retrieving a police car from outside. A satisfied smile finally graced Wang Can's face. Yet in truth, no one knew that his back was already drenched in cold sweat. Even with the system's assistance, that female officer was indeed formidable. They had come perilously close to unmasking Wang Can's disguise. Fortunately, in this psychological duel, I emerged victorious. As he opened the car door, all surrounding police vehicles drove away. The other officers complied without question. With everything in order, Wang Can kept the remote control tightly gripped in one hand and the walkie-talkie in the other. Showing no signs of slackening. On the fifth floor, Luo Shui fixed her gaze on the surveillance feed. Watching as Wang Can stepped into the car. You're in the car now. You can deactivate the bomb. Correct. Wang Can, however, spoke calmly, saying, there's no need to rush, Captain Luo. Once I have confirmed my safety, I will naturally disarm the bomb. Luo Shui, with a grim expression, set down the intercom and turned to the nearby inspector. Has the bomb disposal team arrived? The inspector replied, Captain, time is short. The team is still en route. Urge them to hasten their pace. There are hundreds of lives at stake in the hotel. Luo Shui swiftly retrieved her phone. Xiao, instruct your tech team to drop everything and help me track a vehicle. The license plate number is GNA 668. Yes, it just left the Caesar Grand Hotel. Before long, a resigned voice came from the other end. Captain, the vehicle has exited the main ring road and entered the old city. There are no surveillance cameras there. We can't follow it. Damn it. Luo Shui's complexion darkened. Did this mean the lead had been completely severed? A murder suspect had brazenly escaped in a police car right from under her nose. Having been a police officer for nearly 6 years, Luo Shui had never experienced such a humiliating defeat. The few inspectors beside her quietly stepped back. Although Luo Shui was known for her stern demeanor, they had never witnessed her in such a furious state. It seemed the entire police force would soon feel the brunt of her wrath. At that moment, Luo Shui's intercom buzzed again. Wang Can's nonchalant voice echoed. Captain Luo, thank you for your generous hospitality. Taking a deep breath, Luo Shui replied, I have fulfilled your demands. Can you deactivate the bomb now? Wang Can's light laughter soon followed through the intercom. I'm afraid I don't quite understand. What bomb? Luo Shui's pupils constricted in shock. She hurried downstairs to room 311, and just as she did, the sounds from the bathroom abruptly ceased. She cautiously pushed open the bathroom door. Inside, everything appeared ordinary, just like any other room, save for a mobile phone lying on the floor. Coincidentally, at that moment, the phone powered off due to a dead battery. Everyone present suddenly realized, a mix of anger and relief washing over them, that they had been played. They had mistaken a ring-on for a countdown bomb. Luo Shui's gaze was fixed on the powered-off phone. Her silence deafening. Almost everyone could sense a terrifying storm silently brewing within her. Just then, Wang Can's voice came through again. Apologies, Captain Luo. I was just having a bit of fun with you. You're not angry. Are you? In the old city, Wang Can casually tossed the hotel remote control out the window. Then, growing slightly serious, he addressed the intercom one last time. Officer Luo, although you may find it hard to believe, I too am a victim here. The death of the victim has nothing to do with me. With that, he said no more and threw the intercom out of the car window as well. I in the old city. Wang Can cautiously navigated through the winding streets, ensuring he had momentarily evaded police surveillance before driving the police car into a cul-de-sac and stepping out. Ding, mission complete. Reward settlement in progress. S. Escape from room 311. SS. Leave Caesar Grand Hotel. SSS. Temporarily evade police oversight. Congratulations, host, for achieving a perfect SSS completion. Reward settlement in progress. Automatically acquired. God-level disguise skill. Your disguise is nearly perfect. As long as one is not closely scrutinizing, no one can see through it. Ding. Perfect level completion. Host receives additional special reward. Automatically acquired. God-level driving skill. Your driving skills rival those of any world champion race car driver. Chapter 5. Discussion. The Jean City Police Bureau. Despite the late hour, the bureau was brightly lit. The atmosphere within was somewhat oppressive. Luo Shui sat at the front, continuing her phone call. Behind her, a number of inspectors were seated, including Su Tao, who had been knocked unconscious by Wang Can earlier that morning and now had several bandages wrapped around his head from the fall. Understood, Director Huang, Luo Shui said, ending the call and expressionlessly tossing her phone onto the table. News of the incident at Caesar Hotel had already spread. The higher-ups had demanded that we solve the case within 48 hours. So, what are your thoughts? The inspectors exchanged glances. Su Tao, looking somewhat dissatisfied, stood up to speak. Captain, 48 hours seems rather short, doesn't it? We still don't even know who the suspect is, although they had all seen Wang Can. They were still unaware of his true identity. Furthermore, based on their earlier confrontation, it was evident that Wang Can possessed a high intellect, remained calm under pressure, and exhibited strong counter-surveillance awareness. Expecting to apprehend him within 48 hours was indeed a tall order. Yet, at that moment, Luo Shui was like a powder keg, ready to explode. She slammed her hand on the table and shouted at Su Tao, "That is an order from above. You have no right to question it." Su Tao, if you hadn't been so careless this morning and had not separated from the other two inspectors, that suspect would never have had the chance to don your uniform. If you don't want to be a police officer, take off that uniform right now. Su Tao, a nearly 6-foot-tall man with a sturdy build, was chastised by the seemingly diminutive Luo Shui and flinched, hastily lowering his head to sit down. Luo Shui's anger was far from spent. She wanted to say more, but fortunately, a middle-aged man behind her stood up just in time to mediate. "Captain Luo, please calm down. Su is just a bit inexperienced. Let us focus on the case." The middle-aged man held a status that clearly surpassed the others, and under his mediation, Luo Shui took several deep breaths and slowly sat back down. This incident was not merely an ordinary homicide. More importantly, it occurred within a hotel, causing significant repercussions and garnering considerable public attention. Thus, the higher-ups demanded a swift resolution to the case. The middle-aged man explained earnestly, "Xiao Lu, please present the details of the investigation." Another male officer activated the slideshow on the screen. "This morning, we received an anonymous report claiming that a homicide had occurred in room 311 of the Caesar Hotel. Upon investigation, we indeed found a female corpse within the hotel. The image of Su Qing's body appeared on the screen. We arranged for family identification, confirming the victim's identity as Su Qing. A second-year student at Jinqing University. It was confirmed that room 311 was booked under Su Qing's ID. At this point, Luo Shui had regained much of her composure and inquired, "Have the victim's interpersonal relationships been investigated?" The individuals who could share a hotel room with the victim would either be family members or very close friends. Possibly a boyfriend. Luo Shui's analysis was clear and logical. "Captain, we have essentially confirmed the identity of the suspect who appeared at the hotel today." As Xiao Zhou switched the screen, another image appeared. In an instant, the officers present at the Caesar Hotel widened their eyes in disbelief. Luo Shui stood up once more, her eyes ablaze with fury. Su Tao rubbed his bandaged head in frustration. The screen displayed none other than Wang Can's photo. "It's him. Who is he?" "Upon our investigation, this individual is named Wang Can. He is the victim's boyfriend and also a second-year student at Jinqing University. In the same class as the victim. Boyfriend absolutely. It could very well be a crime of passion. Moreover, through our inquiries, it seems that Wang Can has been a victim of bullying by his dorm mates during his time at university." Bullying? At that moment, the middle-aged officer beside them expressed some confusion. "I wasn't present at the scene today." "Captain Luo, is this the suspect?" Luo Shui inhaled deeply and nodded. "Indeed. And he even stole a police car." Ultimately vanishing into the old city. The middle-aged man pondered, realizing the complexity of the situation. He wondered why they had not initiated a manhunt despite confirming the suspect's identity. It turned out he had taken refuge in the old city. Jinshang was merely a second-tier city. Urbanization and redevelopment had only recently begun. The old city was vast and sprawling, making it difficult to establish a lockdown or conduct extensive searches without considerable effort and time. This fellow was truly clever, but with such a large area, where should they begin their search? While the middle-aged man continued to contemplate, Luo Shui, drawing on her keen investigative instincts, suddenly had an idea. Given that Wang Can was now cornered, it was highly likely he would seek refuge with someone. Tech team, check if there are any relatives or friends of Wang Can in the last area he was seen in the old city. The tech team quickly sprang into action, and within 2 minutes, they had results. Captain, we have found something. It appears that Wang Can has a cousin who seems to reside in that old district. Indeed, Luo Shui's gaze flickered momentarily as she sprang to her feet. With her decisive demeanor, she wasted no time in idle chatter. Time was of the essence. Team 2, remain on standby at your current location. Team 1, accompany me immediately. Where is Team Luo heading? The middle-aged man looked somewhat bewildered, struggling to comprehend the situation. Just moments ago, they had been discussing reconnaissance directions, and now they were off to apprehend someone. It was highly likely that Wang Can was seeking out his cousin in the old district. Lao Lu, you stay here to secure the police station. I will go retrieve Wang Can. Luo Shui explained succinctly before hastily exiting the door. In the streets of the old district, Wang Can pulled the hood of his sweatshirt tighter, keeping his head down as he walked briskly, as Luo Shui had surmised. His choice to enter the old district was driven by the sparse surveillance and the vast area that hindered police deployment. Moreover, he had come in search of his cousin. Ever since he began university, he had returned to his cousin's home nearly every weekend. Just 2 days prior, on Friday the 26th, he had been forcibly taken out by 2 roommates who insisted he treat them to a meal, after which they had gotten him drunk. Following the meal, instead of returning to the dormitory, he went straight to his cousin's house as for why he had no recollection of the 27th, nor what had transpired that day. His cousin might hold some answers. However, he sensed that time to inquire was limited. The incident at the hotel was enough to indicate that the police in Jinsheng were no pushovers, especially that female captain. In terms of intellect, command skills, and meticulous thought, she was undoubtedly top tier and would likely trace him here soon. Such individuals would not afford him much time. Chapter 6. Linshi Noodle House. A transitional chapter. Excitement is imminent. Under the cover of night, the old district had become eerily deserted. Wang Can lowered his hood further, blending into the shadows as he stood at the side of the street. Directly across, he spotted a sign for Linshi Noodle House, the establishment where his cousin, Lin Xiu, typically worked. However, for reasons unknown, the shop had closed early, the lights extinguished and the iron gate drawn down nearly halfway, suggesting it had ceased operations for the night. Wang Can frowned, glancing at his watch. It was only 7 o'clock. That seemed rather unusual. Normally, the shop, inherited from his cousin's parents, would remain open well past 10. This early closure felt decidedly out of character. The sense of unease gnawed at him as he approached the noodle house. Leaning down to peer through the partially lowered iron gate, he confirmed that the establishment was indeed devoid of any patrons. Wang Can stepped through the gate, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Though the lights were off, the tables were still set with napkins and utensils, and the furniture was haphazardly arranged. It was inconceivable that they would leave everything in disarray before closing. Something was amiss. He quickly dashed towards the kitchen. Knives and various uncooked meats were scattered about, and even the large pot of broth was still steaming. At that moment, he faintly heard the sound of a woman sobbing from the back door of the noodle house. That voice sounded remarkably like his cousin, Lin Xiu. As he approached, he overheard a coarse man's voice. Miss Lin, 2 months of principal and interest, and I only require 10,000 from you. I send that quite generous. Outside the back door, Lin Xiu was cornered against the wall by 3 burly men, trembling and helpless as she pleaded, I have no money left in the shop. The 3 men scoffed at her words. No money? Yet you lavish your cousin with fancy meals every day? Don't try to pull a fast one on me. If you don't pay up, believe me, this shop won't be opening tomorrow. In sheer panic, Lin Xiu frantically shook her head, trying to grasp the man's arm. No, please, this restaurant belonged to my father. I beg you. But before she could finish, the man impatiently shoved her away. Stop wasting my time. If you don't want your noodle house to be smashed to pieces, hurry and pay up. But I truly have no money left, and no money. The 3 men slowly crouched down, leering at Lin Xiu with lewd grins. No money is fine. I'm not unreasonable that I'll give you a chance. Spend the night with us, serve us well, and I'll deduct 1,000 from your debt. Sound fair? In the corner, Lin Xiu instinctively shielded herself. But her petite frame was clearly no match for the three hulking men. The trio, leering, reached out to grab her. Hu Biao. At that moment, a loud shout erupted from behind Hu Biao. He instinctively turned around, only to be met with a fist the size of a sandbag flying towards him. Thud! The powerful punch landed squarely on Hu Biao's nose, eliciting a pained cry as he stumbled back 2 steps. At Hu Biao and his companions looked up to see Wang Can standing at the entrance, his expression inscrutable. Isn't this the university cousin of that woman? Upon recognizing Wang Can, the 3 men sighed in relief. Damn it, just a little brat trying to play hero. I thought it was the police captain. As Lin Xiu's cousin, they were well acquainted with Wang Can, a university student. Somewhat educated, but no match for them in a fight. They had often taken advantage of him during past extortion visits. However, they hadn't anticipated that Wang Can would dare to confront them today. How dare you? Hu Biao rubbed his sore nose, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at Wang Can's slender figure. You little brat, thinking you can rescue your cousin. Get on your knees and kowtow 3 times. Or make your sister pay an extra 5,000, and maybe I'll go a little easier on you when I beat you. Hu Biao's face twisted in menace to in the past. Wang Can would have likely trembled and begged for mercy by now. Yet today, he remained expressionless, his gaze fixed intently on the 3 men. Hu Biao and his companions were momentarily taken aback. Then a glint of malice flashed in their eyes. It seems I've been too civil with you before. Get him, boys. With that, the 3 men lunged at Wang Can on the ground. Lin Xiu watched anxiously as Wang Can appeared fragile against the imposing figures of Hu Biao and his accomplices, though she was unsure why Wang Can was here. She had no time to ponder, urgently shouting, Wang Can, don't worry about me. Just run. Lin Xiu knew well that her cousin had always been mild-mannered and obedient. While he excelled academically, he was no match for the streetwise thugs like Hu Biao. Under her anxious gaze, Wang Can stood still, gazing at the 3 men barreling toward him like rampaging bears. Wait. Before Lin Xiu could finish her sentence, Wang Can suddenly sidestepped Hu Biao's advance that he then spun around. Delivering a powerful kick to the abdomen of one of the thugs nearby, the man let out a muffled grunt before being sent flying backward. In quick succession, Wang Can ducked under another thug's arm and delivered a punch that landed squarely in the man's groin. A sound reminiscent of something breaking echoed through the air. The man doubled over, collapsing to the ground in agony. What the hell? Hu Biao turned around, bewildered by the unfolding chaos, before he could comprehend what had transpired. Wang Can's foot swiftly connected with his face. Thud! Hu Biao was propelled several meters away, crashing into a nearby garbage pile. The impact was painful, but the humiliation was worse. Hu Biao stared in shock as he rose from the ground. This bookworm seemed to have transformed into someone entirely different today, akin to a trained fighter. He had intended to deliver a few taunts, but upon seeing Wang Can's cold expression, a sense of fear inexplicably welled up within him. Gazing at the 2 groaning men sprawled on the ground, he swallowed hard and stammered, Why you wait? With that, he fled in a panic through the back door. Wang Can made no attempt to pursue him. He turned back to Lin Xiu, who still seemed dazed, as if she hadn't fully grasped what had just occurred. Are you all right? Lin Xiu stared blankly at the 2 unconscious men on the ground. Wang Can, did you really just single-handedly drive them off? When did you learn martial arts? What should we do with these 2? Should I call the police? As she spoke, she reached for her phone to dial 110. Wang Can swiftly snatched the phone from her hand. No need. He stepped toward the 2 men on the ground. If you pretend to be unconscious again, I swear I'll make sure the other one gets smashed too. Do you believe me? The 2 men, seemingly miraculously recovering, scrambled to their feet and hobbled away. Wang Can turned back. Time is limited. I need to ask you something. Lin Xiu paused. What do you mean by time is limited? Do you know where I was yesterday? Who I was with? Who I came into contact with? Yesterday? Lin Xiu looked perplexed. That I didn't see you at all. You weren't here in the morning. I thought you went out with your roommates again. Wasn't that the case? I wasn't here in the morning. Wang Can stood frozen, a multitude of possibilities flashing through his mind, yet he remained at a loss. How could this be happening? Lin Xiu found Wang Can's response somewhat unexpected. He had assumed that she would certainly be aware of some of his whereabouts from the previous day, yet to his surprise, she was equally uninformed. As Wang Can pondered this, a sudden notification echoed in his mind. Task issued. Evade the police encirclement once more. and genuinely sever all surveillance by the police, completely cutting off the tracking clues from the police chief. Task completed. Reward. Host's physical prowess increased by 50. Chapter 7. Blockade. Listening to the system's announcement, Wang Can fell into contemplation. This task was essentially a veiled warning that the police chief was already closing in. And quite swiftly at that. With a slight sigh, Wang Can realized that he had already asked all the questions he needed to. He released Lin Siyu's hand and briskly returned to the noodle shop. Lin Siyu, still somewhat bewildered, followed him. Wang Can, are you looking for something? Is there surveillance in our noodle shop? Lin Siyu nodded. Yes, that's why that Hu Biao dared not take action here. Wang Can turned his head. His expression unusually grave. Lin Siyu was taken aback by his demeanor. What's wrong? Wang Can inhaled deeply, quickening his speech. Sister, you must remember what I am about to say. Once I leave, immediately delete the surveillance footage from tonight and copy over footage from at least a month ago. Lin Siyu was still puzzled, but Wang Can continued. When the police chief arrives, you must remember that you have never seen me today. The last time you saw me was the night before last. Just tell them everything else truthfully. Observing Wang Can's earnest and solemn demeanor, Lin Siyu began to sense that something was amiss. From hearing mention of the police chief to recalling how Wang Can had effortlessly dealt with Hu Biao and his companions. A spark of concern welled up within her. Wang Can, you haven't gotten yourself into any trouble, have you? The incredulity in her voice was palpable. After all, Wang Can had always been a model student. Obedient and compliant, she found it hard to believe he could be involved in anything nefarious. But looking at him now, Wang Can offered no further explanation, merely gazed at Lin Siyu intently. I must go. As Lin Siyu attempted to say more, he interrupted. Remember what I just told you. With that, Wang Can disregarded Lin Siyu and swiftly exited the noodle shop, disappearing from her sight as he turned down a series of alleys. Watching him leave, Lin Siyu felt her heart race inexplicably. A wave of unease washed over her. Almost simultaneously, a piercing siren echoed from another street in the old city. Wang Can, please don't let anything happen to you. In another part of the old city, Wang Can took a deep breath beneath his cap. After leaving Lin Siyu's noodle shop, the few emotions he had held vanished entirely, with the acquisition of a divine escape system. Ordinary individuals could no longer affect his state of mind. Only Lin Siyu, his cousin who had grown up alongside him, supporting each other like siblings despite not being related by blood, could still reach him. After walking a few steps, a bright flash of red and blue lights caught his eye. A police car appeared at the end of his line of sight. Had they already begun to seal off the area? Wang Can narrowed his eyes and instinctively adjusted his direction. Soon, in a dim and obscure alley, he found the police car he had borrowed from the hotel that morning. Having grown up in this neighborhood, Wang Can was intimately familiar with it. Even with the police sealing off the area, they would not discover him here anytime soon. As for Lin Siyu, he recalled that she had a background in drama school but had returned to run the noodle shop, abandoning her dreams of a career in film. Handling the police's routine inquiries should pose no problem for her. Wang Can slipped into the shadowy vehicle without starting the engine, waiting patiently for the right moment. Almost simultaneously, nearly 10 police cars converged at the intersection. Luo Shui and a host of officers stepped out of their vehicles. Captain Luo, the surrounding area of the old city is already sealed off. Given the old city's layout, many routes are inconvenient for movement, making the blockade somewhat troublesome, but it shouldn't take long. Nodding, Luo Shui asked, what about Wang Can's cousin? Is she nearby? Zhou, a fellow officer, produced a map and pointed to a narrow, untraversable street. According to our information, Wang Can's cousin, Lin Siyu, runs a noodle shop on the street, inherited from her father. She also has an old house nearby, likely another inheritance from her parents, located on the adjacent street, which is also within our blockade zone. Luo Shui nodded. Then let us move quickly. Team 2 stays on the outskirts of the blockade. If Wang Can is spotted, report to me immediately. Team 1 will accompany me into the city. Tonight, we will turn this place upside down to capture Wang Can. Understood. The officers quickly made their way to the Linshi noodle shop, which Wang Can had just vacated. Shortly after his departure, Lin Siyu had already pulled down the iron gate and turned on the lights of the shop. At that moment, the noodle shop appeared just as it always did during business hours. I am a police officer investigating a case. Please cooperate with us. Certainly. Lin Siyu replied obediently, nodding. Luo Shui waved her hand, and the officers surged into the noodle shop, searching every nook and cranny, including the alley behind. Captain Luo, Nothing here. Lin Siyu feigned confusion. What is this about? With a blank expression, Luo Shui spoke. You are Lin Siyu. Correct. Have you seen your cousin Wang Can tonight? Lin Siyu shook her head. Luo Shui scrutinized Lin Siyu's face closely, raising an eyebrow. She could discern no signs of deceit. Could it be that Wang Can truly had not been here? Officer, what exactly is your investigation regarding Wang Can? Luo Shui's gaze remained locked on Lin Siyu's, each word deliberate. Your cousin is suspected of involvement in a murder case. How could that be? Lin Siyu was genuinely taken aback. In her memory, Wang Can wouldn't dare to steal a chicken, let alone commit murder. Luo Shui noted Lin Siyu's expression. Puzzled, it appeared that she genuinely had no knowledge of the situation. Could it be that this matter had nothing to do with her? Luo Shui continued. We have solid evidence. Miss Lin, if your cousin returns, I hope you will inform us promptly. Lin Siyu stood there, too shocked to respond, lost in thought. Luo Shui furrowed her brow and suddenly glanced at a red light blinking atop the ceiling, a surveillance camera. Miss Lin, could you please provide us with a copy of today's surveillance footage from this establishment? Snapping back to reality, Lin Siyu replied, owed out of course that in that moment. She felt an immense wave of relief wash over her. Although she had not fully understood Wang Can's intentions earlier, she had followed his instructions to the letter. Otherwise, she might have exposed herself tonight that in truth, the surveillance footage held little significance for capturing Wang Can, as he had long since departed. Wang Can's true intention was to keep Lin Siyu out of this mess. After copying the footage from the computer, Luo Shui stood up, preparing to leave. Just then, an urgent voice crackled through her radio. Captain Luo, we have a situation in the Western blockade. We request reinforcements. Chapter 8. A revelation. What happened? Hearing the cacophony on the radio, Luo Shui could not discern the specifics of the report. However, she remained unfazed, a cold smile creeping onto her face. Wang Can was finally about to reveal himself. In truth, she understood that the police had long sealed off this area, even if Wang Can could evade capture temporarily. He could not hide indefinitely. Ignoring Lin Siyu's presence, she barked orders into the radio. All personnel from the North and South districts, allocate 1/3 to the West district. We must secure that area at all costs. No one is to escape. After dropping the radio, Luo Shui turned to Zhou. Hand me the map that Zhou produced the map, he explained. Captain, our western blockade borders a wide open square, beyond which lies a residential area with old houses. Given that the old roads are inaccessible to vehicles, sealing off that area will take considerable time and resources, so we opted for the square as our blockade boundary. Luo Shui squinted, considering the situation. The square is crowded and chaotic, especially in the dark. Wang Can is indeed clever. It's the ideal spot for an escape. With a confident smile, she added, unfortunately, I have anticipated this. Draw as many officers as possible from other areas. We must ensure this route is completely sealed off. With that, she dashed out of the noodle shop. Captain, should we go too? Yes, that Wang Can is as cunning as a fox. I can't afford to let him out of my sight. However, she soon furrowed her brow, as a thought crossed her mind. She picked up the walkie-talkie once more. It is also possible that Wang Can is attempting to lure us away. East District, I need you to allocate half of your personnel to fill the gaps in the north and south. Beside her, Xiao Zhou expressed his concern. Captain, if we do that, the police force in the east will be rather weakened. Luo Shui shook her head in response. Fear not. Wang Can is currently in the west. Even if he is attempting to distract us, he can only reach the north and south in a short span of time. He won't have enough time to break through from the east. With that, she swiftly dashed towards the direction of West Street Plaza. As she anticipated capturing the cunning suspect, a sense of relief washed over her, accompanied by an involuntary smile of satisfaction. This rascal had toyed with her repeatedly that very morning, turning the entire police force into a state of confusion. She had not forgotten these grievances. Once she apprehended him, she would ensure he confessed to all his misdeeds, leaving no stone unturned. While Luo Shui was already contemplating the interrogation post-capture, she remained oblivious to a police car lurking in the shadows of a dimly lit alley, less than 100 meters away. Its engine's silent point, two bright eyes, akin to luminous pearls, were fixated on her figure. In the eerie alley, Wang Can observed a group of police officers hastily making their way westward. Drawing upon his familiarity with the surroundings, he merely pondered for a moment before mentally sketching out the police's blockade. Particularly to the west, where a basketball court served as the optimal location for a blockade. Beyond that lay a chaotic residential area, which was not conducive to controlling the flow of people. Wang Can glanced at his watch. 7:30. The timing was just right. Judging by the officer's actions, chaos should have already erupted in the west. Being well acquainted with the old town, Wang Can understood what was happening. Every evening, a group of elderly women gathered there to dance. He had been waiting for this very opportunity. Surely, Captain Luo must think I would attempt to break through from there. Watching the officers rushing towards West Street, a smile crept onto Wang Can's lips. They possessed a modicum of intelligence, but not much to eye in. The next moment, he inserted the car key into the ignition. The headlights flared to life, illuminating the dark alley. The glaring light stood out conspicuously against the already dim street, drawing the attention of officers patrolling the adjacent pedestrian street. Luo Shui, who had been running, slowed her pace, instinctively glancing in that direction. The blinding lights made her squint, but she quickly adjusted. Utilizing the bright headlights, she swiftly spotted, right across from her, merely separated by a street, a police car with its high beams directed at her. How could there be a police car here? Before she could ponder further, a voice crackled through the walkie-talkie. Captain, there was just a group of elderly women attempting to dance in the western blockade. But we have it under control. Luo Shui's gaze remained fixed on Wang Can, who was seated in the car several dozen meters away at the same time. Wang Can was also looking at her through the car window, a smirk playing on his lips. Captain, please respond. The officer in the walkie-talkie continued to call out. The next moment, Luo Shui abruptly snatched the walkie-talkie. All units recently reassigned. Return immediately to your original areas, especially those in the eastern blockade. Now, at once. Her tone was imbued with an unprecedented urgency, nearly tearing her throat. Yet, ultimately, she was a step too late. Wang Can had already pressed the accelerator, careening out of the alley with a flawless drift. Speeding straight towards the eastern blockade, Luo Shui's pupils constricted. The east was the very area she, as captain, was personally responsible for. She had not forgotten that she had just dispatched half of the police force from the east to support the north and south. This meant that, at that moment, the east was the weakest link among the 4 blockades. Damn it. Typically, fugitives act with caution, keeping a low profile. A police car is an obvious target. Surely, they would discard it after use. Yet, unexpectedly, this Wang Can dares to drive a police car brazenly to escape. The vehicle's speed was tremendous, and within moments, it had left them far behind. Luo Shui could only hope that the officers in the east could intercept Wang Can. Anxiously, she shouted into the walkie-talkie, Su Tao, be careful. Wang Can is driving a police car towards your direction. Received. Simultaneously, Su Tao at the eastern boundary set down his walkie-talkie, watching the police car that had just appeared in his line of sight speeding towards them. Su Tao abruptly tore off the bandage from his head and raised his gun. Suspect Wang Can, pull over immediately. You are suspected of violent resistance to arrest, and we have the right to use lethal force. He continued, if you do not stop, we will open fire. Chapter 9. A wild chase. Wang Can regarded the figure of Su Tao, who had raised his gun in front of him, and furrowed his brow. He swiftly ducked, burying his head behind the steering wheel, while simultaneously flooring the accelerator. Not stopping would mean a fair chance of being shot. However, that risk was still manageable, but if he were to stop and be apprehended, charges of murder, carjacking, resisting arrest, and assaulting law enforcement would undoubtedly be in less than 100 meters. The 2 directions of the roadway would be separated by a stone wall. This meant that if he did not follow through at this moment, there would be no second chance. Su Tao gritted his teeth fiercely. He then sharply turned the steering wheel, closely trailing behind Wang Can onto the adjacent wrong-way lane. So what if it's the wrong way? I have yet to obtain my driver's license. Am I to be intimidated by you? Nevertheless, he did not lose his composure. Instead, he seized the walkie-talkie and instructed, there's no need for you to follow. The wrong-way driving is too perilous. Look for an opportunity to see if you can cordon off a small area of this main road. Wang Can glanced at the rearview mirror, noticing the police car still tailing him closely. Why did it seem as though the occupants of the car behind harbored some resentment towards him? They had followed without a word. However, Wang Can could not see in the mirror that the person in the back seat was the burly man he had ambushed earlier that morning. On the wrong-way lane, the speed of the vehicles felt as though it had doubled. After only a few minutes, several cars were rapidly approaching Wang Can's direction, with the street racing technique at his disposal. Wang Can was not significantly affected. However, he was taken aback to see that the police car behind him managed to maneuver past each vehicle, still tightly clinging to his rear. They were quite formidable. Indeed, returning his gaze to the front, Wang Can spotted a massive truck stretching over 10 meters long, hurtling towards him at an alarming speed. A cold glint flickered in Wang Can's eyes, since they were intent on challenging my driving skills. Let us create some distance here. In an instant, a flood of street racing techniques surged into his mind. Wang Can abruptly jerked the steering wheel, positioning his car directly in front of the truck. Good heavens! The middle-aged man in the truck immediately erupted with expletives, slamming on the brakes while violently veering the steering wheel to the right. Now is the moment. Shift gears, pull the handbrake, stomp on the brakes. The car executed a stunning drift. Wang Can suddenly floored the accelerator, pushing the car's speed to the limit. The vehicle darted like a gopher, slipping through a narrow gap on the far left just before the truck could cross. What the hell? What kind of audacious maneuver was that? Wang Can had made it through, but Su Tao behind him was wide-eyed. Before him, the truck had completely blocked the road. Su Tao slammed on the brakes, incredulous, hitting the steering wheel with force. Are you telling me this fellow hasn't even passed his second driving test? If it were Su Tao in Wang Can's place, he couldn't have executed such a flawless maneuver with such precise timing. Though reluctant, Su Tao could only helplessly raise the walkie-talkie. Captain, I've lost him. Meanwhile, Luo Shui, still at the old street, felt no sense of loss. Instead, she intently focused on a technical team's report on her phone, her eyes gleaming with determination that Su Tao. You'll encounter a small-scale congestion approximately 800 meters ahead. This will be our best opportunity to catch Wang Can. Chapter 10. This guy. Could he possibly fly? At that moment, Wang Can cast a glance at the empty road behind him, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. But soon, his brow furrowed again. A traffic accident had seemingly occurred ahead, blocking a significant portion of the roadway. It appeared to have happened recently. Otherwise, the truck wouldn't have been able to pass. Furthermore, a construction warning line had been erected on the remaining road. It truly a traffic jam. It was somewhat troublesome, yet Wang Can remained calm. He pulled over and stepped out of the vehicle. First, he glanced back to confirm that the police had not yet caught up. Then, peering through the gap in the accident, he immediately spotted a multitude of vehicles trapped in place, an overwhelming number of them. Many drivers had realized that the area would not clear up anytime soon and chose to exit their cars for some fresh air, or in just a glance. Wang Can's eyes locked onto a strikingly vibrant crimson Ferrari. Standing in front of the Ferrari was a woman draped in a luxurious white sweater, her makeup flawless, with a cold expression, clad in black stockings by Wolford, and a pair of silver high-heeled shoes that appeared to be quite valuable. He had found her. Unfazed, Wang Can quickly approached the woman. In fact, the moment Wang Can stepped out of the car, the woman had noticed him. It was rather unusual for someone driving the wrong way in a police vehicle not to attract attention. I am the police chief. May I ask for your assistance, miss? The woman frowned, seemingly perplexed as to why she had been singled out, yet she nodded in agreement. Let us talk in the car. Saying this, Wang Can directly took a seat in the passenger side. The woman frowned, somewhat displeased, but refrained from voicing her objections. Given his police chief status, Wang Can rolled up all the windows. Miss, do you have any cosmetics or such? Yes. The woman retrieved an exquisite handbag, filled with an array of expensive cosmetics. Eyebrow pencils, lipsticks, foundations, even false eyelashes and hairpieces, among other items. Wang Can had chosen this woman, not for any ulterior motives, but because of her impeccably made-up face. What should I do next? Wang Can glanced at her and smiled faintly. I'm afraid you won't be able to witness what happens next. Before she could fully comprehend, Wang Can swiftly struck her neck. The woman appeared momentarily stunned, her gaze lingering in shock before she slowly closed her eyes. The force was just right, enough to send her into a deep slumber without inflicting any harm. Wang Can then shifted her body to the back seat and took the driver's position. Suddenly, a business card caught his eye. Huaxin Limited, Human Resources Director. Lin Yue, is it truly Huaxin? Wang Can raised an eyebrow at the sleeping woman in the back seat. Few in Jincheng would be unaware of this company. Established merely 3 years ago, its industries spanned real estate, smartphones, smart home devices, new energy vehicles, and more. Not only in Jincheng but throughout the whole Huazhong province, it was quite notable. Back in university, he had aspired to find an opportunity to work for this company upon graduation. Who would have thought that by a twist of fate, he had knocked out the Human Resources Director of Huaxin? Another adversary added to the list. Wang Can shook his head helplessly, placing the business card aside, while picking up the heap of cosmetics. Knowledge of various disguise techniques flooded his mind. combined with these exquisite and effective cosmetics. Soon, an image of a capable, short-haired woman emerged on Wang Can's face. Once the disguise was complete, he glanced at the unconscious Lin Yue in the back seat. Feeling slightly uneasy, she opened the trunk and stepped out. Managers and directors of companies often needed to face numerous social engagements, so it was likely that the trunk harbored various fine wines, especially from a human resources department. Sure enough, Wang Can quickly unearthed several bottles of expensive red wine. Such wine would fetch at least 4 to 5 digits on the market. As he uncapped the bottle and inhaled the intoxicating aroma, Wang Can nodded in satisfaction. Strangely enough, he did not pour the wine directly onto the seat in an unethical manner. Instead, he retrieved a box of tissues and soaked a large portion of the wine into it. Soon, the rich scent of wine permeated the entire car. Having completed everything, Wang Can settled back into his seat with satisfaction. Meanwhile, Su Tao, accompanied by 5 or 6 officers, had just arrived at the scene of the traffic jam. At that moment, Luo Shue's voice crackled over the walkie-talkie. Su Tao, the tow truck will arrive in about 5 minutes. This was the busiest main road in Jincheng. Once the accident vehicles were towed away, the police would be unable to block the road again, which would have a tremendous impact on the traffic of the entire city. This meant that there was only about 5 minutes left, the final opportunity to locate Wang Can. Su Tao's expression remained stoic as he replied, "Understood, Captain Luo. Rest assured, I will apprehend this Wang Can. He was just a university student. While his driving skills were indeed impressive, he could not possibly have any other trump cards." After speaking, he set down the walkie-talkie and instructed the officers behind him. "Boys, we are pressed for time. You two handle the vehicles on the left lane, you take care of the right. And the rest of you will assist me in checking the vehicles in the middle lanes. No matter if Wang Can is hiding outside or inside a car, even in the trunk, we must root him out." Understood. The officers moved swiftly, without hesitation, meticulously inspecting nearly every vehicle present, leaving no detail unchecked. Not even the undersides of the cars. That Su Tao maintained a serious demeanor, and although he was tasked with checking the 2 lanes, his pace did not falter. Soon, he approached a striking crimson Ferrari. "Hello." The window of the Ferrari slowly rolled down, revealing a short-haired woman inside. A woman. Su Tao's wariness significantly lessened, though he still spoke cautiously. "Miss, could you please open the rear window and the trunk?" The woman nodded and complied, revealing another woman sleeping in the back seat, accompanied by a strong scent of alcohol. The short-haired woman in the driver's seat gestured for silence regarding the dead drunk woman in the back. Su Tao nodded in understanding. After all, those who could afford such luxury cars were typically influential figures, and it was best not to offend them. After a brief routine check of the trunk, Su Tao moved on to the next vehicle. Wang Can rolled up the window, a slight smile curving his lips. In the blink of an eye, 5 minutes had passed, and soon a massive tow truck came into view for Wang Can. "Here it comes." Su Tao, of course, also witnessed this scene. His expression was tinged with urgency, yet there was an air of helplessness about him. "Team Luo. We have not located Wang Can." As Su Tao spoke, doubt clouded his mind. In such a brief span of mere minutes, where could Wang Can possibly have escaped to? In just 5 fleeting minutes, they had checked over 100 vehicles, yet not a trace of this elusive individual could be found. Could it be that this fellow could fly? Chapter 11. The Escape. Su Tao, still unwilling to concede defeat, inspected several more vehicles, but once again, he found nothing. Before long, the accident scene was cleared away by the large tow truck, and the congested roadway began to gradually open up. Su Tao and his fellow officers could only stand by in helpless resignation, watching as the dense flow of traffic was slowly alleviated. They all understood that they had missed the prime opportunity to apprehend Wang Can, but what could they do? They dared not completely seal off the main ring road. Otherwise, within 10 minutes, the police station's phone would be inundated with calls from above. Wang Can cast a glance at the unconscious Lin Yue in the back seat, as well as at Su Tao and the other officers who were not far behind in the rearview mirror. He pressed the accelerator of the Ferrari and sped away. Unbeknownst to him, night had fallen. That evening, the Jincheng police station remained restless. Everyone was brainstorming ways to uncover any potential leads on Wang Can's whereabouts. Unfortunately, the stretch of road where the traffic jam had occurred was precisely situated within the blind spots of 2 speed cameras. Even with the technical team's utmost efforts, they could not ascertain what had transpired there at that time. How did Wang Can ultimately evade the police's scrutiny? This conundrum weighed heavily on the minds of all the officers, including Luo Shui, who could not fathom a solution, even if it had been her instead of Su Tao at that moment. She would not have believed she could have performed any better. After all, They had only 5 minutes. Managing to assess the situation as they did was already a remarkable feat. In the conference room, all the officers were gathered. Luo Shui, Su Tao, and the middle-aged Lu Guoxiu, the deputy team leader. A heavy silence enveloped the room, creating a palpable tension. Eventually, Luo Shui stood up. Just when everyone thought this fiery team leader was about to unleash her frustration, they were taken aback when Luo Shui bowed deeply. Her tone was remarkably calm. Everyone, the responsibility for the mismanagement of this operation primarily lies with me, and I would like to extend my apologies to you all. Should this 48-hour capture operation fail to conclude successfully, I will voluntarily accept blame from above and bear as much of the responsibility as possible. Listening to Luo Shui's composed words, a strange unease settled in the hearts of the officers. At that moment, many of them would have preferred Luo Shui to berate them as she typically did. However, Luo Shui continued with her own thoughts. I have already requested a special task force from above, and I believe we will receive instructions shortly. At that time, a new leader will likely be appointed to take charge of our Jincheng police station. Everyone must do their utmost to cooperate with the new leadership. The officers looked disheartened, some even appearing defeated. The Jincheng police station's case resolution rate had always been exemplary, even in the central province, and they had never faced such a setback before. Su Tao could no longer contain himself and slammed his hand on the conference table. This Wang Can is simply too cunning. Upon hearing this, several officers nodded in agreement. Yet, Luo Shui waved her hand. Su Tao, I understand your frustration, and I share it. However, it is precisely during such times that we must remain composed. You are a valuable talent in our team, and once the task force is established, the province will likely assign you to it, ensuring that we can capture this Wang Can team. Luo, I understand. Luo Shui took a deep breath. Everyone, it seems we may have to work overtime tonight. Until the instructions arrive, the case of Wang Can still falls under the jurisdiction of our Jincheng police station. Understood, came the collective response, though their voices carried a hint of weariness. The shocks and setbacks Wang Can had inflicted upon them that day had indeed been overwhelming. In the early morning, Lin Yue slowly awakened in the Ferrari's seat. She rubbed her still sore neck and glanced around. The surroundings felt strikingly familiar to her. This was the rear of the Huaxin building. Memories flooded back. I was knocked out by an officer. But wait, which officer would strike a civilian? That officer was likely an imposter. Lin Yue hurriedly checked her body, confirming that everything felt normal before letting out a long sigh of relief. She glanced around her car. The man who had knocked her out was long gone. The lingering scent of red wine still hung in the air. She inspected the entire vehicle inside and out. And aside from the missing half bottle of red wine and a bag of cosmetics, there were no other abnormalities. This person knocked her out, but left everything else untouched. Lin Yue felt perplexed. As astute as she was, she couldn't make sense of it all. However, she was relieved that she had come to no harm. Initially contemplating calling the police, she hesitated and ultimately set her phone down. After all, she hadn't lost anything significant. Her body was unscathed. Just a bottle of red wine and some cosmetics. While not trivial, they weren't of great importance to her. Yet, if the police were summoned over this incident, it could severely impact the image of the entire Huaxin group. As the head of the Human Resources Department, Lin Yue understood this better than anyone. Gazing at the gradually brightening sky, Lin Yue parked the Ferrari in the underground garage of the Huaxin group, opting to act as if nothing had happened, and proceeded to clock in for work as usual. Meanwhile, at the police station, all the officers were sprawled across their offices, catching up on sleep. That night, everyone had been busy throughout the night, but had found no relevant leads. Suddenly, the phone rang on Luo Shui's desk. She forced herself to muster some energy. Director Huang. Yes, understood. After hanging up, although her expression remained neutral, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. She awakened all the still sleeping officers, informing them that the directives from above had been issued, and the provincial task force had been established. With personnel already en route. Everyone's confused expressions brightened slightly. In truth, there was one detail Luo Shui had not disclosed. The reprimand that she should have borne had been shouldered by Director Huang. She remained the captain of the Jincheng police force and was likely to participate in the subsequent task force operations. Director Huang's intention was clear. He wanted her to atone for her mistakes through meritorious service. Before long, the police station buzzed with activity. Within 20 minutes, a black car bearing the license plate Jin A000001 slowly drove into the Jincheng police station. From the vehicle emerged 3 individuals. Chapter 12. The task force established. Leading the group was an elderly gentleman dressed in uniform, his temples flecked with gray, suggesting he had seen many years. Following him were two much younger individuals, one male and one female. You two must have kept Xiao Luo waiting for long. Please follow me, the elders said. Soon, under the elders' guidance, the three entered the Jincheng police station and made their way to the conference room on the second floor. Luo Shui was already there, waiting with the entire police force. Upon seeing the elder, the usually stern Luo Shui displayed an uncommon respect. Director Huang. This man was none other than the head of the entire Jincheng police station, Huang Yongzhong. He nodded and gestured to the two behind him. Xiao Luo, time is of the essence, so I'll get straight to the point. Your application has garnered significant attention from above. The task force for the 11/28 case has been approved. Since this incident occurred within your jurisdiction, the headquarters for this operation will be established right here at our Jincheng police station. Luo Shui nodded, as this was in line with her expectations. Understood. She then turned her gaze to the two individuals behind Director Huang, knowing they would play pivotal roles in the upcoming operations. Without hesitation, Director Huang pointed to the female among them. These two are special agents specifically assigned from the province to join this operation. This is Sun Xiaoqian, the current captain of the Huaqing police station. Xiao Luo, you should know her. Luo Shui's eyes shifted to Sun Xiaoqian, and for reasons unknown, her usually calm demeanor ignited with a spark of warmth. Indeed, it had been a long time. Sun Xiaoqian also looked over, a smile playing at the corners of her red lips. I never imagined our reunion would be due to a college student's case. A mere rookie has managed to put your Jincheng police station in such disarray? Luo Shui, it seems you've regressed quite a bit over this past year, faced with such provocation. The officers of Jincheng instantly stiffened. No one dared to speak to Luo Shui in such a manner. They anticipated that their team leader would surely explode with anger, but to their surprise, Luo Shui merely smiled indifferently and even took the initiative to fist bump Sun Xiaoqian. This scene left all the officers of Jincheng utterly speechless. At this moment, the seasoned Lu Guoshou elucidated. You all should be aware that Luo's team is a legend among the graduates of the Jincheng Police Academy. The younger Zhou and others nodded in agreement, having heard tales of it during their time at the academy. One woman, ultimately emerging as the highest GPA graduate in the criminal investigation program, was indeed a shocking revelation within the confines of the police school. Lu Guoshou continued. This Sun Xiaoqian is a fellow graduate of Luo Shui's year. Another legend in her own right, being the only one capable of matching Luo Shui in a test of strength. The group, including Shou, was taken aback. Does this mean that both top graduates of that year were female? Such a rarity. However, Sun Xiaoqian was later transferred to the neighboring Huaqing, taking charge of the Huaqing Police Bureau, which is why she is not as renowned in Jincheng as Luo. Zhou and the others comprehended this revelation. At that juncture, Director Huang pointed to another young man behind him. This man was tall, easily exceeding 1.80 m, his tailored trousers accentuating his perfect physique, and a sunny smile graced his face. This is Haitao, a specialist recently hired by the province. With his inclusion, he should provide ample technical support for your operations. Luo Shui turned, her expression becoming notably serious as she extended her hand. Mr. Hi, it is a pleasure to meet you. You were the former Chief Technology Officer of Taobao Company, later appointed as a technical consultant for the police department due to the needs arising from the 2/23 case. The man grasped her hand, smiling serenely as he replied, Your praise is unwarranted. Captain Luo is the one truly deserving of respect. Even within the province, your case clearance rate ranks among the top 3. His tone conveyed neither pride nor humility. With the introductions complete, Director Huang wasted no time. Since everyone is present, the 11.28 task force is now officially established. The Jincheng Police Bureau will primarily conduct the arrests, while the Huaqing Police Bureau will assist as necessary. Sun Xiaoqian and Luo Shui exchanged knowing glances, both nodding in acknowledgement. Understood. The group took their seats around the conference table. Time is of the essence. Let us proceed directly to the matter at hand. Xiao Luo, please expedite sharing all current developments regarding this case with our two guests. At Luo Shui's signal, Zhou activated the electronic display. Both of you joining this task force should have some familiarity with the case. They nodded in succession that we have some understanding, though the specifics remain somewhat unclear. Luo Shui raised her hand, revealing photographs from the crime scene at Caesar Hotel Room 311 taken yesterday morning. This is the scene of the incident, Room 311 at Caesar Hotel. Following this, a photo of the victim, Su Qing, appeared. The deceased, Su Qing, was a sophomore at Jincheng University. Sun Xiaoqian inquired, What was the cause of death? Stab wounds. Came the reply that we discovered a total of 23 lacerations on the victim. with 7 of these inflicted on vital areas. Sun Xiaoqian frowned. Stab wounds? Was the murder weapon not found? Luo Shui shook her head, somewhat exasperated. No suitable weapon was discovered at the scene. Our forensic team's hypothesis is that the weapon was likely a dagger approximately 15 to 20 centimeters in length, probably taken from the scene by the suspect. Wang Can Sun Xiaoqian continued. Were there any other pieces of evidence found at the scene? Luo Shui nodded. We collected some hair samples from the bed. We also found corresponding hair in Wang Can's dormitory. DNA testing confirmed that the hair from the hotel matched Wang Can's DNA. Sun Xiaoqian nodded. What about the hotel surveillance footage? Has it been retrieved? Luo Shui sighed in resignation. Unfortunately, Wang Can deleted the surveillance footage. Our tech team is working on recovering the data, but it will take some time. Just then, Hai Tao interjected, leave that to me. I should be able to restore the footage you need by the end of today. Both Sun Xiaoqian and Luo Shui raised their eyebrows in surprise. Mr. Hai, it's not that we doubt your abilities, but can the entire hotel's surveillance footage be restored in a single day, to their astonishment? Hai Tao shook his head. Of course not. However, we can prioritize restoring footage from key locations such as the hotel lobby, elevators, and the third-floor corridor. That should significantly aid your investigation. The less critical areas can be gradually restored in the coming days. Luo Shui's furrowed brow relaxed, a glimmer of surprise in her eyes. She had initially thought Hai Tao was merely a technical consultant, but his unique approach to the investigation was unexpected. Indeed, in that case, we shall entrust this task to you. No problem, he replied, reclining back into his chair, resuming his role as an observer. Luo Shui turned her attention back to Sun Xiaoqian. What are your thoughts on the operation to apprehend Wang Can? Sun Xiaoqian responded with clarity. First, we should blacklist Wang Can's identity at all transportation hubs, ports, airports, and train stations. Following that, with the evidence we have gathered, we can confidently identify Wang Can as the murderer. We should apply for a wanted notice, categorizing him as a Class A fugitive for nationwide apprehension. Luo Shui's gaze sharpened. In fact, Sun Xiaoqian's strategy aligned perfectly with her own. Having lost track of Wang Can the previous night, she had already initiated lockdowns at all transport points to prevent his escape from Jincheng. As for the wanted notice, her thoughts mirrored Sun Xiaoqian's. At her nod, the police officer behind them acknowledged. Captain Luo, we have already disseminated Wang Can's information to the Traffic Control Bureau. Additionally, we have contacted the banks. Wang Can possesses only one bank card, with approximately 10,000 yuan in it, which will soon be frozen. Before he could finish, Sun Xiaoqian interrupted. Wait. Luo Shui turned to her. What is it? After a moment of contemplation, Sun Xiaoqian stated earnestly, I believe we can allow Wang Can's bank card to remain active. The others exchanged puzzled glances. As a fugitive, Wang Can would logically be in desperate need of financial resources. Freezing his account would surely prevent him from escaping for long. Only Luo Shui and a few others understood her reasoning. You mean to deliberately allow Wang Can to withdraw money, luring him out? Sun Xiaoqian nodded. Huang, however, interjected with a frown. Xiao-san, isn't that akin to entrapment? Sun Xiaoqian's response was clear. Jincheng is vast. Locating an individual within it is akin to finding a needle in a haystack, inevitably consuming considerable time and police resources. Furthermore, based on previous pursuits, Wang Can is a highly intelligent fugitive with extensive counter-surveillance skills. During this period, he may commit further crimes. Thus, my suggestion is to take a calculated risk and set a bait to draw Wang Can out. Huang fell silent, refraining from further comment. Luo Shui did not respond immediately, seemingly mulling over the feasibility of this strategy. After a moment, she turned to Hai Tao. Technically, can we monitor Wang Can's bank account continuously? Without hesitation, Hai Tao nodded. This minor issue can be resolved. If even a single cent is withdrawn from his account, I will notify you immediately. Luo Shui nodded, resolute. Very well. We shall follow Sun's lead and keep Wang Can's bank account open. Concurrently, we will apply for a Class A wanted notice and implement strict controls at all ports, docks, train, and airplane stations. Should Wang Can's whereabouts be discovered, apprehension is to be executed without prior report. As dawn gradually broke, Jincheng continued its orderly operations as usual. In a secluded corner of an ATM, Wang Can slowly stood, stretching his limbs as he exited, penniless, having discarded his phone at Caesar Hotel. Wang Can, though temporarily evading the police's net, found himself in a precarious situation. System, calculate task rewards. Wang Can silently intoned. Chime. Task, night of escape. Status, completed. Completion rating. S. Escape from the old town, achieved. SS. Elude the pursuit of the police chief, achieved. SSS. Evade police surveillance for over 10 hours. Achieved. Rating. SSS, perfect level. Reward settlement in progress. Host physical abilities enhanced by 50. Chime. Additional reward obtained. Super Titanium 8847 mobile phone. Infinite battery life. Anti-tracking, anti-surveillance, anti-wiretapping. This phone is absolutely secure. Wang Can felt a subtle sound emanating from the muscles and bones beneath his skin. Although there appeared to be no visible changes, a surge of power coursed through his body. He even sensed that if challenged to an arm wrestling match with a world champion of strength, he would not be at a disadvantage. If previously, the divine-level analysis merely allowed him to discern the weaknesses in his adversary's techniques, now he possessed a physique capable of confronting those muscular giants head-on. Wang Can opened his eyes and retrieved a mobile phone from his pocket. The phone's exterior was crafted from an unassuming yet exceedingly expensive black heavy metal. The various interfaces and downloaded apps were akin to those on his old phone. Wang Can licked his lips in excitement. To uncover the truth and cautiously evade the police, he required the vast information network of the internet. However, his previous phone had been left at the Caesar Hotel during the ruse involving a disguised bomb. Indeed, the system had provided what he lacked. Moreover, it was a phone of absolute security. Just as Wang Can took out the phone, a news alert popped up on the screen. Jincheng Public Security, now issuing an A-level wanted notice for this individual. Wang Can, of Huazhou descent, born January 2005. Following this was an extensive account detailing Wang Can's personal information and life history. Attached was a photograph of Wang Can taken during his college entrance examination. An A-level wanted notice. Wang Can silently closed the phone. Although he had anticipated this day, he could not help but feel a twinge of sentiment. Just 3 days prior, he had been a bewildered sophomore student fretting over final exams. Now, he had transformed into a wanted murderer. As he pondered, chimed, "Congratulations, host, you have received an A-level wanted notice. This also serves as a recognition of your evasion skills, does it not? The first long-term side quest has officially been triggered to post real-time updates of your escape diary via short videos live broadcasts on the Duel platform. Rewards will be calculated based on video likes or the number of viewers in the live stream." Chapter 14. My Life on the Run. Wang Can stood in contemplation that he had not expected the system to issue such a task. Side quest. My Life on the Run. Current account followers, 0. Number of live broadcasts, 0. Peak concurrent viewers in live stream, 0. Available rewards, none. However, the internet is not a lawless realm. Do not spread rumors or misinformation. All statements made by the host must be supported by sufficient evidence. Otherwise, the host will face system penalties. Such restrictions existed. Wang Can gazed at the system's postscript. This meant that until he found genuine evidence to prove his innocence and identified the true culprit behind the case, he could not argue his case online. Nevertheless, recalling the rewards previously granted by the system, a glimmer of determination shone in Wang Can's eyes. Since it was a system task, he must engage fully if he wished to garner attention and followers. He needed to ensure that all events were as explosive and attention-grabbing as possible. He surveyed his surroundings, confirming that no one was watching, and raised the newly acquired 8847 phone. Soon, a seemingly inconspicuous account released a short video that initially went unnoticed. Yet, it wasn't long before the video, akin to a viral sensation, began to skyrocket in popularity. Within an hour, the view count exceeded 10,000. Before half a day had passed, it even surged into the platform's top 50 trending list. It was fervently shared by countless netizens. At the Jincheng police chief's office, Luo Shui and her colleagues were busily organizing various materials and clues. Suddenly, Hai Tao, who had been seated before the computer, spoke up in a grave tone. Luo Shui and Sun Shaoqian turned their attention to him. Had he discovered a lead on Wang Can? Hai Tao nodded, indicating that the hotel's surveillance footage had been largely restored. The two women hurried over, only to find Hai Tao's expression devoid of emotion, even slightly peculiar. What was wrong? Luo Shui questioned, puzzled. Discovering a new lead should be a positive development, shouldn't it? She had been so focused on her work that she had not kept abreast of the latest entertainment news. Her phone didn't even have the Duel app downloaded. Hai Tao opened a trending video from Duel on his computer. Luo team. You should take a look at this. Luo Shui glanced at the screen. And upon her first sight, her pupils dilated in shock. The interface prominently displayed Wang Can's face. In the video, Wang Can smiled and waved at the camera, speaking in a gentle tone. I believe many of you have already seen the official wanted notice released today. For those who haven't, it's not too late to check it out. My name is Wang Can, and I am an A-level wanted criminal. The calm demeanor and approachable smile on Wang Can's face could easily mislead anyone unfamiliar with his story into believing he was merely an ordinary lifestyle vlogger. Dual platform, documenting the beauty of life. From now on, I will continuously broadcast my life on the run on this account, so please stay tuned. As the first video concluded, the poster's name was revealed as My Life on the Run, with the upload timestamp indicating it was posted at 9:10 a.m. that very morning. In less than 5 hours, the like count soared past 100,000, with thousands of shares. Luo Shui and the police officers were incredulous as they witnessed this scene, a surge of anger bubbling within them. This Wang Can was utterly audacious. He was directly challenging them, declaring war on the police department. The officers murmured among themselves, and Hai Tao proceeded to check the comments section of the video. Initially, most onlookers were merely entertained. Dude, have netizens started cosplaying as fugitives now? This generation is truly ahead of its time. If he's really a fugitive, I'll eat a whole pile of it live. However, it wasn't long before some netizens began to notice the unsettling truth. Hey, you might want to check out the Jincheng Police Wanted notice released this morning. What the? Don't tell me this fugitive actually looks exactly like the vlogger. Bro, could he actually be the wanted criminal? Yet, even so, the majority of netizens remain skeptical. Come on, we can do face-swapping technology now. I watch face-swapping videos every night. The vlogger must be faking it. The comments section remained rife with amusement, until someone with a police department photo as their avatar, going by the name Jincheng Official, posted the most upvoted comment beneath the video. I'm from the official department and can confirm this is the wanted criminal Wang Can himself. The comment instantly garnered over 1,000 likes. Many netizens clicked on the profile and discovered that this so-called official account was merely a fraudulent impersonation. Haha, of course, it had to be official. Famous African-American athlete Kobe. I am back from prison. What the? It's the prison big shot. Kids were saved. While the netizens continued their jests, the atmosphere in the police department grew oppressively silent. After a moment, Sun Xiaoqian was the first to regain her composure. Wait, shouldn't the dual platform be aware of this? Why hasn't this video been taken down yet? But Hai Tao shook his head, his expression one of disbelief. They contacted us and said their backend can't find any data regarding this video at all. It's as if this video doesn't exist. If they couldn't even find the video, they certainly couldn't delete it. Yet, as he spoke, Hai Tao bore a look of incredulity that a video playing normally on a platform, and its backend couldn't track it. What nonsense was this? The officers exchanged bewildered glances if they couldn't locate the video. How could they still see it? Was this some sort of extraterrestrial technology? As they pondered, a notification chimed on the computer. You are now following My Life on the Run, which is just updated with a new work 1 minute ago. Luo Shui and her colleagues were instantly startled, and Hai Tao hurriedly clicked to open it.I in the video. Wang Can stood before an unoccupied bank ATM. Everyone, I'm currently outside the Huaxia Commercial Bank on Beijing Street. As he spoke, he shifted the camera to reveal the surrounding streets. What is he doing? Just as we're struggling to find you, you're voluntarily exposing your whereabouts. The officers watched, dumbfounded, before they could process this. Wang Can slowly withdrew a pitch-black, rusted dagger from his coat pocket. This could it be? Luo Shui and Sun Xiaoqian simultaneously reached a realization, exchanging glances that reflected their shared incredulity. At this moment, Wang Can smiled faintly, waving the dagger in his hand. This is the murder weapon used in the 11.28 case. Indeed, Luo Shui couldn't help but slap her thigh, her gaze fixed intently on Wang Can on the screen. What on earth was this guy trying to do? However, the video camera soon shifted to a patch of grass beside the road beneath Wang Can's feet. Then, as if discarding trash, Wang Can casually tossed the dagger into the grass. Ladies and gentlemen, you might still harbor doubts about my identity as a wanted criminal. Now, I invite you to verify the truth. Chapter 15. Luo Shan, what does this mean? Actively exposing evidence to the police's view? The group of police officers exchanged puzzled glances. Other fugitives, upon acquiring evidence, would typically think of ways to discreetly destroy it or hide it well to avoid detection by law enforcement. Yet, Wang Can was completely acting contrary to this norm. Just then, Luo Shui and Sun Xiaoqian suddenly rose from their seats. They exchanged glances and almost simultaneously exclaimed, "Not good. Everyone, mobilize and head to Beijing Street." Luo Shan was a moderately well-known self-media blogger on Douyin. Having graduated from university without any notable achievements, he found himself jobless 6 months later. Yet, he managed to gain some fame through live streaming on the Douyin platform. This type of blogger primarily thrives on seeking attention and generating traffic. Jumping onto any trending topic. Earlier that morning, Luo Shan had just risen from bed, preparing to go live, when he unexpectedly stumbled upon a trending search. The topic featured someone claiming to be a fugitive, stating he would release a diary of his escape on the platform. Luo Shan couldn't help but scoff from his bed. What a clown, pretending to be a wanted criminal. I could still be old 8. But just as he muttered a few words, Luo Shan suddenly sat up with a start, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. Astute as he was, he immediately sensed the commercial opportunity and potential traffic hidden within the scenario. While nobody believed him to truly be a fugitive, the crucial point was that people were willing to watch videos about such topics. Quickly, he donned a suit and sat up straight before the camera, adopting a serious demeanor. Brothers, today I came across a video. In it, this man falsely claims to be a wanted criminal for the sake of traffic. In this age, traffic reigns supreme, and creating some buzz is indeed justifiable. However, to claim oneself as a fugitive purely for the sake of views, such behavior is truly questionable. Does anyone truly care about the authority of law? As a self-proclaimed righteous commentator, he vehemently condemned such sensationalist behavior. Once the video was published, the view count skyrocketed, surpassing 10,000 within mere hours. Numerous fans left comments, supporting the blogger, declaring it the most righteous episode. I've shared it. I hope the blogger continues to spread positive energy. Luo Shan was overjoyed, promptly pinning the video to the top of his profile. Indeed, he had truly discovered a business opportunity this time, that he quickly created a secondary account, heavily engaging with the My Fugitive Life topic. However, it wasn't long before this blogger updated with another video. In this new footage, the faux fugitive astonishingly produced a weapon and tossed it onto the grass. The vast online audience was now restless. Observing the man's serious demeanor, some of the previously mocking commenters began to waver. Truly a master of hype. A flicker of disbelief appeared in Luo Shan's eyes. He certainly did not believe this person was an actual fugitive. But he had to admit the skill in generating topics and traffic. Yet, the next moment, he suddenly sensed something amiss. He glanced at the street scenery depicted in the video, his pupils widening in realization. Wait, isn't that the bank less than 200 meters from my apartment? Luo Shan, abandoning his meal, sprang from his bed. His eyes sparkled with anticipation, as if a vast fortune was rushing toward him. Without even pausing to wash up, he grabbed his phone and dashed downstairs. Simultaneously, he opened his live stream. Sean Good takes you to see the world, broadcasting live to uncover the true identity of the fugitive and resist the era dominated by traffic. Today, I will guide you in exploring the true nature of these internet celebrities. Remember, traffic is not everything. Skill is what truly matters. With that, he hurried down the stairs towards the patch of grass where Wang Can had discarded the dagger. In the meantime, his live stream, which usually had only a couple hundred viewers, surged to nearly 700 or 800 within just a few minutes. Most of the influx was drawn by the topic surrounding Wang Can. Witnessing this scene, Luo Shan maintained an impassive exterior while his heart swelled with elation. Wealth is coming. Soon, he arrived at the grassy area, only to feel a pang of disappointment upon realizing he was not the first to arrive. Dozens of people were already gathered around the patch of grass, seemingly observing something within. Thankfully, no one was live streaming to compete with him. Luo Shan breathed a sigh of relief and rushed to part the crowd. Brothers, let me show you what this so-called weapon truly is. Yet, before he could finish, his expression froze. A pitch-black dagger was being passed around among the crowd. Luo Shan could even see the unmistakable bloodstains that had not been cleaned away. There really was a dagger? Luo Shan stepped forward a few paces and addressed the young man currently holding the dagger. Young man, I am here to uncover the truth. Could you please hand me that dagger? Seeing Luo Shan holding a phone for live streaming, the young man willingly handed over the dagger. At that moment, the number of viewers in Luo Shan's live stream had already surpassed 1,000. Luo Shan adopted a serious demeanor and examined the dagger closely. Brothers, from my observations, this appears to be a compliant military dagger. Luo Shan had previously been a military enthusiast, so he possessed some knowledge about such items. Instantly, the live stream's chat exploded with comments. Is it really a dagger? Could it possibly be the murder weapon? Streamer, what about the bloodstains? Can you bring the camera closer? Luo Shan positioned the dagger prominently in front of the camera and earnestly speculated. These bloodstains likely originate from some animals, such as sheep, wild boars, or bison. It's quite simple to fabricate some bloodstains. The viewers in the live stream readily agreed. The streamer makes an excellent point. Indeed, I learned something valuable today. There are not many genuine truth-revealing bloggers like this. We should cherish them. Watching the barrage of comments flood the screen, Luo Shan felt increasingly satisfied. He confidently passed the dagger around for others present to examine. During this time, more people arrived, each taking a turn to observe before gazing at Luo Shan with admiration. One elderly man even gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "You young folks are truly clever. You figured it all out so quickly." Luo Shan hurriedly feigned humility, waving his hand. Just as he basked in this delightful reverie, a comment in the live stream suddenly caught everyone's attention. "Everyone, I am a third-year medical student today as far as I know. Human blood and animal blood are different. I just carefully examined that dagger, and if I am not mistaken, it is very likely human blood." Chapter 16. Could he really be a fugitive? Followers surpass 1,000 at that moment. Luo Shan also noticed this comment. Yet, he remained skeptical, scoffing lightly. "Come on, how could that be possible?" Before he could finish, the sound of police sirens pierced the air. Luo Shan's voice abruptly halted as he stared in shock at the police cars swiftly approaching. Why did it feel as though these officers were coming for him? Surely, I can't be arrested just for riding a wave of traffic, can I? Not one to be easily flustered. Luo Shan quickly gathered his wits. He glanced down at the dagger in his hand, a troubling thought creeping into his mind. Could it be? As Luo Shan anxiously observed, a group of officers, led by 2 female officers, swiftly approached. Luo Shui's gaze fixated on the dagger in Luo Shan's hand. Her expression darkening. She then glanced at Luo Shan, encircled by a crowd, and noticed the phone he held aloft. "Are you live streaming?" Luo Shan felt a chill run down his spine as he was scrutinized. He hastily shut down his live stream. Leaking police investigation leads is a serious offense. Luo Shui extended her gloved hand, retrieving the dagger from Luo Shan, her expression grave as she exchanged glances with Sun Xiaoqian. Sun Xiaoqian's face was equally serious as she turned to Luo Shan. "How many people have handled this dagger?" Realizing the gravity of the situation, Luo Shan stammered. I don't know. Maybe a few dozen." "A few dozen?" Sun Xiaoqian shook her head in despair. "It's completely compromised." Luo Shui sighed. "With dozens of fingerprints on it, we may not even be able to identify Wang Can even if we do find his prints. It won't be conclusive evidence." Both women's expressions turned somber, particularly regarding Sun Xiaoqian. This should be considered her first genuine encounter with Wang Can. Previously, she had merely heard of Wang Can's exploits without much thought. It is only by becoming adversaries that one can truly appreciate the complexities presented by Wang Can. His actions are clearly not solely aimed at obliterating fingerprints. Rather, he is leveraging the power of the internet to provoke the police. By doing so, he has amplified the impact of this incident to its fullest extent. At that moment, Luo Shan cautiously inquired, "Officer, this couldn't possibly be a murder weapon, could it?" Luo Shui, without hesitation, nodded in acknowledgement. After all, a wanted notice had already been issued, and Wang Can was far from being a secret. Luo Shan, however, was left in shock, his body trembling, as despite his suspicions, his eyes remained filled with disbelief. The realization that he had so brazenly left his fingerprints on the weapon of a murderer sent a wave of dread through him. The 2 women, however, were no longer preoccupied with his feelings. They waved to the officers behind them, instructing, "Seal off the scene." In no time, the crowd of onlookers was dispersed, and the site was finally secured. Nevertheless, both women understood that the most critical evidence, the murder weapon, had already been destroyed by Wang Can, leaving them with a slim chance of uncovering any useful leads. Just as the scene was brought under control, unbeknownst to them, a considerable uproar was unfolding online. Before Luo Shan closed the live stream, the scene featuring Luo Shui and others had been broadcasted without missing a single frame. The viewers, accustomed to novels and videos, quickly recognized something was amiss. Could it be? The host really is the murderer, with the police present. How could this be false? I have a friend who was there. I heard the female officer admitted herself. It's the murder weapon. Beneath this comment, a side profile photo of Luo Shui from the scene was attached. The remaining doubts dissipated entirely. Incredible, this host is a wanted criminal named Wang Can, isn't he? Quite bold. That Wang, by the way. What about that guy who said he wanted to eat a lump? I am the truth. It's him, Brother Xiang. I just freshly prepared a lump. Brother Xiang, send me your address, and I'll mail it to you. Those who had previously been the loudest in their skepticism fell silent. Retreating into the shadows, the midday sun had long passed, and by 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Wang Can's notoriety online continued to ferment, the heat surpassing 1 million views, propelling it into the top 10 of the trending list on the platform. The back-end management of Dole, in conjunction with the technical personnel from the police department, endeavored to remove Wang Can's videos and account, but to no avail. This my fugitive life seemed akin to a divine account bestowed upon the earth. Damn it! What trickery has Wang Can employed? There were no traces to uncover. The tech team was in a frenzy. Cursing in frustration, Yet little did they know that Wang Can had simply uploaded a video using his phone. Just like countless other netizens, nothing more. Wang Can glanced at the phone in his hand. His first few videos had already garnered over 1 million likes, a true sensation. However, his follower count stood at a mere few thousand. It appeared that merely a handful of viral videos was far from sufficient to amass a following. This generation of astute netizens was indeed hard to fool, without a steady stream of explosive content. Winning them over as fans would not be an easy feat. Side quest: My Fugitive Life, current account followers, 5,176. 10,000. Live broadcasts, 0. Peak viewership in live room, 0. 3,000. Rewards available, none, since this was a long-term side quest. There was no need for Wang Can to rush. With this thought, he set down his phone and lifted his gaze, focusing on the grand stone gate before him. Jincheng University below the gate. Students were coming and going, with vehicles occasionally entering and exiting. However, as it was not yet the time for afternoon classes to end, the crowd was sparse. No one would have anticipated that the city's most wanted fugitive, Wang Can, had returned to his alma mater. Although this location was undoubtedly still under police surveillance, the principle of darkness under the light often made such situations easily overlooked. Moreover, Wang Can had great confidence in his disguise. He confirmed his appearance in the phone screen before slowly approaching the school's entrance. An Sheng, welcome, the electronic voice from the facial recognition machine echoed. And the iron gate opened automatically. An Sheng was one of Wang Can's roommates. Wang Can strolled into the familiar campus at a leisurely pace, heading directly toward a specific direction, the dormitory building where he once resided. Since there were no leads, Wang Can intended to seek evidence to prove his innocence. Starting from the school most closely associated with the deceased girlfriend, Su Qing. Furthermore, there was another matter. This school held many unpleasant memories for him in his past. Wang Can was timid and cowardly, often bullied by certain individuals at school. Now, it was time for him to return and reclaim everything that was rightfully his. Chapter 17. Chen Kai. Before commencing his investigation, there were still some more pressing items Wang Can needed to retrieve. Once inside the school, Wang Can suddenly halted. Before him, at the entrance, stood a notice board. Typically, it bore announcements about school news or various awards. However, now, at the very top, there was a newly affixed notice. The glue around the edges still damp. Alert! A-class wanted criminal. Wang Can, a student of the Mechanical and Electrical Engineering Department, class of 2023, currently in his sophomore year. Students are advised to protect their personal safety while remaining vigilant. If Wang Can's whereabouts are discovered, please contact the Academic Affairs Office or dial 110. To be precise, this was a wanted poster for Wang Can. The wanted notice had only been issued earlier that morning, yet it had already been plastered on campus by the police. These officers were remarkably swift. After glancing over the notice, Wang Can averted his gaze. At this time, many students were in class, and dinner was still a while away, leaving the area relatively empty. Just a glance revealed a few scattered figures across the campus, confirming that the police had indeed stationed personnel here. Yet, in such a vast university town, this level of surveillance was evidently insufficient. The police had clearly not anticipated that Wang Can would truly return. While Wang Can pondered, those few individuals turned their gazes toward him. Maintaining an air of nonchalance, he resumed his stride, calmly heading toward the dormitory building. Soon enough, those individuals returned their attention elsewhere. Before long, Wang Can arrived at the foot of the dormitory. He resided in a 4-person dormitory. At this hour, the other 3 roommates should have been in class, absent from the dorm. However, the first and second roommates were not particularly diligent and often skipped classes. Only the fourth, and Sheng, was renowned as a top student at Jincheng University, never tardy for a single class or neglecting an assignment. This was also the reason Wang Can chose to disguise himself as Sheng. Wang Can swiftly ascended the stairs and approached the door to his dormitory, room 216. He pressed his ear against the door for a few seconds, confirming that no one was inside, before inserting the key into the lock. The dormitory was dimly lit, the lights off. Quickly, he shut the door behind him and hastened to his desk. The desk had been completely cleared, with even the mattress on the bed taken away. Most likely, the police had confiscated everything during their earlier sweep. However, Wang Can had anticipated this outcome. He gently closed the drawer and let his gaze drift toward a specific direction, the cabinet belonging to his roommate. Chen Kai. This was not the crime scene. The police had only confiscated Wang Can's belongings without touching those of the other 3 roommates. He slowly approached Chen Kai's cabinet, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Just as he prepared to take action, a sudden sound of keys jingling from outside interrupted him. Someone. Wang Can instinctively withdrew his hand, which had been halfway extended. This was not a movie, in such a brief moment. He had no time to react. Moreover, in the cramped dormitory, there was nowhere for him to hide. The door to room 216 swung open, revealing a tall figure, a man who was half a head taller than Wang Can. "In Shing, what are you doing here?" The moment the man caught sight of Wang Can's face, he visibly paused. Wang Can calmly raised his head to meet the other's gaze, remaining silent. "It's not uncommon for me to skip class. But you, the academic top dog, skipping? Now that's rare," the man remarked as he entered, plopping down onto the chair across from Wang Can. This individual was none other than the leader of their dormitory, Chen Kai. Wang Can's expression remained impassive, although a hint of coldness lingered in his eyes. Nevertheless, Chen Kai was oblivious, casually rummaging through his drawer. Inside lay a jumble of items, books, socks, bank cards, and even a few condoms. Chen Kai extracted a blue-covered book. "I was in such a hurry earlier that I forgot my assignments." After speaking, he paid no further attention to Wang Can and quickly made his way toward the door. However, just as he was about to open it, he suddenly paused. "In Shing, have you seen Wang Can today?" Wang Can remained silent, merely shaking his head. Typically, In Shing was an introverted individual who spoke little. So Chen Kai did not suspect anything. A vague, inexplicable smile crept across his face. "This little rascal isn't trying to evade paying me protection money, is he?" Chen Kai seemed to have struck upon something. A hint of disdain lacing his tone. Today, he had received word that this fool had allegedly committed murder just days prior. It was utterly incomprehensible how those police officers could entertain such notions. Could Wang Can, that feeble wretch, truly be capable of taking a life? It was laughable to the point of absurdity. With that, he returned to his desk, almost flauntingly retrieving a bank card from the drawer. The protection fee that this simpleton had paid just days ago still lay in his possession, reportedly gifted by his cousin who runs a noodle shop, amounting to a sum of 7,000 or 8,000. "I haven't even had the chance to spend it." As he spoke, a sinister grin involuntarily crept across his face. Yet, across from him, and Shing remained unmoved, his gaze fixed intently on Chen Kai's eyes. Strangely, Chen Kai felt his smile falter slightly. For reasons unknown, the usual bookworm in their dormitory now emanated a chill that made his heart skip a beat. But Chen Kai quickly regained his composure. Feeling as though his dignity had been challenged, and instinctively wished to unleash a torrent of curses. However, the moment he recalled that he was facing Sheng, he forcibly reined in his words. Sheng was not someone to be trifled with like Wang Can, though merely a bookworm. His exceptional academic performance had caught the eye of several powerful professors. He dared not offend those esteemed mentors. With that thought, Chen Kai suppressed his impulsive feelings, offering an awkward, insincere laugh before pocketing the bank card. He muttered to himself, easing the tension, that once the arts and sports gala concluded tonight, he would celebrate with Lao air. With that, he strode out of the dormitory, slamming the door behind him. Only after Chen Kai's footsteps faded entirely did Wang Can's tightly clenched hands gradually relax. His expression remained grim. In the past, he had often been bullied by both Chen Kai and Lao air. Lin E.1 could say that the majority of the spare change his cousin had painstakingly saved for him had ultimately found its way into the pockets of these two. And it certainly exceeded the meager sum of 7,000 or 8,000 that remained. Were it not for certain reservations, Wang Can would have acted long ago. "Chen Kai," Wang Can whispered silently in his heart. "Soon, I shall return the favor tenfold." Chapter 18. And Sheng. Wang Can exhaled slowly. The purpose of his visit here was to retrieve that bank card. That card had been opened under Chen Kai's name when Wang Can was coerced. It seemed that one of Chen Kai's uncles was an assistant at the police bureau, though not a high-ranking official. Yet, for someone as powerless as Wang Can, it was more than sufficient. Each month, Wang Can was compelled to transfer money into that account. Otherwise, he would remain under the oppressive thumb of Chen Kai and Lin E. Chen Kai had even threatened that should Wang Can delay the transfer by even a day, he would sleep with Su Qing. Just 2 days prior, Wang Can had dared not offend them in the slightest. But now, the situation had changed. Wang Can rifled through Chen Kai's drawer. But alas, it was filled with odds and ends, devoid of anything valuable. The bank card. That card belonging to Chen Kai was still of paramount importance to Wang Can at present. The police were certainly not fools. Their scrutiny over his bank account balance was inevitable. And any attempt to withdraw funds would entail significant risk. Only that bank card, tied to Chen Kai's name, and with a substantial balance, remained an option. In the midst of his flight, money equated to survival. Wang Can closed the drawer and rummaged through Lin Yi's cabinet as well. Unfortunately, it yielded no valuable items either, as electronic payments had long since become the norm. It seemed he would need to devise another plan. The college's arts and sports gala tonight might present a promising opportunity. Gently closing the dormitory door, Wang Can was about to head downstairs when, unexpectedly, a figure ascended slowly from below, upon spotting the individual. Wang Can, who had remained composed in the face of Chen Kai, felt his pupils constrict in surprise. The person approaching was none other than the real Sheng. How could he possibly be here at this moment? Before Wang Can could process this, Sheng's gaze had already locked onto him. The two versions of Sheng found themselves crossing paths in the dormitory corridor, the instant Sheng laid eyes on Wang Can. He appeared momentarily taken aback. "You are?" Wang Can's expression darkened slightly, his mind racing with various strategies. His palm instinctively clenched into a fist, ready to seize the opportunity if the moment arose. Yet, before he could act, Sheng merely adjusted his glasses and stated, "You are Wang Can, aren't you?" Wang Can's heart skipped a beat, and in that instant, the urge to strike surged within him. However, he forcibly suppressed it. The distance between them was substantial, with an entire flight of stairs separating them. Even in the realm of analysis, Wang Can could find no strategy that would guarantee a successful strike. Perhaps sensing Wang Can's tense demeanor, Sheng merely waved his hand dismissively. Unperturbed by Wang Can's unwavering gaze, he continued to ascend the stairs. It was as if he remained entirely oblivious to Wang Can's intentions, or perhaps he simply did not care. Wang Can's eyes remained fixed, observing Sheng approach with deliberate slowness. Soon, Sheng was within arm's reach of Wang Can. Sheng's physique was slender, almost reminiscent of Wang Can's former self. In fact, the old Wang Can appeared more robust in comparison. If Wang Can were to strike at this moment, he was confident he could succeed. Should he act? Within his pocket, Wang Can's hand tightened into a fist. As the two brushed past each other, Sheng spoke in a neutral tone, seemingly unaware of the gravity of the situation. "I have no interest in trivial matters." At that moment, Wang Can's hand suddenly relaxed. It was all too peculiar. In the realm of analysis, he could discern no hint of emotion from Sheng. Over the course of the past year of sharing a dormitory, everyone had assumed Sheng was merely a bookworm. And even Wang Can had never suspected otherwise. Yet now, a murderer stood before him, and Sheng appeared utterly unfazed, which felt profoundly unsettling. Just then, Sheng abruptly halted, casting a glance in Wang Can's direction. "Why haven't you made your move?" Wang Can's eyelids involuntarily twitched. This guy had clearly seen through him. Wang Can felt a strong instinct that Sheng was far more formidable than he had anticipated. Taking a deep breath, Wang Can's tense expression transformed into a relaxed smile. He shrugged nonchalantly. "Why should I act? You wouldn't harm me." Sheng turned around, his lifeless gaze meeting Wang Can's eyes for the first time. "You are a wanted criminal. What makes you think I won't report you?" Wang Can met Sheng's gaze without flinching, a faint smile gracing his lips. "I trust my judgment." But a fleeting glimmer of light flickered in Wang Can's eyes. For the first time, Sheng's gaze revealed a hint of intrigue. "You are not quite the Wang Can I once knew." A flicker of interest danced across Sheng's face, but it was fleeting. He soon resumed his path towards the dormitory, seemingly deeming even a wanted criminal less intriguing than a few textbooks on advanced mathematics he clutched. Merely somewhat interesting, Wang Can narrowed his eyes. This was the lowest assessment he had received since embarking on his fugitive journey. Truly an odd individual. In a moment of clarity, a thought struck Wang Can. He bit his lip and swiftly approached Sheng, patting him on the shoulder. "Is something the matter?" Sheng turned around, his expression still devoid of any emotion. "I happen to have an intriguing proposition. I wonder if you would be interested." Sheng raised an eyebrow. "Go on." Wang Can's smile widened as he proposed, "How about we engage in a unique game with the police?" Sheng's brow furrowed slightly, and for the first time, a spark of interest flickered across his otherwise impassive face. It was evident that Wang Can's suggestion piqued his curiosity. Yet, unexpectedly, Sheng ultimately shook his head. "Helping you will only bring trouble. Such a deal is not worth it." Wang Can shrugged nonchalantly. "Is your only pursuit merely transactional?" Sheng's eyelids twitched almost imperceptibly. Yet Wang Can continued unabated. "I thought you and I were of a similar ilk. What is it that you truly seek? Wealth? Power? Or perhaps academic achievement?" Sheng slowly lifted his head, his gaze imbued with an unusual intensity as he fixed his eyes on Wang Can. "Let me rephrase that. Why choose me? You are a wanted criminal. Are you so certain I will assist you?" Wang Can met Sheng's penetrating gaze, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "I cannot be entirely sure you will help me. It is entirely possible you may turn me in at a moment's notice. But I believe we are kindred spirits. Only engaging in intriguing endeavors is worth my time. Don't you agree?" Ultimately, Sheng raised his head slowly. "I can assist you, but not for the reasons you think. Rather, it is because I owe you a favor." Wang Can squinted. "What favor? I am not even aware of it myself." Chapter 19. The show begins. "Hi Tao, have you discovered any leads?" In the Jincheng Police Bureau. Haitao sat before a supercomputer, shaking his head in frustration. The sky outside had begun to darken, since discovering the weapon used by Wang Can on Baixin Street earlier that afternoon. The entire police technical team had immediately scrutinized every available surveillance camera in the vicinity. Regrettably, Wang Can proved to be exceedingly cunning, leaving them with not a single clue and making his escape long before. Just as the entire task force was engulfed in confusion, a sudden notification sound emitted from Haitao's computer. You are now following my escape journey, which has just updated its content. 1 minute ago, he has released another video. Instantly, everyone in the police department set aside their tasks and gathered behind Haitao. As the video commenced, the screen revealed a throng of people. Various light effects danced through the air, accompanied by a cacophony of sounds. In the distance, a grand stage was visible, with some individuals performing. Suddenly, the camera shook a few times before abruptly cutting to a quiet small room. Moments later, Wang Can's face reappeared on the screen. Ladies and gentlemen, I will commence my live broadcast at precisely 9:30 p.m. tonight to share the evening's gala with you. Additionally, I will be a special guest for the final act. Presenting a curtain call performance. 9:30, lock into my live stream. Everyone is welcome to tune in. The video concluded, leaving the officers in the department momentarily speechless. Was this truly an announcement of a performance? Following his earlier revelation this morning, Wang Can had once again voluntarily disclosed his whereabouts to the police. This was no longer a mere provocation. Haitao, can we ascertain the location of this gala? Without needing prompting, Haitao's fingers flew across the keyboard. The video signal appeared to have been processed, indicating it was not originating from within the country. However, by utilizing the satellite system to match the visuals from the recent video, they should soon be able to determine the filming location. Luo Xuan nodded, while behind her, Sun Xiaoqian instructed the other officers, investigate which companies or schools within Jincheng are hosting performance galas tonight. Understood. Results came swiftly. Captain Sun, within Jincheng, the only event tonight is a cultural and artistic gala at Jincheng University. Simultaneously, Haitao's computer yielded results. This venue is likely at the sports field of Jincheng University. Jincheng University. Isn't that the very school Wang Can previously attended? The three exchanged glances, each reflecting a shared shock. Wang Can had returned to school. Luo Xuan glanced at her watch. 9:01. Less than half an hour remains until Wang Can stated 9:30. Teams 1 and 2 depart immediately. The police swiftly mobilized, reaching Jincheng University in a mere matter of minutes. The premier institution in Jincheng. The annual cultural gala was the most grandiose event of the year, drawing countless students, faculty, and even many from outside the campus, including families with children. Captain Luo, initial estimates suggest over 1,000 people are already inside the stadium. Fortunately, the sports field was large enough to accommodate such crowds. Luo Xuan observed the expansive venue from outside. Concurrently, Sun Xiaoqian led another group of officers toward them. Under the night sky, numerous police vehicles with flashing blue and red lights lined the roadside, attracting the attention of many passers-by. Captain Luo, a team from Huaqing Police Department, as well as many from Team 2, have been temporarily reassigned here. The remaining personnel must remain at Huaqing Police Department. This is the best I can manage. Luo Xuan nodded. That will suffice. The entire Jincheng Police Department, along with a significant portion of Huaqing Police Department, represented the full strength of the task force. Even if Wang Can sprouted wings, today he would be subdued. Understood. Hundreds of officers gathered, their spirits lifted by the unprecedented show of force. Clearly, the overwhelming police presence instilled confidence in their mission to apprehend Wang Can. Luo Xuan took the distribution map of the stadium from Xiaozhou. The sports field had 3 entrances, and their manpower was more than adequate. Deploy 20 officers at each entrance. N01 is to leave until we have apprehended Wang Can, learning from past mistakes. They designated another 20 officers as a rapid response team to assist in case of any disturbances, while the remaining teams were to remain on standby, strictly forbidden from leaving their posts. Understood. Suddenly, Sun Xiaoqian pointed to the stadium's perimeter wall. This wall doesn't appear too high, perhaps 5 or 6 meters. If someone were to utilize ropes, an escape could be feasible. After a moment's contemplation, Luo Xuan declared, allocate another 20 officers specifically for surveillance of the perimeter. Haitao had already taken charge of the campus surveillance room, ensuring that cameras covered the entire outer wall. As soon as Wang Can makes an appearance, we can initiate the capture. Sun Xiaoqian nodded, remaining silent. With such an impenetrable defense in place, it seemed unlikely that even a mosquito could escape. The task force was not to be trifled with. Possessing ample manpower, Their preparations were formidable. Soon, all arrangements were complete, and Luoxue turned to deliver a final rallying speech. Everyone, this will be our finest opportunity. Wang Can has repeatedly challenged judicial authority. This time, we must ensure he faces justice on the spot. Yes, action. Without hesitation, Luoxue led the remaining 40 officers swiftly into the stadium. Suddenly, her phone vibrated. She glanced at her watch and immediately locked eyes with Sun Xiaoqian, understanding dawning between them. 9:30. Just in time. Luoxue and her team pulled out their phones. You are now following my escape journey, which has just gone live. Luoxue opened the live stream. Due to the earlier announcement video, many viewers seemed to have eagerly awaited the broadcast. The number of viewers surged past 1,000 and continued to climb rapidly. Let me see what unfolds. The imposter dares to go live. Few had witnessed the morning's incident with Luoshan, so most remained unaware and skeptical of Wang Can's identity. I'm near Jincheng University, and I just saw a number of police officers head that way. Some more rational viewers chimed in. Even if he isn't a wanted criminal, this still disrupts public order. Right? If there's no genuine escape today, I'll unfollow immediately. Still escaping? I saw dozens of police cars. The streamer will likely end up in custody today. The comment section was ablaze with various opinions. Soon, Wang Can's face appeared on the screen. He had donned an unusual dark blue suit and a hat resembling that of a magician. He greeted the camera with a gentlemanly bow. Ladies and gentlemen, the show is about to begin. Coming soon, the climax. Chapter 20. The performance begins 10 minutes prior. Backstage at the gala. A young woman clad in formal attire and adorned with exquisite makeup gracefully descended from the stage. Chen Kai, you're up next. Among the audience was Chen Kai, who had previously encountered Wang Can in the dormitory, his gaze fixated on the woman, imbued with a fervent intensity. Chin, don't call me that. Before he could finish, the girl interrupted, we're just friends. With that, she departed. Visibly displeased, Chen Kai, hesitant to speak, observed the silhouette of the woman walking away, her alluring figure accentuated by the fitted gown, igniting a fire within him. Lin Qin, the most renowned beauty at Jincheng University, was the object of desire for nearly every male student. Such a tease, pretending to be aloof. One day, I'll have my way with you, Chen Kai muttered to himself. Though he dared not voice these thoughts aloud, Lin Qin's family background was notoriously mysterious, and should she overhear, even his uncle in the police force could not shield him from the repercussions. Soon, only Chen Kai remained backstage. He tightened the red martial arts uniform he wore. The final act of the gala was typically the most captivating, and he had secured this opportunity through connections. Determined to capture the attention of the stunning beauty in front of an audience, just as he prepared to make his move, the lights in the room suddenly extinguished, plunging the backstage into darkness. What is going on? A power outage. While he pondered this, the door was gently pushed open by an unknown force. A figure entered, disheveled and clad in tattered white clothing, obscuring their face. What on earth? Chen Kai felt a chill run down his spine, but maintained his composure. Who the hell are you? Playing tricks? The figure, however, remained silent and slowly advanced towards Chen Kai, with long hair hanging over their face. Their features were concealed. What are you? In the darkness, Chen Kai could no longer restrain himself and swung a punch at the approaching figure, believing he could easily overpower them with his strength. Yet, just as he thought this, an incredible force surged from the delicate arm that seemed frail. In the midst of his incredulous gaze, Chen Kai, a towering figure nearing 1.90 meters, was inexplicably sent flying. A faint crack of bone echoed from his hand. Who on earth are you? The terror in Chen Kai's eyes could no longer be concealed. Such power, how could it belong to an ordinary person? The figure remained silent, slowly approaching Chen Kai. As fear gripped Chen Kai's expression, the figure gradually swept aside the hair obscuring their face. It was a visage Chen Kai recognized all too well. Su Qing. Chen Kai gasped in shock. You weren't you dead? Su Qing emitted a scream that bore no resemblance to that of a normal person. Dead. I died. I died so tragically. Chen Kai. Weren't you longing for me? I've returned to find you. Chen Kai huddled tightly in the corner. No, your death has nothing to do with me. Please, don't seek me out. Yet Su Qing slowly bent down. Wasn't it your little uncle from the police station who did it? I didn't. We didn't. Wasn't it said that Wang Can was the one who killed her? Go find him. It must have been that bastard's doing. It has nothing to do with me. Chen Kai stammered in fright. And as Su Qing raised a hand, he fainted, a puddle of liquid forming beneath him. Had he urinated? Su Qing looked on in disbelief at the scene. The plan had yet to be fulfilled. And this fellow had already fainted, so easily frightened. Of course, this was not the real Su Qing. but rather Wang Can in disguise. As the lights in the room flickered on, and Shang stepped through the door. Is it done? Wang Can shook his head. Almost. Just a little more. And Shang nodded and said no more, retreating once again. The lights dimmed once more. Wang Can seized a basin of cold water and splashed it onto Chen Kai's face. A chilling sensation jolted Chen Kai awake. Before him stood the same female ghost. What do you intend to do? Chen Kai's voice quivered, tinged with a hint of sobbing. Su Qing coldly regarded him. From now on, whatever I ask, you shall answer. Do you understand? I understand. I will certainly comply. At precisely 9:30 p.m., Luo Shui and her companions entered through the passageway. That moment, Lin Xin, adorned with a captivating smile, introduced to the audience, ladies and gentlemen, next will be the highlight of the evening. Let us welcome Chen Kai, who will present the performance Chinese martial arts exercise. Please give him a warm round of applause. A rustle of applause erupted from the audience. Typically, performances like martial arts and recitations were among the most tedious at such events. Why was the final act a martial arts routine this time? In previous years, there had been comedic skits. This gala truly seemed to decline year by year. The audience murmured among themselves, many disinterestedly lowering their heads to their phones. Just then, a well-mannered young man, donned in a splendid dark blue tuxedo and wearing a Shi Yangong mask, slowly ascended the stage. What was happening? Wasn't this supposed to be martial arts? Who was this person? He appeared frail and incapable of performing martial arts. The audience was bewildered. On the other side of the stage, Lin Xin, just having exited, widened her lively eyes, staring blankly at the scene. The final act should have been a martial arts exercise, right? She double-checked the program in her hands. This hadn't been part of the rehearsal, had it? Meanwhile, Luo Shui and her group, who had just entered the venue, immediately focused on the clothing of the man on stage. Luo Shui took out her phone and compared it to the outfit Wang Can had worn in the video earlier. It was the same piece. Moreover, in terms of physique and stature, there were striking similarities. This individual was likely Wang Can. The only difference was the mask obscuring his face, making it impossible to discern his features. Behind him, Su Tao and several police officers were poised to apprehend this suspected Wang Can, but were halted by Luo Shui and Sun Xiao, Qian joining forces. Something felt amiss. It was likely a trap. If Wang Can had actively lured the police here, he must have made ample preparations. Indeed, while this fellow appeared no different from Wang Can, the more they scrutinized, the more they sensed a problem. Everyone else, hold your positions. Xiao Shou, take 10 men and thoroughly investigate the audience. Wang Can may very well be mingling among them. Just as the police began to move cautiously, the masked man on stage suddenly spoke. Welcome, everyone. The title of this magic act is The Night of the Soul Puppets. Before the magic commenced, I would like to invite an audience member to join me as my special guest to complete this performance. What was happening? Magic? There hadn't been any mention of a magic act at this year's gala. The initially disinterested audience suddenly found their curiosity piqued. Simultaneously, the phones of Luo Shui and her companions began to vibrate. Your subscribed show My Fugitive Life has begun streaming. In less than a minute, the live stream achieved a 1,000 viewers milestone. Observing the live footage, Luo Shui and her companions were astonished to see the masked man on stage holding a mobile phone. Could this person truly be Wang Can? Meanwhile, the live chat was ablaze with comments that it's really started. What is this soul puppet night? Is the host attempting to perform as Yuan Go? Many sharp-eyed netizens soon spotted Luo Shui and her companions in the audience. Look, isn't that the police officer? Oh my, the host has really summoned the police. This is bad. He has truly become a wanted criminal. While Luo Shui's group was in a flurry of discussion, the masked Xiangyang suddenly raised his hand and began to circle among the audience, seemingly selecting a so-called lucky viewer. Ultimately, his hand slowly settled on a direction near the stage. Lin Xin, who had just descended and was still perplexed, stared blankly at the finger pointing towards her. What was this situation? Not only had a magic act inexplicably appeared, but now she was being chosen as a lucky viewer. Even if they were looking for a plant. There had been no prior rehearsal. However, as an experienced host, Lin Xin maintained her composure. A signature smile quickly spread across her face as she gracefully approached the stage, compared to the indifference met by the masked man upon his arrival. The applause this time was much louder. The most renowned beauty of Jincheng University, hailing from a wealthy family, excelling academically, and possessing numerous talents, she undoubtedly had a legion of admirers. The masked man stood beside Lin Xin with a gentlemanly demeanor. Host, we did not previously declare that we had coordinated, did we? While Lin Xin pondered, she managed a playful smile. I suppose not. Meanwhile, In the live stream, oh my goodness, Butler, within an hour. I need all the information on this woman. Crooked smile. I can't believe it. A woman like that is definitely not a plant. This generation of netizens truly has their values dictated by their appearances. The atmosphere on the scene was lifted by Lin Qin's words, eliciting a wave of laughter. Yet just as the mood began to lighten, the masked man abruptly altered his tone. Miss Lin, do you believe in the existence of puppet arts? Wang Can's sudden inquiry caused Lin Qin's smile to falter slightly. She hesitated, seemingly contemplating how to respond. No worries, you can speak your mind. Following the masked man's encouragement, Lin Qin ultimately shook her head, not really. As she spoke, her gaze pierced through the mask, catching sight of the calm, unperturbed eyes behind it. The masked man offered no further reply. Instead, he approached a table draped in red cloth. He placed his phone at one corner of the table to ensure that the viewers in the live stream could clearly see all subsequent events. He then dramatically lifted the red cloth. On the table lay 3 tattered doll-like puppets. This sight rendered the audience momentarily silent. The man first picked up one of the dolls, adorned with long hair and presumably female, and held it aloft for all to see. The doll bore a radiant smile, yet its expression appeared somewhat asymmetrical, lending it an unsettling air. What on earth? Why does this doll seem so eerie? Protect me. Oh Lord, Lin Qin observed the doll in the man's grasp, her expression tinged with confusion. After displaying it, the man slowly turned to Lin Qin. Miss Lin, may I have one of your hands? Lin Qin hesitated for a moment. The notion of physical contact with a stranger always kept her at arm's length. Yet considering she was on stage, she ultimately extended a delicate, snow-white hand. Miss Lin's hand is truly exquisite. The masked man held the doll with his gloved hand and placed it face down onto Lin Qin's palm. Then, his calm voice resonated throughout the venue. This is a special doll, Miss Lin. You are the first person to truly come into contact with this doll. From this moment on, your fate, your body, and everything about you will be bound to this doll. In other words, from now on, this doll shall be your puppet. The man's voice, devoid of any discernible emotion, sent shivers down the spines of all who listened. In the dead of night, such a display was truly terrifying. This was not mere magic, nor a display of martial prowess. It appeared to border on sorcery. Among those most affected was Lin Qin, who, despite her skepticism towards puppetry and witchcraft, felt her heart race as she listened to Wang Can's words and beheld the peculiar doll in her grasp. She mustered a forced smile. You must be joking, right? How could her body possibly be bound to these tattered dolls? Yet, the masked man did not respond directly. A strange smile flickered in his eyes beneath the mask. You will soon find out, he said, taking the doll from Lin Qin's hands. Now, please extend both your hands and clench them into fists, holding them before the audience. Lin Qin complied obediently. Wang Can then took the doll in one hand and retrieved a blue lighter from his pocket. He turned to the audience and the live stream. Ladies and gentlemen, you are about to witness true puppetry. With that, he grasped the back of the doll's head, suddenly igniting the entire palm, setting it ablaze. The vibrant flames erupted, accompanied by the startled screams of the audience. The doll's right hand was instantly charred to a crisp. Ignoring the astonishment of the crowd, Wang Can glanced at Lin Qin. Miss Lin, how do you feel right now? Lin Qin paused to reflect before responding with surprise. I feel a warmth in my right hand. The masked man took a deliberate step back. From the beginning. I have not touched your body, have I? Lin Qin nodded. Good. Now please face the audience and open your right palm. Chapter 22. The terrifying puppetry. Lin Qin slowly opened her palm, facing the audience. A wave of gasps erupted around her as she revealed her hand, which had inexplicably transformed into a charred, blackened state. How could this happen? Even Lin Qin wore a look of bewilderment, utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. However, skepticism rippled through the crowd. It's a setup. She must have hidden the charcoal in her hand. Hey, wasn't it you who believed in this female host the most? Only Lin Qin understood that she had done nothing at all. She had been completely unaware of this act prior to the event. Yet the masked man did not afford the audience time to digest their shock. He picked up the doll again and extracted the lighter once more. In full view of the astounded spectators. He ignited the doll's remaining left arm. This time, the flames burned longer and more fiercely than before. Within moments, the entire left arm of the doll was reduced to ashes. The man casually discarded the charred remnants onto the table and slowly approached Lin Qin. His masked visage leaned closer to her ear, causing her heart to race inexplicably. Are you ready? Yes, as Lin Qin nodded, He extended his unloved hand, hovering over her left hand, that I will count down from 3. And then Miss Lin will open her left palm. The thousands watching the live stream, along with the audience present, including Luo Shui and her companions, held their breath in anticipation. 3.2.1 as his words fell. Lin Qin gradually opened her palm. At that very moment, before the eyes of all, an extraordinary and somewhat eerie blue flame surged forth from her hand, illuminating the dimly lit stage with its brilliant glow. What did I ask this? Lin Qin stared in disbelief at the flames dancing on her palm. Though the spectacle was before her, her hand felt warm rather than scorching. The entire venue fell into an astonished silence. Even the previously boisterous livestream audience was momentarily muted. Then, a flurry of comments flooded the screen. What is happening? This is unbelievable. This feels like genuine sorcery. Incredible. The host is truly remarkable. Take my kneeling. The skeptics who had previously dismissed the act were suddenly silenced. Clearly, this was no simple ruse. The atmosphere in the live stream was electric, and the audience erupted into thunderous applause and fervent discussions within mere seconds. In just a few minutes, Wang Can had transformed the initial tedium into a captivating puppet world. It was utterly astonishing. How was this even possible? Even some leaders in the audience could not help but applaud. Many sought to uncover the identity of the masked performer, only to find no record of such an act in the program. How on earth did he pull this off? Behind Luo Shui, Su Tao looked on in bewilderment. His robust frame failed to grasp the intricacies of the performance. Even Luo Shui and Sun Xiaoqian felt a mix of shock and gravity at that moment. Zhou, who had been dispatched to investigate, finally returned. The vast venue had proven time-consuming to search. There were still numerous visitors from other schools, including a 5- or 6-year-old child seated next to a young man who appeared to be a student at Jinsheng University. Helping the child play a game called Honor of Kings. Luo team, it has been confirmed that Wang Can is not in the audience. Luo Shui narrowed her eyes. It seems he is indeed on stage. Should we proceed with the apprehension? Sun Xiaoqian inquired. Luo Shui fell into contemplation. Suddenly, Wang Can spoke again. Next, I will present the second puppetry for everyone. All eyes turned toward him. Meanwhile, Luo Shui resolved to take action. Picking up her walkie-talkie. Everyone, the performer on stage is likely the Wang Can we are searching for. Prepare to move in. Just then, Wang Can gestured towards a specific direction. I believe many of you have noticed that we have some unique guests in our audience. As he spoke, the lighting technician swiftly illuminated the area where Luo Shui and her team stood, preparing to act. Wait, stand down and hold your positions. Luo Shui lowered her walkie-talkie, furrowing her brow as she regarded the masked man below. The audience instinctively turned their attention to Luo Shui, their surprise evident as they recognized her police uniform. That aren't those security guards from the school. They are police officers, right? What are the police doing here? However, many had already seen Wang Can's live stream on Douyin and began to exclaim in astonishment. Look, that guy on stage seems to be a wanted criminal. A sense of chaos rippled through the venue. Wang Can reassured the crowd, there is no need to panic. The second puppetry is specifically prepared for these special friends in attendance. Su Tao and the others remained vigilant. Luo Shui locked her gaze on the masked man, feeling an uncanny, almost imperceptible smile emanating from behind the mask. Damn it. Memories of being toyed with by Wang Can flooded Luo Shui's mind. Don't be impulsive, Sun Xiaoqian urged, pressing a hand on Luo Shui's shoulder. I understand that as they exchanged glances. Wang Can slowly brought a large black wooden box onto the stage. What is this? Surely, it doesn't contain a bomb or a machine gun. It could be a wizard's prop. Did you not see those earlier tricks? They were anything but ordinary. The number of viewers in the live stream had soared past 5,000, continuing to climb rapidly. It was astounding, considering no official promotion had been made for Wang Can beforehand. In fact, the backend had been trying to shut down the live stream, forcibly disconnecting users. To achieve such viewership in a first-time broadcast was already extraordinary. Wang Can approached the table, lifting the second puppet. Ladies and gentlemen, with this second puppetry, I will truly manipulate a human being. Chapter 23, The Judgment. As Wang Can's words echoed, a stir rippled through the audience once more. Despite the previous performance's surprising nature, few were persuaded by Wang Can's audacious claim. Manipulating a human with a doll? Surely this was mere trickery. Although they could not fathom how the earlier feat had been accomplished, the notion of using a puppet to control a person was simply too far-fetched. A few officers in the audience chuckled derisively, dismissing Wang Can's theatrics on the stage. Lin Qin, who had just retreated to the back, gazed in astonishment at the enigmatic man adorned with a mask before her. Had someone suggested to her just 10 minutes prior that one could manipulate living beings through puppet arts, she would have undoubtedly dismissed such a notion. Yet, following her recent experience, an inexplicable sense of anticipation began to stir within her. Perhaps this individual truly possesses the ability to accomplish such feats. Without addressing the collective doubts and skepticism of the audience, Wang Can raised the fabric doll in his hand and mimicked the previous demonstration. Unlike before, this was a male doll, eyes closed, head tilted slightly, and devoid of expression, as if it were in a deep slumber. The scene was unsettlingly peculiar. Wang Can then pushed the enormous wooden box to the forefront of the audience and lifted the doll once more. Ladies and gentlemen, please quiet down, for what you are about to witness will be a spectacle that you shall all share. To everyone's surprise, the clamor in the venue gradually subsided following Wang Can's proclamation. Although few held any belief in his words, an inexplicable sense of expectation washed over the crowd. In the expansive auditorium, all eyes converged upon the masked figure known as Shi Yang. Under the spotlight, the individual slowly stepped sideways, aligning himself next to the wooden box. Suddenly, he released his grip on the doll, which fell straight down, only to halt mid-air as if suspended by an invisible string like a marionette. What is so impressive about that? Some whispered. He is merely concealing a string to control the doll. They had anticipated something far more extraordinary for the 5 minutes they had spent waiting. However, the murmurs of doubt had scarcely lingered when Wang Can's voice cut through the air with authority. Rise. In an instant, his hands exerted force, and the puppet ascended 1/2 meter into the air. Then, from within the colossal wooden box, a deafening explosion resonated. The lid of the box was suddenly propelled into the air, and a tall figure sprang forth from within it. What the devil? The audience gasped in shock, straining their eyes to comprehend the unfolding scene. To their astonishment, it was a man bound to a crucifix. Many students in the audience widened their eyes, and even Lin Qin, standing at the edge of the stage, covered her mouth in disbelief, for they recognized him. It was Chen Kai, a student from Jinsheng University, the very individual who was supposed to be the performer for the final act of the evening. Yet now, he appeared unconscious, his head tilted and eyes tightly shut, resembling the expression of the doll Wang Can held in his grasp, or rather that the doll was a mere reflection of Chen Kai's current state. A wave of gasps swept through the crowd. This individual has kidnapped a student from our university. The expressions of the leaders in attendance darkened, and the faces of the audience morphed from astonishment to outrage. Among the police officers, a male inspector behind Luo Shui suddenly stood up in shock. He had previously scoffed at Wang Can, yet now he was aghast. Captain Luo, the one Wang Can has abducted is my nephew. This Wang Can, having harmed one person, now sought to endanger others. The male inspector spoke with righteous indignation, painting Wang Can as a villain of the highest order. Luo Shui's expression darkened as she observed the scene. Her teeth clenched in anger. This detestable Wang Can. Could it be that he intends to use a hostage to threaten us into allowing his escape? In an instant, Wang Can transformed from a magician applauded by all into a criminal condemned by the masses. Yet, he continued unabated, proclaiming, within the art of puppetry, there exists a profound technique known as spirit communication. Human hearts are inherently tainted, and the words that escape our lips often blur the line between truth and falsehood. However, after we puppeteers employ spirit communication, individuals are compelled to utter their true thoughts. With that, Wang Can approached Chen Kai, holding the doll before him, but a sudden burst of flames erupted from beneath the box. Engulfing the entire structure, the audience erupted in screams. Unlike the flames Lin Qin had wielded earlier, this fire was a vivid crimson, fierce and intense. Paired with the crucifix, it seemingly served as a sacred judgment upon Chen Kai above. All eyes were riveted on the scene as Wang Can's voice took on an unprecedented gravity. What is your name? Immediately, a chaotic yet unified voice filled the stadium's speakers, as if an eerie, unutterable ritual were taking place. Then, silence fell over the broadcast. A voice resonated throughout the stadium. I am Chen Kai. Wang Can continued, now, confess all your transgressions. I have cheated on exams, coerced many into giving me bribes, and stolen underwear from the girls' dormitory. And what else? I have taken some girls out to dinner, then drugged their drinks, and taken advantage of them. And more? There is nothing more. In the broadcast, Chen Kai's voice seemed to struggle. Yet, Wang Can offered him no respite. And more. Chen Kai let out a wretched scream. Once, during an encounter, I wanted to spice things up, but I went too far and ended up killing her. Chen Kai's screams echoed throughout the venue. Beyond that, the stadium fell into a profound silence. The murmurs of doubt, the shouts of condemnation, vanished in an instant. All present stared in disbelief at Chen Kai amidst the raging flames. Even Luo Shui and her team, who had intended to apprehend Wang Can, wore expressions of utter incredulity. Who could have imagined that a student from the prestigious Jinqing University would commit such unspeakable acts? Others were left speechless in shock. Yet the judgment on stage continued. Having committed so many heinous acts, it is inconceivable that you could have done this all alone. Who, behind the scenes, assisted you, allowing you to remain unscathed despite your numerous crimes? Chapter 24, Transposition. At the moment Wang Can's words fell, the male inspector behind Luo Shui suddenly changed color. He hurriedly stood to interject, but it was too late. It's my uncle. He works at the police bureau. The audience erupted in uproar. All gazes instinctively turned towards Luo Shui and her companions. In that moment, they finally comprehended why the masked man had stated that he had specifically prepared this for the police officers before the magic began. Luo Shui's expression turned icy as she fixed her gaze on the male inspector who had just spoken. Captain Luo, it's not me. I swear. The male inspector attempted to explain, but Wang Can pressed on with his inquiry. Be specific. What is his name? My uncle. His name is Chen Zhong. The male inspector's face paled again. He is indeed called Chen Zhong. Yet, even in the face of Luo Shui's piercing glare, he was compelled to maintain his composure. Captain Luo, this man is a wanted criminal. How can we trust his words? Luo Shui merely regarded Chen Zhong with cold disdain, although she was unaware of the veracity of Wang Can's claims. Chen Zhong's guilty demeanor spoke volumes. Once this case concludes, I will initiate a disciplinary review against you. I hope that by then, you will not have anything to hide. With that, Luo Shui turned away. Behind her, Chen Zhong appeared deflated, like a punctured balloon. His misdeeds had gone unchecked until now, but if an investigation were to commence, how could he possibly escape scrutiny? Simultaneously, Wang Can turned to face the audience, raising the doll high above his head. Tell me, how should one atone for murder? How should blood debts be repaid? In the audience, silence reigned. The live stream once more fell into a brief stillness. How should one atone? Who doesn't he know? A life for a life, blood for blood. However, just as someone was about to voice this sentiment, Wang Can's rhetoric shifted. Ladies and gentlemen, we live in a society governed by law. The crimes committed by this individual must, of course, be handed over to our police comrades for investigation. With that, the masked man turned his gaze back to Luo Shui. And I trust, dear officer, that you will spare no effort in ensuring that justice is served. Luo Shui met the masked figure's gaze, which lay hidden beneath the mask. This marked their second exchange. Soon, a microphone was placed in her hands. Taking a deep breath, she declared, Indeed, we will not overlook anyone who has violated the law. She understood that this incident had undoubtedly garnered significant public attention and implicated her police bureau. Should they fail to respond with efficiency, swiftness, and severity, the entire society might question their integrity. Just as now, many in the audience regarded her with skepticism and wariness. Upon returning, we will immediately commence the interrogation of Chen Kai and the disciplinary review of Officer Chen Zhong. Rest assured, we will provide results swiftly. And once they are available, we will make them public. Luo Shui's words managed to alleviate some of the tense atmosphere. Wang Can erupted into laughter. Excellent. In that case, I shall place my faith in this officer. Upon uttering those words, he suddenly exerted force with both hands, and the cloth doll he held was instantly torn to shreds. In that very moment, a resounding crash emanated from the wooden crate nearby, as Chen Kai also produced a startling sound. Subsequently, the entire cross, along with Chen Kai, astonishingly exploded into a cloud of dust amidst the raging flames, all under the watchful eyes of the crowd. The scene erupted into gasps of astonishment. Luo Shui's eyes widened, and before she could intervene, she sensed something amiss. It was evident that a person had exploded, yet the anticipated splatter of blood was conspicuously absent. Instead, there were only fragments of paper floating in the air and splinters of wood strewn across the ground. This Chen Kai was a mere illusion. Reflecting upon it, it seemed that from the moment he took the stage, this Chen Kai had never truly spoken a word. All the officers stood up, incredulously staring at the masked man in the center of the stage. At that moment, the masked man suddenly smiled gently. Ladies and gentlemen, what follows will be the final puppet show of the evening. With that, he slowly removed the cheerful sheep mask from his face, revealing a handsome visage that captured everyone's attention. Luo Shui's pupils constricted abruptly. This was Wang Can. My goodness, he dares to show his face. No, This streamer bears an uncanny resemblance to the wanted criminal. Photos can be edited, videos can be altered, but this live broadcast feels undeniably genuine. Doesn't it? Do you think this blogger could actually be the wanted criminal named Wang Can? As this thought echoed, no one in the comments dared to dismiss it casually. The shocking spectacle of Wang Can's earlier actions left an indelible impression on them, so profound that even their skepticism began to waver. Meanwhile, Luo Shui felt an inexplicable twitch in her eyelids. She exchanged a glance with Sun Xiaoqian. Despite their meticulous preparations for this operation, a lingering sense of unease gnawed at their hearts. The fear of any oversight allowing Wang Can to escape once more. This feeling peaked at the moment Wang Can unveiled his identity. "No, I can't wait any longer." Luo Shui seized the intercom, commanding, "Everyone, move immediately to apprehend the suspect on stage." With her command, the crowd in the sports arena began to stir restlessly. Officers concealed within the venue swiftly rushed toward Wang Can on stage. The audience was swept into a mild panic. "Big brother, what are they doing?" As Luo Shui dashed by, the child who had been engrossed in gaming nervously clung to the older boy beside him. "Don't be afraid, little one. The police uncles and aunts are just doing their jobs, capturing the bad guys. At that moment, Wang Can lifted the final cloth doll. This doll, still grimy and worn, possessed a face devoid of any features. This doll had no face. He gazed at the officers rapidly approaching him, merely smiling faintly. "The last one, puppet swap." With those words, he tossed the doll into the air. The faceless doll spun in the air, and as it descended, it suddenly transformed into a cascade of colorful confetti. As the confetti rained down, Wang Can's figure inexplicably vanished into thin air. Only the faceless doll gently landed on the ground. Chapter 25. Capture. How could this be? All the officers who had been about to rush the stage abruptly halted in their tracks. Luo Shui was momentarily taken aback by Wang Can's sudden disappearance. Yet she quickly regained her composure, raising the intercom. "Everyone, surround the entire stage." Simultaneously, Sun Xiaoqian's voice echoed through the intercom. "There is no such thing as a puppeteer, nor is there the possibility of instantaneous disappearance. The more plausible explanation is that Wang Can is hidden in a place unseen by us." The calm and analytical words of the two women soon steadied the officers. They methodically surrounded the entire stage. Indeed, the open stage lacked any hiding spots. Thus, it was highly likely that Wang Can was concealed beneath the stage. Luo Shui and Sun Xiaoqian paid no heed to the panicking crowd, hastening up to the stage. First, they turned off the phone that was still live-streaming on the table. Then they arrived at the last spot Wang Can had occupied before vanishing. Upon careful inspection, they quickly discovered a clue. "Look, the boards here seem misaligned with the surrounding ones." Sure enough, there was a hidden passage beneath the stage. Su Tao voiced his concern. "Luo team leader, this hidden passage doesn't lead directly outside, does it?" Luo Shui and Sun Xiaoqian immediately shook their heads. "Impossible. This is a sports arena, and the stage is clearly a temporary structure. Wang Can would not have had the time or means to create a passage leading directly to the outside. In fact, he wouldn't have even had time to dig a tunnel. He merely hid beneath the stage." With that, the vigilance in Luo Shui's eyes finally relaxed. Regardless of earlier worries, she could finally set her mind at ease. Under heavy siege, this time, Wang Can was undoubtedly trapped with no chance of escape. "Su Tao, lift that board. This hidden passage must have a mechanism to open." But they didn't need to go to such lengths. How sturdy could temporary boards be? Soon, Su Tao easily pried the board from the stage. An opening just large enough for a person to fit through was revealed to everyone. Go. Without hesitation, Luo Shui and the others swiftly jumped down through the opening in succession. They were eager to apprehend the scoundrel who had toyed with them repeatedly. Before long, the dimly lit interior emerged before them. It was small, with a fainted figure lying on the floor. Upon closer inspection, it was unmistakably the real Chen Kai. Wang Can sat quietly on a tattered sofa, a faint smile adorning his face. Observing the array of officers before him, Wang Can exhibited no panic. He simply lounged with his legs crossed, as if he had been waiting for Luo Shui and the others for a long time. "I've been waiting for you all." Luo Shui fixed her gaze on Wang Can. To be honest, having seen his photo numerous times, this was her first opportunity to scrutinize this nefarious villain up close. "Wang Can, you are under arrest." Wang Can did not resist. Instead, he calmly raised his hands in surrender. "You officers have truly ensnared me in your meticulous web. Very well, I concede. I want to run. Just cuff me." Su Tao produced a pair of handcuffs, quickly securing them around Wang Can's wrists. Wang Can's compliance eased the tension among the officers. "Why do I feel like something's amiss?" Sun Shaoqian suddenly asked in a hushed tone. In truth, Luo Shui felt a similar unease, yet reflecting on the thoroughness of this operation, she felt it was entirely reasonable. With hundreds of officers inside and outside the venue solely to capture one fugitive, even if Luo Shui had come alone, escape would have been implausible, right? There's nothing odd about it. We're deploying 2 police teams simultaneously. If we still can't catch him, it would indeed be a laughingstock. Sun Shaoqian nodded in agreement. Soon, Wang Can was escorted out of the basement by the officers. This scene was witnessed by all the spectators remaining on site. Wow, they really caught him. The puppeteer was hiding beneath the stage. It looks like this guy is indeed the fugitive. You wouldn't believe it. The entire entrance and exit of the sports arena have been sealed by the police. It hasn't been lifted yet. Although the live stream had been shut down, the news of Wang Can's arrest quickly spread online. Various clips and videos were shared wildly. Do you think Wang Can could possibly escape this time? Stop laughing upstairs. You're killing me. Do you really think the police are just sitting idle? The man is already in the police car, surrounded by hundreds of officers and dozens of police vehicles. If he manages to escape, I'll eat a pile of. Hey, that phrase sounds familiar. Weren't you the one who said a pile before? You still haven't eaten that. At that moment, Wang Can was already being escorted into the police car, surrounded by a heavy police presence. Behind him sat another individual, also handcuffed, casting a resentful glance at Wang Can that was none other than Chen Kai, who had been exposed by Wang Can's revelations, and tonight's biggest loser, along with his uncle Chen Zhong. Notify the comrades still on site. It's time to wrap up. Everyone has worked hard these past few days. And now we can finally get a good night's sleep. In the darkness, Luo Shui finalized the last of the arrangements before boarding the police car. This vehicle was being driven by Sun Shaoqian, with Su Tao and Luo Shui flanking the handcuffed Wang Can in the middle of the back seat. Surrounding them were a dozen police cars escorting them, encircling Wang Can in a protective formation, likely affording him more treatment than even the mayor would receive. Wang Can glanced around at the surrounding officers, then smiled playfully. Officers, is this really necessary? I feel like I'm on my way to become the provincial chairman. Seeing Wang Can still maintaining his playful demeanor, Luo Shui scoffed. Wang Can, don't even think about pulling any tricks. You won't escape. Despite her words, Luo Shui remained vigilant, closely monitoring Wang Can's every move. Soon, all they had to do was transport Wang Can back to the police station and lock him up, and everything would finally come to an end. Meanwhile, Sun Shaoqian in the front seat also cast a glance back at Wang Can. This marks the first encounter between her and Wang Can, yet she cannot help but feel astonished by this individual's astute intellect and the astonishingly meticulous yet audacious actions. Were it not for the establishment of a special task force that consolidated the law enforcement resources of 2 cities, capturing Wang Can would be far from easy, relying solely on either her or Luo Shui alone. Wang Can, however, remains utterly unfazed, reclining casually in his chair, and states, "Officer, I would like to use the restroom." Luo Shui cannot help but scoff coldly. Don't try any tricks. Once we reach the prison, there will be ample time for you to relieve yourself. Yet, in the next moment, Wang Can innocently widens his eyes, exclaiming, "Prison? Why would I need to go to prison?" Luo Shui retorts with a cold snort. You are well aware of the multitude of crimes you have committed. Listening to Luo Shui's resolute and icy proclamation, for some inexplicable reason, a subtle, intriguing smile gradually creeps onto Wang Can's lips. Officer Luo, how about we make a wager? Luo Shui's brow furrows involuntarily. What are you up to? Despite not wearing glasses, Wang Can mimics the gesture of pushing imaginary spectacles up his nose and innocently inquires. I say, if I am not released by tonight, you will personally escort me out of the police station. Do you believe that? Chapter 26. The True Art of Substitution in the Sports Arena, amidst the throngs of departing individuals. Children sit excitedly in their seats. Beside them is the young man who had been engrossed in gaming earlier. Big brother, you are truly amazing at Honor of Kings. Can you teach me? Practice makes perfect. Big brother, do you have any strong heroes to recommend? Yuan Gu. This hero is quite good. Big brother, what is your name? I am Inshang. However, I actually have another name. The young boy, intrigued, asks, why do you have 2 names? The young man gazes at the departing crowd, slowly standing up with a grin. Because neither of us truly knows which one is the real me. The young boy, still somewhat puzzled, presses on. Then, big brother, what is your other name? I am called Wang Can. After speaking, the young man melds into the crowd, gradually exiting the sports arena. In the police car, Su Tao, upon hearing Wang Can's words, cannot help but respond with a bitter laugh. Wang Can, still clinging to bravado even as your fate approaches. I truly cannot fathom where your confidence stems from. If you manage to leave the police station unscathed tonight, I, Su Tao, will take your surname. Before he can finish, Wang Can again pushes his non-existent glasses and innocently asks, "Who told you that my name is Wang Can? I have never claimed that I am Wang Can, have I?" Luo Shue's expression shifts, staring intently at Wang Can, her face gradually growing solemn. Yet, Su Tao remains dismissive, still trying to wriggle out of it. "You have already." Before he can complete his sentence, Luo Shue suddenly seems to discover something. With a swift motion, she tears off a human skin mask from Wang Can's face. Beneath the mask lies a countenance unfamiliar to all present. The driver, Sun Xiaoqian, hits the brakes abruptly. "Who are you?" Su Tao's face registers disbelief. While Luo Shue grits her teeth in anger, "You realize that this constitutes aiding and abetting a crime? We can consider you an accomplice to Wang Can and arrest you." Yet, the man simply gazes calmly at Luo Shue's furious demeanor. "First, my name isn't Sheng. Second, throughout this entire ordeal, I have never claimed to be Wang Can. It is merely your subjective assumption that I am that fugitive." Luo Shue, repeatedly toyed with, feels her face turn a shade of ashen. "You all jointly assaulted Chen Kai while deliberately wearing a mask resembling Wang Can." "Apologies, officer, but I must interrupt you. Chen Kai was injured solely by Wang Can. As for that mask, it was forced upon me by that murderer. As an ordinary citizen, how could I dare oppose such a person? I am also a victim here. What do you think?" And Xing's expression remains innocent. Luo Shui is momentarily taken aback by Xing's calm words. "Forced? With that innocent look of yours, you claim to have been coerced. The group is momentarily rendered speechless by their indignation. However, just as this individual asserted, they truly lack the means to convict him. Throughout the incident, he appears to be involved, yet he emerges completely unscathed. Sheng maintains a facade of innocence, albeit with a hint of grievance, though his eyes seem to harbor a subtle, elusive smile. That confidence, that feeling of having everything under control, only serves to intensify Luo Shue's fury. It feels as though someone is pulling the strings above her, yet she cannot grasp hold of him. Quickly, turn around and head back to the sports arena. However, before the police cars can travel far, suddenly, everyone's phones vibrate simultaneously. Your followed account My Life on the Run is now live. The screen reveals a small restaurant. Soon, several students recognize it as a famous dumpling shop near Jincheng University, often open until the early hours of the morning. In a flash, Wang Can's face appears on the live stream. "Hello everyone. Long time no see." Wang Can cheerfully burps, then pans the camera to reveal 2 steaming plates of dumplings on his table. This seemingly mundane action ignites an explosion of comments in the chat. "What the hell? Am I seeing things? The streamer is live again. I saw it with my own eyes. Wasn't the streamer taken away by the police? Unbelievably awesome. I must shower the streamer with gifts." Instantly, various comments and gifts flood the screen. The viewer count in the live stream skyrockets to over 10,000 within mere minutes. "Thank you all for your support. My bank card is maxed out. So please refrain from sending gifts, as they won't reach me. Just follow my account and help spread the word, and I appreciate each and every one of you." With Wang Can's prompt, the stream's popularity surges once more. Alright everyone, it's time to sign off. The final act of tonight's puppet show, Substitution, has officially concluded. As he speaks, Wang Can chuckles. "I am doing well, so you need not worry. Stay tuned to this account. I will bring you many exciting live streams. Tomorrow at an unspecified time. Let's not miss each other. Goodbye." With that, the live stream ends. Damn it. In the police car, Luo Shui can no longer contain her anger and hurls her phone. Yet, what infuriates her even more comes next. "Officer, may I take my leave?" And Xing inquires at a most opportune moment. "I believe the accommodations at the police station cannot compare to my dormitory. I do not wish to spend the night there." Luo Shui glares fiercely at the small-statured man, who appears fragile. If looks could kill, and Xing would have perished hundreds of times. "Get out of the car immediately." Ultimately, it is Sun Xiaoqian who cannot help but urge Xing to exit. If this individual remains any longer, with Luo Shue's volatile temperament, she might truly resort to breaking the law. Su Tao, standing nearby, reluctantly opens the car door, appearing as though he is Sheng's butler. As Xing meets the gaze of the burly man before him, he nonchalantly glances and quips, "What, do you expect a tip?" "You." Su Tao's eyes widen. He is a police officer, yet this man treats him like a mere servant. Finally, under the scrutiny of hundreds of officers, Sheng calmly steps out of the car, disappearing into the darkness, out of sight. Regroup, everyone at Jincheng Police Station. Luo Shui remains silent, leaving Sun Xiaoqian to direct the others. Exiting the dumpling shop, Wang Can dons a mask and hat, hailing a taxi. At that moment, his phone rings. Glancing at the caller ID, Wang Can answers the call. "How is it?" And Sheng's calm voice comes through on the other end. "The police have left, and I have been released." Wang Can nods, showing no surprise. "This had been anticipated. Then can you now tell me what you meant when you said you owed me a favor?" Chapter 27. Checking in at Jinqing International Hotel. On the other end of the line, and Sheng's voice hesitates slightly. "I cannot. However, if the opportunity arises in the future, you will come to know." Another enigma? Though somewhat dissatisfied, Wang Can refrains from pressing further. "After this incident, your favor is repaid. Next time, I may not intervene." Perhaps, which implies there might still be a chance. Their conversation concludes, devoid of any superfluous pleasantries or scheming. They both understand that in each other's eyes, playing mind games holds no significance. Wang Can slowly lowers his phone, swiftly navigating through the night. Soon, he stands before an extraordinarily luxurious high-rise hotel. Jinqing International Hotel, arguably the largest hotel in the entire city. In his hand, he carries an opaque plastic bag containing nearly 10,000 yuan, the entirety of Chun Kai's funds withdrawn from the ATM. Approaching the front desk, he states, "I would like a presidential suite." "Please." Upon hearing this, the receptionist's eyes visibly brightened. "A big spender has arrived." "Certainly, sir. May I please see your identification?" Wang Can offered a faint smile, apologizing. "I'm sorry, I forgot to bring it, but on my end," before the young lady could decline. Wang Can unexpectedly produced a thick stack of crimson bills from his bag. "Please help me book a room using your ID." The receptionist instinctively swallowed hard at the sight of the large denominations in Wang Can's hands. "I am afraid this constitutes a violation of regulations." Wang Can presented another wad of cash. "We have all undergone professional training and absolutely cannot." Yet another stack of bills. It was yet another stack. "Here is your room card. You are on the 38th floor, and to the left is your exclusive VIP elevator." Wang Can took the room card and entered the opulent elevator, watching his departing figure. The receptionist remained unsettled for a long while. Another female colleague, who had witnessed the astonishing scene, couldn't help but approach. "You truly are incorruptible, aren't you? If it were me, I would have accepted after the second offer." "I can't believe you actually turned him down." The young lady tucked away the thick bundle of cash with a resigned expression. "It's not that I refused. I was simply too shocked to speak." On the 38th floor, Wang Can unlocked the only suite on that entire floor. What defines a presidential suite? It is, of course, the epitome of luxury. This single room spans a generous 100 square meters. From the bedroom and bathroom to the entertainment area with a mahjong table and a massive bathing pool, the walls are composed of grand floor-to-ceiling windows that offer a breathtaking view over the entire city of Jinqing, showcasing the mesmerizing nightscape. Who would have imagined that a wanted criminal, pursued throughout the city, would reside in such a high-end, prestigious hotel suite? Wang Can first indulged in a warm soak in the expansive heated swimming pool. Afterwards, wrapped in a towel, he casually poured a bottle of red wine and settled onto a specially designed luxurious sofa chair, which measured 10 square meters, enjoying the night view of Jinqing. Yet, such splendid scenery surely deserves an audience. Draped in a towel with intricate cutouts, Wang Can raised his phone to capture a stunning selfie with his wine glass and the enormous plush bed behind him. He then posted it on his Dole account. In stark contrast to Wang Can's surroundings, the atmosphere within the Jinqiang Police Department was tense and frigid. It was past midnight, yet the precinct remained brightly lit. Luo Shui, Hai Tao, Sun Xiaoqian, and even Director Huang were gathered in the conference room. Director Huang glanced at Luo Shui and sighed. It was the first time he had seen this decisive woman appear so composed. "Everyone, please share your thoughts." It was Sun Xiaoqian, seated in the second position, who spoke first. "I believe that although we did not capture Wang Can this time, we have still gathered valuable information." Her words gradually lifted the spirits of the somewhat dejected group. "The area of Jinqing is relatively small. We have sealed off all external exits and major thoroughfares. Therefore, Wang Can cannot possibly escape the city. Moreover, based on his previous behavioral patterns, he is likely hiding in the old district, where surveillance is sparse." Just as Sun Xiaoqian was about to elaborate further, she was interrupted by a voice. "I'm afraid that approach won't yield significant results." It was Luo Shui who spoke. "Logically speaking, a fugitive would either hide in the less monitored old district or in seemingly concealed alleys, or even in dark, obscure places like sewers and pipelines. However, this is Wang Can. We have let him slip through our fingers time and again. Why? because we have always measured him by the standards of an ordinary person. Ignoring the puzzled glances of her colleagues, Luo Shui directed her gaze at Sun Xiaoqian. Have you ever attempted to sketch Wang Can's criminal psychological profile? A psychological profile of his crimes? Luo Shui nodded solemnly. I was just trying to reconstruct Wang Can's psychological profile. From the information we have gathered, this individual is exceedingly calm and possesses a high IQ. He has mastered various skills including disguise and racing, along with a strong awareness of counter-surveillance. What do you think such a person's flaws might be? The officers exchanged bewildered glances, all appearing perplexed. Only Sun Xiaoqian seemed to have an inkling. It appears that there may be no apparent weaknesses. Luo Shui continued, however. I believe that such a person is bound to be excessively arrogant. He is confident, even overconfident. He believes that even in the busiest, most scrutinized places, we still cannot capture him. Furthermore, he would never allow himself to live in those rundown areas, like a rat scurrying in the shadows. He would never stoop to that level. As Luo Shui's resolute statement resonated, the previously confused expressions began to widen in realization. Sun Xiaoqian's eyes sparked with newfound determination. So, your idea is to search every hotel within the Jinxing area that charges over 200 yuan per night, prioritizing those with higher rates. Be mindful, as Wang Can may have mastered disguise techniques. Thus we cannot rely solely on surveillance footage. We need 2 officers to personally lead teams to each hotel for evidence collection. Understood. Following Luo Shui's meticulous analysis, the officers regained their fervor, with a renewed sense of purpose igniting in their eyes. They are law enforcement officers, the crucial line of defense standing before the people. At that moment, Haitao suddenly interjected. Look at this. He opened Dole, revealing Wang Can's account. All the officers hurriedly gathered around the computer. This time, Wang Can did not post a video but shared a series of images, comprising 2 photographs. The first image showcased an enormous indoor swimming pool, with Wang Can reclining at the pool's edge, exposing his muscular torso and physique. After a systematic enhancement of his physique, Wang Can's body had transformed remarkably. His physique and complexion were nearly perfect, far surpassing fitness trainers and Korean stars by several streets. The second photograph depicted Wang Can draped in a bathrobe, with a towel around his neck, holding a glass of red wine, reclining on an endless expanse of pristine white bedding. This scene resembled a slice of paradise. If it weren't happening in reality, who would believe this was a wanted criminal who had just hours ago been surrounded by police? The images garnered over 100,000 likes within mere minutes, rapidly escalating at an alarming rate. The comment section erupted with unprecedented enthusiasm. Oh my goodness! In just a few hours, has he flown to Dubai to stay in the Burj Al Arab? Is being a fugitive the ticket to a life of luxury? Dude upstairs, I suggest you give it a try. This batch of netizens seems to have more good people. Apologies, Wang Erbo, but I hereby declare that Wang Can is now my new idol. No, he shouldn't be called Wang Can anymore. He should be called Wang Shen. Wang Shen, please accept my admiration, Wang Shen. Please accept me as your chief disciple, Wang Shen. Please accept the monkeys I just birthed for you. As the officers observed the myriad praises for Wang Can online, their expressions darkened. They all glanced at Luo Shui. Their captain, known for her pride, would surely be furious at such blatant provocation from Wang Can. Right? Yet, in reality, Luo Shui remained expressionless. After watching the video, she slowly rose. With everyone's gaze upon her, Luo Shui remained silent for a long moment before finally stating, "Have we not faced provocation before?" Wang Can's video merely reinforced our earlier speculations, confirming that we were absolutely on the right track, and no matter what others say. Once we capture Wang Can, all remarks will vanish. She said nothing more. Returning to her seat to resume her work, the officers exchanged glances, realizing that their captain seemed to have transformed since Wang Can's appearance. No, it was not just her. The entire Jincheng Police Department had changed in just a few days. At the Jincheng International Hotel, on the 38th floor, Wang Can sank into the soft bed while scrolling through his phone that he marveled at the comments and the skyrocketing follower count on his account. Even with Wang Can's composure, a smile crept onto his lips. Side quest, my life on the run. Current follower count, 56,071. 10,000. Live broadcasts, 2. Highest concurrent viewers, 8036. 3,000. In just one night, Wang Can's dual follower count surged from 5,000 to 50,000, a tenfold increase. Moreover, this number continued to escalate dramatically. It is noteworthy that this was achieved even under official suppression. Otherwise, the figures would likely be even more staggering. Ding, a reward awaits your collection and has been deposited into your preparation backpack. Wang Can's eyes brightened, and without hesitation, he claimed it. Ding, congratulations, host. You have automatically acquired the divine-level mechanical modification skill. Possessing a unique manufacturing and modification capability, you can create any existing machinery in the world at will. The modification of machinery, as a torrent of information flooded into his mind. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Wang Can's eyes. This is intriguing. Initially contemplating his escape plan, inspiration had now struck. Your live streaming room has been upgraded, and the task objectives have been automatically updated. Side quest, My Escape Journey, current account followers, 57,891 100,000, number of streams, 2 peak viewership, 80 36 25,000. The second target requires an astounding 100,000 followers. Although it seems daunting, it is not insurmountable. One more escape live stream should suffice. Wang Can paid it no further mind and began searching online for machinery factories near Jincheng. Soon, his gaze settled on a company named Jinghua Machinery. This was the largest machinery factory within Jincheng. Renowned even on a national scale, a nationwide chain with extensive operations, it boasted a plethora of parts, facilities, and tools, everything one could possibly imagine. Before long, Wang Can located the company's phone number on their homepage. Hello, who is this? It's late at night. Are you being bothersome? A gruff voice emanated from the other end of the line. Wang Can sat before the enormous glass floor-to-ceiling window, gazing towards a direction in Jincheng. There lay the brightly lit Jincheng Public Security Bureau. Who would have guessed that at this moment, Wang Can was merely 3 or 4 kilometers away from the police station? I wish to order a batch of equipment. Can it be ready by 8 a.m. tomorrow? The man grew increasingly impatient. What time do you think it is? We closed long ago. If you truly wish to purchase machinery, come to the factory during the day. Before he could finish, Wang Can interjected, I will pay 3 times the market price. Deliver it to the presidential suite on the 38th floor of the Jincheng International Hotel by 8 a.m. What do you think? After hanging up the phone, Wang Can toyed with the bank card in his hand. All the money had been withdrawn. The police had seized Chen Kai and Chen Zhong. And they would undoubtedly soon discover the existence of this card. At that point, it would become useless. He casually tossed the bank card into the trash bin. Wang Can settled into the large sofa chair and began to ponder quietly. Over the past couple of days, he appeared to be merely fleeing. Yet in reality, he had thoroughly explored all locations related to his case, as well as the tasks at hand. However, the yield remained minimal. The truth surrounding his girlfriend's death continued to elude him. That if he wished to uncover more pertinent clues, he could only. Wang Can rose to his feet and seated himself before a computer in the suite. Opening the Baidu search browser, he typed in Jincheng Public Security Bureau, Building Distribution Map, Chapter 29, Citywide Search, Discovering Traces. The following morning, as dawn barely broke, the streets of Jincheng resonated with the blaring of police sirens. On this morning, a significant deployment of police forces spread throughout the city, commencing an intense citywide manhunt. This scene startled many elderly residents out for their morning exercises, muttering in confusion. They had lived in this city for over a decade and had seldom witnessed such a large-scale citywide manhunt. All of this was merely for an A-level wanted criminal, rumored to be a ruthless individual with a murder charge, Jincheng International Hotel, 38th floor, at some point. Wang Can had risen from his bed and was now standing by the vast transparent window. Draped in a voluminous black down jacket, surveying the happenings in Jincheng. Beside him lay a large cardboard box. As the year drew to a close, the temperature in Jincheng had plummeted considerably. To rise so early to capture me is quite a feat for these officers. Through the glass, he could see several police cars parked at the entrance of the Jincheng International Hotel. How resilient they are. Wang Can had anticipated that following last night's events, the officers would be disheartened. Yet their response had been swifter than he expected, and their investigative direction was remarkably accurate. Having already arrived at the building where Wang Can was hiding, it seemed he needed to prepare early. His gaze returned to the hotel interior, where he noticed the box filled with various machinery, parts, and an array of intricate processing tools. On the first-floor reception area of Jincheng International Hotel, nearly 10 police cars were stationed at the entrance. With Luo Shui being the first to alight from one, this police team numbered around 20, personally led by Luo Xu. As the city's most prestigious hotel, it undoubtedly represented the primary target of this police search. Hello, I am an officer. After presenting her police credentials, Luo Shui swiftly inquired, since last night, Have any suspicious individuals appeared here? Suspicious individuals? The two receptionists exchanged glances before shaking their heads. The two receptionists who attended to Wang Can last night had already changed shifts, and the current staff had no knowledge of the previous events. Luo Shui nodded, choosing not to press further. Please provide me with a copy of your guest registration list, hotel surveillance footage, and employee identification information. Certainly, please hold on. The receptionist quickly dialed a few numbers and spoke briefly. Within minutes, a USB drive was delivered from upstairs, containing all the requested information. The police team did not rush to leave, but instead set up a computer on site. Opening the surveillance and the two information files. Wait, make sure to send a copy of this information to the technical team as well, Luo Shui instructed Xiao Zhou, who was about to begin the investigation. Understood. After sending the information from the USB drive to the technical team, Xiao Zhou swiftly began cross-referencing the identities on the registration list. The other officers stood guard at the entrance, allowing no one to exit. Before long, the computer displayed the results. Luo team, no information regarding Wang Can has been found. Luo Shui nodded, ordering the team to regroup while picking up her walkie-talkie. At the Jinqing International Hotel, no information related to Wang Can has been discovered. How are things on your end? The citywide manhunt operation was divided into 3 teams, led by Su Tao and Sun Xiaoqian respectively. Soon, the voices of the two came through the walkie-talkie. EC Hotel. Nothing found. Jinqing Hotel. No discoveries either. Luo Shui set down the walkie-talkie without losing heart. After all, a citywide manhunt was a monumental task that required time. It could not be rushed. All the officers boarded their vehicles, ready to head to the next hotel, when suddenly, Luo Shui's phone vibrated. She picked it up to see it was a call from the technical team. Luo team. Upon answering, Hai Tao's voice came through. Somewhat agitated. The information you just sent me, the guest list and employee information from Jinqing International Hotel, was it accurate? Yes. Why? There seems to be some discrepancies with these two lists. Luo Shui's movements froze. What do you mean? I just cross-verified the guest information and employee data and discovered that there is actually a matching name. In other words, an employee had booked a room under their own identity at this hotel. Luo Shui was taken aback. Hai Tao continued. Moreover, it is the highest specification presidential suite. At this point, the implications were clear. Why would a mere receptionist book a room at the hotel where they worked? Additionally, how could they possibly afford the city's most luxurious presidential suite? Furthermore, we just reviewed the surveillance footage and identified the individual who booked the presidential suite last night. This person is highly suspicious. Although their appearance does not match Wang Can's, their build is quite similar. Moreover, that individual was holding a bag of cash, which likely contained the funds from Chen Kai's bank card. With this information, the identity of the person in the presidential suite was almost certain. As for their appearance, everyone knew that Wang Can was skilled in disguise. Physical appearance, therefore, could not serve as definitive proof. In an instant, Luo Shui dashed out of the car, racing back into the hotel. Simultaneously, she swiftly raised her walkie-talkie. Wait, I have discovered a potential trace of Wang Can at the Jinqing Hotel. My team alone may not suffice. Requesting backup, the walkie-talkie soon crackled with responses from the other two teams. Everyone, block every exit of the hotel, and do not let anyone leave. Understood. The entire hotel building was instantly sealed tight. Su Tao and Sun Xiaoqian acted swiftly as well. Within 10 minutes, they converged at the foot of the Jinqing International Hotel with the remaining police forces. Let us go. Most of the police forces remained downstairs. Climbing to the 38th floor seemed unrealistic. So they had no choice but to select an elite team of 10, including Luo Shui, Sun Xiaoqian, and Su Tao, to take the elevator to the 38th floor. Almost simultaneously, the entire technical team of the police department frowned at the computer screen. Displayed before them was the latest post from the dual platform account titled My Escapade. The visuals were shrouded in darkness, devoid of any discernible content, save for 2 lines of text. When the bells heralding the end of the century toll, white wings shall cleave the vast sky. The live broadcast is about to commence. Everyone, stay tuned. Chapter 30, White Wings, a tribute to the classics. Ding, the elevator doors slowly opened, revealing the tallest building in Jinqing to all onlookers. At that moment, Luo Shui received a text alert from the chief, Hai Tao. Everyone stared at Wang Can's latest dual post, momentarily perplexed. The tolling of the century's end? White wings. What on earth did this mean? What scheme was Wang Can concocting? A group of officers exchanged glances until a younger-looking officer hesitantly spoke up. This phrase seems reminiscent of a line adapted from a popular foreign anime. Let's not concern ourselves with its meaning for now. Luo Shui tucked her phone away, surveying her surroundings. The 38th floor was rather modest, with only a grand and seemingly expensive door at its far end. This must be the presidential suite occupied by Wang Can. Taking a deep breath, Luo Shui felt a sense of déjà vu, another hotel. The familiar setting involuntarily reminded her of the time they were toyed with by Wang Can at the Caesar Grand Hotel. Su Tao angrily touched the still-healing wound on his head, a remnant of that encounter. Courtesy of Wang Can let us go, the group no longer hesitated. With the assistance of a waiter, Su Tao pushed open the door to the presidential suite. Inside, they found it completely empty, merely an opulent suite devoid of inhabitants. Luo Shui turned to the waiter for confirmation. Have you seen the occupant leave today? The waiter pondered briefly before shaking his head. Not that I recall. Generally, we keep a close watch on guests in the presidential suite. Just then, Sun Xiaoqian approached the table. Noticing a glass that still emitted faint wisps of steam. It seemed someone had not departed long ago. Captain. Suddenly, a gasp echoed from the suite's living room. The group hurried over to find a large, sealed wooden box positioned in the center of the room, emitting a familiar beeping sound. A bomb. This tactic again. Luo Shui furrowed her brow. However, this time, she remained composed. Having learned from her previous experience, she had brought along the bomb disposal expert from the police force. Come take a look. Two officers clad in bomb disposal suits approached the wooden box. While the others retreated to the suite's interior, soon, a voice rang out. Luo, it's been dealt with. Inside the box is merely this little gadget. One of the bomb disposal experts handed her a palm-sized clock-like device. This is, glancing at the clock in her hand, Luo Shui involuntarily recalled the first half of Wang Can's earlier duel post. Could this be what he referred to as the tolling of the century's end? Sun Xiaoqian joined her. Such theatrics. Su Tao scoffed. By the way, Luo, there's also a note inside the box that we haven't examined. The bomb disposal expert continued, explaining that they were specialized in handling explosives and not particularly skilled in detective work. Hence their limited involvement. Thank you. The group approached the wooden box, discovering indeed a small note within. They picked it up, revealing a crookedly written line. Dear officers, see you on the rooftop. Remember to bring along the clock I gifted you. What on earth was this guy planning on the rooftop? Confusion painted their faces. Wasn't he that a path to certain doom? Did Wang Can truly believe he could escape with that bomb in hand? After a moment of contemplation, Luo Shui cautiously summoned the nearby bomb disposal expert. Have you checked whether this clock poses any issues? The expert replied. I can only say it's not a bomb. As for anything else, we cannot ascertain. Although the response was not entirely reassuring. Luo Shui felt a wave of relief wash over her. It seemed this object posed no threat to them. What, then, was Wang Can's escape plan? The group remained baffled. Let us head upstairs. How do we access the rooftop? The nearby waiter quickly responded. There's no elevator to the rooftop. You'll need to take the stairs over there. In short order, guided by the waiter, they ascended the stairs, reaching the hotel's pinnacle. The winter chill in Jinqing had set in, and the high altitude brought with it howling winds. All the officers tightened their coats, and upon stepping onto the rooftop, they beheld a solitary figure standing at the edge, shrouded in a massive down jacket. Who goes there? Luo Shui's heart raced. The figure turned slowly, revealing none other than Wang Can. Don't move, Wang Can. Raise your hands. Upon sighting Wang Can, the officers' expressions turned grave. A few instinctively reached for their firearms. Yet, Wang Can merely smiled disarmingly. There's no need for haste. Everyone, strictly speaking, this is our second meeting. To resort to violence would be rather unbecoming. The leading officer, Luo Shui, scrutinized Wang Can's calm demeanor, her expression darkening instinctively. Yes, it was this seemingly harmless facade that reignited the earlier feelings of being toyed with. Wang Can, surrender. You are surrounded. There is no escape. Sun Xiaoqian stepped forward, her voice icy. Wang Can made a gesture for silence. The officers exchanged puzzled glances. Wang Can, if you refuse to surrender, we will be forced to open fire. Luo Shui's eyes remained fixed on Wang Can as she slowly gripped her firearm. Wang Can, however, remained silent, appearing to await something. What a charade! Su Tao could no longer contain himself and began to stride toward Wang Can. Ding ding ding. Suddenly, something in Luo Shui's pocket began to ring. This stopped the clock from earlier. At that moment, Wang Can suddenly grinned widely. At last, the toll of the century's end. With that, he raised his arms and shed his down jacket. Behind him, a compact, intricately designed White gliding wing instantly unfolded before everyone's eyes. What on earth was this? The officers gaped in shock, momentarily forgetting to draw their weapons. Wang Can's face radiated with a brilliant smile when the bells heralding the end of the century toll. White wings shall cleave the vast sky. Farewell, everyone. With that, he leapt off the 100-meter-high building. Chapter 31. Gang Warfare. Stop him. Luo Shui was the first to react, attempting to dash forward to seize Wang Can. But it was too late. Wang Can plummeted from the rooftop, soaring through the air with the white gliding wings, tracing a perfect arc toward the distant sky. Was this the white wings cleaving the sky? All eyes fixated on Wang Can, who gradually became a mere speck against the horizon, ultimately vanishing from sight. Captain, should we pursue? Pursue? How can we chase after him now that he has already disappeared? Luo Shui retorted, exasperated. Let us regroup and discuss it back at the station. However, before anyone could act, Luo Shui's phone rang once again. Pulling out her phone, she noticed it was an unfamiliar number. Upon answering, the voice that had haunted her dreams and stirred her frustrations echoed through the line. Captain Luo, don't linger on the rooftop. It's cold. Hurry back. Wang Can. Luo Shui gritted her teeth. Where did you run off to? And how did you get my phone number? Thank you for your concern. Captain Luo. I have safely landed. Your number.it seems to be the only one displayed on the Jincheng Police Department's official site, aside from 110, right? What do you want? Wang Can's laughter came through the phone. Captain Luo, you didn't believe that the gift I prepared for you was merely an ordinary clock, did you? A sense of unease crept into Luo Shui's mind. What do you mean? Nothing much, just a message I'd like to convey to you. Once you comprehend the significance of the clock, I believe the meaning will become clear. With that, Wang Can abruptly ended the call. What did that mean? Luo Shui pondered Wang Can's cryptic final words when her phone rang yet again. This time, it was Haitao from the technical team. Captain Luo quickly checked Dole. Luo Shui pulled out her phone, only to discover that Wang Can's account had inexplicably gone live. She hastily opened the stream and was taken aback to find her own face inexplicably appearing in Wang Can's live broadcast. Not only herself, but also Sun Xiaoqian, Su Tao, and others. The entire scene atop the Jincheng International Hotel was captured with startling clarity. This, Luo Shui quickly came to a realization, her face turning ashen as she gazed at the clock in her hand. This clock, it turned out, concealed a pinhole camera. From the moment they had opened that cardboard box, this unassuming gadget had been broadcasting every move of the police in real time. At that instant, she suddenly understood the message Wang Can had intended to convey. Every one of their capture operations, every single action, would be eternally monitored by Wang Can. In other words, you will never catch me. Damn it. At that moment, Luo Shui's grim expression was also being recorded live. The entire internet had already erupted in chaos. Ha ha ha. This female officer has finally discovered it. I've been watching for ages. It must be Wang Can, escaping from 100 meters in the air with a parachute. Such an audacious idea could only have come from our Wang Can, Phantom Thief Kid. Showtime. Observing the flurry of comments in the live stream, the faces of Luo Shui and her companions turned an even deeper shade of despair. Finally, at this moment, the live broadcast shifted. Wang Can appeared on the screen. Ladies and gentlemen, today's live stream concludes here. Don't forget to follow and like. Until next time. With a snap, the live stream ended, and Wang Can's fanbase surged dramatically once more. Meanwhile, in an inconspicuous neighborhood of Jincheng, Wang Can tucked away his phone and removed the heavy white mechanical wings from his back, glancing at the data on his Douyin account. He noted, Side quest, my escaping career, current follower count, 80,096 100,000. Number of live streams, 3. Peak viewership, 100,05, 3000. The peak viewership was satisfactory, yet he still fell short of the follower goal. Just a little more to complete the task. He exited the alley. In stark contrast to the tense atmosphere near the hotel, the ambience here was far more tranquil, with few pedestrians on the street. Just as he was about to step onto the main road, a dozen figures suddenly appeared, hurrying past in a specific direction. Wang Can instinctively shrank back into the shadows. Did the police find him so quickly? But soon he realized something was amiss. These individuals wielded an assortment of axes, spiked clubs, and kitchen knives, their faces marred by various gruesome scars. Rather than being law enforcement, they seemed more like habitual offenders. Go, our big brother is over there. I heard the Tiger Head gang surrounded him and the second brother. Wang Can listened intently from behind the wall, catching every hurried word. The Tiger Head gang? He had heard of this group, rumored to be a powerful gang operating in the northern part of Jincheng. They had long established themselves here, evading police scrutiny, likely due to connections within the authorities. As he watched the group hasten forward, a thought crossed his mind, and he quietly followed behind them. A few minutes later, winding through the old city, Wang Can found himself in front of a bar called Suing. Generally, bars had few patrons during the day, yet a crowd had gathered outside this one, a collection of thugs, all adorned with a badge resembling a tiger emblem on their chests. Hey, are gangs getting so artistic nowadays? Before he could approach the bar, the crowd spotted the group rushing towards Wang Can. It's Lin Laosan's men. Brothers, attack. At the same time, the group ahead shouted, brothers, the big brother and second brother are trapped inside the bar. Charge, rescue our brothers. It appeared that their big brother was confined within the bar by the Tiger Head gang. Soon, the two factions clashed, wielding clubs, sticks, benches, and bottles, creating chaos. Wang Can could only shake his head in resignation. Youngsters, why resort to violence? Amidst the turmoil, he stealthily approached, seizing a disoriented thug from the Tiger Head gang and pulling him into a nearby alley. The thug barely had time to react before Wang Can delivered 2 swift punches to his nose and neck, promptly taking him down. Wang Can removed the badge from the thug's chest and affixed it to his own attire. With the two sides still engaged in a fierce brawl, he strolled confidently into the so-called Su-in bar. Chapter 32. Lin Laoda. The fight outside raged on, with no signs of abatement inside, where the battle was even more intense. After all, this was the front line of the clash between the two gangs. As soon as he stepped into the bar, an array of bottles and benches came hurtling towards him. Wang Can narrowly dodged them, but a few unknown assailants from one side charged at him. Damn it, it's another bunch from the Tiger Head gang. Get him! As soon as they spotted the badge on Wang Can's chest, their anger flared, and they lunged at him. However, before Wang Can could retaliate, several others sporting the same tiger badge stepped in front of him. You're dead meat. Get back inside. One particularly brash individual with yellow hair approached Wang Can. He pointed to his own badge, declaring, don't worry, brother, we're from the Tiger Head gang. He then patted Wang Can's shoulder jovially. These thugs were merely small-time leaders in their respective territories, unaware of each other. In the heat of battle, seeing the badge automatically led them to assume camaraderie. Wang Can feigned gratitude, nodding appreciatively. Which area are you from, good brother? Oh, I'm from Chang'an. Chang'an. Wang Can silently noted the name, planning to inform Luo Shuai later for special consideration. Oh, you know where Lin is? Wang Can continued to inquire. Upon his arrival, he had heard that the leader of the opposing gang was referred to as Lin Laoda. The yellow-haired thug, clearly familiar with the name, scoffed. That Lin is hiding in the side hall, relying on his Bloodhead gang to hold the fort. But don't worry, they won't last long. We outnumber them nearly 2 to 1. That we caught them off guard this time. Wang Can nodded in admiration, appeasing the yellow-haired thug's vanity. I want to go to the front lines. I wish to contribute to the cause of our Tiger Head gang. The yellow-haired thug, pleased, patted Wang Can's back. You little rascal, I have high hopes for you. When you're in the gang, just mention my name, Mao Gu, and I'll take care of you. Wang Can nodded eagerly. Mao Gu, I'm off. Under the watchful gaze of the yellow-haired thug, Wang Can navigated through the chaotic hall towards the stronghold of the Bloodhead gang. Concurrently, in the side hall where the battle was most fierce, the tide was rapidly turning against them. The Tiger Head gang, adorned with badges, clearly outnumbered their opponents, steadily compressing the defensive line of the Bloodhead gang. Lin Gu, behind the Bloodhead gang, 2 grim-faced men huddled together. The younger man anxiously asked the bearded man, should we make a break for it? If we fight our way through, we might have a chance. The bearded man immediately rejected the idea. No way. If we force our way out, our casualties will be catastrophic. The Bloodhead gang will be severely weakened as well. But even if we don't break out, we can't hold out like this much longer. The Tiger Head gang clearly came prepared. We were too hasty in our response. Lin Laoda fell silent, seemingly grappling with his thoughts. Just then, a peculiar shout pierced through the fray. From not far away, a figure appeared before the last line of defense constructed by the Bloodhead gang. This person bore the distinctive badge of the Tiger Head gang, instantly raising the alert of the Bloodhead members. One of the Bloodhead thugs, disregarding everything, hurled a stool at the newcomer. Yet, the figure merely sidestepped, effortlessly avoiding the attack. Then, with a swift kick, he sent the Bloodhead thug flying several meters away. The newcomer was none other than Wang Can. This scene momentarily stunned everyone present. Many of the combatants paused in their tracks, while the Bloodhead gang members were thrown into a state of alarm. Lin Laoda's pupils constricted in shock. A martial artist, The Tiger Head Gang truly spared no expense in hiring such a formidable fighter. You two, go and stop him. Do not let this guy through. Two young Bloodhead members charged forward, but they fell swiftly to Wang Can's prowess. Within mere seconds, Wang Can had torn open a gap in the defensive line held by the Bloodhead Gang, which had been propped up by a dozen members. Regardless of how many Bloodhead members rushed to reinforce, Wang Can effortlessly knocked them aside with punches and kicks, with his enhanced physique and god-level analysis. Defeating such weaklings was a trivial matter for him. The Tiger Head Gang members, witnessing their comrade perform so fiercely, were immediately invigorated. Launching an even more ferocious assault, the Bloodhead Gang's defenses crumbled, forcing them into a corner. This cannot continue. If it goes on like this, our Bloodhead Gang will truly meet its demise today. Boss Lin gazed at the sudden upheaval before him, gritting his teeth in determination. If this battle were to be lost, the foundation of the Bloodhead Gang would be utterly destroyed. I shall confront this individual. With a swift motion, Boss Lin surged forward, his palm resembling a tiger's claw, aimed directly at Wang Can's face. It must be said that he was indeed formidable, surpassing the average thug by a considerable margin. Yet was still within reason. Wang Can merely bent down, effortlessly evading the attack. Boss Lin was taken aback, hastily preparing to strike again. At that moment, a voice as delicate as a thread suddenly whispered into his ear, "Are you Boss Lin?" The voice was so soft that it could only be heard by Boss Lin himself. Standing mere inches away, he was momentarily stunned, thinking he had misheard. But soon, the voice spoke again. "Don't be anxious. I'm actually here to assist you." Was this young man before him speaking to him? Boss Lin observed Wang Can's lips move. Yet a spark ignited in his eyes. "After sending 5 or 6 of our gang flying, you claim you have come to help me." As if sensing his thoughts, Wang Can continued, "If not, how could I have encountered you so easily?" While they spoke, the two maintained their rapid movements. Boss Lin launched a series of attacks, yet Wang Can merely dodged, refraining from retaliating. It appeared as though he was at a disadvantage. Time was of the essence. "Boss Lin, I am here to propose a deal." Boss Lin remained silent, merely scoffing in disbelief, clearly still skeptical. However, Wang Can pressed on. "Don't rush to refuse. You truly have another option at this moment." Chapter 33. The deal in a matter of mere seconds. The two had exchanged over a dozen blows. To the onlookers, it seemed as though Boss Lin was relentlessly attacking, suppressing Wang Can at every turn. The morale of the Bloodhead Gang surged, unexpectedly halting their decline and stabilizing their defense. Yet, in truth, only Boss Lin understood that the young man before him was operating on an entirely different level. Despite his flurry of attacks, he had yet to even graze the hem of Wang Can's garment. The prolonged engagement was solely due to the fact that this young man had no intention of striking back. "What do you want?" Boss Lin finally inquired in a low voice. A smile finally graced Wang Can's face as he spoke in a tone audible only to the two of them. "I will help you escape, but you must agree to one condition." "What condition?" "I'll tell you once we are out." Such a fortunate proposition. Boss Lin was hesitant to believe in such serendipity. "Your condition won't." "Rest assured, my condition will not threaten your interests, nor will it harm your Bloodhead Gang. In fact, it is something you can easily fulfill without any cost." Boss Lin's eyes widened in surprise. "Really?" "Of course." Time was pressing, and he could not afford to hesitate for long. Moreover, Boss Lin could not conceive of a second option at this juncture. "Deal." A radiant smile broke across Wang Can's face. "How do you plan to help us escape?" "Are we to fight our way out?" Boss Lin quickly inquired, as it was the only method he could conceive. Although the numbers of the Tiger Head Gang were overwhelming, this individual before him was undeniably skilled. If Wang Can were to unleash his full potential, while he could not guarantee the defeat of the Tiger Head Gang, ensuring his and his second-in-command's escape should be feasible. As long as they were not captured. Even if the Bloodhead Gang sustained serious injuries, they would still have the chance to make a comeback. Just as Boss Lin contemplated this, he noticed Wang Can slowly shaking his head. "You can call the police. Once the authorities arrive, won't the fight naturally cease?" "Call the police?" Boss Lin's eyes flickered with intrigue, but he quickly shook his head. "You may not be aware, but the notorious Su Laogo from the Tiger Head Gang has connections within the police department. If we call, they will likely be obstructed by him. Although they could not directly control the police department, it would suffice to delay their assistance until the Tiger Head Gang thoroughly decimated the Bloodhead Gang." However, Wang Can countered with a smile, "Not the police department, but rather directly to the police chief's office." "The police chief's office." Boss Lin's brow furrowed deeper. Gang confrontations, while not trivial, were also not excessively severe. Moreover, there were unspoken rules among gangs regarding such altercations, no fatalities and no severe injuries. Thus, the matter would not escalate significantly, remaining within the purview of the police department. At worst, they would be confined for a few days. And nothing more severe would occur. Just as Boss Lin internally shook his head, Wang Can continued, simply call and inform them that Wang Can has been spotted at Suin Bar. To be more prudent, you could take a photo of me and send it along. Within 5 minutes, someone will undoubtedly arrive to address the situation. Listening to Wang Can's resolute tone, Boss Lin raised an eyebrow. Wang Can, he murmured, repeating the unfamiliar name. It seemed he had never heard of such a figure in Beiqing Road. Though he still did not fully grasp the man's intent, Boss Lin ultimately clenched his jaw and nodded. They could only treat this desperate situation as a last resort. Before the eyes of the crowd, the two, who had been engaged in a fierce battle, suddenly ceased their hostilities. Boss Lin swiftly retrieved his phone, snapping a couple of photos of Wang Can before rapidly dialing 110. At that moment, Wang Can paused, and amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, he abruptly began to retreat, swiftly reaching the doorway of the side hall in mere seconds. Everything transpired in an instant, a whirlwind of action. How could these two, who had just been locked in combat, suddenly stop? The crowd had not yet comprehended the situation when Wang Can had already reached the door. Before leaving, he turned to Boss Lin, uttering one final line, "Remember my condition. Once this matter is resolved, I will come find you." With that, Wang Can dashed outside, throughout his escape. Neither the Tiger Head Gang nor the Bloodhead Gang dared to obstruct him. With Wang Can's prowess, a mere handful of individuals could not hope to impede him. Soon, he vanished from the entrance of Suin Bar. Boss Lin, at that moment, the second-in-command of the Bloodhead Gang hurriedly approached. Boss Lin, did you really manage to drive that guy away? He had not overheard their earlier conversation and assumed Boss Lin had bested his opponent. He had thought that given Boss Lin's age of over 50, he would be incapable of such feats. Yet, Boss Lin solemnly shook his head. No, that individual came to propose a deal. A deal. The second-in-command still struggled to grasp the situation. Boss Lin quickly instructed, second-in-command, I have just reported to the police. Use your phone to send them a photo. Although the second-in-command was still somewhat bewildered, he complied obediently. Boss Lin, who exactly is this Wang Can? I am not certain. You don't know? The second-in-command's eyes widened in disbelief. Will his method truly work? In cases of brawls, the police chief's office usually delegates to the local law enforcement. Although they were gang leaders, both Boss Lin and the second-in-command possessed a fair understanding of the internal rules and operational mechanisms. The deeper one delved into the world of gangs and gray industries, the more crucial it became to maintain good relations with those within the system. I have no idea. We can only treat this desperate situation as a last resort. As the two awaited a response, time swiftly slipped away. In those brief minutes, the situation within the bar shifted once more. Although the Bloodhead Gang had regained some morale due to Boss Lin's earlier display of authority, their numbers were still vastly outmatched. Soon, the rate at which their numbers dwindled accelerated, and their defenses began to retreat, ultimately cornered against the wall with no escape. Boss Lin, I fear we have been deceived by that fellow. The second-in-command could no longer contain his frustration, shouting in despair. Though Boss Lin's expression remained composed, his tightly clenched fists betrayed his inner turmoil. While he could not fathom why such a skilled individual would deceive him, witnessing the dwindling numbers of the Bloodhead Gang struggling to hold on, a flicker of unwillingness surfaced in Boss Lin's eyes. Was it truly fate that sought to extinguish him? Lin Chongsheng. He gritted his teeth. Damn Su Laogo. Before Boss Lin could finish his final curse, a sudden blare of police sirens erupted from outside Suin Bar. Chapter 34. The arrival. The sound of police sirens interrupted the fierce battle between the two factions within the bar. The Tiger Head Gang members exchanged bewildered glances, while the remaining few from the Bloodhead Gang initially erupted in joy, only to subsequently collapse in relief, thankful for their survival. It truly had come. Boss Lin and the second-in-command exchanged incredulous and ecstatic looks, each reflecting shock and joy. They had been prepared to fight to the death, ready to engage in a mutually assured destruction scenario. Soon, the commotion outside the hotel intensified. The Tiger Head Gang's underlings stationed at the entrance emitted cries of distress as they were swiftly subdued. A formidable contingent of police officers, numbering in the dozens, stormed through the entrance, armed to the teeth and moving with purpose. Everyone, freeze. Raise your hands. This scene utterly stunned all the young ruffians present, their faces pale with disbelief. I merely engaged in a brawl at the bar, not a bank heist. In the past, there were at most a dozen security personnel, armed with a few batons, and that was sufficient. The most formidable among them might have possessed a genuine weapon, which was considered quite a high level of treatment. After all, very few would dare to assault security personnel, as that is a grave offense. But now, what is this situation? Dozens of police officers, all equipped with real firearms, have surrounded the entire bar? Surely, it cannot be this severe. Everyone exchanged glances. Could it be that among the fighters is some fool from the mayor's family? The lead female officer approached with a serious expression. Who called the police? Her tone and anxious demeanor made it seem as if a notorious fugitive was hiding here. It was me. The elder Lin, startled, spoke cautiously, having lived for over half a lifetime. He had seldom witnessed such a scenario. Where is Wang Can? You said you saw Wang Can. Where is he? Lin Chongshen quickly replied. Wang Can, that Wang Can. He just ran out the front door. Ran out. Luo Shui furrowed her brows instantly. In which direction did he flee? I didn't catch it clearly. Luo Shui waved her hand, and all the officers gradually holstered their weapons. Su Tao, you take 10 men and stay here to handle this matter. Wang Can Shun Ti have left for long. The others should disperse and check outside to see if we can find any trace of Wang Can under the swift and efficient actions of the officers. The scene was quickly brought under control. There was no resistance. The once arrogant gangsters obediently squatted in a corner with their heads cradled in their arms. This is the police department. After all, its rank, identity, and status far exceed that of the security bureau. Even if given 100 times their courage, they would not dare to cause further trouble. Soon, the dispersed officers had thoroughly searched the vicinity. Luo team, no sign of him. He has vanished. Luo Shui could only reluctantly order the team to disperse. Let us transfer these individuals to the security bureau for processing. Glancing at Lin Chongsheng and the others squatting on the ground, Luo Shui casually remarked, there is already a well-established judicial process for managing brawls. There is no need for me to worry about it. Before long, personnel from the security bureau hurriedly arrived, and then dozens of police cars swiftly departed. 3 days later, at the entrance of the security bureau, Boss Lin and his second-in-command had just been released. A member of the Bloodhead gang, who had been waiting for some time, rushed over. Boss, you finally emerged. We have specially arranged a feast for you at the Donghai Hotel to celebrate your triumphant return. Lin Zhongshan waved his hand dismissively. Triumph, our Bloodhead gang has suffered significant losses. Quickly return to the Suyin bar and gather all our remaining capable members. The subordinate nodded eagerly. Understood. I will handle it immediately. Wait, how did the investigation I asked you to conduct turn out? The subordinate was prepared, quickly pulling out his phone, displaying various pieces of information while enthusiastically reporting. Boss, we have discovered that this Wang Can has been quite a sensation online recently. This fellow has genuinely committed murder. Moreover, he has managed to evade capture by the police several times. Remaining at large, Lin Chongsheng's expression changed. Murder? He snatched the phone and swiftly perused the information. It was alarming. A murder at a hotel, followed by incapacitating police officers to escape, stealing a police car to recklessly drive against traffic during rush hour on the main ring road, a live broadcast of puppet shows at Jincheng University, and then a breathtaking escape from the 38th floor of the Jincheng Hotel. Each incident was astonishing on its own. This Wang Can has managed to accomplish all this in just a few days. Boss, the car is over here. Once inside the vehicle, Lin Chongsheng and his second-in-command, Chen Long, remained in shock, unable to regain their composure. The driver discreetly glanced at the two in the rearview mirror, who were still dazed. Boss, I heard that Wang Can proposed some sort of deal with you. Lin Boss instinctively nodded. Are we truly going to strike a deal with this Wang Can? Just as Lin Boss was about to respond, he suddenly sensed something was amiss. Wait, how do you know about this? The matter of the deal was only known between him and Wang Can. Furthermore, he hadn't even mentioned it to the police. At that moment, Chen Long beside him suddenly spoke in a grave tone. This I sent the road to Su Yin Bar. Who exactly are you? Are you from the Tiger Head gang? Under the tense gaze of the two, the obsequious expression on the man's face abruptly vanished. A strange curve appeared on his face, and then he raised his hand, slowly peeling off a human skin mask from his face. It's you, Wang Can? The two exclaimed in unison. Wang Can smiled calmly. Long time no see. Where are you taking us? Chen Long was about to strike, but Lin Chongsheng restrained him. Chen Long was unaware. But Lin Chongsheng had truly battled Wang Can before. If a fight broke out, even combined, there would not be a match for Wang Can. Rest assured, if I truly intended to harm you, you wouldn't even have the opportunity to reach the security bureau. Wang Can did not look back, merely smiling faintly. Look, we've arrived. As he spoke, the car gradually slowed down. The two focused their gaze. Donghai Grand Hotel. Chapter 35. The plan. Why have you brought us here? Lin Chongqing stared at the opulent hotel before him. Apart from Jincheng International, this Donghai Grand Hotel must be the second best hotel in the entire city. This fellow was previously discovered at Jincheng International. And now he has taken residence here. Is he on a mission to experience all the finest hotels in Jincheng during his escape? Do you not fear being discovered by the police while staying here so ostentatiously? Wang Can stepped out of the car, his face once again donning the earlier human skin mask. I am no longer Wang Can. I am merely a subordinate of your Bloodhead gang now. However, Lin Chongqing continued to question, you are merely a fugitive. You cannot possibly have any source of income. How long can you afford to stay in such high-end hotels? Lin Chongqing's words held merit. In fact, 3 days prior, the few thousand yuan Wang Can had was nearly exhausted. Wang Can chuckled. Fear not. The expenses for these hotel stays have been covered by your Bloodhead gang's gang fees. Huh. Lin Chongqing and Chen Long exchanged shocked glances. Chen Long couldn't help but scoff. How is that possible? How could the members of our Bloodhead gang help you? A fugitive being pursued by the entire city. For no reason, Wang Can did not rush to explain. Gentlemen, you wouldn't want to discuss matters here. Would you? Let us head upstairs, and then we can have a proper conversation, shall we? With no other option. The two followed Wang Can to the top-floor suite of Donghai Grand Hotel. Although this presidential suite was slightly smaller than those at Jincheng International, it was still comparable. The entertainment room, hot tub, and various luxurious decorations were all present. Lin Chongqing and his companions sat on the sofa, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. They, the renowned first and second in command of the Bloodhead gang, were forced to reside in dimly lit corners. While this fellow, a fugitive pursued by the entire city, could indulge daily in such luxury. Now, can you finally tell us what this is all about? After sitting down, Lin Chongqing couldn't help but ask. Wang Can poured himself a glass of Lafite, settling into the plush sofa chair. It's quite simple. I informed your subordinates that day that I saved you. Subsequently, I asked them to book a few days' accommodation for me here. Which is only fair. That's how it is. Indeed, although the two initially fought that day, upon reflection, it was clear that Wang Can had come to their aid. I see. We should indeed express our gratitude for your assistance that day. Lin Chongqing politely clasped his fists. Had it not been for Wang Can's intervention, they would likely have been under the control of the Tiger Head gang by now. This, Chen Long, though his expression was less than favorable, said nothing more. However, we cannot help but wonder why you sought us out. That day, you promised me a condition. Surely you haven't forgotten. Lin Chongqing nodded hastily on the surface. Though internally he felt a twinge of worry. He was unaware at the time, but now knowing Wang Can was a murderer, he couldn't help but feel apprehensive. Fear not. It seems you can see through us. I have already stated that this condition will not harm you, nor any innocent individuals, nor the interests of your gang. Lin Chongqing furrowed his brow. If that truly were the case, he struggled to conceive what could compel such a formidable figure to seek his assistance. You should be aware that I am being pursued citywide due to a case against me. However, in truth, I have been wrongfully accused. At this moment, Chen Long coldly interjected, then you should approach the police. Not us. Evidently, Chen Long harbored no fondness for the inexplicably audacious individual who had brought himself here. At that moment, he did not contemplate that, without Wang Can, he might never have had the opportunity to even set foot in this five-star hotel. Wang Can, however, paid little heed to the other's tone, acknowledging that the police would not believe him. They possessed evidence, and if he were to confess now, only imprisonment awaited him. Lin Chongqing nodded, though he was uncertain about what exactly the gentleman required of them. While his tone was somewhat courteous, his confusion was no less than Chen Long's. They were merely a gang, adept at brawling and maintaining their territory, but to investigate a case or clear a name was beyond their expertise. Wang Can shook his head, asserting, I will not ask you to undertake anything grand. As I have mentioned, I will not allow you to be implicated. That is a relief. Lin Chongqing had barely exhaled in relief when Wang Can sighed. I am currently wanted throughout the city. Even if I can evade capture for a time, I cannot evade it forever. The police have cast a net so wide that I cannot escape from Jincheng. Therefore, I need you to help me seize a police officer as a hostage. Only then can I negotiate my release from Jincheng. Bang. Chen Long could no longer contain himself and slammed his hand on the table. Are you toying with me? His eyes widened in disbelief, barely containing his fury. Help you capture a police officer? Are you seeking to hasten our demise? Even Lin Chongqing wore a grave expression. Wang Can. Regardless of your plan, how do you intend to breach the police's extensive defenses? Even if you succeed, the repercussions we would face would not be less severe than your murder charge. In fact, aiding your escape, overturning a case, or even assaulting an officer would compound our crimes significantly. Yet at that moment, Wang Can chuckled and shook his head. How I capture the hostage and make my escape is my concern. Rest assured, I will not place you in danger. You might as well listen to my plan. Lin Chongqing was about to interject, but Qinlong had already risen, shouting furiously, "Impossible! Whatever plan you have, it is futile. We cannot assist you. Brother Lin, stop wasting words with this brat. Let us leave." With that, he made his way towards the door. Lin Chongqing's face betrayed a hint of regret, yet he did not counter Qinlong's sentiments. Associating with a murderer was already perilous enough. Now they were to confront the police. They could not acquiesce to such a demand. As they turned to leave, Wang Can maintained his composure, taking a delicate sip of the red wine in his glass. The two approached the door, pulling it with force, only to find it utterly immovable. After several more attempts, the door remained securely locked. The security level of the presidential suite was exceedingly high, the doors specially designed. It was impossible for the two of them to force their way out. At that moment, Wang Can's voice floated behind them. "Do not struggle. I have modified this door. Without me, you cannot leave." The two turned back. "What do you mean, Wang? Are you negotiating or resorting to coercion?" Wang Can stood, his expression growing progressively serious. 3 days ago, you both agreed to assist me. That is why I rescued you. Therefore, you no longer have the luxury of a second choice. Here we are, heading towards another thrilling climax. Chapter 36. Commence. Qinlong returned, his face ablaze with fury. "Wang, do not assume we are intimidated." He reached for Wang Can's neck. "I advise you." Before he could finish his threat, his hand had yet to reach Wang Can when the latter suddenly thrust his palm forward, striking Qinlong in the abdomen. Qinlong's voice fell silent, his pupils constricted, and he attempted to retaliate. But in truth, he could not even discern Wang Can's movements. The man's strength and speed far exceeded what Qinlong had anticipated. Bang! Qinlong was struck squarely by Wang Can, his body propelled backward, crashing violently against the suite's wall. "You would do well not to engage me." Wang Can's voice was suddenly devoid of warmth. "You." Qinlong attempted to rise and retort, yet the excruciating pain coursing through him rendered him momentarily speechless. Lin Chongqing hurriedly intervened. "Sir, let us converse civilly." Wang Can's gaze was as cold as ice. "Brother Lin, this is the only concession I will grant you. You agreed to assist me, and you are expected to honor that commitment." "I am not soliciting your opinions. I am informing you." Lin Chongqing instinctively bowed slightly. Having lived a substantial portion of his life, he felt an overwhelming aura emanating from this young man, one that was incongruous with his age. It was as if he were not a mere college student but a figure of significant authority. "You very well." He reluctantly acquiesced. "Please, enlighten us about your plan." Under the duress of the current situation, Lin Chongqing had no choice but to nod in agreement. Yet Wang Can saw through his intentions. "You intend to placate me temporarily, only to deny my request once you return to your territory?" Indeed, these gangsters often feigned nobility while their true motivations were self-serving. Lin Chongqing's forehead glistened with beads of sweat. "Absolutely not. Whether you do or do not is of little consequence." Wang Can approached Qinlong, seizing his collar. "You, the second in command of the Bloodhead Gang, will remain in my custody for the time being. Once I accomplish my plan, I will release him forthwith." Lin Chongqing exhaled in relief. Thankfully, it was not himself who was ensnared. Although he was a man of great loyalty, he had yet to reach the point of sacrificing himself for Qinlong. Just then, Wang Can leaned closer. "You and the gang, your pasts must be rather unsavory. This man is your second in command. I trust he knows many of your secrets. Should I encounter any misfortune, those secrets will accompany me into the police station. Therefore, I hope you are a reasonable individual." With that, Wang Can disregarded the tightening pupils of Lin Chongqing and approached the door, activating a mechanism. The suite's door creaked open. "Lin Chongqing, you may leave. You no longer need to be privy to my plans. You are to unconditionally obey my commands. Yet, as I promised, I will not place you in peril. I will fulfill my word that I wish us a fruitful collaboration." After Lin Chongqing exited the room, Wang Can shut the door and returned to the corner where Qinlong lay. Trembling in fear. As for you. Rest assured, I am a benevolent individual. A disarming, innocent smile spread across his face, a stark contrast to his earlier demeanor. "You heard my previous words. As long as you cooperate and divulge the information I seek, I shall not lay a finger on you. The following morning, at the Jincheng police station, all the officers were still slumped in their chairs, catching up on sleep. They had been tirelessly working for several days and nights, yet had failed to uncover any clues regarding Wang Can 4 days prior, at the Suyin bar. That had been the last location where they had received information about him. Since then, Wang Can had seemingly vanished into thin air, leaving no trace behind. Wake up. Director Huang strode purposefully into the room and approached Luo Shui. She fought to suppress her drowsiness and opened her eyes. The latest orders have arrived. We have 3 days remaining. If we do not capture Wang Can within this time frame, our entire task force may face disciplinary action, and I too shall not escape unscathed. Luo Shui nodded but remained silent. Capture? How do we capture him? This Wang Can possesses exceptional counter-surveillance skills and even knows how to disguise himself. The effectiveness of modern surveillance in criminal investigations is severely diminished against him, that if he completely evades police monitoring, capturing him will become a formidable challenge. Director Huang understood the difficulties faced by the task force, but could only sigh in resignation. What Luo Shui and her team had accomplished in recent days was commendable. Even if Director Huang, 20 years younger, were to undertake the task, he might not perform better. They could only lament that Wang Can was exceedingly difficult to apprehend, yet within the confines of the system. Especially in the police force, many matters unfolded in such a manner, failing to meet performance indicators, regardless of the reasons, often led to inevitable accountability. Director Huang, if after 3 days we are still unable to capture Wang Can, what will happen? The entire task force will face repercussions, and the provincial office will likely assign more elite criminal investigation personnel to assist in the case. Director Huang spoke somberly. Luo Shui nodded and then proceeded to rouse everyone. The police station buzzed with activity once more, though a sense of dejection hung in the air, their movements lethargic. The situation regarding Wang Can had dealt a heavy blow to the entire police force. Ding ding ding. Just as they continued to find no leads, suddenly, Luo Shui's desk phone rang. Hello, this is Luo Shui. Captain Luo, we have just received a tip-off from the public. It seems someone at a factory called the Southern Chemical Tool Factory has reported a sighting of a suspect resembling Wang Can. Excitement surged in Xiao Zhou's voice over the phone. Luo Shui's eyes brightened instantly. This is the first time in recent days that I have received news from Wang Can again. Can it be confirmed that it is indeed Wang Can? While absolute confirmation remains elusive, there are already multiple eyewitnesses at the scene. Hanging up the phone, a surge of uncontainable excitement welled up in Luo Shui's eyes. This Wang Can has finally resurfaced. Xiao Lu, notify Sun Qian from Huaqing and instruct her to be prepared at all times. Due to the lack of progress in the special case, many officers from the Huaqing Police Department have been reassigned, resulting in a significant shortage of local manpower. Sun Qian had returned to the Huaqing Police Department a day prior with the majority of the officers. Nonetheless, she had not withdrawn from the special task force and continued to assist in tracking down Wang Can. Just then, the phone rang again. This time, Xiao Zhou's voice carried an urgent tone. Captain Luo, nearby residents have just reported hearing gunshots coming from the mold factory. Gun. Luo Shui's body jolted in shock. How could he have a gun? What on earth is that damned Wang Can planning? Firearms are among the most lethal weapons in modern society. Under no circumstances should such a dangerous item be in the hands of a murderer. Team 1, come with me. Team 2, remain on standby. Chapter 37. Continuous explosive points. The speed at which Luo Shui and her team responded to the situation was as swift as ever, within mere minutes. They arrived at the mold factory where the incident occurred. Xiao Zhou and several law enforcement officers had already gathered at the scene. What is the situation? Is Wang Can still inside? Luo Shui inquired immediately upon exiting the vehicle. Xiao Zhou's expression was grave. We've conducted a thorough search of the entire factory and have not found Wang Can so far. Luo Shui pressed on, who provided the eyewitness accounts. A few men stepped forward from the crowd nearby. So you all claim to have seen the suspect? Yes, officer, we saw him right at the factory entrance. We also heard gunshots inside the mold factory. The men spoke in thick local dialects, eager to share their accounts. Right. I even heard what sounded like gunfire from inside. Their words were a chaotic jumble, with many details conflicting and failing to align. Luo Shui furrowed her brow in frustration. She turned to another worker. Did you hear the gunfire? Where did you hear it from? The worker gestured animatedly. Over there, by that machine. I was working at the time and heard the noise. Luo Shui's frown deepened as she glanced at the others. Did any of you hear it too? This time, most shook their heads. That a few who had initially nodded quickly followed suit. and shook their heads after seeing others do so. What on earth? Observing the scene before her, Luo Shui felt an increasing sense of confusion. Just then, her phone rang once more. Captain Luo, a carjacking incident has occurred on the Northern Highway, according to the driver's description. The carjacker matches Wang Can's physical characteristics. He is currently fleeing towards the northern Huaqing. The north? How could it be the north? The mold factory is located at the southernmost part of Jin City. From the moment they received the report and set out, no more than 15 minutes had passed. How could Wang Can have already made it to the Northern Highway? The Northern Highway, that seems to be near the border of Huaqing. Notify Sun Qian and see if they can assist. Luo Shui called Sun Qian in Huaqing and quickly received a positive response. But the situation was far from over. Xiao Zhou's phone rang again. After hanging up, he turned to Luo Shui with a grave expression. Captain Luo, the police department just received a report from the Public Security Bureau that a large-scale brawl has erupted in the Western District, and they are unable to manage it, requesting our police department's assistance. The West? Why is the location changing again? Luo Shui's mind raced with more questions. Have Su Tao take Team 2 to check it out. Understood. At that moment, Luo Shui's phone emitted a sudden notification that it was Wang Can's dual account, which had unexpectedly updated with new content. It was hard to believe that after Wang Can's last live stream at Jin City International just a few days ago, he had gone silent for 3 whole days. Now, he had suddenly released a new video. In it, Wang Can was seated in the cockpit of a civilian experience aircraft, wearing a professional helmet. Friends, I highly recommend this aviation club in the Eastern District. For just 200, anyone can come and take the controls of a plane. Strongly recommended. The comment section exploded with activity, with hundreds of comments pouring in within minutes. The streamer out of prison. After days without updates, I thought the host had been captured. No way. I'm currently at this flying club in the Eastern District. Let's see if I can run into the streamer. Luo Shui put down her phone. North, south, east, and west, all directions were covered. She pulled out her walkie-talkie. Police department. This is Luo Shui. Have Lao Lu take the reserve team to the Eastern District. Received. Came Lu Guazhou's strong reply over the radio. Clearly, although he had been stationed at the police department, this vice captain was also keeping a close eye on the case's developments. Though, Luo Shui suddenly remembered. Lao Lu, remember to grab a few guns from the armory for protection. What? Is there some danger? I don't know, but it feels peculiar. Better to be cautious. Understood. After ending the call, Luo Shui continued her inquiries but still found little clarity. The testimonies from these individuals were a hodgepodge of information, each seemingly unrelated. Frustrated, Luo Shui decided to temporarily abandon the questioning and instead took a map of Jin City from Xiao Zhou. Just then, Sun Qian's voice crackled over the walkie-talkie. Captain Luo, the carjacking in the north has been contained. However, the individual is not Wang Can, just a registered habitual offender with several prior offenses. His identity has been confirmed in the police department's records. Not Wang Can? Luo Shui's brow furrowed as a thought struck her. Have you checked carefully? That Wang Can is known for disguising himself. But soon, Sun Qian's resigned voice came through. We've confirmed it's the habitual offender himself, and not to mention, we've just received another carjacking report from the nearby highway claiming to have seen Wang Can again. I'll go check it out. Sun Qian ended the call. Lu Guozhou's voice chimed in again. Captain Luo, I've arrived at the Eastern District's aviation club, but I haven't found any sign of Wang Can. Moreover, the weather forecast clearly stated it would rain today, and the aviation club is closed. Closed? How could that be? Luo Shui looked again at the video Wang Can had posted, noticing the bright sunny background. Yet, stepping outside the factory, the sky had grown increasingly overcast. Dark clouds seemed to be brewing a torrential downpour. This means that Wang Can's video wasn't filmed today at all. But why would he choose this moment to release it? A sense of unease crept into Luo Shui's heart. She returned to her police car, unfurled the Jin City map, and began circling the locations where reports had been received today, each in the east, west, south, and north. They formed a diamond shape, but no further connections were evident. Suddenly, Xiao Zhou spoke up. Captain Luo, those workers seem a bit off? What do you mean? Xiao Zhou hesitated. I just noticed their hands. They look very fresh and well-blooded. Generally, workers in a mold factory should have calloused, rough hands. The moment Xiao Zhou finished speaking, Luo Shui's pupils dilated in realization. Could it be that these so-called eyewitnesses are all temporary workers? This means these individuals were likely arranged to be in the factory specifically to provide us with misleading information. She opened the map again. Staring at the four small circles with an increasingly grave expression. An unbelievable thought crossed her mind. Is it possible that Wang Can aims to divide our forces? And then find an opportunity to strike at the police department personnel? Chapter 38. Tiger Head Gang Boom. A flash of lightning split the sky, the clouds dark and foreboding. Luo Shui sat in the car, her pupils wide with disbelief. Captain Luo? Xiao Zhou's voice broke through her thoughts. Have you realized something? Luo Shui snapped back to attention, immediately pulling out her walkie-talkie. Everyone respond. But this time, only a chaotic static filled the airwaves. Damn it, the walkie-talkie channel has been compromised. This terrifying suspicion was gradually being validated. Luo Shui's complexion was exceedingly grim as she extracted her phone and dialed Su Tao's number. Hurry, call Team Lu. However, she was soon met with the disheartening tone of a call that could not be connected. Xiao Zhou, standing nearby, also set down his phone and shook his head. Luo Shui attempted to reach Sun Xiaoqian, but the result was the same. Damn it. Our means of communication have been completely severed. Luo Shui seethed with fury, yet was simultaneously struck by shock. It was crucial to note that they were divided into 4 teams, strategically positioned across 4 corners of Jincheng. How could Wang Can manage to isolate the communications of the other 3 teams? This would necessitate an exceptionally advanced communications technology team. How could one individual, Wang Can, accomplish such a feat? At that moment, Xiao Zhou hesitantly suggested, Luo team, could it be possible that it is not the communications of the other 3 teams that have been cut off, but rather ours that have been severed from the outside world? Luo Shui paused abruptly. If that were the case, the communications of the other 3 teams should still be functioning normally. Only their own team might be temporarily disconnected from the outside due to some pre-installed signal jamming devices within the factory? Suddenly, her pupils constricted sharply. If this deduction held true, then among the 4 teams dispatched by the police bureau, Wang Can's chosen target was them. Quick, gather everyone in the factory. Just then, a cacophony of noise erupted from the factory entrance. Luo Shui's expression hardened as she disengaged the safety of her firearm and stepped out of the vehicle. A group of young individuals, clad in an assortment of mismatched clothing and sporting hair dyed in various hues of yellow and red, entered while wielding makeshift weapons such as wooden clubs and rods. The foreman of the mold factory hurriedly approached them. Gentlemen, I'm not sure, but before he could finish, a burly man with a fierce tiger tattoo on his arm impatiently shoved him aside. Cut the crap. Bring Lin Chongxing to me. Lin Chongxing? The factory staff exchanged glances, and one of them cautiously replied, it seems we don't have anyone by that name here. The burly man paused, then slammed his weapon against the ground. Are you messing with me? Isn't this where your bloodhead gang arranged to meet? The factory owner, terrified by the escalating situation, stammered, No, we are not part of the bloodhead gang. Nor do we know anyone named Lin Chongxing. Don't know him. The burly man blinked, then realized something was amiss. Damn it, does this Lin character dare to fool me? Su Laosin, he turned to his brothers. Boys, smash it. The factory owner attempted to intervene. I don't even know you. Why are you destroying my factory? Su Laosin hoisted the short and stout factory manager as if he were a child. No reason. Grandpa is in a bad mood, so we're smashing it. Satisfied, he carelessly tossed the manager aside and motioned for his lackeys to act. Don't move. At that moment, Luo Shui brandished her firearm and stepped forward. Although she was there to apprehend Wang Can, the unexpected presence of these ruffians could not be ignored. Su Laosin glanced at Luo Shui's police uniform, scoffing dismissively. Little girl, trying to scare me. You really think wearing a police uniform makes you a police officer? He showed no concern for the dark muzzle of her gun. After all, what were the odds of stumbling upon a police officer in a factory? He approached her, his gaze lewdly roaming over her figure. Not bad, little girl. How about you spend the night with Grandpa? Maybe I'll be in a good mood and one tea smash your place. Just as he reached out toward Luo Shui's seemingly fragile form, she unexpectedly seized his hand, swiftly grasping his entire arm, and executed a flawless shoulder throw. Su Laosin struggled to rise from the ground, but Luo Shui pressed her foot firmly on his back. Boss, the lackeys behind him rushed forward, weapons raised, ready to assist. But at that moment, a dozen uniformed officers, armed with guns, emerged from the factory. The dark muzzles of their firearms were aimed squarely at the gangsters. In an instant, the once boisterous group of ruffians froze in place, paralyzed with fear. They had confirmed that this group was indeed the local bloodhead gang, essentially a band of miscreants. Luo Shui nodded. Have we located the signal jamming device? Xiao Zhou affirmed. The technical team has already been dispatched to investigate, and we should have results soon. Indeed, Shortly thereafter, the walkie-talkies and phones began to restore connectivity. The anxious voices of Su Tao and the others crackled through the walkie-talkie. Luo team, please respond. This is Luo Shui. I'm fine. Instantly, the other three members exhaled deeply in relief that we've regrouped and are on our way to your location at the mold factory. Clearly, they too had recognized that something was amiss when they discovered Luo Shui's communication had been severed, prompting them to hurry over. Luo team, have you captured Wang Can? Sun Xiaoqian's voice inquired over the walkie-talkie. With the danger averted, did this mean Wang Can had been dealt with? Luo Shui could only respond with resignation. Not yet. Wang Can has not appeared. Not appeared? How could that be? Let us not rush. Let us regroup first. Within 10 minutes, the four teams assembled in front of the mold factory. Luo Shui spread out a map and inquired about the situation from each team. Unfortunately, there were still no leads. The circumstances elsewhere were remarkably similar. Tio put it simply. There was nothing, just a ruse to lure the police and then a feint. What was Wang Can truly plotting? Everyone gathered around the map, yet remained at a loss. Let's call it a day and regroup at the police station, Luo Shui decided, preparing to enter the vehicle. Just then, Sun Xiaoqian seemed to recall something. Wait, has anyone contacted the headquarters? Everyone paused, their expressions shifting in unison. Luo Shui activated the walkie-talkie, attempting to reach Haitao, who was still at the police station, but received no response. Almost all our police force is scattered in various directions pursuing Wang Can. And due to the signal jamming, they have now converged at this mold factory. It has been over an hour since we first dispatched, and during this time, there has not been sufficient police presence to secure the police station. In other words, our headquarters is currently nothing more than an empty shell, and time has already surpassed 1 hour. Chapter 39, The True Plan, a surprise attack on the police station. Dark clouds loomed ominously overhead. Beneath the shadowy sky, Wang Can gradually halted his steps. That moment, he found himself atop a vast high-rise rooftop. Just below, unmistakably located, was the headquarters of the operation to apprehend him, the Jincheng police station. In truth, he had never contemplated escaping or kidnapping any officers. From the very beginning, the system had assigned him a singular objective: to uncover the truth, to prove his innocence, and to identify the true culprit. Thus, the genuine aim of his current endeavor was straightforward. He intended to infiltrate the police station and examine the case files. To solve the case, he required a wealth of informational clues. Relying solely on himself would be utterly insufficient. In this society, the only entity capable of providing such assistance was the police station. He needed to access the files pertaining to his case. To achieve this, he had orchestrated the entire Bloodhead gang to set up bait throughout Jincheng, enticing Luo Shui and her team to respond to each call, while deliberately creating an impression of planning an attack on the police station to mislead them. His ultimate intention was to create the most vulnerable opportunity for the police station. Wang Can's gaze remained calm as he discreetly produced a compact, finely crafted crossbow from his possession. Though it was palm-sized, its lethality was not to be underestimated. Fortunately, Wang Can had modified it, reducing its power while thickening the arrowheads and coating them with tranquilizer. Thus, unless he happened to strike a vital area, the worst outcome would be some pain followed by a good night's sleep. Having made all necessary preparations, Wang Can slowly rose to his feet, unfurling a large, modified black parachute from behind him. Under the cover of night and amidst the strong winds, he fixed his gaze intently on the police station below. Without hesitation, he leaped from the rooftop. While Luo Shui and her team were busy scouring the city to capture Wang Can, no one noticed a streak of black light, cloaked by the darkness of night, silently descending upon the rooftop of the Jincheng police station. Wang Can leapt from the parachute, rolling silently as he landed atop the police station. There were no surveillance cameras on the rooftop, so he need not worry about being discovered immediately. Long before, he had researched the architectural blueprints of the Jincheng police station. Naturally, it was impossible to reveal the entire layout of the station. At best, it provided a simplistic overview of the reception areas for ordinary reports. As for the armory, archives, and distribution room, those details were surely not available online. Wang Can opened the only ventilation shaft on the top floor and swiftly crawled inside. The Jincheng police station consisted of 2 floors, plus a basement. Though precise information is lacking, one can reasonably deduce that the armory, being such a crucial location, is likely situated in the basement. The first floor consists of areas such as reception desks. As for the second floor, it presumably houses the office of the chief inspector, along with the offices of the captain and vice captain. The files that Wang Can seeks may reside in the chief inspector's office or possibly in the archives. However, Wang Can is somewhat uncertain about the location of the archives and can only proceed step by step. With a flashlight clenched between his teeth, Wang Can slowly crawls through the duct. He currently finds himself above the second floor of the police station and soon catches sight of the first window. Through the narrow gap of the window, he observes a room below, marked with the words distribution room. He has arrived. Wang Can gently lifts the duct cover, confirming that no one is present for the moment, and swiftly drops down. Mr. Hai. Just then, voices suddenly emerge from ahead. Wang Can reacts quickly, immediately slipping into the distribution room and pressing himself against the door. He sees a man and a woman unexpectedly step out from a nearby room. This is the registration information for all high-end hotels in our city for the past 3 days. It has already been uploaded to your computer. The woman respectfully informs the man. Thank you. Please continue with your work. Soon, Hai Tao and the woman part ways, entering the second-floor office. While the woman proceeds towards the staircase and descends, the corridor falls silent thereafter. Hi. Wang Can muses quietly in the distribution room. He had not heard of this individual when researching the police station's information, and judging by the tone of the female officer, this man seems to hold a significant position. It is possible that he is a technical consultant specifically hired by the police department. Without further contemplation, Wang Can returns his attention to the tangled mess of wires and electrical devices before him. This room serves as the epicenter of the police station's power system, essentially the master switch for all electronic devices within the precinct. He first retrieves an unassuming small box from his pocket. Despite its plain appearance, this is a signal jamming device that Lin Chongxing and his team painstakingly located on the black market. There are only 2 in existence. One has already been discreetly placed in the mold factory as bait, while the other is the one currently in his possession. Though it is merely the size of half an arm, its coverage extends to a radius of 1.5 kilometers, sufficient to envelop the entire police station. With a swift motion, he pulls down the main circuit breaker and switches off all circuits in the distribution room, plunging the entire police station into darkness. Emergency lights flicker on in the corridor. Wang Can activates the signal jamming device. A wave of invisible energy instantly envelopes the entire police station. What is happening in the office? Hai Tao gazes at the suddenly darkened screens of computers and various instruments, his expression one of surprise. He turns to the side, where several officers share the same bewildered look. Has the circuit tripped? Should I check the distribution room? A young male officer rises to grab a flashlight and heads for the door. Just then, Hai Tao suddenly gestures for him to wait. He pulls out his phone and dials a number. Sorry, the number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. No, wait. Hai Tao lowers his voice, gathering the remaining officers close. This isn't just a power outage. The entire police station's signal has been jammed. Someone has infiltrated. The others widen their eyes, each connecting the dots. It's Wang Can. Given the recent string of events, it is hard not to think of him. He must have installed the jammer within our precinct, but it should not be difficult to counteract. They are all elite technical personnel from the police's tech team, among the best of the best. Wang Can's little gadget from the black market would normally not even catch their attention. However, the circumstances have changed. Unable to utilize the internet or their computers, it is akin to an NBA superstar rendered incapable of using his hands. Despite possessing skills and experience, he would likely struggle against even a few youngsters. Let's remain calm. Hai Tao is the first to regain composure. There are only 4 of them in the office, including himself. We do not know whether Wang Can possesses a firearm or other lethal weapons, so we should avoid direct confrontation for now. Let's split into pairs to search for other personnel in the police station. I will go with Xiao Zhang to the first floor. You 2 head to the basement and see if you can retrieve some weapons from the armory for self-defense. However, the officers shake their heads. Mr. Hai, it is against our department's regulations to access the armory without authorization from a captain or above. Hai Tao falls silent. He is not part of the police department and is unaware of these protocols. In that case, we must ensure the armory remains secured, and if a murderer gains access, the consequences would be dire. Also, check the backup distribution room on the basement level to see if we can restore power. In the unknown darkness, Hai Tao's calmness and composure are surprisingly reassuring, methodically organizing their actions, leaving the others feeling somewhat inadequate by comparison. Not far away, Wang Can cautiously peeks out from the shadows, observing the officers as they depart from the office one by one. Once he confirms that the second floor is temporarily deserted, he steps out from the distribution room. There must be others still within the police station. And if discovered, he could find himself in a perilous situation. He must locate the files and escape before the backup power is activated. However, where could these files be, given that the case remains unresolved? The files might be in the basement archives or could have been taken out and placed in one of the offices on the entire second floor, aside from the regular officer's workspace. Only the office of Luo Shui, the chief, and Lu Guizhou, the vice captain, remain. After a moment's contemplation, Wang Can decides to first open the door to Luo Shui's office, which seems the most likely. Just then, unexpectedly, a figure emerges from within, a police officer, who had been lying in wait behind the door, suddenly lunges at Wang Can the moment he opens it. There's someone else. Wang Can is taken aback, triggering an immediate response. He steps back, bending low just in time to avoid the attack. However, the assailant, having missed, sweeps a kick towards Wang Can's lower body. Though merely an ordinary officer, he is well trained, and his combat skills are on a completely different level compared to the thugs Wang Can had previously faced. Engaging in close combat would cost him precious time, putting him at a significant disadvantage. In an instant, Wang Can propels himself backward a few meters while swiftly retrieving the compact crossbow he had prepared. Despite the darkness, he can roughly discern the position of the attacker. He acts quickly, aiming at the officer and pulling the trigger. A modified bolt swiftly flies towards the officer, who, hindered by the darkness, has no chance to evade and is struck by the bolt. After a few moments of struggle, he succumbs to unconsciousness. Letting out a sigh of relief, Wang Can hastily drags the officer into Luo Shui's office. The officer is male and of similar build to Wang Can. After confirming the office is unoccupied, he begins to search through the various rooms, on the desk, the bookshelf, and in the drawers. After spending considerable time, Wang Can still fails to locate the files he seeks. Not daring to delay further, he promptly makes his way to Lu Guizhou's office. Reloading the crossbow, he forcefully pushes open the door to the vice captain's office. Fortunately, this time he encounters no second officer. Wang Can quickly resumes his search within the office. Alas, after scouring the area, he still finds nothing of interest. It would seem that his files must be located in the basement. Yet, if they are in the basement, how could he gain access? As Wang Can ponders this, he suddenly hears the bulbs overhead emit a series of intermittent electrical sounds. Gradually, the lights in the police station begin to brighten. Though dimmer than before, they provide sufficient illumination. Has the backup power been activated? This could pose a problem. While Wang Can contemplates this, the overhead bulbs flicker once more before extinguishing again. What is happening? The entire police station's power system has been cut off once more? This was not part of Wang Can's plan. Who could be responsible? If it were the police, there would be no reason to turn off the backup power again. Before he can think it through, a series of muffled thuds echo from outside. Someone is there. Wang Can presses himself against the wall behind the door. The sound resonates again. 3 distinct thuds, all low and muffled, as if someone is tossing around some firecrackers. Moreover, the noise is alarmingly close, almost as if only a wall separates them. Before long, the noise ceases. Peering through a small crack in the door, Wang Can cautiously extends a shard of glass. In the darkness, he can barely discern that nothing seems amiss. Clutching the crossbow tightly, he steps cautiously out of Lu Guizhou's office. The hallway is shrouded in darkness, utterly silent. The individual appears to have quietly departed. The corridor is eerily still. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The door to Luo Shui's office, unbeknownst to him, has been left ajar, revealing a narrow gap. Wang Can distinctly remembers closing the door upon exiting Luo Shui's office moments ago. In other words, the mysterious shadow just entered Luo Shui's office and then exited. Wang Can felt somewhat puzzled and cautiously stepped into Luo Shui's office. The various documents and the arrangement of facilities inside appeared almost identical to how they were when Wang Can had left moments ago. Seemingly unchanged, Wang Can surveyed the entire room, his gaze eventually landing on the floor where the police officer he had knocked unconscious with a crossbow bolt lay. In the next instant, his pupils constricted sharply. In disbelief, he crouched down, leaning closer to the police officer who had just been incapacitated. There, the officer lay half reclined in the corner, his head askewed. To his horror, 3 fresh crimson holes had mysteriously appeared in his chest, forehead, and heart. 3 fatal wounds. Warm blood continued to spurt out in a steady stream. Wang Can checked the officer's nose and mouth. He was already devoid of breath. This officer was dead. Had he been shot by that earlier shadow? At that moment, Wang Can suddenly realized what the 3 muffled sounds he had heard earlier were. They were the sounds of a silenced pistol firing at close range. Chapter 41. Reviewing the case files, Wang Can rose to his feet. his expression grave. The blood from the male officer's corpse on the ground continued to seep out. Coming back to his senses, Wang Can hurriedly stripped the police uniform from the deceased officer to prevent further blood from staining it. Moreover, he recognized a troubling fact. The shadow had vanished without a trace. Yet, apart from Wang Can, no one else was aware of the shadow's existence. Furthermore, he had disconnected the surveillance cameras in the police station himself. This meant that, in the eyes of the other officers, it would appear as though Wang Can had killed this deceased officer. Could that mysterious shadow be intentionally trying to frame him? This implied that the individual was likely connected to his case. It could even be possible that this person was the one attempting to incriminate him. Wang Can's heart skipped a beat. After investigating for so long, this was the first time he had come so close to the true culprit behind his framing. Unfortunately, this individual possessed a firearm, and Wang Can dared not confront him directly. Who could this person be? Wang Can had never mentioned his true plans for the night to anyone, effectively ruling out the possibility of being followed. Was it conceivable that the shadow, who was framing him, was a police officer? Or perhaps he had his own agenda and had intended to infiltrate the police station, only to cross paths with Wang Can by chance. Wang Can picked up the deceased officer's uniform and donned it. Though stained with some blood, the dim lighting around him, coupled with Wang Can's timely actions, rendered the stains less conspicuous. That he located a flashlight, lowered his police cap, and briskly made his way toward the stairwell. At that very moment, on the first floor in front of the armory, Hai Tao and the remaining 7 or 8 officers gathered, standing at the ready. How could this happen? Hadn't they sent Xiao Sun to turn on the backup power? Hai Tao's tone was heavy. Indeed, the backup power had been activated, but it seemed it had not been on for long before someone sabotaged it again. A few officers trembled slightly. Could it be that Xiao Sunday? You all stay here. I'll go take a look. Hai Tao began to head toward the backup power room. The officer guarding the armory quickly handed him a gun, saying, "Mr. Hai, you can't use the weapons from the armory. Take my gun for protection." After a moment of contemplation, Hai Tao shook his head in refusal, asserting, "The safety of the armory is paramount. You cannot be without weapons for defense." "Very well, then please be careful, Mr. Hai." Hai Tao exited the armory and slowly made his way toward the power distribution room. Soon, he found himself separated from the few officers behind him. Just as he reached the stairway, he suddenly heard a commotion from above. A police officer was descending quickly, shining a flashlight as he came. The bright beam of light forced Hai Tao to squint, making it difficult for him to discern the officer's face. "Are you injured?" Hai Tao inquired as the officer hurried down the stairs. "No, Wang Can is on the first floor. I'm here to inform you." Hai Tao was taken aback. Wang Can was on the first floor. If that were the case, who had just turned off the backup power on the first floor? Before he could process this, the officer had approached him. The police cap was pulled low, obscuring half of his face. Seemingly casually holding the flashlight, it shone directly on Hai Tao. "What about the others? Do you know where they are?" Hai Tao pointed behind him. "They are all stationed at the armory entrance. However, we cannot rule out the presence of other individuals we haven't detected. I had just sent Xiao Sun to turn on the backup power, but it tripped again, and I was planning to check." The officer seemed to lift his head slightly, glancing at the direction behind Hai Tao. "Is that direction the armory? But where is the archive room?" Indeed, the individual descending from the upper floor was none other than Wang Can, who had just changed into the police uniform and intended to search for the case files. He spoke in a calm tone. "Have you checked the archive room? There might be someone in there." Hai Tao instinctively glanced toward the archive room behind Wang Can. "No, I haven't checked the archive room." Wang Can nodded. "Then I will head to the archive room and the power distribution room. I just retrieved a gun for self-defense from the evidence room. The evidence room at the police station stored firearms from previous cases or those awaiting decommissioning," which was quite reasonable. Hai Tao certainly did not object, nodding in agreement. "Then I'll leave it to you that he was not a police officer and had only ventured into the power distribution room out of necessity." Now that a police officer with a firearm was handling the situation, he was naturally relieved. "It's my duty, sir." Wang Can turned and walked in the opposite direction. Hai Tao turned back without saying another word. Slowly returning toward the armory, advancing through the darkness, Wang Can swiftly arrived at the backup power room. However, as soon as he reached the entrance, his pupils constricted. Inside the backup power room lay another police officer's corpse. Dressed in uniform, it appeared to have died not long ago, with blood still oozing out. This officer had also been shot, and the manner of death was almost identical to that of the officer on the third floor. Another one dead. The slain officer must be Xiao Sun, who had gone to turn on the backup power. Where could the mysterious killer be hiding? Wang Can looked around, but apart from him, the power distribution room was devoid of anyone else. Clearly, the perpetrator had long since fled. He quickened his pace, moving forward. Soon, a sign came into view. Archive Room. Wang Can immediately plunged into the room, rapidly sifting through various cases. The area before the archive room was filled with unarchived cases. Not too many in number. Before long, Wang Can found his target, 11.28. Caesar Hotel murder case. Wang Can crouched down, biting onto his flashlight. This moment, time was of the essence, and he could not afford to conceal any evidence. He violently tore open the evidence bag and swiftly skimmed through the contents of the case. The thick volume contained over 50 pages. Wang Can flipped through the pages rapidly, akin to counting bills. If anyone had been present, they would have been left astonished by such speed. An ordinary person would barely have glimpsed the text. Yet with his analytical skills, Wang Can's perception and memory had long surpassed that of the average individual. He could be described as reading at a glance, remembering everything. In less than 2 minutes, he had thoroughly perused the thick volume of case files. How could this be? Yet after reviewing the case files, his expression did not relax. Instead, it grew even graver. It was indeed true. Who had killed Su Qing? Chapter 42. Discovery of clues. Be cautious. Wang Can may be just ahead. In the darkness, Hai Tao and several police officers huddled together, cautiously advancing. One of the officers held the only handgun given to them by the officer guarding the armory. Mr. Hai, can you be certain? Hai Tao nodded. I am not one of you in the police station. But he referred to me as sir, indicating that he doesn't recognize me at all. You, along with Captain Luo and Deputy Lu, can be easily identified on the official website. Only I am considered a special assisting personnel in your task force. Which is why this impersonating officer does not know me. The leading officer tightened his grip on the gun upon hearing this. They soon arrived at the door of the power distribution room. A glance revealed the officer who had come to turn on the power had long been dead. Brother, son. Several officers rushed forward, their faces contorted with anguish. This was a hero who had worked alongside them for many years to maintain social order. Both a comrade and a friend. Several young officers even felt tears welling up in their eyes. Hai Tao stood silently by, mourning. After a while, the officers removed their uniforms and carefully wrapped the fallen officer in their clothing. This was a solemn agreement among every officer here. Should they ever sacrifice their lives, their comrades would see to it that they were returned home. That damned Wang Can. In the eyes of the officers, who else could have killed their colleague? They gritted their teeth in anger. Hai Tao wanted to say something, but ultimately held his tongue. After temporarily addressing the fallen officer, they continued onward. Not far ahead lay the archive room, the last room on the entire first floor. The officers were becoming increasingly agitated, quickening their pace as if they wished to execute Wang Can on the spot. Hai Tao shook his head internally. In moments like this, maintaining composure was paramount. Yet, he was not a police chief and was at a loss for how to offer counsel. Soon, the group arrived at the door of the archives room. The armed police chief took a deep breath, and with determination, charged inside, gun drawn. Don't move. The archives room was in disarray. Clearly having been recently rummaged through, several files lay scattered carelessly on the floor. But, perplexingly, no one was in sight. Where on earth had that damned Wang Can gone? They meticulously searched the entire basement floor but found no trace of him, just as confusion set in among the group. The lights in the ceiling suddenly flickered to life, restoring power throughout the police station. Shortly thereafter, their phones regained signal. Outside, the urgent blaring of police sirens echoed. As they ascended the stairs, they spotted Luo Shui, Sun Xiaoqian, and a cadre of police officers hurriedly approaching the station. What is going on? Upon witnessing the unusual scene, it dawned on Luo Shui and her colleagues what had transpired. The police station had been assaulted by Wang Can. Hai Tao stepped forward. Were there any casualties? Observing the silence among his companions, Luo Shui felt a chill of foreboding. Dozens of officers surged into the station, conducting a thorough examination inside and out. Before long, results emerged. Luo team, the power system was compromised but has since been restored, and the signal jamming has been lifted. Additionally, we discovered a body in the backup distribution room on the basement floor and another in your office on the second floor. Xiao Sun and Brother Wang. Both had perished. This revelation struck like a thunderclap, leaving everyone stunned, their eyes wide in disbelief, at a loss for words. Have we located Wang Can? They all shook their heads. How could this happen? Has he truly escaped? Just then, Xiao Zhou rushed in. Luo team, I just spoke with the security guard. Xiao Zhang, He claimed he saw no one enter or exit at any point. How is that possible? How did Wang Can get in and out? They quickly recalled Wang Can's escape via a glider from the Jinqing International Hotel. In disbelief, they gazed up at the police station ceiling. Could it be that Wang Can had flown in? Quickly, let us check the rooftop for any signs of a used parachute or similar equipment. Luo Shui commanded, her confusion deepening that if that were the case, how could Wang Can possibly leave? He couldn't have flown from low to high, could he? Do you think it's possible that Wang Can has left yet and is still hiding within our police station? No one answered, but the furrowed brows of all indicated they were contemplating this hypothesis. It was not an impossibility. In fact, the likelihood was significant. Luo Shui summoned a few officers behind her, sealed the police station's entrance. Then search thoroughly. If Wang Can is still here, we will find him, even if we have to dig 3 feet into the earth. Thinking of her fallen comrades, a spark of fury ignited in Luo Shui's eyes. Wang Can, I swear I will bring you to justice. Just then, she felt a gentle tap on her shoulder and turned to find Haitao had quietly approached her. He then gestured to Sun Xiaoqian. And though they were somewhat puzzled, the 2 women followed Haitao to a secluded corner. What's the matter? They held a deep respect for this technical advisor. Haitao whispered, this attack seems rather suspicious. I have a feeling it wasn't just Wang Can acting alone. The 2 women exchanged glances, perplexed at this juncture. Aside from the audacious Wang Can, who else would dare assault a police station? Haitao continued, there are a few details that are a bit unclear right now. Do you think he had accomplices? I'm not entirely sure, but it's quite possible he hesitated. However, this matter is rather peculiar. So you understand? Luo Shui and the others nodded in understanding. If it were true that more than just Wang Can had breached the police station tonight, how had the others infiltrated? The police station was heavily guarded. Even with a significant number of officers reassigned today, it wasn't something anyone could just waltz into. Thus, it was reasonable to deduce that this mysterious individual might very well be an insider within the police station. Even if not, someone within the station could be aiding him in gaining access. In other words, there was a significant possibility of an insider threat within their ranks. If that were the case, it would be best for the number of people aware of this situation to be kept to a minimum. Their silent agreement concluded just as the officers who had gone to search returned. Chapter 43, Undercover Maneuvers. Luo team, we've thoroughly searched the entire police station, yet there is still no sign of Wang Can. How could this be? Where on earth could he be hiding at that moment? Several phones vibrated simultaneously. The series you follow, My Escapade, has updated. 1 minute ago, Wang Can? 1 minute ago, they opened Wang Can's latest post, revealing a video only 3 to 4 seconds long. Wang Can, clad in a black stealth outfit, stood at the roadside, grinning at the camera. Hello everyone, long time no see. I've missed you all. Thank you for your concern. My excursion to the police station was quite thrilling. He then turned to the side, revealing the entrance to the Jincheng police station across the street. The video cut off. That rascal, he really managed to escape. Luo Shui gritted her teeth, about to set her phone down when Haitao suddenly grasped her arm. Look here. Luo Shui and Sun Xiaoqian glanced over to see a line of text beneath Wang Can's video. IP address. Jincheng. What's that about? The 2 women were puzzled. ISNT Wang Can currently in Jincheng. Haitao exclaimed, we had previously tracked Wang Can's phone, but it was either out of province or overseas. Now suddenly, the address shows up in Jincheng, which implies that the anti-tracking device in his phone may have malfunctioned. We might be able to pinpoint his location. Haitao's revelation sent excitement coursing through the 2 women. Do you need me to fetch a computer? Haitao pulled out his phone. Time is of the essence. No need for a computer. My phone will suffice. He swiftly began tapping away on his device, calling over several members of the tech team for assistance. Before long, a signal source appeared prominently on his screen. Found it, Haitao exclaimed, handing his phone to Luo Xue.it south on Zhangzhe Road. Less than a kilometer from our police station. It can't be wrong. Luo Shui wasted no time, signaling, Team 2, stay at the police station. Team 1, everyone into the vehicles. Having learned from previous mistakes, Luo Shui was cautious not to remove all officers from the station. Quickly, the police cars sped out of the station's gates. Haitao's eyes remained fixed on the moving red dot on his phone screen. It was close, within a 500-meter radius. The target was not moving quickly, likely not using any mode of transport. Therefore, Wang Can shouldn't be able to get very far. Inside the lead police vehicle, Luo Shui's voice grew urgent. We're about to catch this slippery character. Excitement bubbled within her as they approached their target. With sirens blaring, the police cars halted before a dark alley. The officers disembarked, drawing their weapons. "Can we confirm he's inside?" Hightown nodded, glancing at the red dot on his phone. "The positioning error shouldn't exceed 3 meters." Luo Shui nodded, suppressing her excitement. "You guard outside to prevent Wang Can from pulling any tricks. The rest of you, follow me, let us flush him out." Understood. The officers responded enthusiastically, each brimming with anticipation. Today was the day they would finally apprehend the fugitive who had evaded them for nearly a week and had caused the loss of their comrades. As all the police officers gathered at the entrance of the alley, no one noticed a slight movement at the back of one of the parked police cars. The trunk creaked open slightly, and a shadow slipped out stealthily. "Wang Can, surrender now. You are under arrest," Luo Shui called into the dark alley. Receiving no response, she exchanged glances with her team before cautiously advancing, weapons drawn. The narrow alley soon revealed its surroundings, litter strewn about, and a stack of wooden crates piled high. "Stop hiding, Wang Can. Come out." Luo Shui aimed her gun at the towering crates, for there was nowhere else to conceal oneself. Still, there was no reply. At Luo Shui's signal, several officers approached and began to topple the stack of wooden crates. To everyone's astonishment, nothing was found behind them. How could this be? Haitao gazed incredulously at his phone, where his location was nearly identical to the red dot on the map. The signal. Could it be that the positioning is truly erroneous? Just at that moment, an unusual sound suddenly emanated from beneath their feet. Woof! They beheld a small black dog, sitting on the ground, panting with its tongue lolling out, gazing at Luo Shui and the others. To their astonishment, the little creature had a small, opaque black plastic bag hanging from its neck. An ominous premonition arose within them. Luo Shui swiftly snatched the plastic bag, only to discover a mobile phone inside. It appeared to be a cheap, makeshift imitation worth a few hundred yuan, and it was currently engaged in a call with Wang Can. At that moment, Wang Can's voice came through the phone. "Goodbye, officers, until we meet again." Suddenly, they heard the unmistakable sound of a car starting behind them. Luo Shui turned in shock, only to see a police car at the rear unexpectedly revving up, executing a reverse drift. With a sudden burst of speed, the vehicle swerved along Zhangzhou Road and sped away. In that fleeting moment, Luo Shui caught a glimpse of the driver's face. "Damn it, it's Wang Can." "Everyone, pursue." Luo Shui grasped the still active phone tightly in her hand, rushing back toward the police car, where Sun Shaoqian and Haitao were already seated. "Wang Can, you cannot escape. Pull over immediately, or your crimes will only multiply." As she spoke, she maneuvered the police car swiftly in pursuit of Wang Can's vehicle. Meanwhile, Haitao muttered to himself in disbelief. How on earth did this guy manage to pull it off? Sun Shaoqian's expression was equally grave. The video we just saw on Duel, it must have been prepared in advance by Wang Can. He must have still been within the police station's vicinity at that time. Stealthily slipping into the trunk of a police car while we were conducting our search inside the station. Prior to infiltrating the police station, he had concealed the phone on that little black dog. Recording the video in advance and setting it to be released at a timed interval, creating the illusion that he had already escaped. Then he could leave the police station alongside us. Upon finishing her explanation, Sun Shaoqian let out a deep sigh. This method is truly unfathomable. Chapter 44. A daring escape on Zhangzhou Road. Wang Can drove at breakneck speed, veering once again onto the wrong side of the road. Just as he had on the main ring road, few police cars were able to keep up. Luo Shui was among them. Clutching the steering wheel tightly, beads of sweat formed on her forehead. Previously, she had only heard of Su Tao's accounts. Now, she could truly appreciate how terrifying Wang Can's driving skills were. The road was not devoid of traffic, and Luo Shui had to concentrate all her efforts to barely keep pace with Wang Can. Yet, he executed each drift with such elegance, tracing perfect arcs on the pavement. It was as if he, after donning a meticulously prepared human mask once more, he returned to the main road and hailed a taxi. "EC Grand Hotel," he instructed. Throughout the journey, Wang Can noticed several police cars with sirens blaring whizzing past his taxi. However, no one paid heed to the inconspicuous passenger within this ordinary taxi. Before long, he found himself back in the presidential suite on the top floor of the East Sea Grand Hotel. Confirming that no one else was present, Wang Can walked over to the sofa and sat down. On the sofa sat Qianlong, whom Wang Can had previously left behind. Wang Can did not act harshly towards him, merely affixing a pair of handcuffs. After all, here, unless Wang Can consented, Qianlong would not even be able to exit through that door. Wang Can cast a glance at him, assuring, "Rest easy. My objective has been accomplished. You shall be released tomorrow." Qianlong wore a look of deep resentment. Even now, he remained oblivious to Wang Can's true intentions. Still believing the ruse of attacking a police officer, after a moment, he remarked, "You promised us that you would not jeopardize the Bloodhead gang." Wang Can smiled lightly, "Of course not. Your role is merely to create a bit of chaos for me in various places." Qianlong retorted, "Yet even so, it disrupts public order and may lead to fines or even detention. You, as members of a gang, should not be overly concerned about such matters." Wang Can replied, shaking his head. "Rest assured, even those consequences will not come to pass. Everything has been arranged with your leader. Today, indeed, 3 individuals bearing my likeness appeared at the crime scene. Thus, the report from your people is undeniably valid." As he spoke, Wang Can unlocked Qianlong's handcuffs. "I must trouble you to remain here for a day. Tomorrow, I will depart, and then you shall be free to leave." Although Wang Can had already acquired sufficient secrets that would likely prevent Qianlong from reporting him even if he were to be released, he chose to play it safe. "Please fetch me some paper and a pen." Qianlong bristled with indignation. As the second-in-command of the Bloodhead gang, did Wang Can truly see him as a mere servant? Yet, recalling Wang Can's methods, he swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue and retrieved a pen along with several sheets of blank paper before exiting the room. Wang Can, seated on the sofa, slowly closed his eyes. The information from the case files began to play vividly in his mind like a film. The volume of information was immense, and he required time to sort through it. After a lengthy pause, Wang Can lifted his pen. Analysis initiated. The myriad clues of the case continually integrated in his mind. Time rewound to the day before the incident, November 2017. The hotel surveillance footage had been deleted by Wang Can. Yet through the diligent efforts of the police technical team, it had been restored at 3:10 p.m. that day. Wang Can and Su Qing appeared in the surveillance footage, entering room 311 of the hotel. However, in Wang Can's memory, he held no recollection of the events. He had no impression of what transpired on November 2017. Once they checked into the room, neither had left. The only interruption was a delivery person who dropped off dinner, leaving it at the door without entering the room. In other words, from the moment they checked in, room 311 was a completely sealed chamber, devoid of any entrance or exits. The following morning arrived. At last, it was Luo Shui who spoke first. "Are you curious as to why I haven't informed Director Huang about the possibility of other infiltrators within the police headquarters on the day of the attack?" Sun Xiaoqian remained silent, seemingly in tacit agreement. If indeed a third force had infiltrated the police headquarters that day, it would signify that our department had suffered an insidious penetration from within, and of a considerable rank. Sun Xiaoqian raised an eyebrow. "Are you suspecting Director Huang?" Luo Shui shook her head. "No, I simply do not trust anyone. This internal traitor, being amongst us, should ideally be known to as few individuals as possible." Luo Shui turned to Sun Xiaoqian. "You should understand my meaning." Sun Xiaoqian fell silent once more. She and Luo Shui had known each other since their university days, being both rivals and comrades who understood each other deeply. As for Hai Tao, he was the one who had discovered this incident. Beyond the 3 of them, she truly could not think of anyone else who could be trusted wholeheartedly. At that moment, Hai Tao interjected, "Captain Luo is correct. This matter should indeed be kept from too many people. By the way, didn't Director Huang mention today that an Interpol-level expert would be arriving? You two might want to see if this expert can offer any assistance." Attention passengers, the next stop is Jincheng South Station. The train gradually came to a halt. A middle-aged man wearing glasses stepped aboard, carrying a briefcase to Mr. Wang Shan. "Your seat is this way," the attractive attendant greeted, taking the man's ticket and instantly donning a warm smile. Indeed, the man boarding the train was none other than Wang Can. Under an alias in disguise, guided by the attendant, Wang Can settled into a spacious VIP business class seat. Do not inquire about the source of the funds. Recently, he had made the Tiger Head gang's operations chaotic, leaving them in distress. Ultimately, Su San of the Tiger Head gang had to pay both in land and money to appease Lin, the leader of the Bloodhead gang, thus temporarily halting their aggression. Wang Can's contributions were undeniably significant. Lin Chongqing had willingly handed over a substantial portion of the earnings to him. Once seated, Wang Can surveyed his surroundings. The business class cabin was significantly quieter than the standard carriages. The people around him, exuding an air of authority, were either business owners or various managers, some of whom Wang Can recognized from television. Next to Wang Can sat a woman, appearing to be in her late 20s, with a somewhat frosty demeanor, engrossed in her phone, giving off an aura of aloofness as if sensing Wang Can's gaze. She suddenly looked up and met his eyes. Wang Can promptly offered a polite smile, appearing completely unperturbed. The woman nodded slightly before returning her attention to her phone. Wang Can quickly sat back, closing his eyes to rest. Attention passengers, the next stop is Huaqing South Station. Wang Can's journey to Huaqing was to trace Su Qing's last steps before her demise, although it was not a particularly significant lead. He could not conceive a better investigative direction for the time being. The train slowly began to move again, with the journey expected to last approximately 40 minutes, not 10 minutes after Wang Can boarded and settled into his reverie. A series of disordered sounds reached his ears, wishing everyone happiness and safety. Chapter 47. Robbing the train? The sound seemed to emanate from the front of the carriage. Wang Can opened his eyes and leaned forward to see more clearly. But the partition between the business and standard carriages was opaque. Before long, a familiar loud bang suddenly pierced through the barrier and reached Wang Can's ears. Bang! The passengers in the business class cabin looked on in confusion. But Wang Can's pupils dilated in alarm. Was that gunfire? Startled, he suppressed the turmoil within and scanned his surroundings. The surrounding businessmen appeared bewildered, some expressing impatience. What is that noise? I was just writing a proposal. And now it's suddenly so loud. A balding man behind him mumbled to his laptop. Others shared a similar demeanor. Only the woman beside him, who had been on her phone, had raised her head. Staring ahead in astonishment, she suddenly turned to Wang Can, locking eyes with him. In that instant, they both recognized the shock reflected in each other's gaze. This woman seemed to have also discerned the gunfire. Her identity likely held significant implications. Just then, without warning, in the business class, a man suddenly sprang to his feet. Everyone, don't move. Get down and cover your heads. Wang Can turned to see a figure wearing a cat mask standing in the aisle, brandishing a firearm, not a mere pistol, but an AK. As the man uttered his command, chaos erupted within the business class. Had they encountered a robbery? Despite their usual calm and composed demeanor, these white-collar professionals were no more collected than the average person in such a crisis. A few hastily stood up, attempting to flee. The balding man behind Wang Can, who had just been grumbling, now rushed toward the door in a panic, disregarding all caution. However, the masked man remained unfazed, barking, "Damn it. Didn't you hear me? Stay still." With that, he aimed his weapon at the nearest fleeing man without hesitation, firing 2 shots. In an instant, the balding man collapsed in the aisle, blood oozing from 2 gaping holes in his back. Several passengers let out shrill screams. The masked man, however, showed no remorse. Shouting, "Don't annoy me," he unleashed a barrage of gunfire towards the terrified passengers, indiscriminately hitting others who had remained silent, leaving them sprawled in pools of blood. In less than a minute, the cabin, once filled with dozens, was reduced to a mere 10 survivors. This man. Wang Can crouched behind his seat, his gaze fixed on the unfolding horror. He never considered himself a savior or a paragon of virtue. Yet, one principle he upheld was the sanctity of life. To disregard law and morality in the act of killing. This was no longer the behavior of a mere criminal. It was an act of terror. Such individuals should not exist. Just then, the masked man finally ceased his assault. The remaining passengers, too terrified to utter a sound, huddled beneath their seats, trembling. "Yes, that's much better." A sinister chuckle echoed from beneath the mask. And at that moment, a middle-aged voice crackled through the intercom. "Dear passengers, this train is now under my control." If to corroborate the announcement, the speeding train began to visibly decelerate, gradually coming to a halt. Through the window, Wang Can quickly recognize their location. They were in the outskirts, still within the Jincheng area, but now at the northernmost edge, nearing Huaqing. The cabin was enveloped in an eerie silence. As the announcement continued, however, "There is no need for panic. As long as you cooperate, you will all survive. Luo, son, something has happened." At the Jincheng police headquarters, Luo Shui and her colleagues looked up in alarm at the frantic entry of Xiao Zhou. "What is going on? Has there been a lead on Wang Can?" Xiao Zhou panted. "No, it's not that. Just moments ago, a train passing through Jincheng was hijacked. Within 2 minutes, dozens of police cars surged from the Jincheng police headquarters, racing towards the location where the train had come to a standstill. A train nearly at full capacity had been seized. How many passengers and personnel were aboard? This was no mere public safety incident. It was a terrorist attack occurring right within their city. The news had yet to spread, but it wouldn't be long before the entire central China province, and indeed the whole of Longhua, would be shaken to its core. In comparison, Wang Can's situation seemed like child's play. 20 minutes later, Luo Shui and her team arrived at a cordoned-off area. As soon as they alighted, Luo Shui urgently inquired, "Have the armed reinforcements from the province arrived? These terrorist organizations could very well possess highly destructive weapons. Relying solely on the local police force to manage the situation was evidently insufficient." Lu, who had already reached the scene, shook his head. "The incident occurred too suddenly. The SWAT Dragon team is en route, but it will take about 10 more minutes. Luo Shui nodded, pointing towards the train that had long since stopped several kilometers away. "Why so far? Have we made contact with the kidnappers inside?" "We have. They demanded we retreat at least 3 kilometers. Otherwise, they'll detonate one of the carriages." Lu's tone was tinged with resignation, clearly indicating that the police had lost the initiative in this situation. What on earth did these individuals intend to accomplish? Luo Shui fixed her gaze intently on the train, as if she were trying to peer through the windows to discern the details within. Suddenly, Sun Xiaoqian, who had accompanied her, inquired, "Do we have the passenger's identity information?" "Yes, the Traffic Management Bureau has just sent it over," came the reply. Sun Xiaoqian shifted her position, asking, "Are there any officials or prominent figures among the passengers?" Xiao Lu shook his head. "None of those you mentioned. But there is one woman whose identity remains shrouded in mystery. When we checked earlier, it surprisingly indicated that our access rights were insufficient." "A woman?" Sun Xiaoqian and Luo Shui exchanged knowing glances, as if they both had an inkling of the situation. Taking the computer, they were taken aback by the familiar face displayed on the screen. It was indeed her, the international police officer dispatched by higher authorities to join the special task force that Director Huang had previously mentioned. Chapter 48. International Police. Just outside, the police officer was at a loss. While inside the train, in the business class carriage, the masked man commanded all the occupants to gather in the corner, thoroughly searching them from head to toe. Wang Can was among the crowd, crouching beside the woman from earlier. That moment, the door on the opposite side was suddenly swung open, revealing a man wearing a dog mask who stepped inside, followed by several individuals bound tightly. They appeared to be the train driver, the conductor, and 2 service staff members. "Boss." Upon seeing the newcomer, the cat-masked man abandoned his previous unruly demeanor and spoke respectfully in a hushed tone. "Yes, everyone is here now. Cat, keep a close watch on them. If anything goes awry, you should understand the consequences." The man in the dog mask spoke in a low, grave tone, seemingly the same voice that had made announcements over the intercom. He tossed the bound train personnel in front of Wang Can and continued, "I will check the back. Keep an eye on these people." "Rest assured." The cat-masked man nodded. Once the boss had departed, he turned his attention back to Wang Can and the others. Wang Can quickly lowered his head, feigning a panicked and terrified demeanor. In truth, he had been carefully observing the actions of these individuals. It was evident that they were not mere petty thieves, but a highly trained group of terrorists. They appeared relaxed, yet their grips on their weapons were unwavering, deliberately maintaining a safe distance from the hostages. Even with the analytical enhancements, Wang Can could not detect any weaknesses that could be exploited to subdue them. It was indeed a challenging predicament. Given Wang Can's current capabilities, he could not devise an immediate escape plan. Ding. Host. Long time no see. Detected that the host is currently in the midst of a terrorist attack. Mission issued. Start a live broadcast to subdue all criminals in public and rescue all survivors on this train. Complete the mission to earn the reward of God-level potion manufacturing technique. System. Wang Can instinctively froze for a moment, nearly forgetting about the existence of this golden finger. However, the task required him to live-stream the subjugation of these criminals, which was certainly no easy feat. After pondering for a moment, Wang Can did not hastily pull out his phone, but instead quietly approached the conductor who had just been thrown at his feet by the dog-masked man. Adopting a trembling, fearful tone, he asked, "Officer, what do these people intend to do?" The conductor turned to him, his eyes betraying a hint of fear, yet he forced himself to stabilize his voice as he whispered, "Dear passenger, rest assured, we will safely escort you all out." Wang Can felt somewhat speechless. On one hand, he could commend the officer's dedication, yet on the other, he noted that this conductor was trembling uncontrollably. Just then, a man who appeared to be a wealthy businessman approached. "Are these people here to rob us?" "I have money. Can I pay them to let me go?" Before the conductor could respond, the cat-masked man suddenly appeared before everyone, his gaze locked on the frightened businessman, a sinister smile lurking beneath his mask. "You say that you are wealthy?" The man, suppressing his fear, nodded shakily. The masked man then turned to the others. What about you? Are you wealthy too? Anyone who can afford a business class ticket must have some financial means. He nodded slightly. Very well. Then, all of you men must immediately transfer 5 million to this offshore bank account. If you can do that, I will allow you to disembark. Upon hearing the masked man's words, several suited men erupted in joy, hastily pulling out their phones to comply. 0.5 million was certainly a substantial sum. But when weighed against their lives, it seemed trivial. A few women, resembling wealthy business owners, looked visibly distressed. Did these robbers really prioritize men over women? Wang Can remained silent, refraining from joining the transfer. In truth, he did not possess 5 million. Suddenly, for reasons unknown, he glanced at the woman beside him, who was also looking at him, her eyes glimmering with something. Noticing Wang Can's gaze, the woman spoke first. You are not an ordinary person, are you? At this moment, Wang Can did not deny it and nodded. I am an international police officer. I need your assistance. As she spoke, the female officer revealed her badge, International Police. Though Wang Can was unaware of the international officer's impending involvement in the case, he quickly speculated, given the recent events in Jin City, that she might not be here for benign reasons. Could it be that she was here to apprehend him, concealing his identity behind a mask? Wang Can asked, what do you need me to do? Although the female officer did not recognize Wang Can, he was not the type to place his trust in someone he had only known for a mere 2 minutes. The international officer scrutinized the cat-masked man, stating, their intentions cannot merely be about robbery. I will need you to create a distraction to help me subdue him. So, he would not need to strike directly, but rather assist in the operation. Wang Can considered this and decided it posed no significant issue. He nodded. All right, how confident are you? The officer paused for a few seconds before replying. Get him within 3 meters of me. I have an 80% chance. 80%. That was already quite high. Wang Can knew that this was not an ordinary individual, but a member of a heavily armed terrorist organization. Even if he were to take action himself, his chances would not be much higher. What should I call you? Huang Qian. Officer Huang. Wang Can quietly pulled out his phone and opened the streaming app. Huang Qian glanced over, momentarily taken aback by his serious demeanor. What are you doing at a time like this? Starting a live stream. Huang Qian began to doubt her judgment. Could it be that she had miscalculated? Was this person actually a fool? Was it unwise to seek collaboration with him so hastily? Just as their conversation came to an end, the earlier businessman stood up excitedly from the ground. I've completed the transfer. The cat-masked man approached him, glancing at the transfer details on the man's phone with a smile. Meanwhile, others also completed their transfers one after another. Though fear lingered, they could not suppress their excitement. Were they finally allowed to leave? Chapter 49. God-level hypnosis. Observing the excited individuals on the ground, the masked man's tone bore a hint of amusement. Of course, if you want to leave, the door is right there. The suited man immediately dashed toward the exit. However, in the next moment, the masked man swiftly raised his AK and fired. Bang. The man's smile froze on his face, his shirt slowly soaking in crimson. Thud. His body collapsed heavily to the ground. The other men, who had also been prepared to leave, stood frozen in place. Why aren't you leaving? The cat chuckled lightly, as if he had just crushed an insignificant insect. I said you could go, but whether you have the life to step off this train is another matter. Silence enveloped the room. At that moment, Wang Can quietly activated the live stream. Outside the train, the once clear sky suddenly darkened as dozens of black and green military helicopters swiftly approached. Ropes descended from above, and soon, well-equipped police officers slid down onto the open ground about 50 meters behind Luo Shui. To be precise, they were not just any officers. They were the renowned Dragon Team of Longhua, celebrated throughout the military and police circles of Huaxia. Luo Shui and Sun Xiaoqian hurriedly led a group of officers forward. Songlong Team, Central China Province. A young man in a black special operations uniform, who appeared to be the team leader, pounded his chest with a serious expression. I am the captain of this operation, codenamed Song Air. Luo Shui's demeanor shifted sharply. The Dragon Team was not only famous but also shrouded in mystery. Even the esteemed Captain Luo Shui of the police force is only aware that there exist 4 major Dragon Teams in the Huazhong province. That Songlong must be one of them. Luo Shui extended her hand to briefly shake with the other party, expressing her gratitude to everyone present. Given the urgency of the situation, she decided to get straight to the point. The Dragon Team has dispatched a total of 12 individuals, who swiftly followed Luo Shui to the makeshift headquarters that had been hastily set up. Is this meager contingent truly sufficient for the task at hand? A few relatively younger police officers exchanged glances, unable to suppress their murmurs. However, before they could finish their remarks, they were silenced by a piercing glare from Sun Xiaoqian. The members of the Dragon team paid them no mind and quickly approached a makeshift map that had been drawn up. You must be Captain Luo, correct? Could you please brief us on the situation at the scene? Luo Shui nodded, indicating the train before them. The train in question is G4, belonging to the Longwu Revival Line. And it is the vehicle that has been hijacked. She gestured towards the halted train. There are 8 carriages in total. The first carriage, located near the front, serves as the business class. The remaining 7 carriages are standard second-class hard seats. Song Er nodded thoughtfully. Is there any way to ascertain the specific situation inside? Luo Shui replied. I managed to have a phone conversation with the hijackers, but they have yet to disclose their motives for the hijacking or any demands they may have. We utilized thermal imaging to scan the carriages, and it appears that the passengers in each carriage are being held in the rear corners. There are a total of 9 hijackers, with one likely acting as their leader. Moving throughout the entire train, Song Er proposed his plan. If we can get within 1,800 meters, we can confidently execute a strike using the thermal imaging. Luo Shui raised an eyebrow. 1,800 meters? That's nearly 2 kilometers, exceeding the range of many standard sniper rifles. Moreover, there are still 9 hijackers aboard the train. This individual believes they can eliminate them all in an instant. Is this truly the prowess of the Dragon team? Regrettably, Luo Shui shook her head. These hijackers have previously insisted that we maintain a distance of at least 3 kilometers, likely anticipating this very scenario. Song Er pondered for AM. 2 individuals darted forward like arrows, swiftly bypassing the startled train attendant and confronting the masked man. The masked figure, taken aback, attempted to raise his firearm in defiance. Did he dare to shoot? Alas, from 7 paces away, the gun is swift. But within 7 paces, I am swifter. Wang Can's palm morphed into a lethal blade, descending mercilessly upon the masked man's gun-wielding left hand. That a piercing scream escaped the masked man's lips as his grip faltered. Simultaneously, Huang Qian seized his right arm and executed a sideways roll to the ground. Her long legs transformed into a pair of scissors, locking the masked man's left leg in a vice-like grip. Twisting with force, the masked man immediately lost his balance, finding himself at Huang Qian's feet. While both his hands were firmly restrained by Wang Can and Huang Qian, he attempted to shout for help, hoping to attract the attention of others. Yet, Wang Can was quicker, delivering a forceful kick to the man's mouth, rendering him dizzy and unconscious. Despite the apparent complexity, this entire sequence unfolded in the blink of an eye. Before the other passengers could comprehend the situation, the very man who had just held the entire carriage hostage lay motionless on the floor. Wang Can and Huang Qian, still uneasy, bound him securely and stuffed his mouth with paper. Finally exhaling in relief as they discarded him onto the ground, the train attendant behind them stared in disbelief, mouth agape. Was this really the ordinary passenger who had just questioned them with fear? Why did they appear more like law enforcement? This was merely the calm before the storm. Unbeknownst to those inside the train, the events of the past 10 seconds had already ignited a frenzy online. Wang Can's livestream had reached an unprecedented number of viewers. Please, no more gifts. If you keep sending them, I won't see anything. Incredible. Wang Shun is phenomenal. Did you all just witness that? Wang Shun moved like a blur. Even the camera struggled to capture him clearly. This is Wang Shun, armed with an AK. He shows no fear. And let's not overlook the remarkable skills of the woman beside him. I sensed from the very beginning that she was no ordinary lady. Moreover, did you see the stunned expression of that attendant? Just moments ago, this individual nearly brought harm to Wang Shun. Outside the train, all the officers watching the scene were equally tense. Wang Can had displayed extraordinary audacity. Indeed, one must admit, Wang Can's prowess is truly impressive. Although still a fugitive, his actions earlier effectively saved the lives of everyone in the carriage. Even those officers who had been pursuing him could not suppress a strange sense of admiration. Up front, Luo Shui, Sun Xiaoqian, and Hai Tao collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Their own heartbeats had slowed a few beats in response to the earlier incident. This individual eye in the eyes of other officers. Wang Can's actions were born from desperation. After all, had he hesitated any longer, the masked man might have fired, and Wang Can himself could have been the one to perish. However, Luo Shui and her companions couldn't help but recall Wang Can's earlier words in the train. A fugitive, yet at this moment, he was effectively aiding the police in their investigation. Could it be that there were deeper implications surrounding Wang Can's prior case? Happy New Year! Wishing all of you prosperity in the coming year. Chapter 51. Hypnosis. You are not an ordinary person. Inside the carriage, Wang Can gazed at Wang Can, whose face was obscured by a middle-aged mask. Are you a veteran? Or perhaps involved in some classified operation? Despite her intelligence, she struggled to fathom that the person standing before her was, in fact, a wanted murderer. Wang Can calmly regarded the woman, shaking his head. Wang Can, recognizing his response, refrained from further inquiries. It was only then that the other passengers began to react. Their faces lit up with joy as they beheld the subdued, masked man lying on the ground. Wonderful. Thank you both so much. Without a moment's hesitation, the group grabbed their briefcases and luggage, hastily moving toward the exit. We owe you a great debt of gratitude, and once we disembark, we will reward you handsomely. As the wealthy passengers prepared to leave the carriage, Wang Can raised an eyebrow. Wait, you cannot exit just yet. The smiles on their faces instantly froze. What do you mean? Why are you preventing us from leaving? Did you not hear? The accomplices of this kidnapper could return at any moment. What will we do then? Just moments ago, they had expressed overwhelming gratitude, but now they glared at Wang Can with hostility. Wang Can continued, if you step out of this carriage now, it will surely alert the snakes in the grass. The robbers may immediately retaliate against you, potentially endangering the lives of other hostages in the adjacent carriages. Therefore, I kindly ask you to remain on board for the time being. As soon as Wang Can finished speaking, the crowd erupted in outrage. So what? Staying here is tantamount to waiting for death. The lives of those in other carriages are of no concern to me. I am the CEO of Huahai. Can their lives compare to mine? I refuse to be held here. I am leaving now. In the face of life and death, the essence of humanity was laid bare. These executives and managers, who typically professed to prioritize the people, the customers, revealed their selfishness when confronted with danger. They obediently complied with the masked man's demands, but dared to resist Wang Can and Wang Can, who had saved them. The reason was simple. They understood that these officers would not dare to confront them. Simultaneously, discussions erupted in Wang Can's live stream that I never expected that these ostentatious individuals would behave in such a manner. What a disgrace! Are the lives of others unworthy? Yet, it is understandable, as it is a matter of life and death. If I were in their position, I might react similarly. While many criticized their behavior, others expressed understanding. Luo Shui and her companions remained silent as they observed the unfolding scene in the live stream. They, too, wished to calm the agitated individuals to facilitate the next phase of their rescue operation. However, they lacked the authority to do so. Inside the carriage, Wang Can furrowed her brow at the unfolding scene. Despite her status as an international police officer, she could not forcibly detain this group of people. Behind her, Wang Can sighed. This is human nature. Initially, he had no intention of intervening, but the system had assigned him the mission of saving everyone in the carriage. Thus, in the next moment, Wang Can suddenly lifted the AK from the ground. Bang! The gunshot silenced everyone in the carriage, rendering them speechless. They turned in disbelief to see the man who had just saved them aiming the firearm at the carriage entrance. His gaze was chillingly indifferent, akin to that of a reaper. I said, no one is allowed to leave. Everyone stay put. The passengers stared at Wang Can in disbelief. The attendant quickly intervened, saying, friend, please put down the gun. Let us discuss this rationally. A few passengers looked furious, exclaiming, what are you doing? Can officers kill at will? I want to disembark. It is my freedom. Clearly, the recent events had led these individuals to mistakenly perceive Wang Can and Wang Can as mere officers. I insist on leaving. If you dare, shoot me. A defiant female passenger continued toward the exit. Bang! In the next instant, a bullet shot past her, grazing her hair and embedding itself in the doorframe. Everyone turned in astonishment. Even Wang Can, standing nearby, was taken aback. This officer truly dared to fire at them. I warned you not to move. Furthermore, when did I ever claim to be an officer? At that moment, no one dared utter another word. This man was clearly not an officer, but rather a madman. They had just escaped the jaws of a tiger only to stumble into the clutches of a wolf. Wang Can fixed her gaze on Wang Can, teetering on the brink of speech. However, Wang Can disregarded her, turning his face to address her directly. What do you intend to do next? After several seconds of silence, Wang Can finally diverted her gaze. Regardless of the circumstances, Wang Can had indeed managed to temporarily control the individuals within the carriage, striving to save as many lives as possible and uncover the motives behind the hijacking. It was evident that Wang Can shared the belief that the group's intentions could not solely revolve around monetary gain. After all, if it were merely about money, there would be no need to expend such manpower and resources. Simply kidnapping a wealthy individual would suffice. That so, what is your specific plan? Clearly, Wang Can had no concrete idea. Although they had managed to subdue one carriage, it was merely a temporary victory, with 7 more carriages remaining. Relying solely on the 2 of them was insufficient. Furthermore, should they linger too long, the leader would inevitably return to inspect the situation. Discovery was just a matter of time. Observing Wang Can's silence, Wang Can could only shake his head. Indeed, it seemed he must rely on himself. He bent down and removed the mask from the unconscious man on the floor, revealing a young and unfamiliar face. Wang Can crouched down as well, her eyes narrowing slightly. Could it be him? Clearly, this individual was known to the international police officer. However, she was reluctant to divulge this information to Wang Can, so he refrained from pressing the matter. Taking a kettle of boiling water from the carriage, he promptly doused the man's face. The man abruptly awoke, his gaze landing on Wang Can and Wang Can before him. A fleeting expression of terror crossed his face, only to be swiftly replaced by a sinister, mocking grin. "Oh, it is you two. I strongly advise you to release me at once. Otherwise, when the boss arrives, you will meet a gruesome fate." Wang Can, however, remained unperturbed. Suddenly, he produced a pocket watch from seemingly nowhere and, amidst the astonished stares of those present, he flung it before the man. Masterful hypnosis. Activate. The man, entirely unprepared, found himself entranced by Wang Can's eyes. A wave of dizziness washing over him as if he had plunged into an endless abyss. The true master of hypnosis does not require a plethora of words, as depicted in films. A mere gesture or a glance can ensnare one into the realm of suggestion. At that moment, Wang Can's voice resonated softly in the man's ear. "I am Wang Shan. From this moment forth, I am your sole master to whom you must submit. Tell me, who are you, and what is the purpose of your mission?" Chapter 52. Plum blossom beside him. Wang Can gazed at Wang Can in utter astonishment. This individual is hypnotizing. As an international police officer, her experience was not lacking. She had encountered numerous psychological hypnotists, both nationally and globally, yet those capable of hypnotizing someone with such ease, in mere moments, were few and far between. Often having spent decades in the field of psychology, how could this seemingly middle-aged man achieve such a feat? The robber on the ground began to appear increasingly dazed. I have no name. They all call me Cat." The absence of a name suggested that these individuals had likely joined this mysterious organization from birth or an early age. If that were the case, the influence of this organization must be far greater than imagined. Wang Can pressed on. "What was the purpose of your carjacking?" The man replied, "It seems we are searching for someone, but the boss did not disclose who." The boss? Wang Can recalled the figure wearing a dog mask from earlier. Suddenly, Wang Can interjected, "Are you looking for a woman?" A woman? Wang Can's mind raced. It appeared that this man's actions had been solely directed towards the males in the compartment. "Yes." Wang Can fixed her gaze on Wang Can. "We must relay this information to my superior outside immediately." Wang Can gestured to his phone. "You needn't worry. They should already be informed." Outside the train, Luo Shui and her team listened intently to the dialogue in the live broadcast. "Quick, extract all identification information of the women aboard this train." Soon, a lengthy list of information appeared on the computer screen. Meanwhile, the Dragon team had donned green camouflage gear through airdropped supplies, each equipped with the latest technology from the Dragon Nation. A Dragon Sniper M200. Ahead, a vast expanse of abandoned grassland stretched toward the base of the train. Songlong Team 2, prepared and on standby. The leader of Team 2, Song Air, wore a grave expression. Although they were the most elite special forces in Huazhong province, within the realm of Jincheng, all agreed to entrust command to Luo Shui, who was most familiar with the situation. Taking a deep breath, Luo Shui felt the weight of immense pressure. The lives of an entire train were resting upon her shoulders. Proceed according to the plan. The members of the Dragon team approached their target, ready to execute precise strikes against the kidnappers using thermal imaging. As her words fell, the 12 members of the Dragon team immediately dropped to the ground, blending into the terrain as they swiftly advanced toward the train. Inside the carriage, Wang Can concluded his questioning and was about to rise when his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of an unusual pattern peeking from the man's sleeve. "What is this?" He rolled up the man's sleeve, revealing a palm-sized, blood-red plum blossom tattoo. This appeared to be an emblem of an organization. "You don't recognize it?" Wang Can shook her head, though she was an international police officer. She was not familiar with every organizational insignia. "What is next? What do you plan to do?" Wang Can pondered, and suddenly, Wang Can remarked, "I do have a plan. You might want to hear it." Wang Qian's gaze sharpened as she turned to him. 2 minutes later, a man wearing a cat mask emerged from the carriage, carrying the bound Wang Qian in his grasp. This masked figure was not the original cat but rather Wang Can in disguise. The next carriage was filled with ordinary second-class seats. Upon entering, they were met with the sight of numerous lifeless bodies strewn about, all male corpses that in a corner. Nearly 20 surviving hostages huddled together. It seemed that the individuals managing this carriage were unaware of the identity of the woman they sought. Wang Can, holding Wang Qian, soon spotted a masked man standing in the center of the carriage. This was Tiger. Upon seeing Wang Can, Tiger expressed confusion. "Cat, what brings you here?" The next moment, he noticed the expressionless Wang Qian in Wang Can's grip. If a realization struck him, he inquired, "Has the boss's target been located?" Wang Can nodded silently. After all, even with the mask, his voice was distinct. Tiger's eyes flickered beneath the mask. "What about the others in your carriage? Have they all been eliminated?" He glanced at the remaining 20 hostages in the carriage. If the target had been found, there would be no need for these hostages to remain in the face of the terrified gazes of those present. Tiger slowly raised his weapon, aiming at the desperate passengers on the floor. Bang! 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 3 shots rang out in succession. The hands of Tiger fell limply to his sides, his expression one of disbelief as he gazed at the man before him, who bore a mask akin to his own. Blood gushed from the wound in his forehead, and he uttered, "You." His final words trailed off as he collapsed to the ground. The survivors, who had already been steeped in despair, stared in disbelief at the scene before them. What followed was an overwhelming sense of elation. As they attempted to rise from the ground, another dark barrel swung around to aim at them once more. "Don't move." Wang Can's cold voice emerged from beneath the mask. "I am not here to save you. If you dare to make a single move, you will meet a fate far worse than before." "Olumin is the person the boss is looking for her?" Wang Can nodded slightly, casually tossing Wang Qian at the woman's feet. The woman bent down and crouched. Now is the moment. Just as Wang Can prepared to raise his gun and repeat his earlier action. Suddenly, the doors of the 3rd and 4th carriages swung open. The man wearing the dog mask appeared unexpectedly behind the woman. This is the leader of this group. Beneath the mask, Wang Can's expression tightened instantly. The gun he had readied was pressed down once more. "Cat. Fox, what are you doing?" Upon hearing the commotion, the fox turned around. "Boss, the cat just said they've found the person you were looking for." "Found her?" The dog's voice was laced with skepticism. He had never mentioned what kind of person he was searching for. He stepped forward, looking down at Wang Qian on the ground. His expression changed. "No, this isn't the person I want. Cat, roll up your sleeves." The dog's voice altered dramatically. He suddenly raised his head, his gaze fixed intently on Wang Can. In the live stream, 20,000 viewers, along with Luo Shui and Haitao's group, held their breath, staring at the screen. "This is bad. This is bad. They are going to be discovered. The king won't really fall here, will he?" "Don't, my king. I still look forward to you saving the train." Wang Can must hold on. Luo Shui unconsciously clenched her fists. She realized that, for some time now, her scales had subtly tilted in Wang Can's favor. After all, while their police force had yet to conceive a better plan, it was Wang Can's unexpected actions that had saved dozens of lives across 2 carriages. Under the gaze of the crowd, Wang Can stood still, unyielding. The fox immediately sensed something was amiss, raising her dual submachine guns and aiming them at Wang Can. "You are not the cat. Who are you?" The dark muzzles of the guns pointed at him, and just when everyone thought Wang Can was undoubtedly doomed, he unexpectedly smiled lightly. "Who says I'm not the cat?" "If you are the cat, then roll up your sleeves. You will have a plum blossom mark on your hand," the fox shouted sharply. "All right, as you wish." Wang Can nodded slightly. He then slowly extended his hand, gently rolling up his sleeve, revealing his arm. There was nothing. Ha ha. The fox let out a cold laugh, no longer interested in conversation, ready to pull the trigger. Suddenly, she felt as if a pair of gigantic scissors had locked around her ankles. She looked down and saw that Wang Qian, who had just been tied up, had somehow freed herself from her bonds. Wang Can exerted her legs with force. The fox lost her balance and fell headlong. The dual guns in her hands flew out. Simultaneously, Wang Can raised his gun, aiming at the dog ahead. Bang, bang, bang. Several bullets were mercilessly fired. However, the dog's reaction was unexpectedly swift, just as Wang Can made her move. He had already retreated 2 steps, and then turned, crashing through the restroom door. He bolted inside. Such quick reflexes. Wang Can frowned, but did not relent, keeping his gun trained on the restroom door. Meanwhile, the fox on the ground still attempted to struggle. But Wang Can offered her no chance, delivering a swift kick to the back of her neck. The fox struggled for a moment before losing consciousness. Wang Can swiftly rolled up the woman's sleeve, revealing the blood-red plum blossom mark once again, almost identical to the one on the cat's arm. Indeed, she murmured softly, "Incredible, King, and that woman, truly impressive. Everyone, I want all the information on this woman, from now on. She is my goddess. I want to initiate a grand procreation plan with her." A flurry of comments flooded the live stream from a group of Dragon Kings. Clearly, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Just moments ago, they had thought Wang Can and Wang Can were doomed. This woman, Wang Can, is an Interpol officer. Soon, the resourceful netizens uncovered all of Wang Can's information. She had blown up a Golden Triangle stronghold, leading the charge against Southeast Asia's major drug lord forces. Earlier, did you think you could escape this woman? Meanwhile, inside the carriage, Wang Can aimed his gun at the wall beside the restroom. "Stop struggling. It would be better to come out directly. I don't need to walk to your door. I can simply shoot through the restroom wall with my AK. As he spoke, he aimed at the wall and slowly tightened his grip on the trigger. Just then, the dog's low voice suddenly echoed from the restroom. "Ha. I advise you not to do that." Wang Can frowned. Suddenly, a figure gradually emerged from the restroom door. That it was a terrified woman. Trembling, being pushed out by the dog from behind. Wang Can's gaze sharpened. He recognized this woman. She was the host from the event at Jinqing University. What was her name? Lin Qin. One of the dog's arms was tightly locked around Lin Qin's neck, entirely shielding himself behind her. "That I never expected that the woman I have been searching for all this time was hiding in this restroom." Upon hearing this, both Wang Can and Wang Can paused in their breathing. Lin Qin, is she the person this group of terrorists is after? A student from Jincheng. How could an ordinary female student warrant such elaborate efforts from this group? It seemed Lin Qin had gone to the restroom before the hijacking and had fortuitously hidden there since. However, even so, she couldn't hide forever. It was just unfortunate that she was found at such a critical moment by this dog. "I advise you to put down your guns immediately, or I might just kill this lovely lady." The dog chuckled menacingly, deliberately revealing the gun pressed against Lin Qin's back. Chapter 54. Voluntary exposure. Wang Can stood up from the ground, gazing at the hostage Lin Qin ahead. "What do you want?" The dog sneered. "Both of you, step back into the carriage, or I'll shoot her." "Impossible." Wang Can immediately refused. If they stepped back, this guy would summon the remaining 5 robbers from the other carriages. Even though she and Wang Can were both skilled, they would likely be outmatched by 6 guns. The dog's chilling laughter echoed. "Do you 2 police officers not care about the hostage's life at all?" As he spoke, the dog's body was entirely shielded behind Lin Qin, leaving Wang Can with no openings to strike. He tightened the gun pressed against Lin Qin's waist. Lin Qin trembled uncontrollably. Her delicate face was filled with fear. "That I will say this one last time. Step back into the carriage. Otherwise, I will shoot her immediately." The dog's voice became piercing, shouting sharply at the 2. "All right." Just then, Wang Can, holding the AK, suddenly let out a light chuckle. "Go ahead and shoot. Quickly eliminate this troublesome woman." Everyone froze in place. Wang Qian's eyes widened in disbelief. After a pause of several seconds, the dog finally spoke in a low voice. "Don't try to scare me. How could you, a police officer, not care about the hostage?" Before he could finish, Wang Can abruptly interrupted. "Police officer? Who told you I am a police officer?" With that, he suddenly tore off a lifelike middle-aged man's mask from his face. A youthful and handsome visage, which rightfully belonged to Wang Can, was revealed before everyone. "You are." Wang Qian's pupils constricted sharply. She had been dispatched to capture Wang Can, so she certainly recognized his face. However, she never expected that this fugitive had been traveling alongside her all this time, and that they had just collaborated to take down several kidnappers. In retrospect, she should have anticipated Wang Can's series of irrational actions. Wang Can ignored Wang Qian's piercing gaze and quickly whispered, "Lend me a phone." Wang Qian hesitated. "If you want to save her, Do it quickly. Although I am a fugitive, I haven't harmed a single person. After a long moment, Wang Can finally silently took out her phone. Wang Can snatched the phone, typed his name into the browser, and then tossed it at the dog's feet. You take a good look at who I really am. This incident occurred so suddenly that Wang Can had not prepared another phone. However, his own phone was a god-tier device awarded by the system, and he couldn't just easily discard it. He could only requisition this international criminal police officer's phone for the moment. The dog did not move, his masked eyes slowly scanning the lines of text on the phone screen. Fugitive? Murderer. Upon seeing the information displayed, he mumbled to himself. The dog extended his own phone, reflecting the screen, revealing Wang Can's face that it was identical to the wanted poster. Wang Can's expression remained indifferent. That's right, I am a fugitive hunted worldwide. So I don't care one bit about this woman's life. Kill her. That way, we can eliminate you with a single shot. Wang Can's voice was cold, showing no concern for the terrified Lin Qin or the vigilant Wang Qian. He raised the AK, slowly approaching the dog, adding, and you would never dare to kill this person, because she is the person you are looking for in this carjacking. Although I do not know your intentions. It is inconceivable that you would so easily take her life, just as he was merely 2 or 3 meters away from Lin Qin. Wang Can's finger tightened around the trigger, this distance. Should he pull the trigger, even with Lin Qin shielding in front, he could inflict substantial harm upon the man behind her. Coupled with Wang Can's skill, subduing this individual would be virtually assured. Once he captured this core leader, the remaining bandits aboard the train would pose little threat. Even so, this could very well lead to Lin Qin's demise. However, the lives of nearly 100 other souls on the train could be spared. In such a scenario, it is unlikely anyone would dare to speak ill of Wang Can. Stop right there. The dog reacted with a low growl. You are correct. I had no intention of killing her. But if you push me too far, I will not hesitate to take a few more lives with me. His voice was already hoarse with desperation. Such a desperate criminal becomes increasingly frantic in dire times. Ultimately, Wang Can refrained from pulling the trigger. Although he was never a paragon of virtue, and many had already perished in this incident, it seemed trivial to lose one more life, even though he had long been branded a wanted murderer. The police were pursuing him while others merely observed the spectacle. He was already labeled a killer, and no one believed in his innocence. Yet, despite this, Wang Can could not bring himself to casually extinguish an innocent life. He released the trigger. We cannot leave the carriage. State your conditions. The dog's tone had lost its previous chill. Evidently aware of Wang Can's fugitive status, he dared not make any excessive demands. Kid, I admit you are formidable. To speak frankly, we initially planned to blow up the entire train after this operation. Indeed, these terrorists had ulterior motives beyond merely abducting an ordinary person. Wang Can shook his head in resignation. The man behind Lin Qin continued. However, this time I can make a concession. If you let us go, I will hand over the surviving passengers to you. Wang Can remained silent for a long while. Although this man maintained a facade of calm, he was already intimidated by Wang Can's reputation. How much was this hostage worth to a murderer? He quickly added, just let me and this young lady leave. I can leave behind the 5 men in the rear carriage. Wang Can couldn't help but scoff. Ha! I thought you cared about your underlings. The man, however, was unfazed, stating, these brainless fools are expendable. Their deaths matter not. A true achiever must not sacrifice a watermelon for the sake of a sesame seed. Wouldn't you agree? At this point, his tone shifted. Your name is Wang Can, correct? I find you quite intriguing. Moreover, you have become a wanted criminal. Long Country can no longer harbor you. Why not join us? Together, we could accomplish great things. What do you think? Chapter 55. The Evacuation Plan. Join forces. Wang Can still held his gun firmly. I've killed so many of your people. And you expect me to join you just like that? The masked man merely smiled lightly. Those were merely a bunch of useless trash, to be frank. After this operation, I will blow up the entire train. Every soul aboard, including those 5 worthless individuals, must perish. Wang Can raised an eyebrow, surprised by the man's ruthlessness, even considering the lives of his own men expendable. But you are different. Wang Can, you have a chance to survive. Beneath the mask, a piercing gaze suddenly shot forth. You have repeatedly evaded capture by the Long Country police, and, just moments ago, managed to subdue our men despite being unarmed. Your capabilities and talents far surpass those of these individuals. A talent like you, should you choose to join us, the organization will spare no effort in nurturing you, transforming you into a figure that instills fear across the globe. You would have access to an array of firearms and weapons within our organization, as well as control over our vast domestic and international billion-dollar financial network. Should you join us, not only will the 3 who have already perished be forgiven, but you may also eliminate as many of those 5 useless individuals as you desire. Upon hearing the man's proposition, nearly everyone gasped in disbelief. Even Wang Can himself had to admit that for a fleeting moment, he was genuinely tempted. After all, the conditions presented were staggering. My goodness, this kidnapper offers such terms. How terrifying. Do you think Wang Can will accept? If it were me, I would definitely agree. A billion-dollar financial network. Who cares about the consequences? Just shoot him. The live stream's viewer count surged to 100,000, catapulting it into the top 10 of the Dole platform's viewing rankings. Dole, the largest short video live streaming platform, hosts thousands of broadcasters daily, yet only a few manage to surpass the 100,000 mark. Easily counted on one hand. Beside Wang Can, Huang Qian was also tense, her hands instinctively clenched. Should Wang Can show even the slightest inclination to agree, she would immediately take action. Just as she was lost in thought, a voice as delicate as a thread reached her ears. In a moment, go fetch the briefcase I brought onto the train. In the instant she was momentarily taken aback, Wang Can suddenly turned the gun towards Huang Qian, exclaiming, "I apologize, Officer Huang, but I would like to have a proper conversation with this gentleman. Please step aside." Huang Qian, caught off guard by his previous words, was stunned as the dark muzzle was now aimed directly at her. "Trust me," Wang Can mouthed silently. Huang Qian stared intently into Wang Can's eyes. A briefcase. It indeed seemed that Wang Can had brought one onto the train. What could possibly be inside? But before she could ponder further, Wang Can shook the gun in his hand. "Officer Huang, I hope you won't force my hand." This was a performance for the masked man, as well as a threat to Huang Qian. After all, without this gun, it was doubtful that this international police officer would so easily heed his orders. Torn between coercion and hesitation, Huang Qian ultimately had no choice but to expressionlessly withdraw from the carriage. That bastard. Outside, a group of police officers watched as Huang Qian was forced to leave by Wang Can, unable to contain their indignation. What a disgrace. Luo Shui also stared intently at the live stream, suddenly feeling a wave of self-mockery. How could she have wavered and considered believing the words of such a murderer? The public sentiment online shifted dramatically. The viewers who had previously praised him now turned their backs. Is Wang Can really going to join this despicable group? And he calls himself a god? I can't fathom the mentality of those who idolize a murderer. I must have been blind to consider having a child with such scum. If the rescue fails because of Wang Can, I will hold him accountable. We should support the police in capturing this criminal who wreaks havoc. Bang! The carriage door was slammed shut. Why not kill that woman? The dog suddenly questioned. Being kind-hearted is not a virtue. Wang Can turned his head and replied coolly, "That woman is an international police officer. Killing her would only complicate matters." The masked man attempted to interject, but Wang Can coldly interrupted. "The decision I made is none of your concern." The masked man, however, showed no signs of anger. Instead, a glint of excitement flashed in his eyes. "Heh, this is getting interesting." The atmosphere within the carriage fell silent. Wang Can still gripped his gun tightly, while the masked man kept his firearm firmly pressed against Lin Qin's waist, neither showing any sign of relaxation. The two remained locked in this eerie standoff for several seconds. "I genuinely wish to join you. There is no need for us to be at odds," the man said with a sinister smile. "Mr. Wang, in our line of work, prudence is essential. I hope you understand." Wang Can suddenly inquired, "What is our plan for evacuation? The police outside will not simply let us go." The man beneath the mask let out a few strange chuckles. "Do not rush, Wang Can. Our capabilities may far exceed your expectations. It is about time. My men should be here to pick me up." As he finished speaking, a massive roar suddenly echoed from outside the train. The police outside stared in disbelief at the sky. A black dot suddenly appeared, followed by a gigantic aircraft materializing before their eyes, swiftly approaching. What on earth is happening? Luo Shui's heart raced, and she quickly grabbed her radio to inquire. A response came shortly. "This is a civilian cargo plane currently in operation. It lost contact with the tower 10 minutes ago and is likely hijacked." Hearing this response, Luo Shui felt an unprecedented surge of emotions. This group of individuals not only hijacked a train, but also seized an aircraft. A cargo plane, along with its captain, and the remaining hostages were taken hostage just like that. She had already overestimated this band of terrorists, yet she could not have anticipated such a frenzied course of action. Such behavior would undoubtedly provoke a furious retaliation from all corners of Long Nation. Inside the train, visibility was utterly compromised. Nevertheless, despite this, as the thunderous sound from the sky reverberated, Wang Can quickly deduced the situation. Were they actually using a plane for their escape? Suddenly, the masked man exclaimed with a hint of excitement. "This plane will land beside us shortly. I will restart this train, and afterwards, the plane will take off again. The locomotive will momentarily appear to be at rest." The masked man ceased speaking, for Wang Can had grasped the implication. At that moment, with merely a rope or a cargo ladder, they could board the aircraft and depart from Jincheng. They might even escape from Long Nation entirely. One must admit, this was indeed a wildly audacious plan. With the plane and train hurtling through space at high speeds, any minor miscalculation could lead to dire consequences. Thus, this plan was as reckless as gambling with one's life. Yet, in a certain light, it was also a stroke of genius, as the meticulous preparations behind this scheme were evident. For instance, the train's current position was on an expansive flat terrain, suitable for both takeoff and landing. Moreover, the relatively straight train tracks would facilitate the connection with the locomotive during the escape. Clearly, this had all been meticulously orchestrated by the band of hijackers. What do you think? The masked man's eyes glinted with a hint of mania as he observed the silent Wang Can. "Isn't my plan remarkably brilliant?" Wang Can nodded sincerely, acknowledging, "Indeed, it is quite impressive. It appears that my decision to join you was entirely correct." Chapter 56. Bomb. "Captain Luo, what should we do?" The massive cargo plane in the sky came to a sudden halt on the grassy expanse. It is worth noting that while this area was relatively flat, it was still not an airport runway to execute a perfect emergency landing in such a location without causing any significant damage to the aircraft or its landing gear attests to the exceptional piloting skills of the hijacker. "Can we ascertain the safety of the hostages on board?" A grave voice resonated through the intercom. Although this was a cargo plane, it still housed numerous crew members and relevant personnel, with the plane now uncontactable. All the hostages aboard had been cut off from communication, their fates unknown. Luo Shui shook her head helplessly. "Leave it to us, we shall attempt to approach the carriage and subdue the remaining hijackers." Song Air stated solemnly. "The hijackers inside the train are currently preoccupied with Wang Can." Luo Shui's voice wavered slightly. "Are you sure you want to proceed with this?" Although the train's windows appeared sealed, the hijackers inside would undoubtedly still have some awareness of the situation outside. In such an open area, should they be discovered, they would face a terrifying onslaught of firepower. Even with Long Group's superior equipment, the casualties could be catastrophic. Yet Song Air's tone remained unwavering. "Captain Luo, we have no other options left. There are still an entire train full. Oh, why not let me detonate this bomb in advance?" Chapter 57. The Explosive Train. As Wang Can's words fell, the live broadcast room once again plunged into a brief silence, a staggering phenomenon in a room with over 100,000 viewers, where barrages had stagnated multiple times within mere minutes. This was utterly unimaginable. Did I hear that correctly? Is Wang Can, this CS expert, actually contemplating the destruction of the train carriage itself? The online vitriol erupted, mercilessly cursing Wang Can's ancestors through generations. However, there were a few astute individuals who suddenly entertained a different notion. Could it be that Wang Can intends to force the train to a halt? This possibility could not be dismissed. If this carriage were to be obliterated, the emergency braking system of the train would likely activate. Moreover, the subsequent 5 carriages, severed from the locomotive, would gradually lose control and eventually come to a stop, granting the police an opportunity to board and rescue the hostages. Those inside could be saved. Amidst the fervent exchanges of analysis among netizens, Wang Can's audacious plan slowly began to take shape. "Goodness, this is utterly insane," Luo Shui muttered to herself while watching the live stream, her expression one of disbelief, as did Sun Xiaoqian and Hai Tao. The notion of deliberately detonating a carriage to halt a high-speed train was beyond their wildest imaginations. Inside the carriage, the train's speed was steadily increasing, and the scenery outside the window began to blur by at an alarming rate. "Everyone, retreat to carriage number 2. Wang Can commanded the remaining hostages in carriage 3. The group, as if granted a reprieve, immediately fled forward without a backward glance. Once all had evacuated, Wang Can placed the bomb at the rear end of carriage 3, the closest point to carriage 4. He then moved back to the front of carriage 3. A bottle of scalding hot water was splashed onto the face of the woman in the fox mask, who lay subdued on the ground. The woman abruptly opened her eyes, still dazed, when a pocket watch suddenly appeared before her. Divine hypnosis. Activate. Her expression, initially one of shock, gradually faded into a vacant stare in less than a minute from this moment. I am your master. Wang Can's voice was cold and flat, yet carried an alluring power. Obey all my commands. Ultimately, the woman's gaze became completely vacant. Yes, master, she murmured, bowing her head and kneeling before Wang Can. Go. Wang Can gestured towards the ticking bomb. The woman, devoid of any emotion, moved like a frigid machine, executing an exceedingly simple task. Wang Can pushed himself to the front of carriage 2, maintaining a distance of nearly 2 carriages from the bomb. As he observed the fox-masked woman gradually approaching, he swiftly instructed the surviving passengers, quickly, find something to hold on to. Without needing further prompting, they clung tightly to the various seats and railings in the train, as if they wished to glue themselves to them with 502 adhesive. At this moment, everyone comprehended the perilous nature of Wang Can's plan. This was truly unprecedented. This madman actually intended to blow up the entire train. Several passengers on the floor trembled in despair, gazing at Wang Can as though he were a devil. The train speed had now soared to 200 kilometers h. If the train were to explode, the fate of all on board would remain an enigma. Everyone held their breath, the live stream, the police, the passengers, and Wang Can himself, fixated on the fox-masked woman as she slowly bent down and, from seemingly nowhere, produced a pair of scissors, gently snipping one of the wires on the bomb. Click. The fuse was severed. All is well. Click. The second wire was cut. Still nothing. Boom. Just when everyone thought the wires had not been cut correctly, a brilliant white light erupted, abruptly illuminating the area around the fox woman. The deafening roar nearly shattered everyone's eardrums. Wang Can gripped a safety rail in the middle of carriages 1 and 2. Feeling as though the world were spinning, his mind blank. Even his system-enhanced body sensed an overwhelming force pulling at him, accompanied by an intense heat. Crash. The live stream camera spun along with Wang Can, eventually succumbing to a blackout. What happened? What on earth happened? Get up, hurry. I'm going to go insane. After a tense silence lasting several seconds, just when everyone believed Wang Can had perished, the live stream camera suddenly wobbled slightly, and Wang Can was seen slowly rising to his feet. At that moment, he was disheveled, covered in soot. Yet upon closer inspection, apart from his torn clothing, he bore no significant injuries. Fortunately, the kidnappers had brought multiple bombs aboard, which often meant that the power of any single bomb was not excessively great. The other survivors, although in worse condition than Wang Can, also faced no life-threatening injuries. Turning back to the train, a massive gash had been blasted open between carriages 3 and 4. A fierce wind rushed through the breached the connection between carriages 3 and 4 began to crumble, breaking into large fragments that fell away. The entire rear 5 carriages separated from the front 3, losing power and being left behind. Now, this is the moment. Outside, the Dragon team and Luo Shui were fixated on this scene, swiftly mobilizing. The police and the Dragon team activated all police vehicles and helicopters, moving towards the 6 carriages that were gradually disconnecting. At this point, they could no longer afford to conceal their movements. The kidnappers were still reeling from the unexpected explosion. Now was the optimal time for the police to enter and rescue the hostages. Wang Can forced himself to regain his composure, his pupils gradually focusing. Through the broken gap, he observed the police rapidly mobilizing outside. The 6 rear carriages should no longer be his concern. However, it was unfortunate that the train's emergency braking system seemed not to have activated, and the first 3 carriages continued to speed ahead. In the distance, he could see a massive plane preparing for takeoff. The masked man's escape plan was still in motion. Moreover, Wang Can surmised that this individual would likely take several hostages aboard the plane, making it impossible to intervene. Shaking off the daze from the explosion, Wang Can approached the jagged edge of the rupture. Observing the charred metal and the blurred landscape nearby, he hesitated no longer, grasped the edge of the train, and leapt onto the roof. That moment, on the opposite side of the roof, the man in the dog mask shattered a window and emerged from the front of the train. Perhaps too anxious, the masked man had failed to bring Lin Qin along, instead stepping onto the roof first. Yet as he turned his head, He was taken aback to find Wang Can waiting for him there. The two stood facing each other amidst the raging winds on a train hurtling at over 300 kilometers h, separated by several carriages. Now, Wang Can raised his AK and aimed at the masked man, pulling the trigger without hesitation. In the masked man's nearly suffocating gaze, he was utterly unprepared for the sound of an empty chamber to emanate from Wang Can's weapon. The AK had run out of ammunition at this critical moment. Chapter 58. Boarding. Wang Can's expression shifted dramatically. Everything was changing in an instant. His numerous impulsive decisions had ultimately led to a critical oversight. He had forgotten to reload. The masked man across from him recognized the situation. His expression shifting from despair to elation, he glanced at the carriage behind Wang Can that had just been destroyed, and a flicker of astonishment crossed his face as realization dawned. Wang Can was indeed behind this chaos. Wang Can, you truly are astonishing. His own hijacking escape plan, combined with Wang Can's explosive strategy to rescue hostages and halt the train, were less the workings of two geniuses than the antics of two madmen. The masked man seized Lin Xin from the carriage and drew his pistol, aiming it at Wang Can. I find myself increasingly admiring you. But alas, Wang Can, why must you oppose me? His gun steadily pointed at Wang Can, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. Those who stand against me can only meet their demise. With that, he ceased his words and squeezed the trigger. Bang! Just at that moment, a dark object suddenly flew out from the gap through which he had just emerged, crashing heavily into the man's back. On the speeding train, the winds howled. The man, already struggling to maintain his balance, was caught completely off guard by the sudden ambush. He staggered back a few steps, his hands flailing in the air. The pistol slipped from his grasp. Finally regaining his footing, he turned to see a graceful figure had stealthily climbed through the window. It was the female Interpol agent, Huang Qian. The very briefcase Wang Can had sought to retrieve was what she had just used to strike the masked man. As the masked man surveyed the two, Wang Can and Huang Qian, who had him flanked, his expression darkened ominously. He clung to Lin Xin, his only bargaining chip. Just as Wang Can was about to make a move, a deafening roar erupted in their ears. Wang Can turned his head and beheld the distant cargo plane beginning to rev up, accelerating swiftly towards their location. This is bad. The masked man wore a look of wild joy. Wang Can and Huang Qian exchanged alarmed glances and dashed towards him. However, on the rooftop of the high-speed train, their speed was ultimately limited. They were still several meters away from the masked man when the enormous aircraft caught up with them. The cargo bay of the plane descended, revealing a fixed electronic lasso launch device. It appeared to be remotely controlled, as the mechanism began to rotate slightly, aiming directly at the masked man. Suddenly, a rope shot forth with a sharp whoosh, landing precisely at the masked man's feet. Ha! The masked man was elated, gripping Lin Xin tightly with one hand while picking up the lasso with the other. Just as Wang Can and Huang Qian lunged forward, the man swiftly grasped Lin Xin and, with a whoosh, leaped off the train. The tools aboard the aircraft began retracting rapidly, pulling him upward just before he hit the ground, ultimately tossing him inside the plane. How infuriating! Huang Qian glared at the disappearing figure inside the aircraft. Meanwhile, Wang Can was not idle. He opened the black briefcase and withdrew various metal components. What are you doing? Huang Qian asked, puzzled. At that moment, the cargo door at the back of the plane was slowly closing, and the aircraft had reached takeoff speed, its nose beginning to lift. The steel spikes silently pierced the woman's body. Her eyes widened as she finally realized something was amiss and attempted to alert the man in the driver's seat. However, the middle-aged man swiftly covered her mouth. Subsequently, he moved behind the driver. Sit tight, he instructed. The man did not turn but pointed to the third driver's seat. Wang Can raised the crossbow and ended his life with a single arrow. You are a devil. The captain behind them watched in horror, his body trembling slightly. Wang Can glanced at him, and that gaze sent a shiver down his spine. Yet, in the end, Wang Can did not act against him. Nor did he offer any explanations. An ordinary person could hardly comprehend Wang Can's current predicament. From the moment he boarded the train, his hands had been stained with blood. Although these were heinous criminals, to the eyes of the ordinary, it was still murder. Yet, no one considered that had Wang Can not acted, it would have been his own life lost. You, take control of the plane, Wang Can ordered as he extricated the man's body from the cockpit and addressed the captain behind him. The captain dared not resist, yet as he occupied the driver's seat, his hands and feet trembled. Observing this, Wang Can frowned. Do make sure not to crash the plane out of fear that I am here to save you. So relax. Upon hearing this, the captain's complexion worsened, and he forced a smile that was more ghastly than tears. Thank you, but how do I fly? Wang Can glanced at the instrument panel. The airplane's altitude had already soared above 8,000 meters and continued to climb. This height was exceedingly perilous, not to mention the risk of gliding. Even parachuting posed significant danger. Below, a multitude of police officers remained steadfast. Wang Can had no intention of descending alongside them, although this incident might arouse suspicion from Luo Shui and others regarding his case. As of now, there was no evidence to prove his innocence. All substantial evidence still pointed towards him. Maintain altitude. Do not stray beyond watching. The captain ceased the ascent and complied meticulously. Wang Can cast a glance at the setting sun on the horizon. Unbeknownst to him, dusk had arrived. After a series of tumultuous events, this significantly impactful incident was finally approaching its conclusion. Wang Can surveyed the surrounding clouds. How low can you safely control the plane? Although tense, the captain's professional skills in piloting a transport aircraft remained intact. After some contemplation, he cautiously ventured. 300 meters? Noticing Wang Can's silence, the captain hastily attempted to clarify. In densely populated urban areas, 300 meters is already the minimum requirement set by ICAO. 250 meters. It cannot go any lower, Wang Can interjected, waving his hand. No need for that. 300 meters will suffice. If you fear colliding with buildings, we can go a bit higher. The captain looked astonished, clearly not expecting Wang Can to be so accommodating. Wang Can chose not to elaborate further. The height of several hundred meters was entirely sufficient. Chapter 60, Seeds. Returning to the cabin, Wang Can untied Lin Qin's bindings. Leading her to a secluded corner, he got straight to the point. Why were they after you? Lin Qin's delicate eyes could not meet Wang Can's gaze, her charming face still betraying an uncontrollable fear. Though she understood that it was Wang Can who saved her, witnessing him kill time and again instilled dread within her. I do not know. Do not know? Wang Can pondered for a moment before posing another question. What was the matter regarding the Lin family that they mentioned? Yet Lin Qin continued to shake her head insistently. I genuinely do not know. I grew up in the Huaqing orphanage, without any relatives, and only left when I went to study in Jincheng. How could this be? Wang Can furrowed his brow. This was entirely inconsistent. Not only had this operation transpired, but a mysterious force had also orchestrated a hijacking, all for her sake. Back when he was still a student at Jincheng University, he had heard whispers about Lin Qin. She was one of the campus belles, her identity shrouded in mystery. It was said that during her early days at school, a brazen rich kid had taken notice of her beauty and attempted to coerce Lin Qin using forceful means. However, the very next day, that young man found himself bedridden in a hospital. It took several weeks for him to regain the ability to walk with the aid of a cane, and he was rumored to have been so frightened that he begged his family to transfer him. Ever since that incident, no one dared to offend Lin Qin at school. It was precisely because of this that Chen Kai, despite his keen interest in Lin Qin's figure, lacked the audacity to act. Yet now, Lin Qin claimed to be an orphan. What about your clothes? As the school president, you should possess numerous valuable gowns and accessories. Where did they come from? Lin Qin pondered for a moment. Some I bought with my own earnings, and others were sponsored by the orphanage's director. The director? That was even more perplexing. While orphanages indeed provide assistance to their wards, the amounts are limited. The garments Wang Can had seen Lin Qin wear back in university, each piece would easily cost 4 digits. Could an orphanage truly afford such generosity? Yet, despite her terror, Lin Qin's expression showed no signs of inconsistency. Under the influence of his advanced analytical and hypnotic skills, Wang Can had become astoundingly adept at interpreting microexpressions. Yet, the more he scrutinized, the more perplexed he became. In his eyes, Lin Qin was indeed not lying. Forget it. Wang Can shook his head. There was no need to delve too deeply into this matter. If he had not fortuitously been on that train, it would have had nothing to do with him. He had yet to even unravel his own case, let alone concern himself with others. His gaze roamed the cargo hold until it unexpectedly landed on a glass table. There, a few sheets of paper were carelessly arranged, and no goods surrounded them. It seemed the kidnappers had recently used this area. Lin Qin appeared to want to say something, but hesitated, ultimately refraining from speaking. Wang Can approached the table and picked up several documents. They appeared to contain personal identification information. Luo Shui, captain of the Jincheng Police Bureau, experienced. Formidable, strong leadership skills, but irritable. Intellect is sharp. Experience. Note: high priority for surveillance. Wang Can raised an eyebrow. Indeed, these individuals had conducted background checks on the police personnel. This indicated that this operation was well prepared. He continued to examine the second sheet. Sun Xiaoqian, captain of the Huaqing Police Bureau. Experienced, capable, calm and cautious, but sometimes overly hesitant. Experience. Note: high priority for surveillance. This territory lay at the intersection of Huaqing and Jincheng. It seemed this group had thoroughly researched the police forces of both regions. He set down the second sheet and picked up the third. However, upon catching sight of the information on that page, Wang Can's pupils constricted sharply. It was him. Wang Can. Just then, Lin Qin summoned the courage to call out to Wang Can from behind. He turned to look at her. What is it? Lin Qin met Wang Can's gaze. Thank you, for saving me. Although you have been rather cold, I do not believe you are a bad person. May I ask if you killed Su Qing? Wang Can did not respond immediately, instead studying Lin Qin. Her exquisite face, though still laced with fear, bore traces of stubbornness. Do you know Su Qing? Lin Qin nodded. We were high school classmates. Although we pursued different majors in university and saw each other less, we still kept in touch. Wang Can was taken aback, realizing that his girlfriend had connections with this renowned belle from Jincheng University. He picked up the paper, turned away, and walked toward his briefcase. If I had truly done it, I would have left Jincheng long ago. With that, he ceased to elaborate, crouching down to retrieve his briefcase. He emptied its remaining contents and reclaimed the previously used steel spikes. Dismantling the crossbow. Using the components, he began to assemble a glider piece by piece. The various parts in his briefcase essentially constituted a disassemblable glider, as for the hooks, crossbow bolts, and numerous other designs. They were simply assembled from parts of the glider. Lin Qin observed Wang Can in silence, wanting to say something, but upon seeing his frigid expression, she ultimately remained silent. Once the glider was fully assembled, he instructed the captain. The rear cargo hold began to open slowly, revealing the outside scenery. The airplane was now only a few hundred meters off the ground, and the urban landscape below was becoming increasingly visible. As the wind howled, Wang Can took one last glance at the paper in his hand. The face on the document lingered vividly in his memory. And Sheng, student at Jincheng University. Mysterious. Possibly connected. Exceptional intelligence. Calm. Virtually without weaknesses. Note: seeds, upon arriving in Jincheng, may attempt to recruit. At the end, a black plum blossom emblem, thick with a sense of death, was stamped. Wang Can tore the paper into shreds and cast it into the howling wind outside the plane. Wang Can, no longer hesitating, accelerated his run and leaped from the rear of the aircraft. Chapter 61. Settlement. The following morning, at the Jin City Police Department. Luo team, we have the complete list of survivors here. Luo Shui took the list. What is the casualty situation? A total of 203 people have sacrificed their lives, with 45 injured, of which 9 are critically wounded and currently receiving emergency treatment in the hospital. The entire police department fell into a brief silence. What are the causes of these casualties? The vast majority are gunshot wounds. 4 individuals were injured due to Wang Can's detonation of the carriage. But those injuries are not considered severe. Luo Shui scrutinized the information. What about the hostages? All surviving hostages from the vehicle and the aircraft have been rescued. And Lin Qin. Xiao Zhou's voice hesitated slightly. This Lin Qin is somewhat peculiar. Luo Shui closed the notebook. What do you mean? This individual grew up in the Huaqing orphanage and was admitted to Jin City University after the college entrance examination. During the initial screening, nothing unusual was discovered about her identity. However, we later found that she has been receiving substantial financial support from the orphanage. Yet, Lin Qin herself remains unaware of this, believing that others share her circumstances. We investigated the orphanage, but the director adamantly claimed that the funding was provided by her personally. Luo Shui took the list and examined the detailed record of Lin Qin's financial assistance over the years. Such a significant amount of funding is indeed suspicious. She suddenly raised her head. By the way, what about Officer Huang? Why haven't I seen her? Xiao Zhou's tone reflected confusion as well. Officer Huang took an earlier train to Huaqing. It's worth noting that she never intended to disembark in Jin City, but was heading straight for Huaqing. Since the carjacking incident yesterday, Luo Shui had been overwhelmed with tasks, only now realizing that Huang Qian had been assigned to the Jin City Special Task Force. However, she did not alight when the train passed through Jin City, indicating that her purpose was not solely to pursue Wang Can. but rather to head directly to Huaqing. Huaqing. Luo Shui unconsciously squinted, pondering the significance of these two key figures, Wang Can and Wang Can, both seemingly converging upon Huaqing. Was there some hidden secret in Huaqing? After much contemplation, she picked up the phone and dialed Sun Xiaoqian's number. In Huaqing, within a luxurious hotel suite, Wang Can held his phone, scrolling through his contacts to select a number labeled in Sheng. After a brief pause, he switched the interface away, knowing in Sheng's character. He doubted that even if he inquired, and Sheng would divulge much. Wang Can then dialed another number, and this time, the call connected swiftly. Sister on the other end, the voice of his cousin, Lin Xiu, echoed, Wang Can? It's you. Are you all right? I've seen the news. The police are frantically searching for you. A rare warmth flickered in Wang Can's eyes. No matter the circumstances, this cousin was his closest relative. Without exception. I'm fine. That's good to hear. That I didn't get a chance to ask you last time. What exactly happened to Su Qing? Wang Can's expression turned serious. We have all been framed, and the situation is quite complex. So you need not concern yourself with it. Lin Xiu was just an ordinary person, and Wang Can did not wish to entangle her further. He smiled gently. I have already gleaned some insights. It shouldn't be long before the truth comes to light, and then I can return to see you. That's a relief. You called me this time for something else, right? Wang Can took a soft breath. Indeed, sister, you studied at the Drama Academy in Huaqing, correct? You mentioned before that you were quite familiar with a professor named Wu Yuanqing. I know him. Why do you ask? Wang Can paused, refraining from revealing the entire truth. I have a few questions to discuss. Could you help me with an introduction under the guise of a friend? Lin Xiu did not pry further. All right, I have his WeChat. Professor Wu should still remember me. After ending the call, Wang Can set his phone down and delved into his thoughts. Mission complete. Reward settlement in progress. S. Rescue 50 of the passengers on the vehicle. Achieved. SS. Subdue all kidnappers. Achieved. Achieved SS with a commendable clearance. Reward settlement in progress. Acquired automatically. Divine level pharmacy skills. Mathematics, physics, and chemistry knowledge upgraded to the highest tier. You have automatically learned the formulas and manufacturing techniques for all existing drugs and medicines in the world. Wang Can opened his eyes. It should be noted that this was the first time he had not achieved an SSS perfect clearance. Although it was somewhat regrettable, there was little he could do. After all, the carjacking incident had unfolded quite unexpectedly, without any preparation. The detonation of the bomb on the train, while ultimately successful in halting it, had nevertheless caused harm to some innocent passengers. Thus, it was reasonable for the system to determine that this did not constitute a perfect clearance. Fortunately, he had still completed the mission of hijacking the vehicle and the aircraft. Wang Can then glanced at the other side. Side quest. My life on the run. Current account followers. 490,009,500. 000. Live broadcasts. 4. Maximum viewership in live room. 112,986. 100,000. Available rewards. None. Following this incident, Wang Can's live broadcast data surged dramatically. After all, this terrorist attack had captivated the entire nation. With all of Longwa keenly observing the developments, even the police had relied on Wang Can's live stream to understand the situation within the carriage. Consequently, Dole's backend did not impose any restrictions on Wang Can's broadcast. Rather, it provided him ample exposure. Not only in Jin City, but the entire country became aware of the notorious figure known as Wang Can. Discussions regarding him began to proliferate across various platforms, speculating about his identity, questioning whether he was indeed a murderer, and analyzing the motives behind all his actions. Following Wang Can's rescue of the train passengers, public sentiment began shifting towards the notion that he had been framed. Perhaps due to concerns over societal commentary, the Jin City Police Department soon convened an emergency press conference, disclosing details of the 11.27 Caesar Hotel murder case alongside substantial evidence like hair DNA and surveillance footage. Instantly, the narrative shifted once more. The man named Xiao Shui was identified as a murderer, yet he would save the train within 10 minutes. Similar sensationalist headlines proliferated online. Nevertheless, the predominant view remained that Wang Can had accidentally killed Su Qing, initially boarding the train to escape, but upon a pang of conscience, ultimately rescued the hijacked train passengers. This perspective, while seemingly logical, still pointed towards Wang Can as the one responsible for Su Qing's death. Chapter 62. Encounter in Huaqing. At a theater, dressed in a Nike tracksuit and having completely transformed his appearance, Wang Can entered through the back door of the venue. A few scattered audience members remained. The interest in theater had noticeably waned over time. Wang Can settled into a seat several rows back, patiently awaiting the performance on stage. A scene from the well-known play A Doll's House was being enacted, featuring a cunning and resourceful female antagonist. Before long, the performance concluded, and the audience began to file out. Once most of the crowd had dispersed, Wang Can stood and made his way towards the backstage. "Excuse me, is Professor Wu Yuanqing available?" He approached a young girl from the theater troupe. "Oh, he's here. What do you need to see Professor Wu about?" "I'm a friend of one of his students, here to pay him a visit." Guided by the girl, Wang Can traversed backstage until he reached an elderly man with a head of white hair. This was Wu Yuanqing, once one of the most renowned dramatists in Huaqing. He later joined the Huaqing Drama Academy as a professor and only retired 2 years ago, establishing a theater here. "Mr. Wu, this gentleman says he wishes to see you." After greeting him, the young girl departed. The elderly man turned, scrutinizing Wang Can. "Are you that friend of Xiao Siyu?" Wang Can nodded. "I am Lin Can, her junior." "Old sir, I didn't expect you to remember her." Wu Yuanqing nodded pensively. Indeed, it was only 5 or 6 years ago. Lin Siyu was truly an exceptional student, diligent and ambitious. It's a shame. I heard her family could not afford her education, which led her to drop out. Wu Yuanqing looked up, reminiscing for a while, before lowering his gaze to Wang Can. "You've come to see me about something, haven't you?" Wang Can nodded, dropping any pretense. "Old sir, do you know a girl named Su Qing?" "Su Qing?" The elderly man murmured the name for a long while, seemingly lost in thought. After a moment, he shook his head uncertainly. "I don't recall such a person. Was she one of my students?" The elderly man struggled to recall. "I have many students, but I might not remember them all." Wang Can shook her head. "No, she was not your student." Su Qing and Wang Can were classmates, both students at Jincheng University. "Then why do you ask me about her?" Wang Can fell silent for a moment. "She has passed away. Before her death, she specifically traveled to Huaqing, and after disembarking from the high-speed train, she did nothing but come here to see a play. During the police investigation, it was revealed that Su Qing landed in Huaqing on the 25th and went directly to this theater to watch an afternoon performance. She did not leave until the last show concluded at 8 in the evening. After the 26th, there were no significant records. This means that aside from this theater and the hotel she stayed at, Su Qing did not visit any other public places. This is rather peculiar. Why would Su Qing take time off to visit such an unfamiliar theater? The old man, upon hearing this, stroked his white hair. "So that is the case, but I am not very clear about why theater isn't crowded, yet there are always some audience members daily, and I cannot remember them all." Wang Can frowned, momentarily at a loss for words. This situation is indeed strange. While she was pondering, an elderly woman entered from outside. Wu Yuanqing stood up and introduced, "Shaolin, this is my wife, surnamed Yu." Wang Can stood to greet her. The elderly woman appeared kind, and it was evident that she had been a dignified and elegant person in her youth. "Just now, Xiao Qian arranged to meet us. She said she would come to see you shortly." Mrs. Yu informed Wu Yuanqing. Wu Yuanqing nodded. "All right, let her come directly here." The elderly woman prepared a pot of tea for the two, then sat down silently beside them. "Am I interrupting you?" Wang Can inquired. Wu Yuanqing waved his hand. "Not at all. You came here regarding the girl who has passed away, right? Feel free to ask anything. Although I do not remember her, I hope to be of assistance." Wang Can pondered for a long time, during which Wu Yuanqing did not disturb her. Still unable to comprehend, Wang Can had to temporarily abandon the matter concerning Su Qing. "Sir, how long have you lived in Huaqing?" The old man thought for a moment. "It must be 20 or 30 years now, I suppose. Have you ever heard of the Lin family in Huaqing?" Wang Can's mind involuntarily recalled the conversation he had overheard on the plane. Lin Qin had grown up in an orphanage in Huaqing. The Lin family mentioned by the kidnappers was very likely also in Huaqing. Initially, he had no intention of getting involved, but unexpectedly he had seen in Sheng's information on the plane. Wang Can was intrigued by this person, not only due to the inexplicable favor he owed him, but also because of the numerous doubts surrounding his identity. Lin family, the old man's expression was natural. He muttered to himself, seemingly unaware of such a family. Wang Can's eyes suddenly flickered. Under the influence of his analysis, he perceived that while Ms.Yu was reading the newspaper, her hand trembled slightly upon hearing the name. The movement was subtle but nonetheless caught Wang Can's attention. This Lin family seemed to be shrouded in mystery, suggesting they were part of a powerful clan. Yet, Wang Can could find no traces of this family online. This could mean either the kidnappers were mistaken, or the Lin family's existence had been thoroughly erased by an immensely powerful force. Regardless, some older residents of Huaqing should have knowledge of them. Wu Yuanqing shook his head, and Wang Can turned to Mrs. Yu, about to say something. Just then, a girl from the theater crew who had just left walked in again. Sir, there's a girl outside looking for you. Why you set down the newspaper? It seems Xiao Qian has arrived. Wu Yuanqing also stood up. Let her in, please. The person outside appeared to have a good relationship with Wu Yuanqing, as the old man's demeanor was notably warmer. Soon, a relatively young woman entered the room. Wang Can also stood up, just turning his head, but in the next instant, his pupils involuntarily constricted. An incredibly familiar face appeared before his eyes. How could it be her? All of Wang Can's muscles instinctively tensed, almost ready to act first. Yet, at the last moment, he managed to suppress his reaction. He concealed the fleeting shock and maintained a neutral expression. At that moment, Wu Yuanqing had already stepped forward, beaming as he shook hands with the newcomer. It's been a long time, Xiao Qian. I'm glad you came to see me. The woman also smiled gently, her demeanor starkly different from the cold image Wang Can had of her. After embracing Wu Yuanqing, she said, Wu Lao, I've been tied up with work and have missed several opportunities to come see you. Indeed, I heard you are now an Interpol agent, safeguarding the nation. You must be quite busy, haha. Wu Yuanqing was radiant with joy. You flatter me, the woman replied, then exchanged pleasantries with Mrs. before turning her attention to Wang Can. Is this your old guest? She asked, extending her hand. Hello, Huang Qian. May I ask your name? Chapter 63. The drugging Wang Can looked at the hand extended toward him. After a few moments, he gently took it. Hello, Lin Can. Huang Qian shook his hand before taking a seat at that moment. If Huang Qian had closely observed Wang Can's face, she might have perceived signs of something amiss. However, she had never expected to see him here, so she did not scrutinize him too carefully. After all, staring at someone's face for too long is considered impolite. Once seated, Wang Can fell silent, refraining from mentioning anything regarding Su Qing. Wu Yuanqing appeared quite pleased. First addressing Mrs. Yu, Madam, please bring over that can of Lishan Oolong. Lishan Oolong is truly a fine tea. It was evident that the relationship between the old gentleman and Huang Qian was quite special. Please wait a moment. I'll fetch another set of tea utensils, Wu Yuanqing said and quickly exited. The room was soon left with only Wang Can and Huang Qian. Both were somewhat reserved individuals, leading to a brief, awkward silence. You are Wu Lao's student. After a moment, Huang Qian broke the silence. Wang Can replied calmly, Not exactly. I'm just here to consult Wu Lao about some matters. Huang Qian nodded and did not press further. The atmosphere fell silent once more. Fortunately, it was tea long before Mrs. returned with a pot of tea. You two have arrived. Sorry for the wait. Wu Yuanqing's cheerful voice echoed as he re-entered, carrying a tray of silver tea utensils that were clearly valuable. He poured the tea leaves into the teapot, brewed a pot, and first served Huang Qian. Xiao Qian, take a look. This is excellent tea. Thank you, Wu Lao, Huang Qian replied, her tone noticeably more polite. Xiao Qian, you should try it as well, Wu Yuanqing offered, pouring a cup for Wang and Xiao Qian. Your visit today must not only be for a simple catch-up. Right, Wang Qian nodded, then revealed her purpose. I came primarily regarding a case and would like to consult Wu Lao. Consult me? Wu Yuanqing appeared puzzled. What could a mere theater performer like me assist you with? Huang Qian paused, then slowly inquired. Wu Lao, have you heard of the Lin family from over 20 years ago in Huaqing? The Lin family? Wang Can's eyelids involuntarily twitched. Wu Lao's expression was one of astonishment. You also here to inquire about that Lin family? Also, Huang Qian was taken aback, then realized something and turned to Wang Can. Mr. Lin, could it be that you are also here for the Lin family? Wang Can calmly sipped his tea, maintaining his composure. Yes, sort of. Huang Qian regarded Wang Can with a hint of curiosity, about to speak, when suddenly there was a loud thud. The previously lively Wu Yuanqing began to tremble, swaying left and right. Within moments, he collapsed to the ground as if a heavy stone had fallen, losing consciousness. Wu Lao. Huang Qian stood up to assist, only to find her own vision beginning to blur. Not only her, but Wang Can was equally startled, realizing that his mind was gradually succumbing to slumber. He desperately activated his analysis. Looking at his teacup, various foreign substances began to surface in his mind. Benzodiazepines. Trace amounts of barbiturates. This means someone had slipped a sedative into the tea. Could it be that I have been discovered? Wang Can immediately glanced at Huang Qian, only to see that she too was exhibiting symptoms of having ingested the sedative. Wu Yuanqing, himself, and Wang Can had all consumed the sedative. If that is the case, then the only person present is. Before he could finish his thought, Wang Can could no longer withstand the effects of the drug. His eyelids finally shut, and he briefly lost consciousness. Boom. A deafening sound erupted in Wang Can's ears. He instantly jolted awake, regaining his senses and opening his eyes. His head was still slightly dizzy as he struggled to stand up. What was that sound? Gradually recalling the events that had transpired, Wang Can found himself momentarily dazed. That he never expected that he would find himself ensnared in a trap. One day that he surveyed his surroundings. He was still in the backstage of the theater. Nothing had changed. The tea utensils and cups remained in front of him. The figure of Madame Yu vanished from sight. Wu Yuanqing's recent fainting spell became evidently linked to the two elderly individuals. At that moment, Wang Can suddenly let out a soft grunt and gradually regained consciousness from the ground. She cast a glance at Wang Can, only to notice the absence of the two elders. How could this be? Confusion clouded her thoughts as she pondered the unfolding events. Stop thinking about it. Let us first head to the theater and investigate, she suggested. The two stepped out of the room. Searching the backstage area, checking her phone, Wang Can realized it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. The theater had long closed for the night, the staff had departed, and even the backstage lights were extinguished. Wang Can fumbled in the darkness until he found the switch, illuminating the backstage hall. Upon seeing the scene before him, Wang Can's pupils dilated slightly. There, on the cold floor, lay Mr. Wu's lifeless body. A dagger was plunged deep into his chest, blood oozing profusely. Wang Can gasped in shock and rushed forward in haste. Mr. Wu. She checked for any signs of breath, and after a few moments, she swiftly turned to Wang Can, exclaiming, "There's still a pulse. Call for an ambulance, quick." After dialing the emergency number, Wang Can continued to move outward. He had barely consumed any of the tea, and the effects of the sleeping pills had mostly dissipated. His mind began to race. Only 4 people had been present at the time, so the one who had drugged them, attacked Wu Yuanqing, and then fled the scene could only be Madame Yu. The logical chain of this case was not difficult to deduce. Wang Can quickly identified the target. However, after many years of companionship, why would Madame Yu choose this moment to harm Wu Yuanqing, especially in the presence of Wang Can and Wang Can? Was it not too troublesome? Just as he contemplated this, he exited the backstage area, and his movement came to a halt once more. At the corner just outside, a woman's bloody body appeared within Wang Can's line of sight. He gradually crouched down to check, and his fingers trembled slightly. Could it be? She had already ceased to breathe. This was a corpse. Wang Can turned the lifeless body over, revealing a familiar face. It was the girl from the production team who had previously welcomed him and Wang Can. She had met her end here. Unlike Mr. Wu's body, the girl's form was tense and contorted, her eyes wide with fear, and her body bore numerous stab wounds. This girl had not consumed the sleeping pills and the tea. Her body showed signs of desperate struggle, indicating she had been brutally stabbed to death by the assailant. Wang Can stood up with a grave expression. This Madame Yu had even gone so far as to. Before he could finish his thoughts, he suddenly looked up. In the next moment, he froze again. Not far away, on the grand stage of the theater, lay another blood-soaked corpse. Recognizing the familiar features, a name flashed through Wang Can's mind. This was Madame Yu. Chapter 64. The Man in Black Cloak. Wang Can hurried over. After a brief examination, his pupils quivered slightly. This Madame Yu was indeed dead. Blood flowed from the girl's body, soaking into the stage and indicating she had been deceased for quite some time. Wang Can's gaze fell lower, noticing a gaping black-red wound on Madame Yu's chest. This was likely the fatal injury. Beside her, in a pool of blood about half a meter away, lay a dagger, the weapon that had slain both individuals and wounded Wu Yuanqing. But why had Madame Yu chosen to stab herself? It seemed probable that her intention had been to drug Wu Yuanqing, due to some urgent reason, perhaps to kill him. Yet, it was possible that the girl from the production team had inadvertently discovered her plan. Consequently, Madame Yu had decided to eliminate the girl to cover her tracks. Everything made sense up to this point. But now, why had Madame Yu also ended up dead? While Wang Can was still pondering, Wang Can emerged from the back room. Upon seeing the corpse of the girl and the fallen Madame Yu, her expression shifted dramatically. Madame Yu, how did she end up here? Like Wang Can, she was equally bewildered by the events. At that moment, the sounds of sirens and ambulances echoed from outside. After discovering Wu Yuanqing, Wang Can had immediately placed the call. Sun Xiaoqian, along with the paramedics from Huacheng Hospital, swiftly entered the venue to take charge of the situation. Wu Yuanqing, still clinging to life, was placed on a stretcher and urgently transported to the ambulance. "You must be Huang Qian, Officer Huang." The lead officer from the Huacheng Police Department, Sun Xiaoqian, recognized Huang Qian immediately. "What are you doing here?" Sun Xiaoqian's tone was sharp. As a special agent of the task force, Huang Qian's absence from Jin City at a critical time raised suspicions of negligence. Huang Qian merely replied nonchalantly, "I came to visit Mr. Wu. He once did me a great favor." For some reason, she refrained from mentioning the Lin family's matters. Though Sun Xiaoqian was not satisfied, the urgency of the situation left little room for further inquiry. "What is the situation here?" she inquired, her gaze abruptly landing on Wang Can. "And you are?" "I'm Lin Can, here to visit Mr. Wu as well," Wang Can replied calmly, stepping aside to reveal Madame Yu's body on the ground. Sun Xiaoqian's attention was instantly drawn to it. She quickly summoned the accompanying forensic experts and evidence technicians to examine the scene and conduct preliminary autopsies on both Madame Yu and the girl. The dagger on the ground was also collected for fingerprint analysis. "Check for fingerprints on it," Sun Xiaoqian commanded. Soon, the results came in. "Captain Sun, we found 2 sets of fingerprints on the dagger. One matches the deceased Madame Yu, and the other belongs to Jiang Shui, the girl from the production team. 2 sets of fingerprints." Wang Can listened intently, his mind beginning to form hypotheses. At that moment, another officer approached. "Captain Sun, we found some skin tissue under the fingernails of the deceased Jiang Shui. Upon examination, it closely matches the blood type of the other deceased, Madame Yu. The DNA would require further confirmation at the station, but it was likely to belong to Madame Yu." Hearing this report, Sun Xiaoqian raised an eyebrow. Under her fingernails, it seems Jiang Shui must have put up a fierce struggle when Madame Yu attempted to kill her. It's also quite possible that the fatal wound on Madame Yu was inflicted by Jiang Shui during her struggle to resist. They ended up mutually damaging each other. As she spoke, she exhaled softly. "So, the case is becoming increasingly clearer. What do you think?" she asked Huang Qian, glancing at her. Despite her reservations about Huang Qian, she recognized the latter's experience as an international police officer, making her opinion valuable in this critical moment. However, Huang Qian remained silent, moving towards Madame Yu's body. Wang Can stood quietly nearby, lost in thought. He had never intended to be embroiled in this situation, especially not so close to Sun Xiaoqian, the very officer intent on capturing him. If his FAAD were to falter now, it would lead to considerable trouble. Huang Qian knelt beside Madame Yu, gently rolling up her sleeves and pant legs. After observing for a considerable time, she stood up. "What is it?" Sun Xiaoqian approached, a hint of curiosity on her face. "Did I say something incorrect?" Huang Qian pondered for a moment before finally speaking. "I believe this may merely be a smokescreen set by the true assailant. It seems they are deliberately guiding you to think this way." Sun Xiaoqian was momentarily perplexed. Why? Her reasoning was based on existing evidence, and she believed it to be flawless. Huang Qian pointed to Madame Yu's arms and shins. "Look here. What about it?" Sun Xiaoqian looked closer but remained puzzled. Huang Qian continued, "If we follow your earlier deduction that Madame Yu was attempting to silence Jiang Shui and faced fierce resistance, what's wrong with that? Although Jiang Shui was merely a 16-year-old girl, Madame Yu is also advanced in age. Their physical capabilities should be somewhat comparable. That makes sense, but the issue lies here." Huang Qian indicated Madame Yu's shins. "They are far too smooth, don't you think?" Madame Yu was wearing a loose, long skirt today that if they had truly engaged in a violent struggle, her pants and sleeves would inevitably have been lifted. Blood would have splattered, staining her wrists and shins. Yet, while there are bloodstains on Madame Yu's clothing, most of the blood is concentrated around her chest and beneath her body. The surfaces of her shins and arms are remarkably unblemished, which raises suspicion. It appears to be a deliberate fabrication. As Wang Qian's words hung in the air, Sun Xiaoqian's expression gradually shifted. She began to comprehend Huang Qian's analytical skills more deeply. Even Wang Can could not help but nod in silent approval. This international police officer indeed possessed remarkable abilities. Sun Xiaoqian's gaze grew increasingly serious. "Are you suggesting that there was a third party present at the time, who first killed Madame Yu and Jiang Shui, and then deliberately staged the scene to make us believe it was a mutual downfall between the 2 victims? My conjecture may indeed be correct." "So, who could this person be?" At that moment, Huang Qian remained silent. Clearly, she too had no answer to this question for the time being. Just then, a group of medical personnel, having just completed their frantic efforts, carried the unconscious Wu Yuanqing on a stretcher towards the ambulance outside the theater. Bang! At that precise moment, a gunshot shattered the air, causing the breath of nearly everyone present to hitch in an instant. A bullet, unexpected and perilously close, skimmed past Wu Yuanqing's stretcher and struck the back wall of the stage. Everyone turned their gaze towards the source of the gunfire. At the theater entrance, merely 20 or 30 meters away, stood a figure cloaked in black, brandishing a smoking gun aimed directly at Wu Yuanqing on the stretcher. Chapter 65. Evacuation. Thanks to all for your support and rewards. Special thanks to Brother Anjing for his generous gift. For all the handsome and beautiful people. Here as an extra chapter. A figure in black. Wang Can's pupils constricted ever so slightly as memories flooded back to that moment in the Jincheng police station, when the shadowy figure had taken the lives of 2 officers and framed him for the crime. Could these 2 be the same individual? Simultaneously, Wang Can and Sun Shaoqian's eyes were fixated on the gun in the black-clad person's hand. They had just deduced that a true perpetrator was responsible for the deaths of Yulin and Jiang Shui, and had deliberately staged the scene. Now, this person had unexpectedly emerged into full view, intent on killing the still-breathing Wu Yuanqing. Team 2, protect the victim. Team 1, apprehend that individual. Sun Shaoqian commanded decisively. The figure in black lifted his head. 2 piercing eyes gleaming from the shadows. He casually twirled the gun in his hand and blew on the smoking barrel, a gesture that seemed to taunt Sun Shaoqian and her colleagues. Sun Shaoqian's expression darkened as she swiftly disengaged the safety on her firearm and tossed another gun to Huang Qian beside her. A dozen skilled officers charged towards the figure at the entrance. Meanwhile, while the police focused their attention on the black-clad figure, few noticed that Wang Can had quietly retreated beneath the stage. Had the figure not appeared so suddenly, he would have had no choice but to accompany the police for a statement. A situation that would have been quite precarious for him. He had to seize this opportunity to escape the police's scrutiny while their attention was diverted. His eyes scanned the surroundings and quickly locked onto the second-floor audience area, where a safety escape door led directly to the staircase outside the theater. Just then, one officer drew his weapon, aiming at the figure in black. However, the cloaked individual reacted faster, vanishing like a wraith from the theater's entrance before the officers could fire. Pursue. Huang Qian and Sun Shaoqian took the lead, urging their team of officers to chase after the disappearing figure. Meanwhile, Wang Can observed the remaining officers and medical staff in the theater. His hand discreetly withdrew a compact crossbow from his pocket. He had not intended to reveal his whereabouts during this visit to Wu Yuanqing, having left his gliding parachute briefcase behind, but he had equipped himself with this modified crossbow for self-defense. Wang Can circled the stage, finding the right angle to aim at a massive decorative lantern suspended from the backstage ceiling. This lantern, a common prop for the production, had previously fallen, causing the loud noise he recalled hearing before waking from his drug-induced slumber. This incident indirectly confirmed that there had been a 4th person present at the scene, alongside Wang Can, Huang Qian, and Wu Yuanqing. That person must have been the figure in black. Now, Wang Can raised his crossbow, targeting another lantern still hanging from the ceiling. With a swift release, a sharp bolt pierced the rope holding the lantern aloft. The massive lantern plummeted from several meters above, crashing to the ground with a thunderous noise that reverberated through the stage, causing it to tremble slightly. What was that noise? Be cautious. Check the back. All the officers immediately drew their weapons, warily making their way backstage. Unnoticed, in the darkness on the opposite side, Wang Can had silently ascended the internal staircase to the 2nd floor, making a swift turn to vanish into the escape passage. Exiting the theater, Wang Can's gaze suddenly fixed upon a figure in the distance. On the rooftop several dozen meters away. The earlier cloaked individual was skillfully navigating the rooftops of an old district, leaving a group of officers trailing behind, as if engaged in a parkour game. Amongst the crowded old buildings, police vehicles found it challenging to maneuver. A contingent of officers followed suit, climbing onto the rooftops in pursuit of the figure in black. However, aside from Sun Shaoqian, Huang Qian, and a few others with commendable agility, most of the officers were left far behind. This individual possessed remarkable skills. Yet, why would he deliberately expose his position in such a tense situation? Drawing the police's attention, such an action could be interpreted as indirectly assisting him. Could it be that this individual was aware of Wang Can's entrapment by the police in the theater? Wang Can quickly shook his head, dismissing the thought. His whereabouts had remained undiscovered by the police. It was unlikely that a random person could easily ascertain them, since he was not a target. It was of no consequence to him. The intentions of this individual were irrelevant to him. Let the police concern themselves with it. Wang Can raised his head again, surveying the surroundings to discern a direction, and then hurriedly made his way down a narrow alley. As night deepened, a convoy of police vehicles entered the Huaqing police station in an orderly fashion. Captain Luo, Deputy Lu, long time no see. A middle-aged man emerged from the Huaqing police station, greeting them with a smile. Luo Shui stepped down from the vehicle, shook hands with the man, and then inquired, Deputy Su, it's been a while. Where is Captain Sun? Deputy Xu Yong of the Huaqing police station explained, Captain Sun just received a report and has gone out on an emergency call. Having traveled a long distance, you all must be tired. Please go inside and rest. Captain Sun should return shortly. Luo Shui nodded, refraining from further questions. He retrieved a thick, sealed dossier from the police vehicle. In the darkness, Xu Yong caught a glimpse of the dossier's cover, top secret. Luo Shui did not elaborate. Leading the way into the Huaqing police station. Chapter 66. The Plum Blossom Organization. Chapter 66. In a hotel room, after freshening up, Wang Can sat on the sofa, lost in thought. The events of the night replayed in his mind. Now that Wu Yuanqing lay injured and unconscious, Wang Can's last lead had been severed. If he wished to continue investigating Su Qing's case, he would need to meticulously peel back the layers of clues. Much like unwrapping silk from a cocoon to uncover a new lead, the most significant insight from the night did not stem from Wu Yuanqing, but rather from Madame Yu. When Wang Can had mentioned the Lin family, Madame Yu's reaction indicated she knew something. The Lin family. What exactly was this Lin family? Wang Can had an instinct that perhaps Su Qing's death was intertwined with this enigmatic Lin family. If Madame Yu were still alive, he might have been able to extract some information from her, or even hypnotize her to uncover everything he wished to know. Alas, she was deceased. Why then did the figure in black decide to kill Madame Yu? This remained an enigma for Wang Can. If the motive was to silence her, why had the assailant spared the still-breathing Wu Yuanqing? Moreover, the timing seemed too convenient, coinciding with Wang Can and Huang Qian's inquiry about the Lin family. Additionally, when he and Huang Qian regained consciousness, why had there been that thunderous sound of the lantern crashing down? Just as he pondered these questions, his phone suddenly rang. Wang Can frowned. Who could be calling him? Since his flight began, few knew this phone number. He glanced at the caller ID and was momentarily taken aback. A few seconds later, he answered. Wang Can, are you in Huaqing? A calm voice came from the other end. Wang Can pursed his lips and, after a moment's hesitation, replied, yes. He did not deny it. Speaking falsehoods in the presence of such a person was futile. When do you have time? Let us meet, the voice on the other end suggested. Right now. After hanging up, Wang Can tucked away his phone, donned a human skin mask, and briskly exited the hotel. Meanwhile, at the Huaqing police station, another convoy of police vehicles arrived. Sun Xiaoqian, expressionless, stepped out and walked toward the station. Upon entering the conference room, she found Luo Shui, Lu Guiqiang, and others waiting for her. Captain Luo, upon catching sight of Luo Shui, Sun Xiaoqian's expression brightened slightly. She made room, revealing Huang Qian behind her. This is Officer Huang, sent from above to assist us. Luo Shui and Huang Qian exchanged greetings and promptly took their seats without further ado. I proceeded straight to the point. Since Wang Can has escaped from Jinqing and entered Huaqing territory, it has been decided that the headquarters of the Special Task Force will be relocated to Huaqing. Sun, you should have been informed about this. Sun Xiaoqian nodded, indicating that she was already aware of the situation. Luo Shui suddenly sensed something amiss. Your mission tonight. A couple of theatrical actors and a crew member have been murdered, and we were unsuccessful in apprehending the suspect who managed to escape. Luo Shui raised an eyebrow, astonished that Huaqing had also encountered such a mysterious figure. Given the timing of this incident, the police force in Huaqing would surely be somewhat dispersed. This was hardly a favorable development. She was about to voice her thoughts when Sun Xiaoqian waved her hand, urging, it's fine, Luo Captain, please continue. Since Wang Can has made his way to our Huaqing, the Huaqing Police Department will do everything in its power to capture him. After saying this, her gaze fell to the file in Luo Shui's hand. Luo Shui did not keep them in suspense. This is a highly classified document I obtained from above on short notice. Classified? All present exchanged glances, their expression shifting with the weight of those two words. Due to the incident involving Wang Can's train, which has connections to a terrorist organization, I was granted temporary higher access to review this information. Luo Shui opened the seal bag.in previous terrorist attacks. We scrutinized all the kidnappers. Ultimately, we discovered that each of them bore a plum blossom mark on their arms, each in a different color, seemingly representing their status within the organization. Luo Shui was the first to produce an image of one of these plum blossom marks. Sun Xiaoqian suddenly inquired, There must have been interrogations of the remaining kidnappers. Right. Did you glean anything from them? To her surprise, Luo Shui shook her head. All of the kidnappers have died. What? Before the Dragon Squad could board the train to capture the kidnappers, those alive on the train had already committed suicide by poison. The police station was filled with incredulous gazes. In this day and age, there truly exist such devoted death warriors. It's quite shocking. Fortunately, following a thorough investigation by the provincial authorities, we have confirmed the identities of most of the robbers. She then retrieved several investigation documents. These individuals hail from various parts of the country, and without exception, they are all fugitives wanted locally. Sun Shaoqian furrowed her brow in contemplation. It seems this organization specializes in recruiting these criminals pursued by the Dragon Kingdom for their own use. Luo Shui did not respond, but continued to produce several documents. However, there are two individuals whose true identities we have been unable to ascertain despite the province's efforts to sift through the information. Luo Shui presented two photographs. One depicted a relatively young man, beside whom lay a dog mask. The other was a middle-aged man on an airplane. These two were the kidnappers shot dead by Wang Can with a crossbow on the plane. Their plum blossom marks differ from those of the others, indicating they likely hold high positions within the organization. No wonder, Sun Shaoqian interjected. It would be challenging to uncover the identities of core members in such an organization. It is even possible that they have been black households in our country since birth, Luo Shui continued. Indeed, however, while we have yet to clarify the identities of these two men, we have discovered. She pointed to the middle-aged man in the second photograph. This individual was responsible for orchestrating the plane hijacking and was shot by Wang Can, bearing a green plum blossom on his arm. Luo Shui spoke slowly. This man, we encountered his trail in a case 20 years ago in Huaqing. Chapter 67. Reunion. Beneath the nightfall of Huaqing's urban area, the streets remained vibrant with life. A man cloaked entirely in black sat quietly in a relatively secluded corner of a bar, waiting for something. Shortly after, a young man pushed open the bar's door, and the moment he laid eyes on the cloaked figure, he walked straight over. Table 33. Yes. The young man took a seat opposite the man in the black cloak. The cloaked figure suddenly extended his hands and gently lowered his hood, revealing a familiar face. Wang Can, long time no see. The young man maintained an expressionless demeanor, merely gazing at the man's face, astonished that it truly was him. An Sheng. Indeed, the young man was Wang Can in disguise, while the cloaked figure opposite him was An Sheng, who had been involved in that infamous escape at Jincheng University alongside Wang Can. What brings you to Huaqing? Wang Can's gaze swept over An Sheng's black cloak. It was strikingly similar to the cloak worn by the figure who shot Wu Yuanqing in the theater tonight. In other words, that cloaked figure must be An Sheng. An Sheng gazed at Wang Can, a faint smile creeping onto his lips. Wang Can, you were indeed present at the theater tonight. Wang Can's eyes momentarily froze. Offering no denial. As expected, they could not conceal their thoughts from each other. He smiled faintly. You were quite the peculiar one. To fire a gun right under the police's nose and then not hide properly in the old town but instead venture into the bustling city center. Wang Can slightly adjusted his demeanor. So, during the theater incident, you were responsible for the deaths of Yulin, Jiang Shui, and Wu Yuanqing. And Sheng remained calm, neither confirming nor denying. Wang Can scrutinized An Sheng's eyes. Yet despite his analysis, he could discern no clues. An Sheng's control over his subtle expressions was nearly flawless. Why aren't you attending classes at Jincheng University? What brings you to Huaqing so suddenly? An Sheng's smile faded gradually. Wang Can, that question should be directed at you. Other fugitives flee in panic, helpless against the police's net. But you are different. If you wish, you could easily escape from the Dragon Kingdom. Why did you ultimately come to a place like Huaqing? As he spoke, a sharp glint suddenly shone in An Sheng's previously vacant eyes, piercing directly into Wang Can's gaze, as if trying to see straight through his heart in an instant. However, Wang Can was not so easily read. He met An Sheng's gaze without fear, remaining composed. The two maintained a silent stare for several tens of seconds. An Sheng suddenly smiled and withdrew his gaze. You must be investigating the Lin family and the Plum Blossom organization, correct? Wang Can's brow arched slightly. You know. An Sheng did not respond but instead sighed softly. He lifted his head, his tone imbued with an unusual weight. Stop your investigation, Wang Can. Do not delve any deeper. Upon hearing this, Wang Can laughed self-deprecatingly. Stop? How can I stop? I do not wish to carry the label of a murderer for the rest of my life. An Sheng shook his head. I can help you, but only if you cease your inquiry into these two matters. Help me? How so? Wang Can asked, intrigued. The next moment, An Sheng quietly stated, find a scapegoat to take the blame for Su Qing's murder. Trust me, Given the evidence currently held by the police, I am confident I can fabricate a truth that will completely absolve you of guilt. When these words were spoken, even Wang Can's heart trembled violently. This guy, Wang Can, concealed all expressions from his face. So, this is your purpose for seeking me. Why come to me now, after not saying anything last time? And Xing nodded. I was initially unaware of Su Qing's incident. I had no idea it was connected to them, nor did I expect you to trace it this far. Wang Can fell into a brief silence. Think carefully. I believe this decision will benefit you more than harm you. After a long pause, Wang Can raised his head and locked eyes with Sheng. But first, you must tell me, what is your relationship with the Plum Blossom organization? Also, what exactly is the Lin family? And Sheng glanced at Wang Can before shifting his gaze away. I cannot divulge anything about the Lin family. As for the Plum Blossom organization, I do not know much either. And Sheng exhaled. They approached me for recruitment, but I declined. This aligns with the information Wang Can had seen on the paper during the flight. Wang Can continued to press. They tried to recruit you. On what basis? Just because you excel academically and are a top student at Jinqing University. Does that mean these terrorist organizations would seek you out to join them this time? And Xing fell silent. Wang Can seemed to be deducing. Or perhaps speaking to himself, you must have done something in the past, something intriguing enough to catch the attention of these desperate outlaws, and they must have learned of it, which is why they sought you out. And Xing. Wang Can suddenly fixed his gaze on Xing's eyes, solemnly questioning, have you ever killed anyone? Or rather, how many have you killed? Anshin exhibited no outward expression, however, within his tranquil eyes. A subtle ripple of emotion stirred for the first time. Though faint, it did not escape Wang Can's notice. There was no need for further contemplation. You have asked all that needed to be asked. Now, can you provide me with an answer? Stand down, Wang Can. Pursuing this matter will bring you no benefit. Wang Can ran his fingers through his hair and, after a brief moment, shook his head. I apologize, but the system does not permit me to act in that manner. I regret to inform you that I will not relent. Regardless of the forces at play behind the scenes or the truths concealed, I will uncover everything, down to the last detail, to avenge Su Qing and restore my own true innocence. Wang Can declared with righteous fervor. After all, this was the ultimate mission of the system. Anqing gazed into Wang Can's eyes, and after a few seconds, he let out a soft sigh. Very well, then I wish you the best of luck. With that, he made no further delay, gently adjusted his hat, and prepared to leave. Wait. At that moment, however, Wang Can once again intercepted him. Anqing turned to look, only to see Wang Can lift his head, a glimmer of intensity flashing in his eyes. I am curious as to why Wu Yuanqing was not killed by you. Anqing remained silent, prompting Wang Can to continue. Others might find it plausible, perhaps attributing it to your momentary carelessness. But I know that carelessness or accident could never apply to you. Wang Can rose from his seat, standing mere centimeters from Anqing, and met his gaze, his lips curling into a slow smile. Anqing, you have deceived everyone. Wu Yuanqing, Yulin, and that Jiang Shui, none of them were truly slain by your hand. Am I correct? Chapter 68. Wu Lao awakens. Anqing turned to face Wang Can after a prolonged silence. He said, since you already possess the answer, why inquire further? With that, Anqing donned his hat and proceeded towards the bar's exit. Where are you going? Back to class. My business is concluded, and the subsequent matters no longer concern me. Anqing did not look back as he exited the bar. Wang Can squinted, unable to see the retreating figure clad in black. A night passed without incident, leading into the following day. The police department of Huaqing mobilized nearly all its resources but failed to locate any further leads regarding the black-clad suspect who attempted to kill Wu Yuanqing the previous night. No one could have guessed that the perpetrator was merely a college student. Even fewer would imagine that this enigmatic figure had crossed paths with the wanted fugitive, Wang Can, within the confines of a bar. As the afternoon unfolded, a loud crash echoed through the second-floor conference room of the police department that a police officer hurriedly pushed open the door. Captain Sun, Mr. Wu has awakened at the hospital. Sun Xiaoqian immediately set aside her work. Very well. She turned to her colleagues, Luo Shui and Huang Qian. Why not accompany me to inquire about the situation? Huang Qian readily agreed without hesitation. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Shui also nodded. As she had no immediate leads concerning Wang Can and the Meihua organization, soon the three women boarded a police vehicle bound for the First People's Hospital of Huaqing, as this visit was not for an arrest but merely to ask questions. Making their trio sufficient. As dusk approached, the police car arrived swiftly at the hospital building where Wu Yuanqing was located. Sun Xiaoqian and Luo Shui aimed to ascend the stairs quickly. Unexpectedly, Huang Qian departed for 10 minutes. Returning with 2 baskets of fruit, Observing the surprised expressions of her companions, Wang Can offered no further explanation. Wu Lao once did me a favor. Let's head upstairs. Luo Shui and the others felt it inappropriate to press further and followed her to the designated floor. As the elevator doors opened, a male nurse immediately approached them. Police officers, are you here to see Wu Yuanqing? Sun Xiaoqian nodded. The male nurse promptly led them to a single VIP room. Wu Lao is inside. After delivering this information, he quickly stepped aside. The three women entered the room. Despite the winter chill outside, the hospital room was warm. Wu Yuanqing sat on the bed, clad in a simple long-sleeved gown. Sipping kanji. Wu Lao, Huang Qian entered first, placing down the baskets of fruit. Xiaoqian is here. Upon seeing Huang Qian, Wu Yuanqing's face broke into a warm smile. He then turned his gaze to Luo Shui and Sun Xiaoqian. His smile slightly fading. And who might these two be? Huang Qian promptly introduced them. These two are police officers here to ask you some questions. Wu Yuanqing nodded. Officers, please, have a seat. By the way, I would like to inquire about my old companion. How is she doing? Wu Yuanqing suddenly asked. Having been in a coma for quite some time until just moments ago, he was unaware of the events that had transpired. Luo Shui and Sun Xiaoqian exchanged glances. Remaining silent, Wu Yuanqing gradually began to understand, his expression shifting from confusion to astonishment, ultimately revealing an uncontrollable sorrow. Where is she? Sun Xiaoqian finally spoke. She is still in our forensic department. The words struck Wu Yuanqing like a hammer to the heart. He appeared to lose focus momentarily, staring blankly at the ceiling. While they understood his grief, the three women could not linger indefinitely in the hospital. After a long pause, Sun Xiaoqian spoke first. Mr. Wu, could you tell us if you sensed anything unusual before your coma? Wu Yuanqing pulled himself from his stupor, forcing back his sorrow as he recalled, I am not entirely certain. I only know that on that day, Xiaoqian rarely visited, and one of my student's friends, named Lin Can, was also present. I was quite pleased and brewed a pot of fine tea to entertain them. Sun Xiaoqian murmured softly. Interestingly, there was also a suspect at the scene, that same Lin Can. However, there were too many disturbances at the time, and by the time the police reacted, Lin Can had already vanished. Lin Can, why does that name sound familiar? The old man continued, however, before I lost consciousness. I seemed to see a shadow behind Stalin and Xiaoqian. A shadow. The three women froze. Wu Yuanqing appeared uncertain, adding, I cannot be sure. It is possible I misinterpreted what I saw. Luo Shui and Sun Xiaoqian exchanged serious glances. Recognizing the gravity of this revelation, that if true, it could help reconstruct the events of that day, the black-clad figure must have drugged the tea before attacking Wu Yuanqing and Mrs. Yu. Jiang Shui, hearing the commotion, entered the room and was silenced by the assailant. Subsequently, the black-clad figure fabricated the scene, creating a fade that Yu was responsible for the deaths of everyone. Mr. Wu, do you remember anything else? Wu Yuanqing pondered for a moment before shaking his head. I am afraid that is all I can recall from before my coma. Then we shall not intrude further. The three women rose. We have other matters to attend to and will take our leave. After bidding farewell, they exited the room. As the last to leave, Huang Qian lingered, gazing at Wu Yuanqing for an extended moment. Wu Lao, remember to take care of yourself. With that, she too exited the room. What do you think? Once outside the hospital, Sun Xiaoqian turned to Luo Shui. Luo Shui, already informed of the case's general outline by Sun Xiaoqian, replied gravely, it aligns closely with our deductions, though several questions remain. Why did the black-clad figure spare Lin Can and Officer Huang? How did he manage to drug the tea? And what was his motive for murdering the Wu family? Sun Xiaoqian nodded in agreement. The two women were about to return to the police vehicle when Huang Qian, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke. You both should head back. I have matters to attend to. Luo Shui and Sun Xiaoqian exchanged puzzled glances, but Huang Qian had already turned her back, striding purposefully in another direction. Outside, the sky was gradually darkening. In the hospital, within Wu Yuanqing's room, he finished his kanji and pressed the service bell beside his bed. The male doctor who had previously guided Luo Shui and the others entered the room. Doctor, could you please clean up? And could you lower the bed? I would like to rest for a while. Wu Yuanqing gestured towards the bowl and chopsticks at the bedside. However, the doctor hesitated, making no move. Wu Yuanqing raised his head in confusion, only to meet the doctor's piercing gaze. Suddenly, the doctor slowly peeled away a human skin mask from his face. In the midst of Wu Yuanqing's astonished expression, the doctor spoke softly. Wu Lao, it has only been 2 days. You should still remember me, right? Chapter 69, The Truth. Wu Yuanqing stared in disbelief. Lin Can, is that you? His confusion evident, He realized that the individual masquerading as a hospital doctor, who had just directed Luo Shui and the others, was none other than Wang Can, expertly disguised with 2 layers of human skin masks. How did you end up here? Are you injured? Wu Yuanqing wore an expression of concern. Wang Can did not respond, but instead walked directly to Wu Yuanqing's bedside and took a seat on a chair. Old Wu, the reason for my visit today is that I wish to inquire about something. Wu Yuanqing's face was one of confusion. Ask me? Are you also curious about the events that transpired at the theater that day? But those police officers just questioned me about it. Wang Can gazed at Wu Yuanqing's aged visage. After a few seconds, he still discerned no clues. Indeed, he was a notable figure in the theater world. A seasoned actor. Merely observing him would likely yield no insights. Thus, Wang Can decided to be forthright. He did not hesitate, fixing his gaze on Wu Yuanqing's eyes, articulating each word with precision. Old Wu. The one who murdered Madame Yu and Jiang Shui's Yu. Is it not? Upon these words, the hospital room fell into a brief silence. Wu Yuanqing appeared astonished, his expression soon shifting to one of bewilderment, perfectly controlled. Shaolin, what are you saying? How could I possibly harm my wife? And Jiang, isn't she working with our theater group? Has she also fallen victim? Not only was his expression unyielding, but Wu Yuanqing's response was also impeccable, devoid of any flaws. Wang Can had deliberately mentioned Jiang Shui. Anticipating Wu Yuanqing's rebuttal, since Wu Yuanqing had just awakened, he would not know that Jiang Shui was also dead. That if he were to directly refute it, it would inadvertently affirm that he was indeed the true murderer of Jiang Shui. However, it was evident that Wu Yuanqing did not take the bait. Wang Can continued, in truth, there have always been several points of suspicion regarding this case that I have yet to comprehend. How did the murderer administer the drug in the tea? Why are both Officer Huang and I still alive? And the most crucial point, Wang Can approached Wu Yuanqing. Before regaining consciousness, I heard a tremendous noise. The timing of that sound was remarkably fortuitous. It was perfectly timed to rouse us and allow you to be transported to the hospital for urgent treatment, preventing you from bleeding out. You must realize that the dosage of sleeping pills cannot be so precisely calibrated to ensure our unconsciousness coincided to the very second. That sound functioned like a timed alarm, enabling us to wake up on schedule and thus preserve your life. Wang Can's tone abruptly halted. Wu Yuanqing, lying in bed, had lost all expression, his head bowed in contemplation. Wang Can smiled gently and continued, because everything was meticulously orchestrated by you. You drugged the tea, incapacitating everyone present. You deliberately collapsed before us yet spared our lives, intending for us to serve as your witnesses, proving that you had already ingested sleeping pills and fainted prior to the incident. In reality, you never even drank the tea. After we fell unconscious, you personally murdered Madame Yu, silencing Jiang Shui, who had uncovered the truth, and then staged a scene where Madame Yu was fleeing, ultimately leading to a mutual demise with Jiang Shui. Following that, you inflicted a wound upon yourself, causing the lantern above to fall, awakening us just as the effects of the sleeping pills were beginning to wane. Thus, a nearly perfect crime was accomplished. After delivering this lengthy exposition, Wang Can exhaled softly, for the hypothesis had initially seemed almost unbelievable. Such a method was indeed nearly flawless. Wu Yuanqing finally raised his head. His expression extraordinarily indifferent. What you say lacks foundation. Why would I wish to murder my wife? Furthermore, hasn't the police already identified a suspect? Is that so? Wang Can replied with a cryptic smile. A suspect? How do you know the police have identified a suspect? And Xing's appearance occurred entirely after Wu Yuanqing's unconscious state. If you were truly unaware, how could you possibly know that the police had locked onto a suspect? Under Wang Can's relentless questioning, Wu Yuanqing ultimately revealed a crack in his facade. Noticing Wu Yuanqing's sudden silence, Wang Can pressed on. In fact, there was another person present that day, the figure in the black cloak. Wang Can refrained from directly naming it Sheng. Your strategy is quite astute, but the forensic techniques remain somewhat lacking. Once Officer Huang unraveled the staged scene, that figure in the black cloak adopted an alternative plan. He deliberately fired at you to draw the police's attention, effectively becoming a suspect in the case. This served to indirectly exonerate you. Wu Yuanqing scoffed. Ridiculous. That person would assist me in taking the blame for murder, a crime that carries severe consequences. Wang Can stood upright. I have delved into your background, and your reputation is impeccable. When you first arrived in Huaqing, you generously funded the local orphanage, children left behind, and individuals with disabilities, among others in need of care. This greatly contributed to your esteemed status. The usually frosty Officer Huang, who respects you immensely, and that individual willing to take the fall for you, are actually children who benefited from your past generosity. Wang Can's gaze was sharp, akin to a piercing bolt of lightning. His mind involuntarily recalled the various respectful interactions Huang Qian had exhibited towards Wu Yuanqing, as well as Xing's frail visage. Impossible. The question remains, why would I harm my own wife? Wu Yuanqing maintained his stoic countenance. In the next moment, Wang Can's voice resonated like the judgment of the king of the underworld. I suspect that all of this is connected to the mysteriously vanished Lin family from years ago. You never anticipated that Officer Huang and I would revisit this matter decades later. You may conceal everything you know, but you cannot control the thoughts of others, just like your Madame Yu. Regarding the Lin family's secret, Madame Yu likely possessed certain information that she could never reveal. Therefore, you had no choice but to silence her completely before she could disclose anything to us. Upon concluding his assertions, Wang Can suddenly seized Wu Yuanqing's arm, disregarding the latter's astonishment and resistance, and tore apart the sleeve of his clothing. Immediately, a striking and peculiar green plum blossom pattern was fully revealed. Indeed, Wang Can noted that Wu Yuanqing's aged arm bore an expression of profound depth. You are also a member of that plum blossom organization. Thanks to the top supporter, Dongjia Shibao, for the generous gift. There will be more updates this afternoon. Chapter 70, The Yellow Bird is Behind. Here it comes. Once again, I extend my gratitude to all the supportive treasures. In Wu Yuanqing's gaze lay a hint of coldness. He appeared to be an entirely different person from the amiable and cheerful old professor of usual. Struggling to withdraw his hand from Wang Can's grip, he asserted, ultimately, this is merely your conjecture. Do you possess any evidence? Moreover, you aren't even named Lin. Cannot you suddenly come here and inquire about Su Qing at this juncture? You must be the notorious murderer who has recently stirred up the internet regarding Su Qing's death. Wu Yuanqing's voice was grim, his gaze fixed intently on Wang Can. Wang Can met his gaze again. Do you admit it? You not only murdered Madame Yu but also possess knowledge of the Lin family's secrets from years past, and you are aware that Su Qing sought you out on November 25th. Throughout this exchange, you have not uttered a single truth. Wang Can's keen eyes remained fixed on Wu Yuanqing, who remained unperturbed. He turned his head to gaze out the window. After all that has been said, this is merely your speculation. What reason do I have to confess to something unproven? Wang Can smiled subtly. You seek evidence, do you? He produced a dagger from his pocket. This dagger is the weapon that killed Madame Yu and Jiang Shui. It should bear your fingerprints. Upon hearing this, Wu Yuanqing burst into laughter. Wang Can, should I commend your cleverness or your foolishness? With so many prop weapons in the theater, how could I possibly leave my fingerprints on it? Am I to hand you the means to convict me? Ha ha ha. Is that so? Wang Can remained unruffled. This dagger was previously in your home, was it not? Wu Yuanqing continued to scoff and shake his head. And if it was? Furthermore, Wang Can, you needn't attempt to deceive me. This dagger is not the one that killed Yu Lin and Jiang Shui. The actual murder weapon is undoubtedly in the police station. How could it be in your possession? Wang Can chuckled softly, stowing the dagger away. With that green plum blossom insignia, you must be among the highest echelons of the organization, aren't you? You are indeed not an easy opponent. Wu Yuanqing chose not to respond. Wang Can's gaze suddenly shifted, locking onto a specific point in the room, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes, prompting his analytical faculties to engage. Subsequently, a slight smile graced his lips. However, this matter is not solely within my understanding. He gestured towards the direction of his gaze. The true evidence lies right here. Wu Yuanqing paused, turning to look in the direction Wang Can indicated. In that corner, there lay a basket of unremarkable fruits, a remnant left behind by Huang Qian during her previous visit to offer her condolences that it had remained undisturbed in the ward's shadowy nook. Wang Can approached the fruit basket, and under Wu Yuanqing's astonished gaze, he boldly extracted a black voice recorder from amidst the fruits. The device emitted a faint, pulsing red light, signifying its active state. Every word exchanged between the two had been silently documented by this inconspicuous recorder hidden within the fruit basket. Wang Can regarded the recorder without a trace of panic. Instead, his eyes narrowed, realizing the clever trap laid out before him. Officer Huang, I must admit I underestimated you. Moments later, the door to the ward was suddenly thrust open, and a figure stepped inside, without needing to turn around. Wang Can had already deduced the visitor's identity. It was none other than Huang Qian, the very person who had delivered the basket of fruits, recorded Wu Yuanqing's incriminating evidence, and ensnared Wang Can in the process. An Interpol officer. Xiao Qian, what brings you here? Wu Yuanqing's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld Huang Qian's entrance. Yet, this time, Huang Qian chose to disregard him, directing her gaze firmly at Wang Can. When did you become aware of the truth? Wang Can turned to face her. Despite his FAAD being thoroughly dismantled, he remained composed. He met her gaze unwaveringly, from the moment you deliberately allowed that man in black to escape at the theater. With your skills, even if you couldn't detain him, it was impossible for him to leave unscathed. Your decision to let him flee stemmed from the knowledge that this matter was, in essence, unrelated to him. Of course, there was your self-interest. By allowing him to escape, you ensured he would forever bear the blame for Wu Laojun. Officer Huang, you have been hesitating all along, unsure whether to expose Wu Yuanqing. Huang Qian fell into a brief silence, not contesting Wang Can's assertions. He continued, "You knew I would inevitably confront Wu Yuanqing, seeking to uncover the Lin family's secrets from him. Thus, you intentionally refrained from speaking." Quietly leaving a voice recorder linked to your phone within the fruit basket. It was aimed not only at Wu Yuanqing but also at me. After a long pause, Huang Qian finally spoke again. "You are aware that this trap was set for you, yet you still dared to come, suggesting you were prepared." Wang Can did not deny it. He nodded. "If you had truly come here today with Luo Shui and the others to apprehend me, then, 10 minutes from now, an explosion would have obliterated a certain floor of a commercial building in Hua City. Still, I must thank you for not taking such action." With that, Wang Can turned his attention to Wu Yuanqing. "You have provided for countless children, earning the admiration of many. Yet, your intentions were never as simple as mere charity. You are a sinner, stained with blood, but you still possess a remnant of conscience. The numerous good deeds you have performed were not solely to craft a noble image, but rather to atone for the sins of your past, to alleviate the burden of your conscience." Wang Can's grip tightened around the edge of the bed, each word deliberate and emphatic. "And these sins are inextricably linked to the Lin family, to Madame Yu, and to the wronged Su Qing. They are also intertwined with you and the Plum Blossom organization that lurks behind you." Chapter 71. The Lin family. As Wang Can's words resonated, a flicker of emotion finally crossed Wu Yuanqing's otherwise impassive face. Huang Qian stepped closer, her gaze fixed on Wu Yuanqing, her voice imbued with a blend of struggle and resignation. For Huang Qian, the support she received from Wu Yuanqing had been a stepping stone from her childhood to becoming a resolute officer of Interpol. Now, asking her to apprehend Wu Yuanqing felt akin to capturing her own biological parents. "Old Wu, please be honest with me. If you confess now, I might be able to advocate for a reduced sentence for you. Aside from this voice recorder, I have discovered another piece of evidence at the scene." Huang Qian produced a small handful of ash from her pocket. "These remnants are from the oolong tea you love. Left behind after it was burned. We found them at the severed rope of the lantern. You applied this tea to the rope's exterior, igniting it to create a simple device with the timed burn, ensuring you had ample time to inflict harm upon yourself before the rope was consumed. As long as we compare these tea leaves with your stock of oolong tea, we should be able to ascertain which batch it came from." Upon the conclusion of Huang Qian's statement, Wu Yuanqing fell into silence. Wang Can and Huang Qian exchanged a knowing glance, mutually understanding the need for quietude in that moment. After a protracted silence, Wu Yuanqing finally exhaled softly, in acknowledgement of his complete exposure, yet he showed no signs of distress, only a wistful smile. "The tides of change are ever relentless. The future belongs to you young people." Wu Yuanqing glanced at Huang Qian and Wang Can, not with anger, but with a hint of relief. "I concede. Ask me what you will. This may well be the last act of atonement I can perform for the sins of my past." He continued, "However, I cannot guarantee that I will reveal everything. There are matters I wish to remain buried." As he uttered his final words, there was a firm resolve in Wu Yuanqing's voice. Wang Can was the first to speak. "Wu Yuanqing, tell me everything about the Lin family." Under Wang Can's pressing inquiry, Wu Yuanqing pressed his lips together. Just as Wang Can thought the elder would remain silent, the old man suddenly sighed heavily. "The Lin family has been a lineage of significance since the Republic era. Their enterprises once spanned various industries, flourishing throughout Hua City and surrounding towns. Even in the province, the Lin family was a notable force in its time." Wang Can furrowed his brow, questioning, "How can that be? If that were true, even if they fell from grace 20 years ago, there should still be traces of them online today." Wang Can had already researched the Lin family's background online, but all he found were conflicting and nonsensical pieces of information, either unrelated to Huazhong province or entirely out of sync with the present day. There was no trace, no clue from 20 years prior that indicated the existence of such a family in Hua City. Wu Yuanqing continued, "That is because an invisible hand has erased all traces of the Lin family from existence. Moreover, I can state with absolute certainty that this is linked to the Plum Blossom organization." Wu Yuanqing rolled up his sleeve, revealing the green plum blossom tattoo. Wang Can raised an eyebrow. From the sound of it, you are unaware of its inner workings. From what he understood, the hierarchy within the organization was determined by the color of the plum blossoms, green, blue, red. Wu Yuanqing's green plum blossom indicated he held a high position within the organization. Yet, Wu Yuanqing shook his head gravely. "You underestimate this organization. Their capabilities far exceed my own. I have been part of this organization for over a decade. Yet I have barely scratched the surface of its true core secrets. After sharing this, he turned his gaze to Wang Can. Xiao Qian, your sudden return to inquire about the Lin family suggests you have already gathered some understanding. Wang Qian nodded. Her earlier claims of ignorance on the train now appeared to be a mere unwillingness to divulge information to Wang Can. Wu Yuanqing continued, in the events surrounding the Lin family's annihilation. I played a part. As he spoke, his hands began to tremble slightly, a telltale sign of the emotional turmoil within this otherwise composed elder. I was not a core member, so I do not possess detailed knowledge of the actions taken. My role was to eliminate any Lin family members attempting to escape. We witnessed a cataclysmic fire consume the entire Lin estate, reducing it to ashes overnight. Wu Yuanqing's voice trembled, and it was hard to fathom that such a vast family could be so swiftly obliterated. The question of how many lives were lost that night lingered heavily in the air. Wang Can interjected. So, you continued to perform charitable acts afterward, seeking to atone for your guilt. Wu Yuanqing closed his eyes and nodded. And what of the Plum Blossom organization? What do you know about them? Wu Yuanqing shook his head. I withdrew from that organization 10 years ago. However, this tattoo is a hand-inked design, nearly impossible to remove. As for other information about the organization, I cannot disclose that. When Wu Yuanqing opened his eyes and met Wang Can's gaze, there was a resolute determination within them. Wang Can frowned but did not press further. It seemed that Wu Yuanqing's resolve would yield no additional revelations. In his previous attempts to conceal this secret, he had even resorted to killing his wife, Yu Lin, who had stood by him for decades. This secret, I fear, is deeply buried within the recesses of the other party's heart. Moreover, such an ancient secret is often shackled by the chains of subconscious restraint. Even the application of hypnosis may inadvertently trigger the alarms within their psyche, leading to an abrupt awakening from the trance, rendering the likelihood of further inquiry exceedingly slim. Wu Yuanqing turned to Wang Qian behind him, acknowledging that all pertinent questions had been posed. Xiao Qian, please take me away. Wang Qian gazed at him, remaining silent for an extended moment. This critical juncture. Wu Yuanqing merely smiled nonchalantly. Given my offenses, I ought to have been consigned to hell long ago. Having lingered on this earth for an additional 20 years, I am quite content with my old bones. After speaking, he fixed his gaze on Wang Can. You are Su Qing's boyfriend, are you not? Wang Can acquiesced. Lastly, allow me to remind you, old chap, that Su Qing is intricately connected to both the Lin family and the Meihua organization, now that she is deceased, and considering your previous transgressions against those individuals. I fear they will not simply let this matter rest. Exercise caution henceforth. Chapter 72. The Lin family ruins beneath the shroud of night. The once serene hospital grounds appeared somewhat chaotic, with the wailing of various sirens resonating in the air. Wu Yuanqing was handcuffed, yet he was now capable of moving independently. However, at Wang Qian's insistence, the police arranged for him to be transported on a single patient stretcher to the ambulance, which would take him back to the Huacheng Police Department. So it was like this? It was indeed Wu Lao who murdered Madame Yu. Luo Shui and son Xiao Qian stood by the vehicle, absorbing Wang Qian's conclusion. You went alone to confront Wu Yuanqing. Wang Qian nodded. After all, Wu Lao has shown me kindness. My personal feelings compelled me to seek him out for clarification, and I found it hard to believe my own deductions. Thus, I approached him alone. Suddenly, she inclined her head slightly toward the other two women. I apologize, ladies, my selfishness led me to act independently, causing misunderstandings and trouble for you. Witnessing the typically aloof Wang Qian express such sincerity, the two women felt a twinge of embarrassment, and previous grievances dissipated. It's nothing. We'll need to collaborate for the operation to apprehend Wang Can. Wang Qian lifted her head. At that moment, a doctor descended the staircase from the hospital, accompanied by several police officers. Patient Wu Yuanqing has not yet fully recovered. There are matters I must clarify with you. Wang Qian glanced at the newcomer before addressing Luo Shui and the others. You two go ahead with your tasks. I will handle Wu Lao's medical concerns. Luo Shui and her companion nodded and moved to oversee other matters, once assured that the two women had departed. Wang Qian turned back. You are indeed quite audacious. She regarded the doctor with a cold, expressionless demeanor. This doctor was, of course, Wang Can in disguise. Wang Can merely smiled. Since you did not expose me before, I trust you will not do so now. Wang Qian let out a light scoff. Wang Can, this is merely a repayment of the favor you owed me from the train. The next time we meet, I will still apprehend you. Wang Can shook his head with a grin. Not entirely, I suppose. In truth, you have already come to believe that I am innocent, have you not? Wang Qian fell into a brief silence before finally asking, what do you plan to do next? Wang Can glanced at Wu Yuanqing, who was being loaded into the ambulance. I intend to continue my investigation. I wish to search for traces of the Lin family from years past. He paused. By the way, I wanted to inquire. You have already gathered some clues about the Lin family, have you not? Although the Lin family's whereabouts have been obscured, Wang Qian is still an international police officer. She is backed by the entire Long Nation and the global police force, making it implausible that she has encountered no leads. Wang Qian did not respond directly. Even if I knew, I could not divulge that information to you. Wang Can did not press further. As for my next steps, I should pursue leads regarding the Lin family. A family of such magnitude cannot simply vanish. The investigation has revealed connections between Su Qing and Sheng and the Meihua organization, both overt and covert, to this enigmatic family that disappeared 2 decades ago. To unravel the truth, one must uncover the secrets surrounding the Lin family from 20 years prior. With that, Wang Can turned and walked in another direction. Where are you headed? Without looking back, Wang Can replied, after a long day, even a doctor like me deserves to clock out. Huang Qian watched his retreating figure, and after a few moments, suggested, perhaps you might consider visiting the Nanshan orphanage. Wang Can finally halted, turning to face her. Nanshan orphanage, he repeated, pondering its significance. That place was once the site of the Lin family's estate. And it is also where Lin Qin, who was abducted on the train, grew up. Wang Can locked eyes with Huang Qian, and after a long pause, he agreed. All right. With that, he left the hospital without hesitation. After a further 10 minutes of activity, the police finally organized all operations. A convoy of over a dozen police vehicles, along with the ambulance carrying Wu Yuanqing, slowly departed the hospital, flashing red and blue lights against the night sky. In a corner of the hospital, unnoticed, the shadows beneath the staircase quivered slightly. A figure clad in black emerged from the darkness, 2 piercing eyes fixated on the direction Luo Shui and the others had departed. The figure exhaled softly through their nostrils before retrieving a phone and dialing a number. As they raised their arm, a blue plum blossom emblem was visible on their sleeve. Big brother, a low voice resonated from the shadows, sounding like that of a middle-aged man. How did the task go? A distinctly altered voice responded from the other end, equipped with a voice modulator. I have followed your instructions and ensured that Wu Yuanqing was apprehended. That old rascal has already been granted an exception to exit the organization, yet he continues to undermine our efforts. The black-clad figure's voice dripped with indignation. But now, we have finally managed to send him away. Rest assured, big brother, this time, whether Wu Yuanqing survives or not, he will surely rot in prison. What about that Wang Can? That little wretch is as cunning as a fox. I have yet to uncover his whereabouts. The mention of Wang Can made the man's voice bristle with irritation. If it weren't for him sabotaging our plans on the train. The electronic voice on the other end spoke something inaudible, causing the mysterious man's tone to shift slightly. Are you saying that is true? No wonder. The Nanshan orphanage? I understand now. I will make arrangements immediately. After hanging up, the figure in black stepped back a couple of paces before disappearing into the darkness once more. Meanwhile, at the hospital's side entrance, Wang Can hailed a taxi and directed the driver to the Huaqing International Hotel. The vehicle sped along the empty road. Wang Can glanced at the middle-aged driver and, after a moment's contemplation, casually inquired, "Where are you from, driver?" The driver, speaking with a heavy accent, replied, "I'm a local from Huaqing. Have you lived in Huaqing your entire life?" "Indeed. I've been here for over 30 years. Wang Can feigned a casual curiosity. "I heard there used to be a prominent family in Huaqing called the Lin family." "The Lin family? Who knows?" The driver replied, his tone bewildered. "I've never heard of such a thing." "Oh, really?" Wang Can opted not to pursue the topic further, realizing that not everyone of age was familiar with the Lin family. By the way, do you know if there is a Nanshan orphanage around here? Wang Can asked again. This time, the driver responded quickly, "Yes, I know about the Nanshan orphanage. Do you know when this orphanage was established?" Wang Can probed. "I can't quite recall," the driver mused. "Perhaps around 10 to 20 years ago? I never paid much attention to it." Chapter 1. Nanshan Orphanage. That summarizes all the information we have gathered. Sun Xiaoqian concluded her report to the assembly at the Huaqing Police Department. The case concerning Wu Yuanqing has reached a temporary standstill. Currently, both police departments have freed up their resources, gathering all personnel from Huaqing, along with Luo Shui and Deputy Captain Lu Guoshou from Jincheng. In the conference room, a photograph displayed on the screen depicted the profile of a doctor captured by surveillance cameras. "Are you saying that this Wang Can is actually Lin Can from the theater? And he infiltrated the hospital where Wu Yuanqing was?" Luo Shui looked at Huang Qian in astonishment. Huang Qian nodded. "I realized afterward that something was amiss. especially since the surveillance on the day before Wu Yuanqing's arrest was intentionally compromised. Upon recalling that this individual had previously inquired with Elder Wu regarding Su Qing, it dawned on me. Wang Qian's tone bore a hint of vexation, as if she had only just unraveled Wang Can's true identity. Luo Shui and Sun Xiaoqian exchanged glances, sensing an underlying peculiarity, yet unable to articulate any specific issue within the other's words. Wang Qian continued, I would like to ask how is Elder Wu faring? The two women exchanged a knowing look. Wu Yuanqing's confession had been commendable, yet he had blood on his hands. We have submitted a request for a reduced sentence, but the likelihood of success. They refrained from elaborating further. Wang Qian's thoughts were inscrutable as she nodded silently. Let us return to the matter of Wang Can. As Officer Huang stated, Wang Can is likely still concealed within the confines of Huaqing. We must deliberate on how to extract him. Sun Xiaoqian interjected, Wang Can's sudden appearance in Huaqing must be for a reason, and it is highly probable that it pertains to the enigmatic Meiwa organization. We have submitted an application to the provincial authorities to expand our investigative jurisdiction. Additionally, we have requested higher-level investigative powers concerning the middle-aged man we encountered on the train, who may be linked to a case from 20 years ago. Listening to the two police captains, all officers appeared invigorated. With such an investigative force at their disposal, they were confident that crucial leads would emerge. The strength of the state apparatus is unparalleled within the borders of Longhua. Once greater resources and authority are mobilized, everyone firmly believes that significant clues will be unearthed. Officer Huang. At that moment, Luo Shui, for reasons unknown, turned her gaze to the previously silent Huang Qian. Do you have nothing to contribute? For some inexplicable reason, Luo Shui, with her years of experience in criminal investigation, sensed an odd intuition. This Officer Huang seemed to be concealing something from everyone. Moreover, it is only logical to deduce that with such a formidable terrorist organization emerging within Longhua, the state could not possibly be entirely oblivious. The inability of Luo Shui, Sun Xiaoqian, and others to access pertinent information likely stemmed from insufficient authority. Yet, if one were to consider who held the highest position here, most likely privy to relevant insider knowledge, it could only be this Huang Qian, dispatched from Interpol. Huang Qian, with an impassive expression, lifted her head and merely shook it slightly. No, my thoughts are currently aligned with yours. Despite the peculiar nature of the exchange, Luo Shui ultimately refrained from further inquiries. Sun Xiaoqian finally issued the final directive to everyone. Intensify the manhunt for Wang Can within the confines of Huaqing Jin City. Concurrently, be vigilant and bolster security measures in various locations. As the new year approaches, the influx of people will undoubtedly increase. Sun Xiaoqian narrowed her eyes. During such times, we must exercise utmost caution. I must trouble you all. Understood. The following day, the sun had gradually ascended to its zenith, transforming Wang Can's appearance into that of a youthful man as he stood before an aging gateway. A weathered stone plaque read, Nishan Orphanage. Wang Can peered inside, only to be taken aback by the absence of any souls. Logically, at this hour, the orphanage should not be devoid of life. Furrowing his brow, he stepped inside. The orphanage, evidently aged, was surrounded by numerous weathered stone walls. However, upon entering, he noted that the various facilities were remarkably well maintained and modern. It was evident that those managing the orphanage had invested considerable effort. With the new year approaching, the surroundings were adorned with festive decorations. Yet, the atmosphere today felt oddly quiet. It wasn't until he approached a bungalow that a man hurriedly exited from within. Wang Can stepped forward to intercept him. Hello, I am a volunteer journalist from the Huaqing Charity Association, seeking to speak with the director of this orphanage. The man glanced at Wang Can, briefly scrutinizing the well-crafted ID badge around his neck. He seemed to harbor no doubts, for who would feign being a volunteer worker to cause harm at an orphanage? The director is inside, but he is currently in a meeting, so it may take some time before he is finished. A meeting? Wang Can surveyed his surroundings. Has something happened here? The man appeared hesitant, stammering, I am not quite sure. The director is inside. You may ask him. I have matters to attend to. My apologies. With that, the man quickly averted his gaze from Wang Can and hurriedly strode away. Wang Can chose not to pursue him. Narrowing his eyes at the man's departing figure, he turned back to the bungalow, contemplating for a moment before discarding the idea of barging in. After all, he had merely come to investigate the Lin family's whereabouts from years past. There was no need to offend them right away. He stepped back a few paces, circumventing to the side of the bungalow, confirming that the area was devoid of onlookers before silently concealing himself behind the stone wall, quietly observing everything that transpired before him. After approximately 3 to 4 minutes, the man who had previously departed reappeared within Wang Can's line of sight. Jogging back with hurried steps, clutching a black opaque plastic bag, the contents unknown. The man's expression bore signs of urgency as he hastily entered the bungalow. Chapter 2. Beneath the veil of night. After the man entered the bungalow, a full 10 minutes passed before a group of individuals hurriedly emerged. Leading them was an elderly man with graying hair. Although he did not appear as aged as Wu Yuanqing, he was certainly approaching his 60s. This elderly gentleman was likely the director of Nashan Orphanage. According to Lin Qin, her gradual rise to her current status was undoubtedly supported by this elder. From another perspective, he might possess knowledge regarding the secrets of the Lin family's past. Wang Can stepped out from behind the stone wall. "Excuse me, sir." His voice halted the procession of individuals exiting the bungalow. The elderly man turned. "Who are you?" Wang Can raised his ID badge once more. "I'm a volunteer from the Huaqing Charity Association, here to document the situation at your orphanage for charitable promotion, as well as to contribute to the care of these disabled and abandoned children." Upon hearing the term volunteer, the elder's brow gradually unfurled. "I see." He gestured for those behind him to depart. "You may go ahead." The caretakers and teachers from the orphanage all exited. Instead of leading Wang Can to the previous bungalow, the elder found another room. Wang Can quietly scanned the interior of the bungalow. "Would you like me to show you around the orphanage?" "That would be most kind of you, sir." Wang Can feigned curiosity. "But isn't the new year approaching? Why does it seem rather empty here today?" When Wang Can posed this question, the elder's expression exhibited a noticeable shift, which Wang Can keenly observed. After all, not everyone possessed the composure of Wu Yuanqing, able to mask their emotions entirely. Yet, the elder managed to maintain a facade of tranquility. "No, it's just that the children are still napping, so it may appear somewhat desolate. It should liven up shortly." Wang Can nodded, refraining from further inquiries. "This is my first visit. Your orphanage appears to have quite a history." The elder replied as they walked. "Yes, it must be around 20 years old now. I can hardly recall." "Have you been managing it all this time?" Indeed, as they strolled, Wang Can donned a camera, pretending to capture numerous photographs. By the way, what is this building?" As they passed by the previous bungalow, Wang Can casually inquired. "Oh, that is merely the staff dormitory." "Dormitory? A dormitory where meetings are held?" Wang Can attempted to extract more information several times, yet the elder divulged nothing of significance. As time passed, the children of the orphanage gradually stirred from their slumber, infusing the courtyard with vitality. However, Wang Can could readily discern that something was amiss. These children were evidently subjected to unusual restrictions. Their range of movement confined to a small area. It was not that they were being mistreated, but the limitations appeared hasty. Something must have transpired in the orphanage over the past couple of days, Wang Can pondered. Yet, mere inquiries would likely yield little. Unbeknownst to him, twilight had gradually descended. After several more rounds of conversation with the elder, Wang Can stated, "I wish to conduct an in-depth investigation. May I stay at this orphanage for a few days?" The elder hesitated. "I do not require assistance, and I can contribute to the work of the orphanage. It is not precisely this issue." After a moment of contemplation, the elderly man nodded slightly. "Very well. I shall arrange for a room for you shortly." "Thank you. May I ask for your esteemed surname?" "My humble surname is Su." "Very well. Director XU. As time passed, the night deepened, and the orphanage once again succumbed to silence. The only sound that lingered in the stillness was the distant chirping of cicadas. Within the confines of a makeshift bedroom in the orphanage, Wang Can sat upon the bed, quietly opening his eyes. He glanced at his phone. Midnight. At this hour, the surroundings were devoid of any signs of human activity. Silently, he rose from the bed and gently pushed open the door to his room. Whether by design or happenstance, Wang Can's room had been situated in the farthest corner of the orphanage from the single-story building that had been occupied during the day. Confirming that he was alone, Wang Can, clad in dark attire, resembled a specter gliding through the night, swiftly making his way towards the distant structure. Before long, he found himself standing before the same spot where he had encountered Director Su earlier in the day. According to Director Su, this area served as the dormitory for the orphanage staff. At midnight, most individuals would likely be asleep, yet caution was paramount. Just as he pondered this, a rustling sound pierced the stillness, reaching Wang Can's ears. With remarkable agility, he darted into the shadows of a large tree. He observed a man emerging from the small building, clutching a black, opaque plastic bag. Wang Can's brow furrowed. Was this not the same man he had inquired about directions from earlier? The man scanned the surroundings cautiously, oblivious to Wang Can's presence, who remained concealed behind the tree, revealing only his ghostly eyes. The man, having confirmed that no one was around, carefully stepped out, taking a turn towards what appeared to be an abandoned area. Ultimately halting at a patch of grass not far away, less than 10 meters from Wang Can, he tore open the black bag. spilling its contents onto the ground, women's clothing, cosmetics, and small shoes among other personal items. In short, these were the belongings of a woman. After gathering some dry grass, he disposed of everything from the plastic bag onto the open space. He then produced a water bottle, pouring out some liquid. Wang Can felt an involuntary stir within him as a flicker of light glimmered in his eyes. Was that fuel? The man struck a match and, after carefully ensuring he was alone, tossed it into the pile of items. Instantly, a fierce blaze erupted from the heap, illuminating the man's face in the fiery glow. From a distance of about 10 meters, Wang Can caught a fleeting glimpse of uncontrollable fear etched upon the man's features. The man stood in front of the inferno, silent and motionless. Time seemed to stretch infinitely until the flames finally began to diminish, slowly extinguishing themselves. Once the last embers flickered out, the man stamped out the remaining spark before swiftly retreating back into the building. Disappearing from view, the surrounding darkness fell silent once more. Wang Can did not act immediately but waited a considerable time, ensuring that no one else emerged from the building before revealing himself from behind the tree. He hurried to the spot the man had previously occupied. The items had already been reduced to a pile of ashes. Just when Wang Can believed there was nothing left, his eyes suddenly brightened as his fingers gently sifted through the ashes, uncovering a charred card that had been nearly consumed by the flames. Chapter 3, A Veil of Shadows. Wang Can retrieved the card from the ashes. The writing was obscured by the fire, rendering it nearly illegible, with only the outline discernible. For an ordinary person, it would have been impossible to decipher, let alone count the few characters present. Yet, Wang Can was different. A flash of insight ignited within him, triggering his analytical abilities. In his vision, the blurred shapes on the card began to gradually clarify. Teacher's certificate. Holder's name. Guoyu. Wang Can committed this name to memory. He searched further, but could find no other pertinent information. He set the card down and redirected his gaze towards the building before him. Resolute, he strode inside. Upon entering, he found himself in a desolate corridor. The dim lights barely illuminated the area, allowing him to grasp the general layout. The man he had seen earlier had long since vanished. Wang Can meandered through the first floor, observing that each room was tightly shut, with no apparent issues discernible from the outside. Reaching the end of the corridor, he spotted a staircase and ascended swiftly. However, just as he reached the second floor, his eyes narrowed slightly. A door across the hall stood ajar, with a long white line stretched across the floor, an improvised barrier, presumably erected by someone. Before he had a chance to enter the room, his peripheral vision caught a slight movement, and he turned his head sharply. From the ceiling, a limp arm dangled, suspended from the wall. Wang Can crouched beneath the barrier and stepped into the room, his pupils constricted in shock. There, in stark contrast to the lively figure he had encountered earlier, stood Director Su, his eyes wide open, limbs hanging lifelessly, suspended by a rope around his neck from a beam above. Wang Can rushed forward, checking for any sign of life. He was already deceased. Refraining from touching the body, he meticulously examined the corpse. The eyes bore distinct markings resembling Tardieu spots, and the tongue protruded, characteristics consistent with hanging. Yet, why would Director Su choose to take his own life? Wang Can pondered. During their earlier conversation, he had detected no inclination towards suicide in the elderly man. What secrets did this building conceal? Wang Can glanced at the beam above. With a powerful leap, he propelled himself off the wall. Grasping the beam with precision, he examined the rope that held the lifeless body. Noticing a clean, smooth mark where it had made contact with the wood, Wang Can exhaled slowly, a sense of gravity settling upon him. Indeed, this was not a case of suicide. Rather, it appeared that the elderly man had been strangled. If it had truly been a suicide, even if the individual had willingly chosen to end their life, there would have been involuntary struggles prior to death. Thus, the friction marks on the beam could not have been so pristine. Someone had first choked the elderly man to death and then suspended him from the beam, creating the facade of a suicide. Wang Can lightly jumped down to the floor, just as he was about to leave. A sudden sense of unease washed over him. He turned sharply, only to find the man who had burned the bag of women's belongings earlier, now staring at Wang Can with a look of utter astonishment. His gaze shifted upwards to the beam where Director Su hung, and his expression morphed into one of mounting terror. His mouth opened wide, as if to scream. Fortunately, Wang Can acted swiftly, covering the man's mouth with one hand while gripping his arm with the other, pinning him against the wall. If you make another sound, I will end you. At this moment, attempting to convince the man that the elderly man had not been murdered would likely yield no results. It was far more effective to adopt a ruthless demeanor. Indeed, the man gazed at Wang Can as if he were a demon, nodding vigorously, too terrified to utter a sound. Wang Can gradually released his grip. I recognize you. You are the one who asked me for directions this afternoon. The man looked at Wang Can, fear evident in his trembling voice. Wang Can questioned directly, "What are you doing here?" The man's voice faltered. "I thought I was just here to report to the director." Reporting in the dead of night, at midnight. The man was clearly not resilient. A mere glare from Wang Can sent him into a flurry of frantic gestures. "No, that's not it. The director told me to come at midnight. What did he ask you to come for?" "I doubt I truly do not know." The quiver in the man's voice was palpable. Wang Can fixed his gaze upon him and, in a tone that seemed to echo from another realm, inquired, "Who are you?" "Huh." The man appeared bewildered. "Where do you come from?" The man's expression began to dull. "Where do you wish to go?" His pupils glazed over completely. The terror and trembling vanished from his face. In that moment, he transformed into a mere puppet, answering questions as Wang Can hypnotized him in mere seconds. "Tell me, what has transpired at Nashon Orphanage?" Wang Can asked slowly. "A female teacher here went missing several days ago. However, the director insisted she had resigned, adamantly forbidding us from disclosing her disappearance. The director even instructed me to clean out her room completely, erasing all traces of her existence in our orphanage. I initially intended to dispose of her belongings at the dump, but the director scolded me and insisted that I incinerate everything. There must be no remnants of her ever having worked here." Wang Can narrowed his eyes. "Who else knows about this matter?" The man responded in a mechanical tone, stating that Director Su had only convened a meeting with a select group of core personnel, leaving the majority of staff and all the children in the courtyard oblivious to the situation. "What was the name of the missing female kindergarten teacher?" "It was Guiyu." "Where is her room?" "Room 108 on the first floor." Wang Can narrowed his eyes, contemplating for a moment before asking, "Is Sue's death related to you?" "No," came the reply. Wang Can nodded, his voice becoming ethereal once more. "With a snap of my fingers, you will quietly drift into slumber until you awaken the following morning." Having said this, Wang Can gently snapped his fingers. The man collapsed to the ground like a soulless husk, devoid of vitality. Wang Can then pushed the door open and firmly shut the door to Director Su's room before hastening down the stairs. Chapter 4. The woman Wang Can returned to the first floor. Encountering no one along the way, following the number on the doorplate, he quickly located room 108, where the woman mentioned by the man had gone missing. However, just as he was about to open the door, it unexpectedly swung open from the inside. Wang Can swiftly retracted his hand, his expression betraying no hint of surprise. A woman appeared from behind the door, and upon catching sight of Wang Can, her gaze flickered momentarily. It was a slight movement, but it set off alarm bells in Wang Can's mind. He sensed that the woman's body had been tense just moments before. He was well acquainted with that feeling. It accompanied him each time he prepared to strike. If he refrained from acting, he remained calm, but once he decided to strike, he unleashed all his might in a single, decisive blow. Had this woman just intended to attack me? Perhaps she had suppressed her instinct due to the surveillance cameras in the corridor. This woman is certainly not ordinary. "May I inquire as to the location of Director Su's room?" Wang Can maintained his composure. "Hello, could you please direct me to Director Su's bedroom?" The woman squinted her eyes. "You are looking for Director Su? Who are you? I've never seen you before." Wang Can offered a slight smile. "I am a newly arrived temporary volunteer, leaving tomorrow, so I came to discuss some proposals regarding the orphanage's charitable funding with the director this evening." However, the woman's tone turned frosty. "Director Su is not staying here tonight. You may leave." Wang Can's mind raced. Director Su was clearly in the first room on the second floor. Why was she insisting that he was not here? Was she mistaken? Or was she afraid someone might discover Director Su's body upstairs? Wang Can feigned a polite smile. "I see. My apologies. I shall take my leave." The woman said nothing further, retreating into her room and shutting the door with a thud. Wang Can fixed his gaze on the closed door of room 108. After contemplating for a moment, he did not depart, but instead walked to the end of the corridor and concealed himself behind a wall. The woman had just opened the door, evidently intending to leave. Yet, Wang Can's presence had momentarily interrupted her plans. However, she could not remain here indefinitely. Sure enough, after approximately 5 or 6 minutes, the door to room 108 creaked open once more. The woman peeked out, and Wang Can quickly retracted behind the wall. Once he saw no second figure, the woman stepped out of the room and briskly headed in the opposite direction from Wang Can. Wang Can cautiously peeked out again. The woman walked straight down the corridor to the front door and swiftly exited the building. Wang Can hurried to room 108 and pushed the door open. Inside, there were no belongings. All the drawers and bedboards had been overturned. It appeared that the room had been completely cleared shortly after Guiyu's disappearance. Wang Can quickly exited the room and pursued the direction the woman had taken. Upon stepping outside, he found no trace of her. This was peculiar. It had only been mere seconds. As Wang Can pondered this, he was suddenly alerted by the sound of a woman's voice. He instinctively pressed against the wall, maneuvering to the side of the building. He then took out his phone, using the reflection to catch a glimpse of the woman standing behind the house, holding a phone. Yes, I've looked everywhere. I truly couldn't find it. I've searched the entire room. Her voice carried a tone of frustration and helplessness. Perhaps she had never anticipated being followed. Her volume was moderate, yet not deliberately suppressed. I can confirm that the object was indeed in that old stubborn cabinet. But after he discovered it, he drove me out before I had a chance to take it with me. That obstinate fool must have hidden everything away again. The woman's emotions quickly shifted, her tone cooling. I also checked that old man's room and found nothing. Moreover, he is dead. It likely wasn't a simple suicide. I can't say for certain who was behind it, but if someone were to act, it could only be those from the Meihua organization. Are you saying that the police chief from Jincheng has arrived and watching? Then do not notify the police just yet. Let me assess the situation first. If they take over, it will complicate matters, as you must understand. With that, the woman ended the call. Just when Wang Can thought she was about to leave, the next moment, her sharp gaze suddenly shot in his direction without warning. Wang Can instinctively retracted his neck, his heart racing in an instant. Come out, the woman commanded, her voice unwavering, as if she had already sensed Wang Can's presence. He held his breath, remaining motionless, refusing to reveal himself in response to her words. After a few seconds, she muttered softly, "Is it just my imagination?" Wang Can remained still. The next second, the woman abruptly began walking briskly in his direction. His breathing quickened. He swiftly scanned his surroundings. There was nothing but emptiness. Devoid of even a tree, only above, on the second floor of the flat-roofed building, was an air conditioning unit protruding outward. He leaped with all his might, using a protruding stone brick in the wall to execute a second jump. Just as the woman was about to round the corner, he landed silently on the air conditioning unit like a specter. Almost simultaneously, as he perched on the unit, the woman turned the corner. Surveying the emptiness around her, she pursed her lips, clearly having doubted her instincts. The woman shrugged her shoulders and began retracing her steps along the path she had come. With her departure, silence enveloped the area once more. Yet Wang Can remained motionless, concealed in the shadow of the air conditioning unit. After approximately 2 minutes, the woman, who should have long since departed, unexpectedly returned. She stood once more in the position she had previously occupied. Scanning the vicinity, confirming that no one was present, she hurriedly left. After waiting another 5 minutes to ensure she had truly left, Wang Can finally exhaled a sigh of relief. His clothes were drenched in perspiration. Unbeknownst to him, these individuals were indeed formidable. Just as he was about to leap down from the air conditioning unit, a mysterious shadow re-entered Wang Can's line of sight. "I'm sorry, everyone. I intended to add more earlier, but there were just too many matters to attend to. Today, I've almost wrapped up my tasks and will provide everyone with additional updates. Once again, I appreciate all your support. Thank you." Chapter 5. The Undercover Police Chief. Thanks to the top supporter in Jing, to the second supporter Dong Shibao, and to the third supporter Lo Long. Once again, I am grateful for all the support from everyone. A new chapter is here. Wang Can was about to leap down when he hesitated. He watched as a figure cloaked in black approached directly beneath him, after ensuring no one was around. The figure slowly removed their hood, revealing a somewhat familiar face. This was. Wang Can scrutinized the individual's features, falling into deep thought. This person seemed to be one of the police officers from the Jincheng Police Department, who had relentlessly pursued him in a sweeping operation. This officer was inconspicuous. Had Wang Can's memory not been enhanced by the system, he likely would not have remembered such a person. What was a police officer from the Jincheng Department doing here? Wang Can's heart raced. He had a strong intuition that this individual's identity was highly questionable. He quickly picked up his phone and dialed a number. "Boss, I've got the item." "Yes, that old fool didn't hide it anywhere else. He kept it on him. Rest assured, I've eliminated that old man. The item is now in my possession. This." The figure smiled ominously. "Don't worry, I left no evidence behind. The fools at the police department probably still believe he hanged himself." Wang Can. No signs of him. Yet. At the very moment he let his hand fall, the robe on his arm was gently lifted. Wang Can's pupils suddenly constricted, for upon the arm of that inspector was a blood-red plum blossom mark. Could it be that this inspector is affiliated with the Plum Blossom organization? If that is the case, it seems the internal ranks of the police have indeed been infiltrated by this mysterious and formidable force. Moreover, Wang Can recalled the shadow he encountered earlier at the police station, that if he was not mistaken, this individual was one of the hidden masterminds responsible for the shooting that claimed the lives of 2 inspectors, subsequently framing Wang Can for the act. As Wang Can's mind raced, the man set down his phone and retrieved a yellow notebook from his bosom, oblivious to the fact that Wang Can had silently risen to his feet. The man continued to scrutinize the notebook in his hand. In a flash, the next moment, Wang Can's muscles tensed, and his body surged forward like a swift arrow. He blurred through the air, instantaneously appearing above the man's head. The man had not anticipated that someone was concealed above him. Before he could react, Wang Can's arm had already encircled his neck, while the other hand grasped his waist, using the force of his descent. He flung the man into the air, landing with a roll to dissipate the impact, pinning him firmly beneath him, rendering him immobile. "Why you are?" The man stammered, struggling in vain while attempting to turn and discern Wang Can's visage. Yet, his neck, arms, and waist were all firmly restrained by Wang Can. It was impossible to muster any strength, let alone move. "Did you kill Director Su?" Wang Can slightly loosened his grip, allowing the man to barely utter a response. Though thoroughly subdued, the man remained unperturbed, his expression resolute. "I am an inspector currently handling a case. You are now suspected of assaulting an officer. You have broken the law. Release me at once." Wang Can merely chuckled coldly, casting a glance at the plum blossom emblem on the man's arm. "Inspector, if I were to reveal this mark to Luo Shui and Sun Xiaoqian, what do you suppose your fate would be?" Upon hearing Wang Can's words, the man slightly trembled, disbelief flickering in his eyes. "Why you know? How could you possibly know? The Plum Blossom organization is not common knowledge." Immediately after, a glint of ruthlessness surfaced in his gaze. "Kid, since you are aware of the Plum Blossom organization, you should comprehend that we are not to be trifled with. Even the illustrious Lin family was annihilated in a single night. I advise you to." Before he could finish, Wang Can abruptly flipped his body over. His pupils seemed to morph into an unfathomable abyss, drawing one in irresistibly. "Master hypnosis, activate." The man gazed into Wang Can's eyes, and his originally fierce expression began to dull. Just as Wang Can was on the verge of successfully hypnotizing him, the man seemed to be jolted awake, his pupils suddenly clear. "What is happening?" Wang Can was taken aback, witnessing the man's incredulous stare directed at him. "Why you were hypnotizing me?" The man fixed his gaze on Wang Can's altered visage, then let out a shriek. "Why you are Wang Can?" Wang Can remained silent, observing the man's face, still attempting to proceed with the hypnosis. However, the man's expression hardened with determination and ferocity. Without a moment's hesitation, he bit down hard, seemingly shattering something concealed in his mouth. Subsequently, his gaze began to glaze over, his skin flushed. His body began to twitch slightly. Wang Can released his grip and took 2 steps back, intently watching the unfolding scene. Within a short span of 2 to 3 minutes, the man's convulsions gradually diminished until he lay still, eyes wide open, utterly lifeless on the ground. Wang Can approached to check for signs of life. The man had ceased to breathe. Using a twig, he pried open the man's mouth, initiating the analysis in the masterful pharmacological technique. Cyanide. It's actually amygdalin. This is a potent toxin extracted from the pits of peaches and apricots, capable of causing death within 2 to 10 minutes, ranking among the deadliest poisons known to man. It is far more lethal than the so-called crane's top red or broken heart grass seen in films. This man must have been concealing a wax pellet filled with these toxic substances in his mouth. Wang Can stood, his expression grave. This individual, in a desperate bid to keep the information from him, had made such a drastic choice to end his life. Moreover, his prior failure at hypnosis was likely due to a psychological defense mechanism embedded in his mind by a master hypnotist. Akin to a defensive marker, it was as though a computer's firewall, remaining dormant until an external consciousness attempted to intrude, at which point it would activate instantaneously. It appears that following the last train incident, this group has implemented numerous targeted measures against his abilities. This is indeed a predicament. Wang Can paid no further heed to the corpse on the ground, turning his attention to the fallen notebook nearby. Just as he bent to retrieve it, a chilling female voice echoed from behind him. "Don't move." Chapter 6. Wang Can froze in place. He slowly turned around to find the woman who had seemingly departed, now standing behind him, a gun in hand, the dark muzzle aimed directly at his forehead. "Put that down," the woman commanded, her gaze sweeping over the yellow notebook Wang Can had just picked up. After a brief pause, he gently tossed the notebook to the ground. The woman then scrutinized Wang Can's sleeves. "Roll up your sleeves." After examining Wang Can's fair arms, her eyes narrowed slightly. "You are not one of them." "So who sent you?" Perhaps due to the darkness of the night and the lack of clear light in this secluded corner, the woman failed to notice the mask concealing Wang Can's features. Though confronted by a gun, Wang Can exhibited no sign of panic. He simply smiled. "I am merely a volunteer at the orphanage, nothing more." The woman scoffed, shaking the gun in her hand. "If you don't tell the truth, do you wish to be shot?" Wang Can smiled again. "You won't pull the trigger." The woman laughed derisively. Huh? Who gave you such audacity? Wang Can's tone grew increasingly calm and assured as he gazed into her eyes. Because you are an inspector, and not just any inspector. You are likely an international police officer. Am I correct, Officer Guo? The woman's expression faltered momentarily. What are you babbling about? Wang Can merely smiled. You are the mysteriously vanished kindergarten teacher. Guo Yu. In reality, you are not a kindergarten teacher at all, but an international police officer disguised for some secret purpose, infiltrating the orphanage. You seem to have had a heated argument with Director Su. Possibly because he uncovered your identity and your reasons for entering the orphanage. For certain reasons, Director Su did not cooperate with your actions and expelled you from the orphanage. Wang Can glanced at the yellow notebook at his feet. And you, along with the Plum Blossom organization, must have come for this inconspicuous notebook. Listening to Wang Can's unwavering assertions, the woman slowly narrowed her eyes. After a moment, she ceased her denials and asked in a low voice. You are not a volunteer at all. Who are you really? Wang Can smiled, adopting an air of candidness. To be frank, I am actually affiliated with the Huaqing Police Department. Huaqing Police Department? The woman scrutinized Wang Can from head to toe. Then scoffed. While I do not have direct connections with the police department, I can recognize its personnel. You certainly appear unfamiliar. Wang Can calmly explained. You wouldn't recognize me. I am not an inspector, but a special operations officer under the command of Captain Sun Xiaoqian of the Huaqing Police Force. Special operations officer? The woman frowned. That makes sense. The identities of special operations personnel are generally confidential. It is normal for you to be unknown to me without a thorough investigation. However, due to her inherently suspicious nature as an inspector, she remained somewhat skeptical. Wang Can continued. I also know that the reason you did not contact the police department for assistance and chose to infiltrate the orphanage alone is likely because you have long discovered that the police department has been infiltrated by these criminal organizations at some unknown point in time. Moreover, it has penetrated to very high levels. The woman's gaze sharpened. Could it be that you are also? Indeed, Captain Sun tasked me with investigating the Lin family and the forces behind the Plum Blossom organization, and to unearth the venomous serpent hidden within the police. Hearing Wang Can's words, the woman fell silent. She meticulously pondered over his statements, and upon concluding there were no apparent contradictions, she said, I still need to confirm this with the Huaqing police. Until then, I will not trust you. Wang Can shrugged nonchalantly, indifferent, yet he had something to convey. He cast a glance at the man who had succumbed to poison beneath his feet. This fellow undoubtedly had accomplices, and it was highly probable that there was another mole within the police department. He had already summoned his partner to fetch him. Calculating the time, that individual should be arriving shortly. Time was of the essence. If you were to verify my identity with Captain Sun now, I fear you might squander this opportunity. Wang Can's tone was calm, his demeanor seemingly indifferent, which left the woman somewhat perplexed. Officer Guo, should we miss the chance to unearth the mole because of this, I hope you can provide an explanation to Captain Sun later. Observing Wang Can's nonchalance, Guo hesitated for a long while before her expression softened slightly. However, her tone remained frosty. I hope you refrain from any reckless actions for the time being. Also, that notebook you possess must be handed over to me for safekeeping. Wang Can nodded, acknowledging her request. He picked up the notebook and tossed it to the female officer. After she caught it, she slowly lowered her firearm. Let us go. To alleviate the woman's concerns, Wang Can took the lead. Upon seeing this, the vigilance in her eyes noticeably lessened. It should be right at the entrance of the orphanage. Wang Can retrieved a mobile phone from his pocket. This was the device he had taken from the deceased undercover officer moments ago. The call log displayed an unmarked number at the top. Just 5 minutes prior, it had been dialed. Wang Can hesitated no longer and pressed the call button. The line connected swiftly. What's wrong? A man's voice came through the receiver. Wang Can lowered his voice, deliberately hastening his speech. Hurry. Urgent. He uttered few words, his tone unmistakably urgent. The person on the other end was taken aback by Wang Can's anxious tone. Failing to detect any oddity. What's going on? Has something happened? Have you been discovered? Wang Can stared coldly at the phone, remaining silent. You hold on. I'll be there in 2 minutes. The call abruptly ended. Wang Can lowered the phone and glanced back at Guo. All clear. Guo silently observed the scene, offering no commentary. Next, we simply await at the main gate. The two approached the entrance of the orphanage. The night shift security guard in the guardhouse had long since succumbed to slumber. They crossed over the barrier from the vehicle passage and stood quietly by the roadside, waiting in silence. Indeed, within 2 minutes, a car with its headlights blazing appeared at the far end of the deserted road. Chapter 7. The Chase. Watching the distant vehicle illuminated by its headlights, both Wang Can and Guo's expressions sharpened. It is here, however, As the vehicle gradually approached, both were taken aback. Why.is at a taxi. They exchanged glances, each sensing the other's confusion. The taxi slowed down, eventually halting less than 10 meters in front of them. A man and woman, accompanied by a child who appeared to be around 6 or 7 years old, emerged from the vehicle. They looked like a family, burdened with an assortment of luggage from any angle. They hardly resembled suspicious individuals. They seemed more like tourists from out of town. "Hello, may I ask what brings you here?" Guiyu stepped forward, addressing the man of the family. The man, still somewhat wary, given the late hour and the sudden appearance of strangers, hesitated. Guiyu wasted no time. She pulled out her identification. Upon seeing this, the man exhaled in relief. "We're here to travel. We simply couldn't secure any other tickets for the new year, so we had to settle for this flight schedule." While speaking, the man unloaded all their luggage from the taxi and placed it in the trunk. He then glanced around, quickly pointing to a hotel across the street. "That's where we booked our stay." Guiyu examined the hotel across the road. "So, these folks shouldn't pose a problem." Just then, Wang Can strode forward. He furrowed his brow. "You mentioned you arrived by plane?" The man nodded, puzzled. Wang Can gazed in the direction the taxi had departed, narrowing his eyes. "What's the matter?" Guiyu asked, still unsure. "Think about it. Which direction is Huaqing Airport?" Guiyu pondered for a moment, glancing at the taxi's retreating silhouette. In this at that moment, her words abruptly halted, her eyes widening in realization. Naturally astute, she grasped Wang Can's implication instantly. The airport is in the opposite direction. How could the taxi have approached from that way? Moreover, this family's hotel is directly across the street, clearly aligned with the airport's direction. Yet this taxi deliberately took a detour, leaving them on this side of the road. The issue lies not with this family, but with the taxi driver. Oh no. She looked at the receding taxi, her expression darkening. We've been played. That taxi driver must be the accomplice of the undercover officer. He was indeed here to pick someone up. However, upon not finding the intended individual, he instead stumbled upon Guiyu and Wang Can, thus sensing something amiss, just as she began to feel anxious. Wang Can spoke. "Don't rush. There is still a chance." At the end of the road, a familiar red Ferrari sped towards them. Behind the wheel sat Lin Yue, the owner of the Ferrari that Wang Can had temporarily borrowed during his escape in Jinqing. Lin Yue had been feeling quite troubled lately. Ever since a strange man had impersonated a police officer and entered her vehicle, her mood had soured. Normally a poised and sociable woman, she found herself distracted, her work efficiency plummeting. Once praised by her superiors, they had recently begun to express dissatisfaction with her. After finally securing a project for cooperation in Huaqing, she had just finished her work and was preparing to return to her hotel for some rest. Unexpectedly, two figures appeared at the roadside in the dead of night. Lin Yue vowed that had these two not stood directly in her path, she would never have stopped her car. Upon halting, she suppressed the urge to recall that unpleasant encounter and inquired, "What do you need?" Wang Can, observing Lin Yue in the vehicle, felt an involuntary flutter in his eyelids. What a small world. Guiyu, oblivious, quickly produced her identification. "I'm a police officer investigating a case. Please cooperate with us." Lin Yue was taken aback by these words. The tone sounded eerily familiar. It was identical to the ruse employed by the man who had deceived her previously. She contemplated refusing, but upon glimpsing the officer's badge in Guiyu's hand, she reconsidered. This officer appeared to possess legitimate credentials, and there were two of them. After the previous incident, she had researched that police officers always operated in pairs or more. It seemed this time it was genuine. Suppressing her discomfort, she replied, "All right, what do you need me to do?" Guiyu wasted no time, opening the car door, temporarily requisitioning your vehicle. Lin Yue hesitated for a moment but ultimately stepped out, yielding her seat and moving to the back. Just as Guiyu was about to take her place, Wang Can suddenly grasped her arm. "I'll drive." His tone was resolute, invoking an instinctive hesitation in Guiyu. After all, Wang Can was the one who had first identified the taxi driver as suspicious, in a matter of mere minutes. Guiyu had transitioned from suspicion of Wang Can to a degree of trust. She scrutinized Wang Can's eyes and, after a few breaths, nodded firmly. "All right." Without further delay, she circled around to the passenger seat. "Can we catch up? How is your driving skill?" Guiyu remained somewhat apprehensive and asked. "I haven't passed the second driving test yet." Wang Can casually replied. What? Guiyu, just fastening her seatbelt, widened her eyes in disbelief. "You're not joking, are you?" Wang Can ignored her, settling into the driver's seat. He focused on the dashboard of the Ferrari, shifted into neutral, and pressed the brake pedal to the floor. At the same time, he switched the vehicle to LC launch control mode. With one swift motion, he slammed the accelerator to the floor, and the engine erupted with a deafening roar. The Ferrari's wheels began to spin at high speed, even igniting sparks against the pavement. Wang Can fixed his gaze on the dashboard. And at the precise moment, he released the brakes. The Ferrari shot forward like a runaway rocket. On that empty road, it accelerated at a speed nearly too fast for the eye to comprehend. Both Lin Yue and Guiyu clutched their seatbelts tightly, incredulously witnessing the scene unfolding before them. Such driving skills. He has even passed the second driving test. Guiyu had anticipated that Wang Can was a competent driver, but she never expected him to be this skilled. She glanced at the dashboard. In just over 10 seconds, the speedometer soared to 200 km/h for a non-professionally modified vehicle that was nearly its limit. This man must have been practicing since he was in the womb. Wang Can paid no heed to the astonished expressions of the two women. His gaze was fixed intently ahead. At such a speed. Within mere seconds, the yellow taxi they had been pursuing came into view. Chapter 8. Forcing a stop. Virum. Wang Can drove the Ferrari at breakneck speed, rapidly closing the distance to the taxi, now merely 100 meters away. Initially, the taxi driver seemed wary of alerting his prey, thus maintaining a relatively moderate pace. However, as Wang Can, akin to a swift cheetah, closed in from behind and appeared in the taxi's rearview mirror, the driver sensed something amiss. He began to accelerate, evidently skilled behind the wheel himself. The gap between the two vehicles diminished swiftly, and suddenly a crossroads loomed ahead. The driver pressed the accelerator, seemingly intent on forging straight through. At this moment, Wang Can's Ferrari was now less than 10 meters behind the taxi, following closely behind. Wang Can furrowed his brow in realization. This individual is setting a trap for me. Indeed, as the two vehicles reached the center of the road, the taxi abruptly slammed on the brakes, its front wheels turning sharply to the left. The entire car executed a perfect arc on the road, ultimately drifting left at a precarious angle. This is not good. In the Ferrari, the expression of Guiyu in the passenger seat turned grave. At their current distance, there was no time to decelerate and maneuver. Wang Can said nothing. Yet in the next instant, under the astonished gazes of the two women in the car, he did the unthinkable. He pressed the accelerator to the floor. This was no race car. The vehicle's acceleration was perilously near its limit. You're insane. Everything transpired in an instant. Guiyu barely had time to utter a curse. The car began to skid. From the outside, one could have witnessed the rear wheels of the Ferrari spinning at an alarmingly high speed. The wheels had exceeded the ground's traction, causing the entire vehicle to begin sliding. Now, simultaneously, he yanked the steering wheel to the right. The front wheels gripped the pavement. The rear swung to the right, and the front swiftly angled to the left. Then he straightened the wheel and slightly eased off the accelerator. The car surged forward with astonishing speed toward the taxi. What kind of maneuver is this? Guiyu and Lin Yue inside the car were utterly dumbfounded. Why is this person even serving as a police officer? With such driving skills, he could easily be a race car driver. Wang Can ignored the two, the speed of the vehicle increasing with every passing moment. The taxi was gradually being overtaken, nearly within arm's reach. It was evident that the driver was becoming anxious. The vehicle swaying left and right across the road, executing curves with an elegance rivaling that of a professional driver. On the early morning streets, a few scattered cars were swiftly overtaken. Yet, behind him was Wang Can. His driving skill was no less than that of the taxi driver, perhaps even superior. Your driving skills may be good, and your car may be decent, but what do you have to escape? After several futile minutes of the taxi's struggles, on a straight stretch of road, Wang Can's Ferrari finally caught up to the rear of the taxi, nearly parallel to it. Wang Can turned his head to look. Through the tightly shut windows of the taxi, a man was vaguely discernible. What do you intend to do? Guiyu, gripping the overhead handle, could not help but voice her concern. Wang Can offered no reply but responded through action. He jerked the front wheels to the side, driving straight into the taxi. Crash! The violent collision jolted the front of Wang Can's car, but the taxi was sent reeling, its wheels skidding, and its body pushed back 2 to 3 meters. Fortunately, the driver was skilled enough to stabilize the vehicle despite the sliding wheels. However, Wang Can showed no signs of allowing the man a moment's respite. He charged again. In the back seat, Lin Yue was filled with trepidation. I thought she was indeed wealthy, but she possessed only 2 such Ferraris, one at the headquarters in Jincheng and another at the branch in Huaqing. Rest assured, we will provide you with compensation afterward, Guiyu reassured Lin Yue. Lin Yue fell silent, her body tense against the seat, gripping the seatbelt tightly. In truth, her worries extended beyond the car. She feared for her very life. She was merely an ordinary person, having never experienced such scenes that one might only witness in American action films. Out of the corner of her eye, she glanced at Wang Can in the front seat. Is this what police officers are like nowadays? For some inexplicable reason, a familiar feeling washed over her. a notion that sent chills down her spine. Could he be the same imposter police officer from before? As she pondered this, the two cars collided once more. Wang Can's vehicle jolted again, its body sliding back 2 meters. The two women inside were tossed violently about. Even Guiyu, despite being a police officer with numerous daring missions under her belt, rarely experienced such exhilaration. Wang Can and his companions were certainly in a precarious situation. But the taxi was faring even worse. The already battered taxi began to shake violently, nearly losing control. Forced toward the edge of the road, its speed drastically reduced. It barely came to a stop before crashing into a nearby wall. Seizing upon this opportunity, Wang Can would not let it slip away. He steadied the car, giving the driver no chance to recover, and collided once more. Bang! This time, the taxi was not flung away but rather pinned against the wall by Wang Can's relentless assault. The other side of the vehicle scraped along the wall, producing blinding sparks, and began to decelerate sharply. In such moments, the driver could afford no hesitation, flooring the gas pedal in a desperate bid. The aging taxi emitted a pained whimper. Under the astonished gazes of the two women in the car, the taxi somehow managed to scrape past the front of the Ferrari, escaping through a narrow gap. Not good, Guiyu gasped instinctively. Wang Can remained silent, a wild glint igniting in his eyes. In the next moment, he too slammed the gas pedal to the floor. The Ferrari surged to its utmost speed. And with unrelenting force, it crashed mercilessly into the rear of the taxi. Boom, the two vehicles violently collided at the roadside. In a whirlwind of chaos, Guiyu felt her consciousness teetering on the brink of oblivion. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely before she regained her senses, gazing at the horrifying scene before her. The surroundings lay in disarray. Both vehicles had come to a halt. The Ferrari fared slightly better, its front end mostly crumpled. Meanwhile, the taxi, a mere 10 meters away, lay overturned, completely wrecked. Guiyu glanced at the occupants of the taxi. Lin Yue, seated in the back, was positioned farthest from the impact, sustaining minimal shock. She had merely fainted, whether from the collision or sheer fright remained uncertain. On the other hand, Wang Can, at the driver's seat, had succumbed to the safety airbag deployed by the steering wheel, motionless, appearing to have also lost consciousness. What a lunatic! Gazing at the unmoving Wang Can, Guiyu could not help but grit her teeth and curse. Yet, disregarding Wang Can, she forcibly pushed open the car door and stumbled out, regaining her balance. Teetering on the brink of losing her senses, she made her way toward the taxi that lay overturned. She was determined to discover just who the driver of that taxi was. Chapter 9. Subjugation. I am sorry, the number you have dialed is temporarily unavailable. Please. In Huaqing's police headquarters, the lights remained bright even late into the night. Huang Qian stared impassively at the incessantly ringing phone number. Is something the matter? Sun Xiaoqian and Luo Shui approached from behind. Huang Qian calmly pocketed her phone and shook her head, saying, "It's nothing, just a friend who may have fallen asleep." The two women did not press further. Just then, a police officer working at a computer suddenly spoke up. Team Leader Sun, there has been a major car accident on South Mountain Road in Huaqing. Not a car accident. Sun Xiaoqian frowned. Can't the Public Security Bureau handle that? But the officer opened a surveillance video. No, Team Leader Sun, you should take a look at this. Sun Xiaoqian and the others leaned in, observing a recently retrieved road surveillance video. They watched as a taxi executed a stunning drift at a crossroads with remarkable driving skill. Such driving. The expressions of Luo Shui and the others grew serious. However, before they could voice their thoughts, a red Ferrari appeared in the footage. They witnessed the car seemingly missing the turn, yet miraculously swinging the rear end back around in an astonishing maneuver. The two women widened their eyes in disbelief. While the taxi's performance was impressive, the Ferrari was redefining their understanding of driving. This level of power sliding is something even professional race car drivers struggle to master. Amid their astonishment, they simultaneously connected the dots. Such driving skills were exceedingly rare, and only those who disregarded urban speed limits would dare to drive like this. In Huaqing, there could only be one person, Wang Can. Are these two vehicles the ones involved in the accident? Where did it happen? At the third traffic light on the northern section of South Mountain Road. Sun Xiaoqian and Luo Shui swiftly grabbed their radios, issuing commands. Team 1, Team 2, deploy. Just as they were about to exit the conference room, they suddenly realized something was amiss. The two women turned around, only to see Huang Qian still standing resolutely in front of the computer. Her gaze fixed intently on the screen. Pause, zoom in. The image rapidly expanded, capturing the passenger seat of a Ferrari in that fleeting moment. Huang Qian was transfixed by the screen, yet the car's tinted windows obstructed her view, revealing only a vague outline. She ordered all surveillance footage from the Ferrari's route to be retrieved. The police inspector complied without hesitation. Soon, the scene of Guiyu and Wang Can intercepting Lin Yue at the entrance of the Nanshan orphanage materialized on the screen. Go! Huang Qian's eyes flickered ever so slightly upon catching a glimpse of Guiyu's face. While the others, including Luo Shui, remained bewildered, Huang Qian had already stepped out of the room. Meanwhile, in the middle of the road where the accident occurred, Guiyu exited the vehicle, gradually regaining her sense of balance. From her pocket, she drew a gun and advanced cautiously towards the taxi, which had begun to emit billowing smoke. Upon reaching the front of the taxi, she inhaled deeply, then swiftly crouched, aiming her weapon directly at the driver's seat. But in the next instant, her eyes widened in surprise. How could it be? There was no one inside. The taxi's window had shattered, revealing an empty interior. The driver who had just been there. Before Guiyu could ponder further, a shadow suddenly darted from behind the car and lunged at her with incredible speed. Instinctively, Guiyu raised her gun to shoot. But the shadow was faster. A swift kick sent her weapon flying several meters away. Such speed was remarkable, even among the ranks of the police. This undercover inspector must hold a significant position. With no time to discern the assailant's identity, Guiyu rolled away to create some distance. Being an international police officer, her skills were undeniably exceptional. With a powerful kick, she executed a sweeping strike aimed at the man's lower body. Though the man was considerably larger than Guiyu, his agility and speed were noticeably lacking. Her kick connected with his ankle, eliciting a muffled grunt as he was toppled to the ground by Guiyu's forceful maneuver. Guiyu swiftly mounted the man's back and retrieved a pair of handcuffs from her waist. The man attempted to resist, but she allowed him no opportunity, securely fastening his hands behind him. Once she ensured he was subdued, she stood up, exhaling heavily. You think you can fight back? Do you truly underestimate me? I am eager to uncover who you truly are. With that, she forcefully flipped the man over. Yet, in the next moment, her expression froze as she recognized his face. The struggling man, towering nearly 6 feet tall, gazed back at her with a defiant look. "Itsu. You are the undercover agent from the Plum Blossom organization embedded in the police?" Before she could validate her suspicions further, a chilling sensation crept down her spine, and her instincts screamed at her. She instinctively attempted to dodge, but it was too late. Don't move. The gun, which had earlier flown from her grasp, had somehow been picked up and was now pressed firmly against her back, rendering her immobile. "Officer Gue, behave yourself. I assure you. I mean you no harm." Guiyu recognized the familiar voice. Disbelief washed over her. "It is you? You are not." Wang Can's face emerged from behind her, having altered his appearance. "You were never unconscious. You deliberately set this trap for me." Guiyu finally grasped the situation, her expression shifting to one of mounting anger. At this juncture, everything was laid bare, and Wang Can offered no rebuttal. He spoke coldly. "Hand over that notebook from the orphanage." Fuming, Guiyu retorted, "Not a chance. You are not a special agent. Who are you really? Give it to me." Wang Can tightened his grip on the gun, his voice low and commanding. Such an incident occurring in plain sight on the road cannot go unnoticed by the police. He had no time to waste on lengthy discussions with Guiyu. "Officer Gue, I know you fear nothing, but understand this. Even if you perish, I will still obtain that notebook. That would be a loss for you. Now, immediately, hand over that notebook." Chapter 10. Identity Revealed. Listening to Wang Can's words, Guiyu fell silent. Indeed, she had no fear of death, but she would not die in vain. Within mere seconds, she retrieved the notebook from her pocket. Wang Can snatched it from her grasp, then smiled. "Exactly, Officer Gue, a pleasure to cooperate." His gaze shifted downward, landing on the man who lay on the ground, the very one who had been driving the taxi. Squinting, he allowed a cryptic smile to form on his lips. "Officer Su, what a surprise to see you here." In a twist of fate, Wang Can had not anticipated that the man handcuffed on the ground was none other than Su Tao, the accomplice of the undercover inspector from the orphanage, who had been knocked unconscious by Wang Can in the surveillance room of the Caesar Hotel and had crossed paths with him more than once. This revelation was both astonishing and fitting. It was evident that Luo Shui had brought Su Tao along to assist with the special task force, thus providing him this opportunity. Moreover, considering the driving skill displayed previously, it was clear that few in the police force could match it. Su Tao happened to be one of those skilled individuals. However, Su Tao cast a puzzled glance at Wang Can, unable to recall having met him. Not long after, his eyelids twitched involuntarily as if he sensed something amiss, and his expression darkened. You bastard, take off that damned mask. For someone with such driving prowess to be here, you are Wang Can." At the mention of that name, Guiyu's eyes involuntarily widened. Despite not being directly involved in Wang Can's operations, she had long been aware of his reputation. In that instant, everything clicked into place. Yet, Wang Can's gun remained trained on Guiyu, denying her any chance to retaliate. Wang Can, you are finished. We will ensure you meet a gruesome end. At this point, Su Tao shed all pretense, laughing maniacally with malice. Wang Can, trust me, your downfall will be spectacularly grim. Not just you, but your family, your cousin. Initially, Wang Can had no intention of responding, but upon hearing Su Tao's last words, he abruptly halted. After a few breaths, he turned, his expression devoid of any emotion. He stared into Su Tao's eyes, his gaze as frigid as a glacier frozen for millennia. Su Tao's features stiffened in that moment. Suddenly, he felt as though he stood before not a living person, but a specter of death from the underworld. Wang Can advanced step by step, then brutally stomped down on Su Tao's arm with all his might, as if intending to shatter it. The intense pain contorted Su Tao's face in agony. After a few moments, Wang Can released his foot and examined the exposed arm. The skin was smooth and unmarked. How could this be? Guoyu, having witnessed the arm, was momentarily taken aback, murmuring softly, "There should be a plum blossom mark on this arm." Yet, Wang Can coldly scrutinized the arm, a flicker of realization crossing his eyes. The plum blossom mark on his own arm had been etched with colorless silver nitrate, which would reveal itself when treated with certain sulfide reagents. Wang Can's expression hardened as he regarded Su Tao. "Rest assured, not only you, but I am confident there are others among your accomplices hiding within the police force." Su Tao, trust me, I will unearth each and every one of them. I guarantee it. Though this matter bore little relation to Wang Can initially, should any of them dare to target his family, he would pursue them relentlessly. Wang Can ceased his words, gradually retreating to the roadside. The previously wrecked Ferrari lay in ruins, and he glanced aside. The collision had spanned nearly the width of the road. Despite the late hour, several vehicles approached from a distance, ultimately halting before Wang Can and the others. One overweight bald man exited a car, seemingly ready to berate them. But upon seeing Wang Can turn, revealing the gun in his hand, his brazen demeanor instantly wilted. "You, what brings you here?" Wang Can brushed past the man and took the driver's seat of a nearby Mercedes. The man dared not intervene as Wang Can closed the door, rolled down the window, and instructed, "Give me a phone number." The man, startled, stood frozen in place. "What nerve? I'm borrowing your car, just leaving a number, and I'll let you know when to retrieve it." The man, utterly bewildered, stammered out a number. Wang Can then started the vehicle and sped away into the distance. As he passed Guoyu, he tossed the gun aside. "Officer Guo, perhaps we'll meet again." A voice carrying a hint of mirth floated from the car window. Guoyu, expressionless, picked up the gun, her gaze coldly fixed on the taillights of Wang Can's departing vehicle. Moments later, a convoy of police cars, their lights flashing, slowly approached from afar. Huang Qian and Luo Shui, along with several others, alighted from the vehicle. Luo Shui and her companions gazed in astonishment at Su Tao on the ground. But Huang Qian strode directly towards Guoyu, who stood aside. "How is it?" Guoyu shook her head, remaining silent. Huang Qian did not press further. The others could discern the relationship between the two, yet wisely refrained from asking more. The scene unmistakably suggested that high-ranking officials were undertaking some grand, clandestine operation, since it had not been disclosed to them. It indicated that this was not information they were entitled to know. What was happening? How had Su Tao ended up here? Guoyu turned to Luo Shui. "You were Captain Luo from the Jin City Police Bureau, are you not?" "Indeed. That is I." Guoyu crouched before Su Tao, pointing to the blue plum blossom tattoo on his arm. "This is..." The eyes of all present narrowed slightly. Without needing further elaboration, the sight of this plum blossom mark rendered everything abundantly clear. "Su Tao, it turns out to be you." Luo Shui's expression darkened as she gazed at the blue plum blossom on Su Tao's arm. It dawned on her that these undercover agents from the Plum Blossom organization had been lurking right beside her all along. Furthermore, she had, on more than one occasion, entrusted him, as the captain, with significant responsibilities. "No wonder I questioned why our past operations. It was because of you, acting as their insider, providing them with internal police intelligence, enabling their every move to always preempt us." As Luo Shui spoke in a low tone, her hand involuntarily tightened into a fist. Su Tao remained silent, turning his head away and closing his eyes, not uttering a word. Nearby, Sun Shaoqian approached and patted Luo Shui on the shoulder. "Let's discuss this later." As the night deepened, under the moonlight that cloaked a quiet clearing, a shadow emerged from the adjacent police bureau. He lifted his head to survey the surroundings, confirming no one was present before dialing a number on his phone. Beep, beep, beep. The call was swiftly answered. "Big brother." The shadow's voice was exceedingly grim. "That fool Su Tao has been exposed. Please, no scolding." The matter of the mark will be addressed shortly. Chapter 11. The mission unveiled that idiot Su Tao can't even perceive such an obvious trap. In the darkness, the man cursed in frustration. Rest assured, big brother, I will be careful. Moreover, you must abandon that obsession of yours. We must immediately remove the marks on our hands. Following this, Luo Shui would likely intensify her search efforts. This woman is no easy adversary, and we must proceed with utmost caution. Understood, I will handle Su Tao for you. After concluding the conversation, the man hung up, glanced around, and re-entered the police bureau. Su Tao. Confess for leniency, resist for severity. Despite our past camaraderie, I hope you will cooperate honestly, for we may still advocate for a reduced sentence on your behalf. In the interrogation room, Luo Shui and Sun Xiaoqian sat side by side. Observing Su Tao, who was handcuffed to the chair across from them, Su Tao merely scoffed and turned his head away in silence. Luo Shui and Sun Xiaoqian exchanged glances, both feeling a sense of helplessness. The interrogation had persisted for over an hour, yet Su Tao had not uttered a single word. Su Tao, we reiterate, should you choose to remain silent, you must comprehend the consequences that await you. After delivering their final threat, the two women temporarily exited the interrogation room. Outside, Wang Can and Guiyu stood together, observing Su Tao's every move through a one-way mirror. Luo Shui shook her head in resignation. After all, he has spent time within our system and is well acquainted with our investigative and interrogation procedures. The likelihood of extracting a confession from him is slim. Wang Can and Guiyu nodded. No need to rush, Captain Luo. We will secure him first. I'm a bit thirsty. Could I trouble you for a glass of water? Huang Qian's seemingly absurd remark caught Luo Shui off guard, her expression shifting slightly. Very well. She followed Huang Qian and Guiyu out of the interrogation room. Sun Xiaoqian merely gazed at the retreating figures of the three women, wisely refraining from following them. The preceding conversation had evidently been a signal for her to withdraw. Upon exiting the interrogation room, the trio arrived at the end of a corridor, nearly 10 meters from the nearest office. Even if someone wished to eavesdrop, it would be impossible, Captain Luo. What we are about to discuss pertains to the confidential mission we are currently undertaking. Therefore, I hope you can maintain absolute secrecy regarding our forthcoming conversation. Huang Qian's tone was unusually grave. Luo Shui's expression hardened, and she nodded slightly. Huang Qian and Guiyu exchanged a glance, after which Huang Qian spoke first. Our true mission in Jin City and Huacheng is to investigate the truth behind the Lin family's massacre, as well as the Plum Blossom organization, which has long been lurking within our borders. Repeatedly attempting to orchestrate threats to national security, Luo Shui's eyes glimmered with understanding, grasping the underlying implication. So, you have been aware of both the Lin family and the Plum Blossom organization's existence all along. Huang Qian nodded. In fact, the province had already unearthed many concealed clues years ago and initiated large-scale investigative operations. Yet, despite deploying the highest levels of police forces and mobilizing the Dragon team, we ultimately failed to achieve satisfactory results. Each of our actions seemed as though they were anticipated by this group. They were always well prepared for our covert missions. It was only then that we realized our police force had already been infiltrated by this power. Unbeknownst to us, to a significantly high degree, Luo Shui nodded. Su Tao, as well as the undercover officer from the orphanage, had been working at the Jin City Police Bureau for several years. They were certainly not recent additions. This indicates that the infiltration had quietly commenced long ago. Huang Qian glanced at Guiyu beside her. This is why we opted for a solo operation. We did not wish to alert the moles hidden within the police bureau. Guiyu continued. My infiltration of the Nanshan orphanage was due to my knowledge that the orphanage's director Su is, in fact, a survivor of the Lin family's massacre. He possesses numerous vital clues. However, given the current state of the police, he is unwilling to trust us. Guiyu sighed, her tone laced with frustration. Although Director Su is elderly, he is not foolish. He has long sensed the complexities within the police bureau and has consistently refused to cooperate with our efforts. Moreover, this old man is incredibly astute. He understands that his identity cannot remain concealed for long, which led him to devise an ingenious strategy. He meticulously recorded these secrets in a notebook and deliberately leaked information about this notebook. Subsequently, he concealed it in an undisclosed location. Thus, even if the Plum Blossom organization realizes the profound connection between Director Su and the Lin family, they would dare not act recklessly. While Director Su does not wholly trust the police, we are still the police, standing on the side of worldly laws and justice. Once Director Su passes away, the police will undoubtedly conduct a thorough search of the entire orphanage. The notebook he has hidden could be discovered at any moment. which would be exceedingly detrimental to the Plum Blossom organization. Therefore, until we uncover Director Su's secrets, no one dares to harm this seemingly defenseless old man, despite lacking any backing or influence. This man has managed to survive unscathed between the police and the Plum Blossom organization for a full 20 years. Realizing the gravity of the situation, even Luo Shui couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. But now that Director Su is deceased, it implies that his secret has been discovered. Guiyu nodded. Unfortunately, that secret is no longer in my possession. Luo Shui's eyes narrowed. It hasn't fallen into their hands, has it? Guiyu shook her head. No, it is currently in Wang Can's possession. Chapter 12. The Lin family's past Wang Can. How could it be Wang Can again? Luo Shui was momentarily stunned. Guiyu appeared equally helpless. Wang Can infiltrated the Nanshan orphanage and took the notebook. It was I who sent him there. Huang Qian's sudden voice caught everyone off guard. Why? Huang Qian looked at the other two. As of now, while there is substantial evidence supporting the case from November 28, there are still numerous ambiguities. I wanted to see how Wang Can would handle the situation, to ascertain which side he truly aligned with. However, I did not anticipate that he would manage to seize the notebook. Luo Shui's gaze flickered. Then regarding Wang Can, we must apprehend him. After all, we currently have no evidence to prove his innocence. And the A-level wanted notice against him has not been rescinded. He remains the prime suspect in this case, especially since that crucial notebook is now in his possession. Luo Shui exhaled deeply. Very well, our arrangements and lockdowns in Huaqing and Jin City will remain unchanged. Furthermore, I shall promptly convene all personnel at the police station to conduct thorough searches of their bodies. Should we discover anyone bearing the plum blossom mark upon their arm, immediate interrogation will ensue. The other two nodded in agreement, and after concluding their discussion, they departed to return to their respective offices. In the interrogation room, Su Tao sat with his eyes tightly shut. Suddenly, a crackling sound emanated from the light bulb above, and shortly thereafter, the red dot on the surveillance monitor vanished. Within 2 minutes, muffled groans were heard from the guards outside the interrogation room, followed by their unconscious forms collapsing to the ground. The door to the room was pushed open, and at that moment, Su Tao opened his eyes. He raised his head to regard the newcomer. His lips pressed together tightly, pondering whether his life had reached its end. The visitor spoke with an unyielding tone. Yes. Su Tao let out a sigh, but to his astonishment, the individual proceeded to unlock his handcuffs. In Su Tao's bewildered gaze, the figure placed a dagger and a substantial stack of exquisitely crafted, lifelike tattoo stickers before him, each adorned with delicate black, red, blue, and green plum blossoms. However, before you meet your demise, there is one final task you must undertake. Inflict as many cuts as possible upon the arms of these officers, and affix these plum blossom tattoos upon them. The more, the better. Su Tao comprehended the visitor's intentions, slowly closed his eyes, and resignedly nodded. The person in black turned away, stating, "We shall take good care of your family." With that, the individual departed swiftly. With a clap, the room's lights illuminated, revealing the lavish amenities of the hotel. Wang Can entered the room, securely locking all doors and windows before drawing the curtains. He then seated himself upon the sofa and retrieved a yellowed notebook from his possession. Wang Can's expression was one of profound seriousness. This notebook could almost be definitively linked to the hidden secrets of the Lin family from years past. Even the police in the formidable Plum Blossom organization had gone to great lengths, engaging in fierce confrontations to uncover its value, one that required no further elaboration. Finally, today, he was poised to unveil the Lin family's secrets that had remained shrouded for 2 decades. Wang Can took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement, and without hesitation, opened the now yellowed pages of the notebook. The first page contained but 2 sentences. Old man Su Lin, by the time someone sees this and opens this book, I should already be dead. I know not who you are, yet I sincerely hope you stand by the Lin family. This elderly man had indeed foreseen his own demise. Wang Can's gaze grew grave, tinged with admiration. Such a seemingly frail old man had managed to guard such a secret for a full 20 years. This remarkable ability and steadfastness commanded Wang Can's respect. He then turned to the second page. I was born in the year 1955, and from birth, I was without parents. Only knowing my surname was Su that I was fortunate to be rescued by the then young clan leader, the future head of the Lin family, who bestowed upon me the name Su Lin. From that moment, I became part of the Lin family, receiving care from the family head, and was fortunate enough to serve as the steward. I dare not claim to be devoted, but I sought only to be loyal and protective of the Lin family. However, unforeseen calamity struck. This occurred 20 years ago. The years had frequently been altered in this record, the number changing from 1 to 20. It was evident that the elder had made a yearly update to this number. On the eve of that year, all the Lin family members gathered together. A sudden, unanticipated fire engulfed the Lin household. The fire should not have left any survivors, yet when it ignited, the first responders were not firefighters, but rather a group of individuals wielding butcher knives. They showed no mercy, attacking anyone attempting to flee the Lin estate, even resorting to gunfire. The old man had witnessed firsthand the once great Lin family, a century-old legacy, and dozens of innocent lives extinguished before his eyes. Writing this section, his hand trembled. One could only imagine the turmoil within him as he penned those words. A family that had endured for nearly a century was obliterated in a single night. Witnessing such a scene would surely overwhelm any individual. Wang Can continued to flip through the subsequent pages. In the aftermath, the Lin family, along with all nearby businesses and residents who might have witnessed the events of that night, suffered the same fate. None were spared. The official report merely stated that a chemical factory nearby had experienced an accident, igniting a massive fire that consumed the entire facility, along with the surrounding homes. All the bodies of those who perished in the blaze were reduced to ash, leaving no evidence to corroborate their existence. From that moment on, the Lin family was erased from the annals of Huaqing, as if they had never existed within the city. Only the old man remembered the events of that fateful night. Upon reaching this point, Wang Can turn the page, only for a tattered piece of paper to tumble from the notebook. The handwriting suddenly shifted in color, from the previous dark ink to a vivid red. The hellish scene of that night. The old man had no path to survival. It was the eldest son of the family head, the then young clan leader, who, before his death, entrusted the remaining 5 descendants of the Lin family to my care. Subsequently, the young clan leader fought valiantly, slaying several of the assailants, and then draped us in black garments. He, along with the remaining members of the clan, drew the attention of the attackers, tirelessly creating opportunities for us to escape the inferno. We were able to seize a sliver of hope from the jaws of certain death. Ultimately, after enduring countless hardships, we managed to emerge from that hellish fire. During our escape, due to my inadequate protection, 2 of the 5 Lin descendants fell to the assailants' gunfire. The sole survivors of the Lin bloodline are now merely 3 individuals. These 3 descendants are the last names recorded in the Lin family genealogy. Wang Can set the notebook aside and spread out the previously fallen piece of paper. At the top, it boldly proclaimed, Lin family genealogy. Here it should be noted, the elder's perspective is inherently limited. Constrained by his understanding, a family of such magnitude could not simply be erased from existence. Hence it was mentioned that the police had already uncovered numerous clues and evidence, yet had chosen not to elaborate. As for the plum blossom mark, it is not a device to diminish the intelligence of the antagonists by having them bear a seemingly trivial tattoo. Rather, it pertains to a deep-seated obsession within the leader of this organization, serving as a subtle foreshadowing, which will be explained later. The pacing of these 2 chapters may have been a tad slow, as necessary information needed to be conveyed. However, the tempo will soon pick up. Finally, I have meticulously considered all the critiques and suggestions from my esteemed readers, acknowledging my own shortcomings and areas for improvement, that I kindly ask for your leniency and feedback. Chapter 13. The Unexpected Turn. Wang Can grasped the genealogy in his hands, which meticulously chronicled 3 generations of the Lin family, encompassing nearly 100 names in total. It began with the first head of the Lin family during the Republic of China, Lin Guozhong, and continued to document until the 6th generation, representing the youngest descendants, the last remnants of the Lin bloodline. There were 5 individuals in total, yet the first 2 names on the genealogy had been crossed out in red ink. Only the remaining 3 names remained visible. The first, named Lin Shui, was the eldest daughter among the surviving descendants, who was over 6 years old at the time of the Lin family's massacre. Wang Can then glanced at the next name, Lin Xian, the youngest daughter among the trio, who was merely an infant at the time. Later, the elder established an orphanage at this location, renaming it Lin Qin. Lin Qin. Wang Can regarded the description in the notebook as countless mysteries began to unravel. He then looked at the final name inscribed in the notebook, Lin Xing, a descendant of the 3rd branch of the Lin family. Just 3 months older than the youngest daughter, Lin Xian, the elder had managed to escape with the 3 children, but during their flight, they were separated amidst a catastrophic flood. This day, the whereabouts of the 2 young masters remained unknown. The elder, weary and aged, had tirelessly pursued the truth for the past 20 years without a moment's respite, yet ultimately, he had been unable to render further assistance to the Lin family. He could only impart a warning to future generations. Firstly, the police cannot be trusted. The Lin family's matter was of such gravity that it would have been impossible without substantial police cooperation. Had he not been driven to desperation, the elder would never have divulged these secrets to the authorities. Secondly, the flood was likely not a natural disaster, but rather man-made. Thirdly, the eldest daughter Lin Shui bears a birthmark on her left shoulder. The elder, now frail, could no longer pursue further investigations. He understood the vast implications and challenges surrounding the events of that year. To whomever reads this account, the elder sought not to take charge of the Lin family, but merely wished for you to locate the other two young masters and preserve the last vestiges of the Lin bloodline. With gratitude, Su Lin, Final Testament. From that point onward, the notebook contained no further words. Wang Can gently closed the book, fixating on the three remaining names in the genealogy. These three names were the very secrets that the police and the Plum Blossom organization had been relentlessly vying for. Continually investigating, Lin Qin is the one whose identity is the clearest among them. She has lived in the orphanage her entire life, following Su Lin since childhood. This place is bustling with people, and its security is naturally not to be underestimated. It is precisely for this reason that the group from the Plum Blossom organization discovered Lin Qin's secret of being a descendant of the Lin family and attempted to abduct her. As for the other two individuals, their identities remain shrouded in mystery. Since the incident involving Su Qing, Wang Can has uncovered a considerable amount of information, yet he has never encountered those two names before. Initially, on the train, the group refrained from killing Lin Qin, likely believing she would know the whereabouts of the Lin siblings. Just as Wang Can was about to set aside his notebook, he suddenly paused. He flipped directly to the last page of the notebook. Since 5 years ago, on the 5th day of the Lunar New Year, a suitcase filled with money has mysteriously appeared outside the orphanage. To this day, I have no idea who is responsible for it, and I have never mentioned this matter to anyone. After reading this passage, Wang Can narrowed his eyes. This makes sense. Lin Qin's attire at that time was entirely inconsistent with that of a university student emerging from an orphanage. However, if a mysterious benefactor has been supporting her all along, everything falls into place. This person subsidizes the Nanshan orphanage, yet always employs such bizarre and enigmatic methods that it cannot merely be charity. It is highly probable that this individual is connected to the Lin family of Yor. There is even a chance that they are another survivor of the Lin family. However, as for who this person might be, there are currently no leads. The only clue now lies in the other two names listed in the Lin family genealogy, Lin Shui and Lin Shang. Wang Can muttered these two names. Why does the second name seem somewhat familiar? As he pondered, another name slowly surfaced in his mind. And Sheng, this exceptionally intelligent individual, whose behavior is peculiarly eccentric. Could he be related to this Lin Sheng? Wang Can contemplate it. Currently, what he knows about this person is that he must have been an orphan or a left-behind child in his youth. After all, he had received help from Wu Yuanqing back then, which is why he had the audacity to speak up for Wu Yuanqing at the theater a few days ago. In this regard, his childhood experiences are indeed quite similar to Lin Sheng's. Yet, to assert that Sheng is the Lin Sheng of the Lin family lineage raises many inconsistencies. For instance, there is no conceivable connection between Sheng and Wang Can. Yet why does he claim to owe Wang Can a favor? Furthermore, the Plum Blossom organization annihilated the Lin family. There is no reason they would recruit another member of the Lin family. Just as Wang Can was lost in thought, his phone suddenly rang. He took out his phone, and his gaze flickered slightly. Speak of the devil. The caller was none other than Sheng. Wang Can's breath momentarily stilled for a few seconds before he lifted his phone to answer the call. Wang Can. Sheng's familiar voice emanated from the phone. What is this? Haven't you arrived in Jinsheng yet? Wang Can's tone was calm, but his mind was racing. Given Sheng's character, it was unlikely he would call without reason. However, the matter concerning Wu Yuanqing had already reached a conclusion. As his thoughts surged, Wang Can still could not discern the purpose of Sheng's call. He then heard Sheng's voice on the line. Not yet. I'm still in Huaqing. There is something I need to tell you. Wang Can's brows furrowed slightly. What is it? You have a cousin, don't you? Wang Can's heart skipped a beat as he stood up from the sofa. What happened to her? She came to Huaqing looking for you. Looking for me? Wang Can was taken aback. After that airplane incident, it was almost common knowledge that he had escaped from Huaqing to Jinsheng. Lindsay, you surely must have been following this matter. Out of concern for him, it was entirely possible she would come to Huaqing. Where is she now? And how do you know about my cousin? However, Sheng's next words made Wang Can's heart race involuntarily. You don't need to concern yourself with how I know. However, I can tell you that your cousin has been missing shortly after she landed at Huaqing railway station an hour ago. Chapter 14. The Transaction. Bang! A gunshot reverberated throughout the room. Sun Xiaoqian, her expression grave, lowered the gun in her hand. Inside the Huaqing Police Bureau, Luo Shui and her colleagues wore grim faces as they surveyed the chaos around them. The office was in disarray, with at least a dozen officers nursing wounds on their arms, marked by various chaotic plum blossom tattoos. The wounds from knife slashes were still oozing blood. In the center of the room, Su Tao stood with a dagger in hand, having halted all movements. His eyes bulged, and his breathing grew shallow. A crimson bullet wound appeared on his forehead, blood continuously flowing from it. Seconds later, he collapsed heavily to the ground. Devoid of life, Luo Shui, with a pained expression, approached an injured officer and lifted his arm, revealing a plum blossom tattoo. Yet, this was not the most critical detail. The flesh on his wrist had been slashed, bloody to the point of being unrecognizable. The officer spoke in a hushed tone. Su Tao as he had not anticipated that this group would act with such swiftness. However, he soon regained his composure and meticulously analyzed the general situation. He lifted his gaze and surveyed the vast train station before him. Given the nature of the Plum Blossom organization, now that they had targeted Lin Siyu, it was likely that they would leave Wang Can with minimal clues to pursue. Moreover, Wang Can was still a wanted fugitive, and he had no access to modern forensic techniques such as surveillance footage or travel records. Consequently, rescuing Lin Siyu became an even more arduous task. After much contemplation, Wang Can finally picked up his phone and dialed a number. The call connected swiftly, and without hesitation, he spoke. "Officer Huang, I wish to propose a deal." Moments later, Huang Qian's voice emanated from the phone. "Go ahead. I need you to retrieve all surveillance footage from tonight at the Huaqing train station and all nearby hotels. What do you intend to do?" Huang Qian's cold voice held a hint of skepticism. Surveillance footage often involved sensitive matters. She could not possibly hand it over to a still-wanted suspect like Wang Can without understanding the purpose. Wang Can recognized this, thus he did not withhold the truth. "My cousin Lin Siyu has just been kidnapped at the Huaqing train station. I require your assistance to bring her back. I am aware of what you desire, namely, the secrets of the Lin family from years past. If anything happens to Lin Siyu, no one will ever know what was inscribed in Su Lin's notebook." As he spoke, a glimmer of madness flickered in his eyes. His tone took on a chilling calmness. "Furthermore, although I have been framed as a fugitive, I have never harmed any innocent lives. I am not threatening you. But if something were to occur, I would not hesitate to unleash my vengeance without regard for the consequences. I will stop at nothing, and I will not care who may be harmed in the process. I trust that this is not the outcome you wish to witness." Chapter 15. A new task as Wang Can's words hung in the air. A momentary silence enveloped the line. After a considerable pause, Huang Qian's voice finally returned. "All right. However, you must view all relevant surveillance footage or related materials within my line of sight, and after viewing, you must share all your deductions, as well as the secrets regarding the Lin family that Su Lin possesses." After a brief silence, Wang Can replied, "Understood. 10 minutes from now at the Luoyuan Hotel." With that, he ended the call. 10 minutes. He could not afford to wait idly for Huang Qian to arrive. He needed to take action. Adorning himself with a human skin mask, he swiftly made his way into the train station. At the station's exit, clusters of people converged, with a myriad of characters present. Especially in a second or third-tier city like Huaqing where public order was not particularly strict, advertisers, travel agents, and even con artists could be found. Thus, for security reasons, there were usually officers present to disperse such riffraff. Wang Can quickly located a security guard near the exit, who at that moment was dozing off. "Wake up." At this point, Wang Can had little regard for subtlety and directly nudged the guard awake. The guard, bleary-eyed and somewhat irritable, responded, "Who are you? You can't enter through the exit. If you're here to pick someone up, just wait. I need to ask you something. Don't bother. I can already tell what type you are." The guard, evidently mistaking Wang Can for another opportunist looking to peddle advertisements, was about to wave him away when he inadvertently caught sight of Wang Can's eyes, which were as unfathomable and still as an ancient well. In mere seconds, the guard's still drowsy mind became utterly entranced, his gaze vacant. Wang Can's voice was low and commanding. "Tell me, about an hour ago, did you see a woman? She should have been carrying a luggage piece disproportionately large for her stature or a sizable handbag." From Wang Can's perspective, since Lin Siyu intended to assist him in Huaqing, she would not arrive empty-handed. When fleeing, aside from evading police pursuit, the most critical concern was money. Thus, Wang Can surmised that Lin Siyu likely sold the noodle shop in Jincheng or even their old house to amass a significant sum intended for him. Given the watchful eyes of the police, this money could not simply be transferred through conventional banking methods. Hence, Lin Siyu would have traveled to Huaqing personally to hand over the funds, necessitating a large container such as a suitcase or a substantial briefcase. Unfortunately, such characteristics alone would not make her stand out significantly in a train station. The guard, still in a daze, shook his head, failing to recall seeing such a woman. Wang Can frowned but did not relent. Continuing, did you notice any individuals clad in dark robes, behaving strangely, and intentionally concealing their identities? The Plum Blossom organization's interest in Lin Siyu likely did not arise merely in the last day or two. They had probably been monitoring her closely since the carjacking incident. The trail of Lin Siyu's departure from Jincheng had likely been under their scrutiny for some time. This abduction was likely not a spur-of-the-moment decision, but rather a premeditated act. Indeed, the guard responded. I recall seeing 3 or 4 individuals dressed in black waiting here for quite a while. However, they never seemed inclined to enter, so I paid them no further mind. And where did they go? Wang Can inquired swiftly. The man answered promptly. Typically, one might require time to recollect such details, but under hypnosis, as long as the subconscious retained the memory, recollection occurred swiftly. They should have headed towards the West Square. It was at this moment that Wang Can's phone began to ring. He glanced at the caller ID before addressing the guard. I will snap my fingers, and in 10 seconds, you will awaken. With that, he snapped his fingers and quickly departed. 10 seconds later, the guard shook his head, slowly regaining awareness. Did I fall asleep? He murmured, scratching his head in confusion, recalling someone had questioned him just moments ago. At the Luoyuan Hotel, in a makeshift hourly room, Wang Can knocked on the door. Within moments, the door was pulled open from within, revealing Huang Qian. Wang Can did not hesitate, stepping into the room. Knowing he dared to meet her indicated he was prepared. Huang Qian, with her intelligence, would not play any tricks at such a crucial time. It would benefit no one. This way, Huang Qian moved to the desk. On the table lay a rather heavy briefcase. Huang Qian opened the unremarkable wooden case, revealing an array of sophisticated computational devices, graphics cards, and CPUs. This is actually a small to medium-sized supercomputer, Huang Qian explained. This laptop is outfitted with the province's latest computational technology. The technical consultant, Hai Tao, who pursued you, was involved in its development. It is already connected to all police departments, security records, and public surveillance systems. Huang Qian then inserted a hard drive into the side of the computer. This contains surveillance footage from all hotels, bars, and other private venues within the vicinity. Everything you need is right here. With that, Huang Qian stepped aside to make room, just as Wang Can was about to take a seat. Huang Qian raised her arm to block him. Wang Can, I hope you won't pull any tricks, otherwise, I will not let you off easily. Wang Can met her gaze resolutely. Rest assured, I am here solely to retrieve my sister. I seek to clear my name, not to oppose the police. There is no reason for me to resort to any underhanded tactics at this juncture. He then produced a yellow notebook from his pocket, stating, I kept my word. This is what you want. Su Lin could not possibly have handed this notebook to the police, as they had an undercover agent from the Plum Blossom organization among them. He lacked the capability to discern the true nature of these officers, and should those individuals discover the identities of the last descendants of the Lin family, their situation would become exceedingly perilous. However, for Huang Qian, an Interpol officer, Wang Can had surmised she was not affiliated with the Plum Blossom organization but was instead investigating the truth behind the Lin family's past since her apprehension of Wu Yuanqing. Huang Qian took the notebook and, after a few moments, lowered her blocking arm. Just as Wang Can was about to sit down and utilize the supercomputer, a sudden turn of events awaited him. Beep. Host. Long time no see. Detected that the host's duel with the true culprit has reached a fever pitch. Mission issued. Locate cousin Lin Siyu and uncover the mastermind behind this operation. Completion reward. Data Phantom Chapter 16. The mysterious figure reappears. What are you doing? Wang Qian asked, frowning at Wang Can, who sat motionless before the computer. Wang Can snapped back to reality, stating, Nothing. It had been a long while since he had last heard the system's comforting voice. After saying this, he began to operate the supercomputer, while Huang Qian stood behind him, observing every move. These surveillance feeds are extensive. Where do you intend to start your investigation? There are hundreds, if not thousands, of cameras just in this train station alone, not to mention throughout the entire Flower City and beyond. Even if one were to speed up the footage to 32 times, it would still be an overwhelming task. As for identifying the train that Lin Siyu took to pinpoint the target, Flower City and Jean City are quite close, with trains running every 10 minutes or so, even if we narrow it down to a 1-hour window. The area to investigate remains vast. I checked the registration information at the train station for tonight, and your cousin's name does not appear. I wonder how she managed to procure a fake ID. Huang Qian remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Wang Can. She could easily deduce Lin Siyu's purpose for coming to Flower City. However, she chose not to confront it. Wang Can remained silent. instead directly accessing the surveillance footage from the west square of the train station. According to the security personnel's earlier report, those who had kidnapped Lin Siyu must have caught wind of her whereabouts and proceeded towards the west square. The west square. Wang Can silently watched Wang Can's actions. Refraining from further comment, Wang Can adjusted the video playback to 2 hours prior and began watching at a normal speed while seated. It was already late at night, and the number of people in the footage was sparse. While it may not have been as exaggerated as in movies, Wang Can could certainly manage to watch it at double speed. Isn't this a waste of time? Wang Can wondered aloud. What are you doing? Without turning his head, Wang Can replied, waiting. Wang Can remained perplexed out on his side, unseen by her. Wang Can's gaze suddenly turned icy calm, resembling a volcano that had yet to erupt, its silence unnervingly profound. 10 minutes passed. Just as Wang Can was about to urge Wang Can once more, the sound of a ringtone echoed. Wang Can quickly answered the call. A synthesized, doll-like voice emerged from the other end. Wang Can, long time no see. Wang Can's tone was frigid. You finally made your move. The mysterious doll-like voice expressed confusion. You were waiting for me. A slight smirk curled at the corners of Wang Can's mouth. Indeed, because I knew you would definitely contact me. Why do you say that? Consider your motives. You kidnapped my sister. Surely it cannot merely be for the money she possesses. Of course not. You seek the secrets I hold. Wang Can proclaimed. Thus, I was certain you would come looking for me. To Wang Can's surprise, laughter erupted from the other end of the line. After a moment, the voice continued, Wang Can, I truly did not misjudge you. By the way, you ought to thank us. After all, if it weren't for me, you might have already been captured at the Caesar Hotel. Upon hearing this, Wang Can's brow furrowed. Suddenly, something clicked in his mind. And his pupils constricted. That familiar voice. His thoughts spiraled back to the events at the Caesar Hotel on November 28, 2025, at 9 in the morning. Beep, beep, beep. You've killed someone. If you don't want to be caught by the police, you should run. The body is beneath your bed. The police will arrive in no more than 5 minutes, whether you run or not. The choice is yours. Beep, beep, beep. So it was you? Wang Can's voice trembled for the first time. This person was the mysterious figure who had warned him to flee the Caesar Hotel before the police arrived on the morning of the incident. The one who had effectively saved his life right from the start turned out to be a member of the Plum Blossom organization. What is your true intention? Wang Can demanded, his voice low. If the initial warning could be somewhat disguised as good intentions, then their kidnapping of Lin Siyu clearly indicated ulterior motives. The person on the line merely chuckled. Why ask so much? Wang Can, you know we will never reveal that to you. Wang Can took a deep breath. Speak plainly. Tell me your terms. The voice on the other end did not keep him guessing. Wang Can, I want the notebook you possess, and I need your assistance in locating the descendants of the Lin family. In exchange, I want to harm a single hair on your cousin and will overlook everything you have done before. You can join us. With our capabilities, we can ensure your escape from Long Country. Listening to the voice on the phone, Wang Can narrowed his eyes slightly. Under Huang Qian's watchful gaze, he spoke again. All right, I accept your terms. Set the time and place for the exchange. Splendid. Let us say tomorrow afternoon before 3 o'clock. Place your notebook in the item storage locker on the basement level of Flower City Mall. The code is 6 zeros. Wang Can nodded expressionlessly. Understood. I must say, I'm growing increasingly fond of you. Wang Can hear as to a pleasant collaboration ahead. The caller concluded and hung up. Wang Can also set his phone down. Almost simultaneously, his hand resting on the mouse clicked lightly, pausing the surveillance footage on the computer. Wang Can instinctively took a step forward. In the center of the frame stood a woman swathed in a thick scarf, obscuring most of her face. She lowered her head, clutching a blue suitcase. Behind her, approximately 10 meters away, trailed 3 figures cloaked in black. This woman, with her head bowed, was almost certainly Lin Siyu. Chapter 17. A turn of events this time. Wang Can accelerated all video playback to 4 times speed. He quickly traced Lin Siyu's movements, pulling up all relevant surveillance footage. Just as she exited the train station, she entered a 10-meter blind spot on a pedestrian street. Lin Siyu stepped out of the train station and hurried into this dead zone. The 3 black-clad figures hastened their pace, and the tallest among them pulled a burlap sack from his pocket. Wang Can's eyes narrowed immediately. He switched to the next camera position 10 meters ahead. The footage revealed the 3 individuals 5 full minutes later. As expected, the leader was now carrying a bulging sack, and the trio swiftly left the old street. They reached the end of the street, where they loaded Lin Siyu, concealed within the sack, into a waiting van.by this time. Dawn was beginning to break. Wang Can abruptly halted the playback, stood up, and addressed Huang Qian. From here on out, it's up to you. Time is of the essence. I must rescue my sister before the exchange. please assist me in pinpointing the location of that van? Wang Can, with an impassive expression, fixed her gaze on Wang Can. There was nothing in our agreement regarding that. I am a police officer. Why should I help you? Wang Can turned to face her. You will help me, because it also serves your interests. Capturing the masterminds behind this will only benefit your investigation into the Lin family and the Plum Blossom organization. He tilted his head slightly. Moreover, you have no better options at this moment. The police situation is chaotic, and the undercover agents have yet to be eradicated. If these secrets fall into their hands, it will not bode well for you. In contrast, I, a wanted criminal, am more trustworthy. I seek to prove my innocence in this matter. Our objectives align, and I have no reason to betray you. After speaking, Wang Can did not linger and exited the room. Outside the hotel, he hailed a taxi. Before long, a text message arrived on his phone. Abandoned factory, number 28, West City. Wang Qian 130. Wang Can glanced at it before quietly stowing his phone away. Driver, to the West City factory. The driver stepped on the gas, and the taxi was about to take off. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, completely unexpected, causing every hair on Wang Can's body to stand on end. A bullet, moving at an incomprehensible speed, shattered the car window and shot straight through the driver's skull. This is. Wang Can's pupils constricted sharply as he suddenly turned to look in the direction of the gunfire. It originated from a CAF across the street, which was already in chaos from the sound of the shot. Who could it be? The police? The Meiwa organization? Anshin? Or that enigmatic figure? Just as Wang Can was about to exit the vehicle to ascertain the situation, a piercing siren blared from the road behind him. He glanced at the rearview mirror and saw a convoy of over 10 police cars swiftly turning the corner from several dozen meters away, heading straight towards his location. What a coincidence! Wang Can had no time for further contemplation. He forcefully pushed aside the lifeless body of the taxi driver and leaped into the driver's seat. He revved the engine and sped off into the distance, accelerating rapidly while keeping a wary eye on the rearview mirror. Indeed, the police cars behind him had also increased their speed, closely tailing him. It was evident that this group was coming for him. How could it be such a coincidence? As Wang Can maneuvered through the streets, his mind raced. But how did the police know his whereabouts? Who had informed them of his movements? His first thought was Huang Qian, as she certainly had knowledge of his whereabouts and had connections to the police. However, after some reflection, he dismissed this possibility. At this moment, she had no reason to want him captured. If he were apprehended, it would sever a crucial link between the police and the Meiwa organization, which would be detrimental to her investigation of the Lin family. Next, Wang Can considered another individual, Anshin. This person had led him to the train station without revealing himself, likely observing his every move from some hidden vantage point. Thus, he too was a suspect. Yet, what could be his motive? Anshin was not associated with the police. Wang Can's capture would seem to hold no advantage for him. If it were neither Anshin nor Huang Qian, then the one who betrayed him could only be. Wang Can snapped back to reality, glancing at the police cars relentlessly pursuing him just a few dozen meters behind. This could not continue. He took a deep breath. Time was of the essence. Lin Xiyu was still in the clutches of the Meiwa organization. Only a few hours remained before the agreed-upon meeting with that mysterious individual. He could not afford to waste any more time with the police. The taxi Wang Can occupied roared around a sharp corner like a bolt of lightning. Just as he was preparing to take action, he suddenly noticed something in the rearview mirror. At that very moment, as he passed through an intersection, a well-dressed woman on the street let out a startled "C-R-Y" in an instant. Her elegant handbag was snatched by a man wearing a low-brimmed cap. The man then dashed into the middle of the road, pulling out a large wad of cash from the bag and flinging it into the air. Money. So much money. Goodness, a robbery. The man continued his actions, extracting bundles of cash from the bag. When the money was exhausted, various luxurious cosmetics and jewelry followed suit. The crowd, startled and bewildered, surged into the street like a frenzy. Simultaneously, several police cars with sirens blaring emerged from around the corner. What was happening? In the lead police car, Luo Shui and Sun Xiaoqian gazed in astonishment at the thronging street. Despite their incessant honking, the crowd refused to disperse. If it were merely an individual, seeing the police would likely prompt immediate compliance. However, when faced with a multitude of dozens or even hundreds, even the police's authority would struggle to effect a swift resolution. The law does not punish the multitude. Such is human nature. Wang Can observe the unfolding chaos behind him. His vehicle accelerating swiftly towards the horizon. Was someone aiding him? Who could this person be? Chapter 18. Suburban factory. Wang Can decided against using that vehicle any longer and took a convoluted route to a neighborhood devoid of surveillance. After altering his appearance, he emerged from the shadows. This time, he was exceptionally cautious. meticulously scanning his surroundings while maintaining a low profile. Confirming that he was not being secretly monitored, he flagged down another taxi. "Driver, to the factory in the west," Wang Can instructed, silently retrieving his phone, but he sent a message to Huang Qian's chat, stating, "No need to set me up. You won't capture me." Before long, a response came through. "Those police officers were not called by me." Wang Can squinted at the reply. It seemed these individuals were indeed not summoned by Huang Qian. The likelihood of Anshan being involved was slim as well. If he had intended to harm Wang Can, he would not have assisted him in the first place. Moreover, Anshan was astute enough to realize that with only Luo Shui and her companions, they would struggle to pose a significant threat. Wang Can set his phone down and closed his eyes in contemplation. Before long, the taxi came to a gentle halt. "Young man, we've arrived." Wang Can tossed a bill to the driver and exited the vehicle. Before him lay an industrial area that appeared to be quite aged, long since abandoned. The dilapidated factories loomed around him. Searching through such a desolate expanse could consume an inordinate amount of time. Wang Can surveyed the scene, inhaled deeply, and closed his eyes once more. Upon reopening them, a glimmer of insight sparked within. He crouched down, examining the overgrown grass beneath him. His gaze pierced through the half-leg-high weeds, landing on a distinct tire track not far away. The imprint was clear, and the grass appeared freshly trampled. With the soil still slightly damp, it suggested that a standard 7-seat van had passed through not long ago. This trace was likely the freshest within a radius of several hundred meters, with the time of formation not exceeding 2 hours. Wang Can followed the tire tracks, and sure enough, he spotted the van he had seen in the surveillance footage at the side of a factory 100 meters away. This must be the place. As Wang Can approached, he could faintly hear murmurs emanating from within. So, what did that kid Wang Can say? Of course he agreed. When I take action, what can't be accomplished? Wang Can concealed himself behind a stone wall, peering through a pair of eyes at 4 individuals clad in black robes standing behind a row of disordered, abandoned equipment, perhaps due to the absence of surveillance in the vicinity. The group had removed their disguises, each shedding their hats. In the center, a woman sat motionless in a chair, her head covered by a black plastic bag, her body bound tightly. She appeared to be unconscious. 3 robbers, along with a driver, made for just the right number. Wang Can quietly drew a crossbow bolt from his pocket. However, the odds were still against him. He was uncertain whether these individuals possessed firearms or similar weapons, so he refrained from immediate action. At that moment, one of the men continued speaking. "Once we retrieve that notebook, we can take the money our boss gave us and fly straight to the United States to find a few foreign girls." A skinny man chuckled. "You skinny fool, you still fancy that. But with your build, you might just get crushed." Another stocky man laughed in response. "Shut your mouths," the middle-aged man in the center said sternly. "Don't let your guard down. Until we have the goods in hand, stay vigilant. Have you forgotten? The person who attacked us yesterday, we still haven't discovered their identity." The last member, a petite woman, asked with some confusion. "You were attacked yesterday." The middle-aged man nodded, raising his arm to reveal a blue plum blossom tattoo. "That individual likely knew our identities and left no trace." The woman looked skeptical. "One person managed to defeat all 3 of you?" Despite their seemingly carefree demeanor, these 3 individuals were no pushovers. Their skills were commendable. Even facing an ordinary police officer one-on-one would likely be a challenge for them. The fact that they were all taken down by a single person was remarkable. "What did that person want with you?" the woman inquired, her face tense. The middle-aged man shook his head, maintaining a composed demeanor. "I don't know. We didn't even catch a glimpse of their face before being knocked out. When we regained consciousness, everything was as it was. They did not harm us." The woman's expression grew serious. While there were factors of surprise and momentary negligence involved, it was evident that the assailant was no ordinary opponent. Wang Can, concealed behind the wall, absorbed every word of their conversation. This group had been ambushed. Wang Can furrowed his brow. Who could it be? Anshan? Or perhaps that mysterious individual who had called him? Precisely because he was oblivious to what had transpired, they needed to exercise even greater caution. "Until we have the goods, you 2 better not pull any stunts," the man warned. The other 2 shrank back at his admonition. At that moment, Wang Can silently raised the crossbow bolt in his hand. He did not aim at the individuals, but rather at a massive chandelier hanging above them. To take down each individual with a single bolt would be far too slow. Wang Can now stood approximately 10 meters away from the quartet. Should they possess firearms, the situation could become rather precarious. The chandelier above was of an antiquated design, large in size and positioned high above the ground, perfectly situated above the heads of the lanky man and the stout one. Just as Wang Can was about to pull the trigger, bang! Suddenly, a gunshot rang out from the second floor of the factory. All eyes widened in alarm. Among the four, the woman suddenly had a gaping wound appear in the center of her forehead. Her expression froze in an instant, and she fell straight down. How could this be? Who did this? The remaining three shouted in unison. The stout and lanky men each drew 2 flying daggers from their sleeves. Meanwhile, the leader pulled out a gun from his pocket, his face etched with terror as he stared intently at a direction on the second floor. Whoever you are, come out. All their attention was focused on the second floor, where a palm-sized crossbow bolt had silently emerged from behind a stack of wooden crates. Wang Can regained his composure, though he was unaware of the identity of the person on the second floor. It was evident that their actions were intended to assist him. Within mere seconds, he surmised the identity of his ally. Wang Can altered his aim, directing the crossbow bolt straight at the middle-aged man wielding the firearm. The next moment, whoosh, a steel crossbow bolt hurtled towards the man's neck with lethal intent. Chapter 19. The encounter thud. The bolt pierced the man's neck directly. His eyes reflected sheer astonishment as he collapsed without a sound. The stout and lanky men were still in shock when Wang Can transformed into a shadow, covering the 10-meter distance in mere breaths, appearing before them like a specter. You. The lanky man attempted to resist. Lunging forward with his dagger aimed at Wang Can. To his credit, his reflexes were commendable. However, Wang Can was swifter. He simply bent backward, evading the attack flawlessly, then swiftly seized the lanky man's wrist, leveraging his momentum to twist the arm and redirect it towards the lanky himself. Thud. The sharp dagger plunged into the lanky man's own body. At that moment, the stout man attempted to intervene. Wang Can did not look back. Bang. The second gunshot echoed from the second floor. The stout man's movements froze. Moments later, he too collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Wang Can released the lanky man, surveying the 4 bodies now lying motionless. He then lifted his gaze towards the second floor, where the gunfire had originated. There, indeed, stood a figure. The 2 locked eyes in silence. Once again, they met. Wang Can's expression remained impassive, and Sheng, what brings you here? The figure on the upper floor raised his head, revealing a familiar visage beneath the cap. Naturally, I am here to assist you. Assist me? Wang Can recalled the enigmatic figure from a couple of hours prior, the one who had scattered money on the road to aid his escape from the police. So, it was you who came to my aid. And Sheng holstered his firearm and descended the staircase. If I had not intervened, you might still be oblivious to your sister's abduction. Wang Can narrowed his eyes. So, my whereabouts were not disclosed to the police by you. And Sheng shook his head. No, thus, the answer became evident. Wang Can refrained from further dialogue and approached a chair where a woman, bound and blindfolded, sat unconscious. Up close, his heart skipped a beat. He swiftly removed the woman's hood, only to be met with a jolt of surprise, while Sheng stepped closer to observe the revealed face. Have they perhaps captured the wrong person? Wang Can's expression remained stoic as he discarded the hood onto the floor. The woman seated before him was not Lin Siyu. In fact, he had never seen her before. At that moment, Wang Can's phone suddenly rang. He answered, and the familiar electronic voice echoed from the device. Ha 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 ha. Wang Can, my people should have been dealt with by you by now. Yes. Wang Can remained expressionless, silent, only to hear the voice continue. Our time for negotiation is drawing near. I hope you will honor our agreement. Beep beep beep. The caller abruptly hung up. Shortly thereafter, a notification sound chimed from Wang Can's phone. A message from an unknown number contained an image. It depicted Lin Siyu, unconscious with eyes tightly shut, lying on a bed. Though in a stupor, her attire appeared intact, and there were no visible signs of violation. Wang Can studied the photograph, remaining silent for several moments before pocketing his phone. In that instant, his demeanor shifted to one of eerie calm. And Sheng approached. What is going on? Wang Can turned to him, not answering directly but instead inquiring. How did you know my sister had been kidnapped? And Sheng paused momentarily before responding. I had arranged for someone near the noodle shop where your sister was in Jinsheng. I meant no surveillance, merely protection, especially since you have offended the Plum Blossom organization. Last night, I noticed your sister heading towards the train station, followed by several individuals. That led me to surmise her predicament. Wang Can fell into silence. Perhaps he had been too hasty in his assumptions. The woman seen in the surveillance footage at the Huaqing train station was not Lin Siyu, but merely someone with a similar physique. This individual had been deliberately placed there by the mysterious figure to mislead Wang Can into following a false trail, consuming precious time. Furthermore, it was highly likely that this person had installed surveillance equipment in some inconspicuous part of the expansive factory, rendering Wang Can's every move under their control. The true Lin Siyu had already been abducted by this enigmatic figure. Their scheme was utterly unexpected, even outsmarting Wang Can. Wang Can glanced at the 4 lifeless bodies of the Plum Blossom Organization members sprawled on the ground. They were likely unaware until their demise that they were mere pawns in someone else's elaborate game. And Sheng. Wang Can checked his watch. It was nearly 10 o'clock in the morning. Less than 5 hours remained until the time of his transaction with the mysterious figure. He had already handed the notebook to Wang Can. If the transaction could not be completed, Lin Siyu's safety would be severely compromised. Sheng looked up. Could you do me a favor? A flicker of intrigue crossed in Sheng's otherwise placid gaze. How so? Wang Can led him outside the factory to a secluded area. The individual behind my sister's abduction is cunning. I must admit, even I was deceived this time. Fortunately, I have set another trap for that person. I wish to enlist your help to complete this strategy. Wang Can spoke calmly, betraying no unusual emotion due to the recent setback. Sheng fixed his gaze on Wang Can's eyes, nodding after a moment. I can assist. However, you must tell me what your transaction with that individual entails. Wang Can paused before replying. It concerns a secret regarding the Lin family from years ago. A secret? What kind of secret? Wang Can narrowed his eyes, then turned away. If you help me complete this scheme, I shall divulge the details. After a brief moment, and Sheng's voice resonated from behind him. Understood. What must I do? Wang Can turned back. Do you recall the final performance I put on at Jincheng University? And Sheng remained silent, merely observing Wang Can the third puppet technique, body displacement. This time, much like the last, I want you to become me. Chapter 20. The game. At 2 in the afternoon, in a private dining room of a restaurant near Huaqing Mall, Wang Can set down the makeup brush in his hand. It's done. He faced in Sheng, who lifted his head to reveal a face nearly identical to Wang Can's. What if the police arrive while I'm wearing your actual face? Wang Can shook his head. Rest assured, they would prefer to avoid any police interference at this juncture. The police will not be making an appearance anytime soon. Sheng nodded, remaining silent. From here on, everything shall proceed according to plan. Wang Can moved to the side, donning a set of yellow cleaning uniforms. Affixing a skin mask and a long beard, adding a few wrinkles for effect. Before long, he had transformed into a middle-aged man. This is precisely the guise we require. Wang Can produced a notebook from his possession. And Sheng glanced at it, but did not take it. Wang Can explained, I previously provided a false one to that female officer. Sheng's eyes flickered for a moment before he accepted the notebook after a few seconds. Now, let us execute our plan. Agreed. After concluding their conversation, the 2 individuals exited the room, one following closely behind the other. It was precisely 2:50 p.m. when Sheng, having altered his appearance to resemble Wang Can, entered the Huaqing shopping mall. Clutching a notebook tightly in his hand, he did not proceed directly to the designated meeting point. Rather, he meandered aimlessly through the mall for several laps. Only after a further 10 minutes had elapsed, reaching the hour of 3, did he descend to the basement level. Arriving at the storage locker specified by the mysterious figure, several tourists were present, depositing bags and suitcases, appearing entirely ordinary upon a casual glance. And Sheng adhered to their agreement, setting the password 000000 on the machine. The locker number 25 sprang open. After closing the locker door, and Sheng did not linger, departing swiftly. However, approximately 10 meters away, a middle-aged man in a yellow cleaning uniform, head bowed and seemingly engrossed in tidying up, silently retrieved his phone, a text message illuminating the screen. Mr. Wang, your movements are rather sluggish. 1 minute prior. Indeed, from the moment Sheng entered the mall, he had been under surveillance. The observer could very well be an ordinary customer or staff member nearby. Wang Can surveyed the area, momentarily failing to identify any suspicious individuals, before lowering his gaze back to his phone. Instead of responding immediately, he placed a call to Sheng. The phone rang incessantly, yet Sheng did not answer. This was part of their prearranged plan. Sheng would feign responding to a message to avoid raising suspicion. The agreed time is 3 o'clock. I am merely adhering to our transaction terms. Wang Can texted back. He then cast a glance at the nearby locker, locker 25, password 000000. Receiving no reply, Wang Can quietly ended the call and tucked his phone away. Calculating the time, and Sheng should have vacated the premises by now. Thus, the mysterious individual was likely en route. Wang Can pretended to be engaged in his duties while maintaining a safe distance from the locker. Under scrutiny, any unusual behavior from those around would be readily apparent to him. Before long, a young couple approached the locker. Under Wang Can's watchful eye, they simply opened a different locker, retrieving a suitcase before departing. Over the next 2 hours, several groups of people arrived in succession. The closest to locker 25 was a middle-aged man in a suit and tie, who merely accessed locker 26 to collect a laptop bag before leaving. As the clock struck 6, a text notification suddenly arrived on Wang Can's phone that an automated reply read, "Your items have been stored for over 2 hours. If they exceed 3 hours, we will arrange for staff to take custody of them. Please retrieve your items promptly to avoid misunderstandings." Wang Can, expressionless, set down his phone. This was the moment he had been waiting for. He adjusted his employee uniform, appearing to approach the locker, pretending to swipe an employee ID. Shielding the screen from nearby eyes, he swiftly entered 6 zeros. With a click, locker 25 opened. Wang Can leaned down, peering inside, only to narrow his eyes in disbelief. The locker, which was nearly half a person's size, was utterly empty. The notebook had vanished without a trace. Despite this, Wang Can remained composed, rising with a slight smirk. "Indeed," he murmured softly, choosing to disregard the matter as he exited the shopping mall. Once outside, he dialed in Xing's number again. This time, the call connected swiftly. "What's the situation?" And Xing's voice came through the line. Wang Can offered no further explanation, calmly stating, "I'm in front of a McDonald's. Let us meet." "All right." About 10 minutes later, and Sheng appeared at the entrance of McDonald's, having removed his disguise and restored his original appearance. He looked at Wang Can, asking, "So, did you find my sister?" Wang Can simply smiled gently and shook his head. "Then why are you still here?" Sheng furrowed his brow at that moment. Wang Can turned away, unexpectedly gazing at the crowd entering and exiting the mall. "You must have finished reading the contents of the notebook by now." And Sheng paused, then shook his head. "I don't understand what you're talking about." Wang Can merely smiled. "The entire afternoon, that locker was not only untouched, it wasn't even approached. If you're wondering how that notebook was taken, either the person I was to meet possesses supernatural abilities, or that notebook was never placed inside to begin with." Wang Can's tone was as frigid as ice. Following his declaration, and Sheng's expression gradually faded, his gaze dropping, revealing nothing of his thoughts. Suddenly, Wang Can let out a cold chuckle. "Unfortunately, the notebook I handed to you was also a fake. The real one is currently in Huang Qian's possession." Wang Can's eyes bore into Sheng, his voice low and foreboding. "Sheng, it was you who kidnapped my sister." Chapter 21. The truth. Sheng quietly listened to Wang Can's words, his eyes lowered, his face betraying no emotion. Finally, after a prolonged silence, he spoke in a calm tone. "When did you figure it out?" Wang Can's voice was icy. "Actually, I suspected from the very beginning. From the moment I left the Luo Yuan Hotel and got into that taxi. The driver was instantly shot dead. I attempted to investigate the true culprit, only to have the police inspector pursue me at that very moment. When I rushed to the factory, you just happened to be there, assisting me in dispatching those members of the Meihua organization. This was clearly no coincidence. It had happened far too many times, ever since you informed me that my sister had been captured. Everything felt as though it were being orchestrated by an invisible hand, and your presence loomed behind it all. How could I not harbor suspicions?" As Wang Can spoke, his voice grew increasingly agitated but quickly regained composure. "However, you anticipated that I would doubt you. So you deliberately created chaos and pretended to assist me to allay my concerns. Your plan was successful. When we met at the factory, I did indeed waver in my judgment. Not because you helped me, but because when that mysterious person called, you were right next to me. Yet during the call, that person offered me no opportunity to speak. In other words, their words were quite possibly pre-recorded." And Sheng's head lifted slightly. Through his calm, almost lifeless visage, Wang Can finally glimpsed a flicker of emotion in his eyes. "That's so? This transaction was a trap you laid for me?" And Sheng inquired. Wang Can shook his head with a wry smile. "I did not set the trap. You have always been the one orchestrating things. From the moment those Meihua members reported their ambush, I pieced it all together. They intended to capture Lin Xiu. But you intercepted them. They would have had a comparison photo or matching information to identify my sister, yet you incapacitated them the night prior and altered their phones to replace my sister's details with that of the imposter woman. It was you who orchestrated the kidnapping, who monitored my every move after leading me to the train station, and who disclosed my whereabouts to the police. You were also the one who helped me thwart the inspector and rescue my sister." And Sheng, from the very beginning, from the moment you called me, this entire scenario has been your meticulously crafted play. The objective was simple: either gain my trust and uncover the Lin family's secrets, or directly seize that notebook. Wang Can chuckled softly. "However, you never anticipated that I would so easily hand that notebook over to the police. You also never foresaw that I had already turned the tables and given you a fake. Since the transaction at 3 o'clock, I have been keeping a close watch on Locker 25 that if the notebook had not gone missing, the outcome would have been unmistakable. Listening intently, and Sheng produced a notebook from his pocket. It was indeed the very one Wang Can had personally handed to him not long ago. He cast the notebook onto the ground, revealing a blank page within. Wang Can also glanced at the notebook, reflecting that if you had not discovered its falsity, I might have been unable to contact you by now, correct? And Sheng remained silent, gazing into the distance. So, what is your ultimate objective? Wang Can followed in Sheng's gaze. During our time at the Caesar Hotel, you were the one who alerted me. Subsequently, you assisted me step by step in my escape. Now, you have taken my sister captive. What exactly do you intend to accomplish? And Sheng suddenly interjected, aren't you concerned about your sister? Why is it that now, when she is in my possession, you seem so composed? Wang Can shook his head, his tone abruptly calming. I am indeed worried. However, I trust that you will not harm her. Otherwise, with your capabilities, I would have likely lost her by now. Moreover, those individuals from the Plum Blossom organization were initially aiming to capture my sister, indicating that they have long had her in their sights. After all, I am still a fugitive. While I wish to provide her with assistance, my capacity is limited. In a sense, your act of taking my sister away serves as a form of protection. Does it not? After hearing Wang Can's words, and Sheng finally turned around. Wang Can, I underestimated you. You are far more formidable than I had imagined. You too? Wang Can replied calmly. Sheng's intellect and abilities were undoubtedly beyond ordinary comparison. This time, although it was Wang Can who saw through Sheng's stratagem, it did not signify that he had triumphed. Every move he made was, in fact, part of Sheng's plan. His sister, Lin Xiyu, still remained in Sheng's hands, implying that Wang Can currently had no leverage against him. I am leaving. Sheng turned and walked away. Wang Can watched from behind, his fingers trembling slightly, yet he ultimately refrained from taking action. His cousin was still in the hands of the adversary. He could not act recklessly at this moment. After taking a few steps, Sheng suddenly halted and said, Wang Can, if you truly wish to uncover the truth, continue your investigation. Wang Can frowned. I recall you previously advised me to cease my pursuit. Sheng gazed at the bustling crowd of tourists in the distance. Indeed, I did. However, I have since changed my mind. Perhaps, if you persist in your investigation, you may indeed uncover the truth one day. He slightly turned his head. Moreover, you need not worry about your sister. She will be safer in my custody than by your side. Wang Can did not refute this point. He was a wanted man, already being targeted by the madmen of the Plum Blossom organization. While one could navigate freely alone, having Lin Xiyu by his side would inevitably lead to moments of negligence. In contrast, Sheng was different. Although it appeared that every event bore Sheng's influence, he consistently managed to extricate himself unscathed. Both the police and the Plum Blossom organization paid significantly less attention to Sheng than to Wang Can. Lin Xiyu would indeed be much safer in his hands. Be cautious. Do not underestimate the Plum Blossom organization due to this incident. This group has managed to endure under police scrutiny for such a long time, which is far from simple. After uttering these final words, Sheng did not linger, walking off into the distance. Chapter 22. Data Phantom. Wang Can observed Sheng's retreating figure. This individual, even now, he could not comprehend what identity this person bore or what intentions he harbored. Such a person commanded Wang Can's admiration and respect, yet also instilled a sense of wariness. He had to remain vigilant. Beep. Task completed. Reward settlement in progress. S. Identify the mastermind behind the kidnapping of Lin Xiyu. Achieved. SS. Ensure cousin Lin Xiyu's safety. Achieved. Rewards granted. Data Phantom. Sense all electronic devices within a 100-meter radius and acquire all data information from them. Usable twice a day, Wang Can listen to the announcement in his mind, his gaze flickering slightly. This ability arrived just in time. With the situation becoming increasingly tense, Wang Can's individual strength was ultimately limited. Much of the information available in police databases remained inaccessible to him. This time, luck was on his side, as he possessed the necessary leverage to engage in a transaction with Huang Qian. But what about next time, or the time after that? Even if Huang Qian trusted Wang Can's innocence, as a police officer, she could not consistently allow him access to police information. However, with this ability, retrieving surveillance footage and acquiring information on suspects would not be as troublesome as this occasion. Wang Can opened his eyes once more, his fists tightening slightly. With this ability at his disposal, his confidence in uncovering the truth and tracking down the real culprit had doubled. Just as Wang Can contemplated this, a deafening explosion echoed from afar. The sudden sound nearly stunned everyone several kilometers away. It felt as if the very ground of Huaqing trembled momentarily. Wang Can was equally jolted by the unexpected explosion. His pupils constricting sharply, he abruptly turned to look towards the source, some kilometers away. A towering inferno erupted from a building. That was in the direction of the Huaqing train station. The Huaqing train station? How could it be there? If the explosion was merely an accident, then so be it. But if not, for some reason, Wang Can had an intense intuition that this explosion could not be so simple. Huaqing train station. Who could possibly be there? Why did the explosion occur at that location? Wang Can pondered, and suddenly his eyelids twitched slightly. It seemed that there were no significant figures at the Huaqing train station. However, nearby, at the hotel named Luo Yuan, there was Huang Qian, the international criminal police officer who had conducted a transaction with Wang Can earlier that morning, providing him with police surveillance data. What is happening? A long perimeter of caution tape had already gathered a crowd. The security personnel, struggling to maintain order, breathed a sigh of relief upon the arrival of Luo Shui and Sun Xiaoqian. Such a major incident was beyond the capacity of a mere security officer to handle. Officer Sun, you finally made it. Luo Shui crossed the caution line and surveyed the chaotic scene. The leading security officer could only sigh helplessly. Just 15 minutes ago, a violent explosion occurred here, accompanied by fierce flames. Our firefighters arrived promptly and have since contained the blaze. However, we are currently unable to ascertain the situation on site or the cause of this incident. Luo Shui looked up at the charred building before her. Numerous individuals cried out for help from within. Fire trucks surrounded the area, tirelessly working to control the flames. Firefighters were constantly using ladders to rescue those trapped in the inferno. Although the fire had been contained, extinguishing it entirely would undoubtedly require more time. During this period, Luo Shui and her companions were anxious yet powerless. Outside the caution tape, a middle-aged Wang Can stood quietly among the crowd. He raised his head, scrutinizing everything before him. Analyzing the situation, he could discern many details. The fire was not particularly large. It was likely a secondary ignition caused by the previous explosion. Although the outer layer of the building was charred, the load-bearing walls and essential internal structures remained intact. Given the relatively recent construction of the hotel, the building would likely hold. However, the fate of those inside was uncertain. If Officer Huang Qian was indeed the target of these individuals' actions, then judging by the current situation, the adversaries had likely succeeded. Speaking of which, whereas Officer Huang Qian, at that moment, Luo Shui couldn't help but ask. Sun Xiaoqian shook her head. I am unsure. The last time I saw her was last night. Huang Qian did not belong to the Huaqing or Jincheng police departments and was only here to assist with the special case, so the two women had not been overly concerned with tracking Huang Qian's whereabouts. Just then, a firefighter emerged from the fire truck, carrying a woman who had just been rescued from the building. Luo Shui inadvertently caught a glimpse and immediately froze. She hurried over to stand beside the stretcher. There lay a woman they knew all too well, unconscious with her eyes tightly shut. It was Huang Qian. Sun Xiaoqian also approached, her expression grave. Her skin was pale, appearing to suffer from mild to moderate carbon monoxide poisoning. We need to supply oxygen immediately. Several medical personnel, who had been waiting nearby, rushed over to transport Huang Qian into the ambulance. Immediately, an oxygen supply device was connected to Huang Qian. Luo Shui hurried over and inquired, Doctor, what is the extent of Officer Huang's poisoning? The doctor hesitated for a moment before replying. For now, it appears to be only mild poisoning. However, a more thorough assessment will need to be conducted at the hospital. At that moment, Sun Xiaoqian exhaled in relief. That's good. There should be no immediate danger to her life. Yet, she noticed Luo Shui frowning beside her. What's wrong? Luo Shui hesitated before speaking. I'm not entirely certain. But in my understanding, such a mild case of carbon monoxide poisoning shouldn't lead to complete unconsciousness, right? Huang Qian's condition seems to be more than just dizziness. She is entirely unresponsive. Sun Xiaoqian grasped the implication in Luo Shui's words. You mean to say that Officer Huang's unconsciousness may have another cause? Chapter 23. Crisis. Late at night, at the Huaqing Police Department. Captain Sun, all the files are here. A police officer approached the conference table, stating, the surveillance system at Luoyuan Hotel has been damaged and will require some time for repairs. That we should send this data to the Jincheng Police Department. Hai Tao is still there. The repairs should be expedited. Luo Shui added, by the way, how is Officer Huang? The doctor said she is no longer in critical condition, but she remains unconscious. Did they specify when she might awaken? Luo Shui frowned. Wang Can is a crucial eyewitness in this operation that if she awakens, she should be able to provide key information, significantly speeding up the investigation. Can we find out what Officer Huang was doing today? Well, in the surveillance footage, it appears that Officer Huang intentionally entered an unmonitored area of the old city, effectively severing our tracking. Luo Shui and Sun Xiaoqian exchanged a glance, both of them coming to a similar conclusion. It was evident that Huang Qian's visit to Huazhong was not solely for the Wang Can case. She must have been involved in a highly confidential operation directed by higher authorities. Thus, it can be inferred that Huang Qian must have met with someone whose identity must remain undisclosed. Perhaps she was secretly executing a mission or liaising with special operations personnel, or possibly. At that moment, in the vicinity of the Huacheng Police Department, Wang Can stood still, gazing at the brightly lit police station in the distance. He then closed his eyes. In the next instant, Data Phantom, activate. An invisible wave radiated outward from Wang Can, penetrating the high-rise of the police department and accessing all surveillance cameras, computers, and other devices within. A torrent of information flooded into Wang Can's mind. After what felt like an eternity, he gradually untangled the overwhelming flow of data and opened his eyes. So, it turns out he had sifted through the police database and gathered a comprehensive understanding of the various reasons behind the fire at Luoyuan Hotel that night. At the scene, traces of explosive remnants had been discovered. Police experts identified it as a homemade bomb, potent and dangerous. Preliminary investigation suggested it was the source of the explosion that shocked the entire Huacheng. With this in mind, it was reasonable to conclude that the incident was indeed man-made. As for the fire, it was ignited by the explosion, which triggered combustible materials like gas within the hotel, leading to this catastrophic fire incident. Furthermore, Wang Can uncovered a wealth of additional information. It became clear that the police department had been infiltrated by members of the Meihua organization. He was now aware of Su Tao's prior situation. The integrity of the police department was severely compromised. No wonder Su Lin had chosen to keep the Lin family's secret for 20 years rather than disclose it to the police. Regarding Huang Qian, Wang Can was not overly concerned. Given the circumstances, the police would undoubtedly enhance their protection of her. His primary focus was on uncovering the mastermind behind the attack on Huang Qian and the orchestrator of this explosion. If this matter escalated, it could mean that the Lin family's secret had fallen into the hands of the Meihua organization. Moreover, there was the supercomputer in Huang Qian's possession, which likely contained sensitive information regarding police covert operations and the identities of special operations personnel. In a fleeting moment, Wang Can's pupils constricted. He suddenly recalled the officer he had encountered at the orphanage. Officer Guo Yu. It was likely that she was one of the special operations personnel working with Huang Qian. This revelation suggested that if the information on that computer were to become known, Guo Yu's identity would be utterly exposed. Guo Yu might very well be working undercover or conducting secret operations related to the Meihua organization. Should her identity be revealed, the consequences would be dire. For further details, refer to the series of films featuring the island's investigators. Where could Guo Yu be? Wang Can's mind raced. The absence of Guo Yu's image in the police surveillance footage indicated that she must currently be somewhere executing a secret mission. In that case, it would be impossible for the police to track her down for the time being. He had to master. Watching Traffic Management Bureau, Wang Can swiftly hailed a taxi. Shortly thereafter, the taxi arrived at the entrance of the Traffic Management Bureau. Without a moment's hesitation, the instant he alighted from the vehicle, Wang Can activated his Data Phantom. Instantly, a massive influx of information surged into his mind like a torrential flood. If the data at the police station could be likened to a raging river, then the volume of data here was akin to a catastrophic tsunami. After all, this facility encompassed an entire day's worth of information from within Huacheng. Even Wang Can felt a sense of pressure from this overwhelming amount of data. His eyes bloodshot from the strain. Yet, he could not afford to waste a single moment. Analysis and Data Phantom were pushed to their limits as he navigated through the colossal stream of information, tirelessly searching for Guo Yu's presence. Guo Yu, where on earth could she be? After nearly an hour of relentless searching, Wang Can's expression suddenly froze. Just 2 hours prior, amidst a group of black-clad individuals near Huacheng Square, he finally spotted Guo Yu's familiar silhouette. It seemed Guo Yu was faring well enough, at least able to move independently. Those individuals likely had not yet uncovered her undercover identity. Or perhaps the situation was about to become considerably simpler. Following the surveillance footage, the group eventually entered a private tavern in the southern part of the city. Wang Can abruptly opened his eyes and approached the security booth in front of the police station. "Master, I need to speak with Captain Sunday." A middle-aged man stepped out, sizing Wang Can up before turning to enter. However, at that very moment, Wang Can struck swiftly, knocking him unconscious with a single blow. He then retrieved a small pouch of homemade sleeping pills from his pocket and gently administered it to the elderly man's mouth. This dosage was sufficient to keep the man unconscious for approximately 2 hours. He scribbled a note and tucked it into the pocket of the incapacitated guard, reading, Southern City Dream Tavern, Urgent Rescue, Guayu. Chapter 24. Exposure. I in the Southern City, at the Dream Tavern. Inside a private booth. Miss Gua, it seems your sincerity regarding this collaboration is lacking. The spacious booth was crowded with people. A bald man, cigar in hand, reclined on a plush sofa at the center, a blue plum blossom tattoo visible on his exposed arm. Behind him stood a dozen or so individuals dressed in black. On the opposite side, Guayu stood alone, unflinching, holding a briefcase. Long Lao air, my sincerity is more than sufficient, despite facing such a large group. Guayu remained composed, placing the case on the table and gently opening it. Inside lay a perfectly arranged array of 20 handguns, 20 firearms, and I'll throw in 100 rounds of ammunition for just 200. 000. That's quite a bargain. Guayu confidently settled into the adjacent armchair. The bald man waved his hand, prompting several black-clad individuals to step forward and scrutinize the weapons in the case. Guayu merely scoffed. Long Lao air, these items are all outdated gear from the police department, but I've personally vetted them. They're in perfectly working order. Soon, the men finished their inspection and whispered something into Long Lao air's ear. Long Lao air smiled slightly. That may be true, but you are still a police officer, and we— Before he could finish, Guayu impatiently interjected, how many times must I reiterate? I am a retired police officer. The kind that was expelled from the department. Haven't you already gone through my background? She continued, besides, our previous transactions went smoothly. I truly don't understand what you're hesitating about. Stop dragging this out. To say nothing of, she was a special operations personnel from Interpol. Guayu's acting skills, demeanor, and tone were all exceptional. At that moment, she embodied the essence of a female crime lord, with none of the traits of a police officer. As for her identity information, it has all been meticulously concealed by the police. At this moment, Guayu is merely a former officer who once wielded her authority at the police station to commit various misdeeds, only to be expelled for her transgressions. Long Lao air, if you are hesitant to engage in this transaction, just say so, and I shall report it to your superiors. I will negotiate with them directly. Instead of anger, Long Lao air chuckled. Officer Gua, there is no need to be upset. Our collaboration has always been quite pleasant. There is no reason for us to reach such an impasse. We merely snorted in response, choosing not to speak further. Just then, Long Lao air's phone rang unexpectedly. He answered the call and exited the room, disappearing for over 10 minutes. During this time, Guayu sat in the room, her heart stirring with an unsettling feeling. What could Long Lao air be discussing for so long? Could it be related to the Lin family? She had spent the entire afternoon with these individuals without any communication with her superiors, leaving her unaware of the earlier events at the Luoyuan Hotel. At long last, after what felt like an eternity, Long Lao air returned. Although the scarred face still bore a smile, a mere glance revealed something amiss to Guayu. What is happening? Has something occurred outside? Yet, with no clues to guide her, she found herself perplexed. Long Lao air settled onto the sofa, taking a deep drag from his cigarette. Officer Gua, do you recognize this individual? He suddenly inquired, pulling out his phone to reveal a photograph. The image displayed was unmistakably that of Wang Can, unconscious at the fire scene. Clearly, someone had captured a photo of Wang Can as she was being taken away by ambulance. Guayu's heart jolted, yet she maintained her composure. I do not recognize her. How is this relevant to our transaction? Long Lao air simply chuckled. This woman is an Interpol agent who has been investigating our organization. It can be said that she has apprehended numerous members of our group and has thwarted several of our operations. Guayu raised an eyebrow. Given the current situation, hasn't she already been dealt with by your people? Long Lao air's smile persisted, though his eyes glinted with a hint of malice. Indeed, those who dare to oppose us will not meet a favorable fate, even if they are police officers. What are you implying? Does this woman have any connection to me? Long Lao air's expression turned sinister as he replied, you never know. There might indeed be a connection. This woman possesses a computer containing numerous files about your police department. Time is of the essence, and our people have not had the opportunity to secure all this information. However, among the details we have obtained, there is a file concerning you, Officer Gua. Long Lao air placed his phone on the table, revealing an electronic document akin to a resume. The person in the photograph was none other than Guayu herself. Long Lao air's tone brimmed with amusement, tinged with a chill. It states that you are not merely a retired officer dismissed from the police department, but rather an active agent, an Interpol officer. Your current operation is aimed at our Meiwa organization as well as the Lin family. The moment Long Laoer's words fell, all the men in black surrounding them stepped forward menacingly towards Guo Yu. Several reached for their waists, preparing to draw their weapons, but Long Laoer raised his hand to halt their actions. His eyes narrowed as he fixed his gaze on the impassive Guo Yu. Officer Guo, given our previous collaboration, I would prefer not to escalate this matter unnecessarily. Therefore, I would like to hear your explanation. Guo Yu pursed her lips, her expression as frosty as ice. After a long pause, she let out a cold huff. Long Laoer, if you have no intention of proceeding with this transaction, there is no need to concoct such a farcical ruse. If you wish to engage in a black market deal, you could have simply stated it. Long Laoer shook his head slowly, rising to his feet. Officer Guo, why do you say such things? I genuinely wish to discuss collaboration with you, but with this unexpected development, I find myself somewhat uneasy about the transaction. He approached Guo Yu, giving her shoulder a heavy pat. Therefore, I kindly ask you to provide an explanation. Guo Yu glanced at the hand resting on her shoulder, and after a few breaths, she let out a cold huff. She forcefully pushed Long Laoer's hand away, retrieved the box containing her firearm from the table, and stood up. Long Laoer, if you lack sincerity, then our collaboration is no longer necessary. With that, she made to leave. Long Laoer squinted at Guo Yu's retreating figure. In that case, Officer Guo, I must express my regret. You all, bring Officer Guo back to me. Chapter 25. Meiwa 3. The instant Long Laoer's words echoed, the group of men in black immediately encircled Guo Yu. Guo Yu shot a cold glance at the advancing crowd. Long Laoer, what is the meaning of this? Long Shan, holding a cigar, merely chuckled. Nothing of great consequence, Officer Guo. We simply wish for you to return and enjoy some tea. Guo Yu snorted disdainfully, refusing to move toward the door. The surrounding individuals were armed, and even with her exceptional skills, escaping this situation by force seemed impossible. Guo Yu quickly regained her composure, locking eyes with Long Shan, and coldly remarked, if this is an invitation, do I even have the option to refuse? Long Laoer, I am quite curious about the source of your so-called evidence. Accusing me of foul play requires a more convincing faade, rather than such an obvious charade. Long Shan laughed heartily and snapped his fingers. If you truly wish to know, I can reveal it to you. The door to the private room swung open once more, and a young man with a sharp face, dressed in a dark blue long-sleeve shirt, stepped inside. Who is this person? Long Shan laughed. Officer Guo, allow me to introduce you. Do not be deceived by his youth. This gentleman holds a very high rank within our organization. Mr. Meiwa 3. Not even I, Long Laoer, would dare to act disrespectfully in his presence, let alone the boss. Meiwa 3. Guo Yu remained impassive, scrutinizing the young man's features. After a moment, her brow furrowed and her eyes narrowed as she let out a cold laugh. So-called high status. Yet you dare not reveal your true face? With her keen observation, it was not difficult for Guo Yu to discern that the young man known as Meiwa 3 was wearing a meticulously crafted human skin mask, blending flawlessly with his own skin. The finesse of the disguise rivaled that of the wanted criminal Wang Can she had encountered at the orphanage. Fortunately, Guo Yu had taken the initiative to study disguise techniques after her previous encounter with Wang Can. Otherwise, she might have been oblivious. In response to Guo Yu's inquiry, Meiwa 3 merely displayed a faint smile, though it appeared somewhat chilling on his pale, sharp-featured face. Officer Guo, a pleasure to meet you. He extended a hand toward her, but Guo Yu coldly huffed and ignored him. Meiwa 3, undeterred, retracted his hand with a smile. Long Shan approached, wearing a benevolent expression. To be honest, Officer Guo, the woman in the photograph is one whom Mr. Meiwa 3 personally subdued. As he spoke, he raised the photo of the unconscious Huang Qian. Upon hearing this, Guo Yu's heart skipped a beat. The young man merely shook his head. I am overestimating her capabilities. This woman is quite troublesome. Despite my careful arrangements, she managed to destroy a significant portion of the information on the computer. However, Officer Guo, I have indeed come across quite a bit of your information. According to the data on the computer, it seemed you had long been a pawn in Huang's hand. You have been pursuing the Lin family's secrets for years and have provided the police with information on numerous occasions, thereby dismantling many of our organization's strongholds in Huazhong province. As he spoke, the pale young man's eyes narrowed like those of a hunting beast, sizing up its prey. Guo Yu's lips pressed tightly together. In that moment, even with her fortitude, she felt a sense of disarray. In such a predicament, she could not conceive any means of escape. The young man's eyes narrowed further, and his smile grew increasingly sinister. Behind him, Long Shan quietly wiped the smile from his face, signaling to the men around him. The sound of bullets being chambered filled the air. Guo Yu's fist clenched instinctively. If there truly was no way out, she would not surrender without a fight. Even in death, she would take a few down with her. Just as she prepared to strike first, the door to the private room creaked open unexpectedly. Everyone present was momentarily taken aback, their attention drawn towards the door. A somewhat bewildered waiter, dressed in a suit, stood at the entrance, asking, "Is this the vodka you ordered?" Long Shan, his face darkening with irritation, turned to glare at the waiter. "Get out." Yet, the waiter persisted, stepping into the room. "I'm sorry, boss, but we have regulations." However, he had barely taken 2 or 3 steps inside when his body suddenly froze. It was only upon entering the room that he realized everyone present was armed with guns. The waiter's legs instantly weakened, nearly causing him to drop the wine glasses he was carrying. Long Shan snorted coldly. "Lock the door, take him down." Several men in black approached, forcefully shutting the door behind them before pinning the waiter to the ground. Just as Long Shan was about to act, a voice called out from the side. "Wait." Mei Huasan stepped forward, crouching before the waiter, squinting his eyes. "To appear here at such a critical moment, you must be with the police, or perhaps." He glanced back at the silent Guo Yu. "Are you here to rescue Officer Guo?" The waiter, terror-stricken, shook his head vehemently. "No, bro, dad, I haven't done anything, I know nothing." Mei Huasan seized the man's hair, inspecting him closely, his eyes widening in surprise. "Remarkably, no disguise?" Long Shan also crouched down, pondering aloud. Could we be overthinking? This guy might just be delivering drinks. The youth stood up, surveying everyone present. Did anyone order vodka? The crowd exchanged glances, eventually shaking their heads. The youth furrowed his brow in contemplation, then suddenly turned his gaze to the floor. Next to the subdued waiter, a blue bottle rolled a few times on the red carpet before coming to rest against the edge of the table. Mei Huasan approached to pick up the bottle. If the person is innocent, then the problem must lie with this bottle. Just as he spoke, a loud crash resonated as the locked door was suddenly kicked open. "Didn't I say to lock the door?" Long Shan spun around, fury etched on his face, but the next moment, all expression froze. An arrow, sharp and glinting, shot through the door. Chapter 26. Tear gas. Long Shan had barely turned around. Still unaware of what awaited him behind the door, an incredibly sharp steel dart suddenly shot forth. Long Shan's reaction was swift. Despite his bulky frame, he moved with surprising agility, drawing his abdomen in as the dart narrowly grazed his chest. "Who is it?" Long Shan steadied himself, glancing towards the door, where a man with an expressionless face stood, holding a makeshift mechanical crossbow. "Who are you, officer?" Long Shan instinctively asked in a low voice, but quickly realized that an officer would wield a firearm, not a crossbow. Moreover, if the officer intended to apprehend them, one man would hardly suffice. At that moment, Mei Huasan stepped forward slowly. He narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the newcomer, and moments later exclaimed in admiration, "What an exquisite disguise! With such skills, you must be the wanted criminal Wang Can from Jinqing. I've heard your name more than once within the organization. You have thwarted our plans repeatedly. Seeing you in person, you truly live up to your reputation." Indeed, the arrival was none other than the timely Wang Can. "Wang Can." Long Shan gasped in surprise. His eyes widened as realization dawned. "You." But his words were cut short as a pungent odor suddenly invaded his nostrils. It dawned on him that something was amiss. He attempted to cover his mouth and nose, but it was too late. A torrent of irritating gas surged into his mind, akin to having his skull cracked open and filled with high-concentration industrial alcohol, leaving his brain in a blank haze. Even his eyes seemed to be infected by some peculiar substance, causing them to well with tears, rendering his vision unclear. Ugh, what in the world is this? He frantically bent down to search for the source of the gas, finally grasping a shattered glass bottle. Wasn't this the bottle that fell earlier? Yet, wasn't this bottle supposed to be sealed? Why had it shattered? Long Shan opened his eyes, barely able to see, and noticed that a gleaming steel dart was lodged in the center of the blue bottle. Black gas was billowing out in torrents from the bottle. "You fools, cover your mouths, noses, and eyes. This is tear gas." Mei Huasan's voice rang out, now tinged with urgency and agitation. Unlike his previous calm demeanor, that bottle doesn't contain vodka at all. Utilizing my divine pharmaceutical technique, Wang Can had previously emptied all the vodka from it and replaced it with a copious amount of concentrated hydrochloric acid. He then coated the steel dart with chlorine-containing organic powder. The dart wasn't aimed at Long Shan, it was meant for the bottle. Once pierced, the strong acid would react violently with the chlorine compounds, generating a significant quantity of CS gas, commonly known as tear gas. Instantly, the room filled with a thick cloud of black gas. The group could hardly think of firing a weapon, let alone discern the identities of those around them. Outside, Wang Can observed the disoriented individuals inside the room. their senses overwhelmed by the gas. He retrieved a prepared gas mask from behind him. Donning it before stepping inside, he kicked aside several dazed individuals and quickly scanned the room. His gaze landing on Guiyu, who was also shrugged. The table lay in utter disarray. Longshan's expression was exceedingly grave as he gripped a glass bottle, his body trembling violently. In a sudden outburst, he crushed the bottle with a single punch. Just then, a slender, pale arm unexpectedly rested on his shoulder. Turning around, Longshan beheld Mei San, who was holding a mobile phone in her hand, having just concluded a call. "The police chief is on his way here. We must leave now." Longshan was taken aback. "The police chief? How could they possibly know about us? Could it be Guiyu?" Mei San shook her head. "That woman has been under our surveillance. She likely had no time to inform anyone." He gazed in the direction where Wang Can had departed, realizing it must be Wang Can. The expression on the other party's face transformed, losing its mirth and becoming exceedingly somber. Wang Can. It's no wonder he has repeatedly thwarted our efforts. However, it seemed that this individual, despite being a wanted criminal, harbored inclinations towards the police. A peculiar smile creased the man's face as he looked toward the direction Wang Can had taken, as if addressing him from afar or perhaps conversing with himself. "But you would do well not to underestimate me, for I am about to present a grand gift to the police chief. The road ahead is long. Wang Can, let us take our time." A Santana vehicle gradually came to a halt by the roadside. Wang Can opened the door and stepped out first. Behind him, Guiyu, her expression impassive, followed suit. After a brief pause, the two ascended the building. "So, what exactly happened to Wang Can, and who are you?" Wang Can inquired as he closed the door, turning to face the darkly contemplative female officer. "Wang Can was attacked a few hours ago and is currently unconscious at Luoyuan Hotel, still in the hospital." "Luoyuan Hotel?" Guiyu murmured, realizing that she had been under Longshan's watch and had no time to keep abreast of external news. She had been oblivious to such a significant incident occurring at Luoyuan Hotel. "I assure you, I speak the truth. You may verify it yourself. It should not be difficult to confirm." Guiyu pondered for several seconds before continuing. "So, who are you really? Why are you helping me?" Wang Can turned back, offering a slight smile as he replied, "In truth, I am, like you, a special operations officer under Officer Huang." "Special operations officer?" Guiyu looked skeptical. "How come I was unaware of this?" "You, as a special operations officer, should know that we only communicate with our direct superiors. Everything else is beyond our knowledge." Wang Can maintained a calm facade, revealing no hint of inconsistency to Guiyu. Nevertheless, she remained unconvinced. "That doesn't add up. If that were the case, why would you attempt to seize the Lin family's secret once it came into my possession?" Wang Can replied, unfazed, "Of course I would seize it. Why? How can I be certain that you are not another mole planted by the Meiwa organization within the police, a double agent? Such a crucial item must be entrusted directly to Officer Huang for my peace of mind." "You heard what Mei-Wa-sen said. You should know that I've already handed that notebook over to Officer Huang." Guiyu fell silent. With Huang Qian now unconscious, Wang Can's words could not be immediately verified. Yet, everything Wang Can had stated seemed plausible. Sensing Guiyu's wavering resolve, Wang Can pressed on, "To be frank, I have likely been framed as a wanted criminal by the Meiwa organization. This is why Officer Huang trusts me and has made me one of her special operations officers. After this incident, Guiyu, we should be able to establish mutual trust. The group we are dealing with is unlikely to relent. I need your assistance." Guiyu lifted her gaze, scrutinizing the sincere look in Wang Can's eyes. After a prolonged moment, she finally took a deep breath. "What do you propose we do? Consider it done. I have finally gained the trust of this female officer. None of these police chiefs are fools. Deceiving them with lies is no simple task." Wang Can felt a sense of relief wash over him, though his expression soon turned grave. "You have long been aware of the existence of this group and have been investigating them. You must be more informed about the current situation than I am." Guiyu nodded. Upon hearing Wang Can articulate truths known only to the police, her trust in him instinctively increased. The appearance of Mei-Wa-san, Huang Qian's attack, and their intent to strike tonight all indicate that this group's actions have commenced. They are a bunch of lunatics, unconcerned with ethics or the identities of the police chiefs. They do not care at all. They will retaliate against anyone connected to the Lin family or investigating the truth behind the Lin family's past, or anyone who poses a threat to their organization. Listening to Wang Can, Guiyu nodded in agreement. Ordinary citizens would not dare to resist a police chief, let alone utter a curse. Yet this group shows no restraint, even assaulting Huang Qian, an Interpol officer, sending her to the hospital. This group's actions cannot simply end here. They will certainly have further plans. Guiyu frowned and said, "So, you intend to prepare in advance and prevent any potential threats?" Wang Can shook his head. "Preventive measures are virtually impossible. The enemy is concealed, while you police chiefs are already in the open. It is nearly impossible to devise a flawless strategy. Then what do you propose to do? Wu inquired, furrowing her brow. Who do you think they will target next? I do not know. Luo Shui, Sun Xiaoqian, Lu Guisho. Or perhaps you and I. Everyone entangled in this matter could potentially be their next targets. What do you intend to do? Are you just going to wait for them to strike without making any preparations? Wang Can shook his head. Of course, preparations must be made. You should return to the police station and instruct Luo Shui and the others to enhance security measures, ensuring they prioritize their safety during operations. It would be best if they were accompanied by at least 3 police chiefs. Guiyu nodded in agreement, and do not disclose my identity to them. If Luo Shui and the others conduct a thorough investigation and interrogate each other, it is likely that my deception will not hold for long. And what about you? What will you do? Will you suddenly turn to Wang Can? He raised his head, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. I will make alternative preparations. We cannot remain passive and continue to be attacked. We must find an opportunity to strike first. Chapter 28. The Death Notice at the Dream Bar. Team Leader's son. All the investigation records from the scene are here. According to eyewitness accounts, someone was indeed in this room, but they left just 10 minutes before our arrival. Furthermore, we have yet to locate Officer Guo's whereabouts. However, an eyewitness in the bar mentioned seeing a woman resembling Officer Guo among the group. Sun Xiaoqian furrowed her brow. What about the surveillance footage? Couldn't the nearby cameras track this group? The reporting officer, Xiao Wang, could only shake his head helplessly. Team Leader's son, the surveillance cameras inside the bar and at nearby entrances are currently under repair. So we have yet to ascertain the whereabouts of this group. Repair? How coincidental. Sun Xiaoqian frowned. And that is not the only coincidence. Luo Shui approached slowly. Did you not notice? This group conveniently left just 10 minutes before we arrived. Do you not find that timing suspicious? Are you suggesting that someone alerted them to evacuate before we arrived? Sun Xiaoqian waved her hand to signal Xiao Shou to leave, then lowered her voice. This person is likely the mole within our police station. Since the incident involving Su Tao, the presence of a mole within the police station had ceased to be a secret. Could this individual be connected to the person who incapacitated the security guard at the entrance of Huaqing Police Station? They had come to the bar because the security guard, previously knocked unconscious by Wang Can, had awakened and handed over a note from his pocket to Sun Xiaoqian. Upon seeing Guiyu's plea for help, they had rushed over. That seems unlikely. If that were the case, this person would have no reason to inform us of their companion's whereabouts. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Shui continued, moreover, do you not find this person's methods eerily familiar? With Luo Shui's remark, Sun Xiaoqian began to realize, you mean Wang Can? Luo Shui nodded, about to say something further when Team Leader, Sun called out, just as the recently departed Xiao Wang returned unexpectedly. He held a piece of paper in his hand. Captain, we just found this beneath the sofa. Sun Xiaoqian took it, and merely casting a glance at it caused her pupils to contract slightly. Luo Shui approached as well, and after a brief look, her expression turned grave. This is. The paper bore a striking emblem, an improvised playing card depicting the 3 of clubs. Beneath it was a message. I am the 3 of clubs. It is a pleasure to meet you, officers. Officer Huang is merely the beginning. I shall present to you a grand gift. Tomorrow at 10 in the morning, a blood donation extravaganza will unfold at Flower City Square. Your presence is welcomed. Everyone fixed their gaze on the note, squinting their eyes. This was, without a doubt, a death proclamation, or rather, a criminal notice deliberately taunting the police. Indeed, Officer Huang's incident was no accident. But the doing of this individual known as the 3 of clubs. Have you heard of this person, the 3 of clubs? Luo Shui inquired, to which the others shook their heads, indicating they were unfamiliar, though it was plausible that he belonged to the Plum Blossom organization. Luo Shui stared at the notice, her expression resolute. We must treat this matter with utmost seriousness. We need to impose strict control over Flower City Square and its vicinity to prevent this heinous event from occurring. Sun Xiaoqian nodded in agreement. Furthermore, we must locate the missing Officer Guo swiftly, not only to ensure her safety, but she has dealt with these individuals and may possess crucial information regarding the identity of the 3 of clubs. Just as her words fell, a male inspector approached. Captain Luo, someone is outside claiming to seek you. Luo Shui frowned. Who is it? I don't know. She only mentioned her surname is Guo and that she is a woman. The mention of the surname Guo elicited a glance of understanding between Luo Shui and Sun Xiaoqian, who then gestured for the inspector to leave. Hastily exiting the bar. First sight, they spotted Guiyu standing in the shadows. A mere 10 meters away, Officer Guo, what are you doing here? The 2 women approached her. Guiyu lifted her gaze to meet theirs and asked directly, how is Huang Qian? Luo Shui and Sun Xiaoqian exchanged a solemn look. And finally, Luo Shui replied with a heavy tone, "Officer Huang was attacked and currently lies in a coma at the hospital." Guiyu nodded impassively, yet inwardly, she felt a sense of relief. It seemed that Wang Can's earlier claims were indeed true. "Officer Guo, what exactly transpired tonight?" Sun Xiaoqian could not help but ask. Guiyu sighed softly. "My identity has been compromised." "How could that be? Was it another insider leak from the department?" Guiyu shook her head. "My identity information is not in your police system. It has been directly archived with Interpol. The information must have been leaked by Wang Can." The two women fell silent, unaware that on that day, Wang Can had taken a computer filled with sensitive information to engage in a clandestine transaction with Wang Can. "Officer Guo, do you know this person?" The three of clubs, with Luo Shui's inquiry. Guiyu's expression turned exceedingly serious. "I do. This individual is likely a core member of the Plum Blossom organization. Moreover, this person is probably not only targeting Wang Can, but may also aim to strike at you officers." Guiyu voiced the thoughts she had previously discussed with Wang Can, and Luo Shui and Sun Xiaoqian's faces grew grave as they shared the details of the recently discovered note. After listening, Guiyu pondered. "Is that so? Your approach is correct. However, tomorrow morning, in addition to securing Flower City Square, you must also exercise heightened caution yourselves. This individual deliberately disclosed the location to us. It cannot merely be a provocation. There are likely other motives at play." Luo Shui and Sun Xiaoqian nodded. "Understood. By the way, there's also to as." She began to speak. Guiyu suddenly paused. "What is it?" Luo Shui inquired, puzzled. "That it's nothing. Just ensure your safety." Chapter 29. Citywide turmoil. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Flower City Square was already bustling with tourists and shoppers. "Sir, would you like to withdraw money?" Inside a bank, a young man sat in a chair, gazing vacantly out the empty window. Unable to contain themselves, a bank employee approached to inquire. This individual had been sitting there for nearly 10 minutes without uttering a word. The young man merely shook his head. "I am here to deposit money." As he spoke, he retrieved a wad of cash from his pocket. "I'm just waiting for a friend." The staff member then retreated. At that moment, the young man's phone suddenly buzzed. He picked it up to see a text message on the screen. "Where are you, Guiyu?" The man merely glanced at it without replying, tucking the phone away again. This individual was none other than Wang Can. Now disguised, the bank conveniently faced Flower City Square, separated by a narrow street. From his vantage point, Wang Can could observe all the happenings across the square. As time ticked to 9:50. Less than 10 minutes remained until the time indicated on the ominous death notice. With a mere glance, Wang Can could see individuals around the square wearing miniature Bluetooth headsets, appearing as tourists yet displaying serious expressions, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. These were all undercover officers who had taken positions early on. In the center of the square, a familiar CAF housed a few known faces: Luo Shui and Sun Xiaoqian, likely the temporary operational headquarters of the police. It seemed the authorities were well prepared. Even members of the Plum Blossom organization would find it challenging to force their way in. What, then, would the three of clubs do next? As Wang Can pondered this, a sudden commotion erupted among the crowd near the square, drawing their attention to the sky. Wang Can squinted, and to his astonishment, a massive hot air balloon emerged from behind a tall building, slowly drifting above Flower City Square. Just then, a walkie-talkie in Wang Can's hand crackled to life. "What is happening?" Luo Shui's voice came through. According to the police plan, this walkie-talkie should have been with an undercover officer scattered around Flower City Square. However, 20 minutes prior, Wang Can had knocked that officer unconscious, leaving him still lying in Wang Can's hotel room. Naturally, the walkie-talkie had fallen into Wang Can's possession. After Luo Shui's inquiry, a voice responded from the device. "Captain Luo, this is a registered hot air balloon from a legal flying club on the outskirts of Flower City. However, according to the original flight path, this balloon should be operating in the suburbs, not in the city." As the words fell, everyone present tensed. It was not supposed to be here, yet it had appeared. The reason was now abundantly clear. "All units, be on alert. This hot air balloon is likely connected to the three of clubs." Luo Shui's serious voice trailed off. Eye in the sky, the hot air balloon hovered directly above Flower City Square, coming to a standstill above the heads of all present. Then, to everyone's astonishment, the hatch at its base began to open slowly before their very eyes. "Be careful." Wang Can focused intently on the hot air balloon. Just as everyone anticipated something dangerous to be thrown out, a cascade of colorful banknotes suddenly burst forth from within. Following that, a second and a third wave followed, a deluge of genuine cash, carelessly tossed from the hot air balloon, drifting down upon the heads, shoulders, and feet of bewildered tourists below. In a matter of seconds, hundreds, Even thousands of banknotes rained down upon Flower City Square. Initially, the crowd was stunned. But soon their eyes glimmered with greed. They abandoned their belongings and scrambled towards the fluttering notes. Grab the money. It's mine. Don't you dare take it. Get away. This is all mine, moments ago. The orderly and serene Flower City Square descended into utter chaos. As throngs of people gathered, occasionally clashing over large bundles of cash, some individuals, while stuffing their pockets with money, were simultaneously making frantic calls to their friends and family, as if they were eager to summon all their relatives to seize as much as they could. Among them were a few suspicious-looking characters, stealthily extending their hands into others' bags while the latter were preoccupied either with hoarding cash or arguing. This was an attempt to incite chaos throughout the entire Flower City. Wang Can squinted his eyes, observing the scene unfolding before him. At that moment, an urgent voice crackled through his walkie-talkie. Luo Shui was instructing, "Everyone, I repeat, everyone, immediately control the situation. Headquarters. Contact the Traffic Management Bureau and ascertain who is aboard that hot air balloon. And whether there are any hostages. Everyone, acknowledge immediately." As Luo Shui's command resonated, Wang Can could see several police officers, who had been blending into the crowd, swiftly springing into action. Position 1, acknowledged. Position 2, acknowledged. Position 3, Wang Can lifted the walkie-talkie and, lowering his voice, responded rapidly. Position 5, acknowledged. After confirming that no discrepancies had emerged, just as Wang Can was about to put down the walkie-talkie, his gaze was abruptly fixated outside the window. There, not far from the bank entrance, he spotted a burly man with a rugged beard, seemingly appearing out of nowhere. Despite the winter chill, he was clad in a short-sleeved shirt, leaning against the wall, his expression inscrutable, arms crossed, puffing on a cigarette. Notably, a blue plum blossom tattoo adorned his arm. Chapter 30. The appearance. Could this be a member of the Plum Blossom organization? Wang Can's body involuntarily tensed at the thought. Yet, in the next moment, the walkie-talkie crackled again with urgency. Old home. Position 2 has just identified a suspected member of the Plum Blossom organization, with a blue plum blossom tattoo on his arm, listening intently. Wang Can's eyes narrowed as Luo Shui's voice echoed back. Follow the target. Do not act rashly. Positions 1 and 3. The situation is chaotic. Assist Position 2. However, she received only 2 more urgent responses. Old home. Position 1 has also spotted a woman with a green plum blossom tattoo. Position 3 reporting. In the southeastern corner of Flower City, a man driving a black Benz has also been found with a green tattoo. How could this be? The entire perimeter of Flower City Square was teeming with individuals bearing the plum blossom insignia. While Wang Can pondered this, Luo Shui's voice suddenly pierced through the walkie-talkie. Position 5, you are closest to the 3 of them. Can you provide assistance? Wang Can fixated on the walkie-talkie, momentarily speechless. The original bearer of the walkie-talkie was the Position 5 officer for this operation. Position 5, are you there? After a few breaths, Luo Shui's voice crackled again, tinged with impatience and confusion. After a brief pause, Wang Can finally picked up the walkie-talkie. I'm here. Where are you? What is the situation on your end? Wang Can glanced at his phone, and in the next instant, lowered his voice, speaking as quickly as possible. I'm near Longhua Bank. I just spotted a bearded man with a plum blossom tattoo on his hand. Yet, as soon as Wang Can's words fell, a sudden silence enveloped the walkie-talkie. Wang Can squinted, his heartbeat quickening involuntarily. After several tense seconds, Luo Shui's voice emerged again from the walkie-talkie. Old home received. Position 5. Where are you? Please inform us of your location promptly so I can send others to assist you. While Luo Shui's tone bore no discernible emotion, Wang Can felt a slight pause in his body. Across the street at Flower City Square, Luo Shui, who had been seated in a CAF, suddenly rose, her gaze swiftly darting in his direction, ultimately locking on to Wang Can, who was seated by the bank window. Her penetrating gaze seemed to seek to pierce through him. Indeed, it was impossible to conceal anything from them. Luo Shui and Sun Shaoqian were no ordinary adversaries. Despite the different voices, subtle hints would still be picked up. Nevertheless, Wang Can remained composed. He quickly diverted his gaze from the window and raised a paper cup from the table, concealing the majority of the walkie-talkie behind the cup and his arm before bringing the cup to his lips. It appeared as though he was drinking water, but in reality, he swiftly uttered, I'm beneath the 8 Days Hotel next to the bank. Having spoken, Wang Can maintained his composure, leisurely setting down the paper cup. He then stood and approached the manual counter in the bank, retrieving a bag of money from his pocket. Apologies, my friend is unlikely to arrive. I'd like to make a deposit. As he spoke, he cast a fleeting glance towards Luo Shui. Noticing her gaze had shifted away, allowing a subtle smile to curve his lips. As for Wang Can's mention of the 8 Days Hotel, it indeed existed. Conveniently positioned behind the bank, effectively obstructing Luo Shui's line of sight, the real position 5 lay within it. "Sir, could you please present your bank card?" the bank employee inquired. "I'm afraid I left my bank card at my friend's place." "Oh, that's all right. You can simply access your mobile banking. I apologize. My phone is dead." "Then do you remember your bank card number?" Wang Can shook his head. The bank employee offered a somewhat helpless smile. "I am afraid, sir, without identification, we cannot assist you in making a deposit." "Very well, then I shall wait for my friend." Before the staff could react, Wang Can decisively snatched back the money he had just handed over and returned to his previous position. However, as he sat down, his gaze suddenly froze. He looked towards the spot where the bearded man with the plum blossom tattoo had been, his eyes narrowing involuntarily. That spot was now empty. In the brief span of just 2 minutes, the burly man had vanished without a trace. Wang Can scanned the area but found no sign of him. Meanwhile, Luo Shui's serious voice echoed through the walkie-talkie again. "Everyone, Position 5 has been compromised by the Plum Blossom organization. Switch the walkie-talkie to the second encrypted channel." As her words faded, the walkie-talkie in Wang Can's hand fell into complete silence. He stared at the device, realizing that Luo Shui and her team had temporarily lost track of him. Opting to sever communication to prevent any further eavesdropping on their operational plans. Attempting to switch to the second channel, he was met with a 6-digit password prompt. The communication channel was indeed encrypted. It seemed the police had made thorough preparations this time, implementing multiple encrypted channels for their walkie-talkies. Wang Can squinted but felt no frustration. He simply set the walkie-talkie down, just as he was about to exit the bank. His movement abruptly halted. On the rooftop of the CAF across the street, a group of individuals had appeared silently, led by a burly man and a young man. Wang Can recognized the burly figure, Long Shan, who he had encountered the previous night at the Dreamland bar, and had even been struck by Wang Can's tear gas directly. The identity of the young man beside him was easily inferred, Mei Hua-san. How could this group be present here, and right above the police's operational base, directly overhead of Luo Shui and Sun Xiaoqian? Was this merely a coincidence, or something more sinister? Meanwhile, on the rooftop, "Is everything ready?" Mei Hua-san inquired, his expression impassive, betraying no emotion as he looked down at the chaos below, which had descended into utter disarray. Beside him, Long Shan bowed respectfully. "All is prepared as per your instructions." Mei Hua-san nodded slightly. "The timing is right. The police forces have been significantly diverted, and this is their moment of greatest vulnerability. Notify everyone to commence the operation, and tell them not to falter. Or else." A sharp glint flashed momentarily in his eyes. "Understood." Long Shan's expression tightened as he lowered his head and quickly retreated. Mei Hua-san remained at the edge of the rooftop, his coat flapping in the wind, gazing at the flurry of bills filling the air and the tumultuous crowd below. After a moment, an enigmatic smile slowly crept across his face. "Luo Shui, Sun Xiaoqian? What can the police do? After this, I will bring the entire public security system to its knees." Chapter 31. Bank Heist. As Wang Can remained fixated on the rooftop across, a strikingly alluring woman, heavily made up, suddenly entered the bank. Wang Can withdrew his gaze from the window, instinctively focusing on her as she entered, adorned with an exquisite LV handbag. Her voluptuous figure swaying alluringly as she approached the counter and took a seat. "I'd like to make a withdrawal. My card number is 60. The staff member began operating the computer. "All right, please hold on to D. Oh, you have your bank card with you? No, could you please raise your head and look at the camera?" Beep. Face recognition failed. "What's going on?" The woman furrowed her brow in impatience, while the staff member glanced at her heavily made-up face, hesitating to speak. "What do you mean?" Unexpectedly, the woman seemed to grasp the implication. Glaring intensely at the staff member, "Are you implying that my makeup is too thick and unattractive?" she shouted, her voice amplifying severalfold. The staff member waved his hands repeatedly. "That's not what I meant." "You insolent fool. That is exactly what you meant." "What? Am I not allowed to withdraw my own money?" As the commotion grew louder, the attention of everyone in the bank turned towards them. How could this be happening? Wang Can observe the unfolding scene in silence, a nagging sense of something being amiss in his heart. How could anyone cause a disturbance in a bank? Before long, a man in a suit and tie, seemingly a manager, emerged with a fully armed paramilitary officer clad in camouflage. "What's going on?" The manager approached the woman, and upon seeing the armed officer behind him, her bravado slightly diminished, with her hands on her hips. She retorted, "I came to your bank to withdraw my money, yet you are obstructing me. What are you trying to do? Embezzle it?" The manager's expression turned grave. "I apologize, madam. but we cannot skip this procedure without the necessary verification. Please refrain from causing any further disturbance and kindly present your identification. Humph. The woman rolled her eyes disdainfully but nonetheless lowered her head and reached into her bag. But in the next moment, she did not pull out any identification. Instead, she drew a black handgun straight from her bag. The dark muzzle was instantly aimed at the paramilitary officer behind the manager. Bang! Everyone was caught off guard as a bullet pierced through the officer's unprotected head. The event was far too sudden. Though the officer was well trained, he had never anticipated someone would open fire in a bank in Longwa. His weapon had barely been raised halfway when the bullet struck. He stared blankly for a few seconds before his body gradually slumped down. Murder. All eyes widened in shock as they beheld the horrific scene. One woman, panicked, attempted to flee, but bang! She was met with a merciless bullet. The fleeing woman froze in place, collapsing heavily to the ground moments later. Everyone, stay down, lie flat on the ground. The manager's eyes widened. He was about to utter something when the woman suddenly reached for his shoulder. The man attempted to resist, but found the woman's strength surprisingly overwhelming. Pulling him close and locking her arm around his neck, the handgun pressed firmly against his back. Don't move. The man trembled, raising his hands in surrender, while Wang Can, who had been silently observing, crouched behind a chair, his pupils constricting sharply. For in that instant when the woman raised her gun, he spotted a blue plum blossom emblem on her arm. Is she from the Plum Blossom organization? Could it be that their true target isn't watching square but this bank? As if to validate his suspicions, more armed officers rushed out from inside the bank in response to the commotion. Don't move. Who are you? Release the hostage immediately. 3 armed officers emerged, their machine guns trained on the woman, attempting to pinpoint a shooting angle to hit her. Yet the woman concealed herself entirely behind the manager, not revealing even a sliver of her form. The officers approached her step by step. Wang Can narrowed his eyes, observing the officer's movements, and then, in a shocking turn of events, the woman behind the manager suddenly shouted, "Take action." Just then, 3 bystanders who had been cowering on the ground sprang up, each brandishing a firearm, unleashing a barrage of gunfire at the backs of the officers. The officers had been solely focused on the woman, leaving them utterly unprepared for the assault from the hostages, who fell one after another. All the hostages trembled on the ground, too terrified to utter a single word. The woman hurled the man she was holding onto the floor and then coldly shot him in the head. The manager collapsed in response. She then retrieved a mobile phone and dialed a number. Her tone abruptly shifted to one of cold detachment, starkly contrasting her earlier demeanor. It's done. You may begin. After a brief echo from the other end, she hung up and, in the next moment, pulled out a walkie-talkie from her waist. Wang Can, who had been quietly crouching in the corner, felt his heart race upon seeing the walkie-talkie in her hand. It was nearly identical to the one he had used earlier. This is the communication device used by the police in their operation. At that moment, 2 more individuals entered the bank. It was the burly man Wang Can had observed earlier, dragging a bruised man behind him. The woman approached the seemingly recently beaten man, her eyes narrowing into a sinister arc. Her tone was alluring yet laced with a chilling edge. "Inspector, I trust you've seen all these innocent lives here?" She reached out, lifting his chin with her slender fingers. The man glanced around, spotting Wang Can and the others cowering on the ground, glaring furiously at the woman. "What a resilient little inspector you are. You needn't look at me that way. Cooperate with our operation, and they will all survive." The burly man released his grip, throwing the captured inspector to the ground. The woman then placed the walkie-talkie beside him. "Relay my instructions to your Captain Luo verbatim. As long as you follow my orders, both you and they will live. But if you deviate by even a single word..." Bang! A gunshot rang out, striking the bank teller at the service window, who collapsed immediately. Chapter 32. The Great Uprising. The male inspector glared angrily at the scene before him, ready to charge at the woman, but the burly man held him down firmly. You scoundrels!" The male inspector roared in fury. The woman crouched down, her eyes narrowing dangerously. Slap! She delivered a merciless slap to the man's face, the force nearly knocking him unconscious. "What I detest most is being insulted. So, will you speak, or not? Give me a clear answer." The woman raised her gun again, and in the next moment, she slowly aimed it in Wang Can's direction. Wang Can felt his breath catch in an instant, as a crossbow bolt slid down his sleeve. Though the odds were against him, he had no other choice. Just as Wang Can was about to make his move, "Stop!" The inspector on the ground suddenly cried out with great difficulty. I will talk. That's more like it." The woman lowered her weapon and placed the walkie-talkie beside the man. "Report to the captain." The man bowed his head, compelled to repeat the woman's words verbatim. "A group of armed robbers has invaded the Longwa Bank opposite Huaching Square. All individuals possessed the plum blossom emblem. Suspected members of the Plum Blossom organization, requesting backup. Once the man finished speaking, the woman snatched back the walkie-talkie. However, rather than ending his life, she tossed it into the midst of Wang Can and the others. Strange. As Wang Can looked at the inspector throne before him, he felt a twinge of confusion. Could it be that these individuals would truly honor their word? Given their reckless yet cautious nature, under such circumstances, they should never allow a potential threat like an inspector to remain alive. While Wang Can was lost in thought, he caught sight of Luo Shui and Sun Xiaoqian hurrying out from a CAF across the street, their eyes fixed intently on the bank. The woman in the bank walked to the window and drew all the curtains shut. First, she intentionally notified Luo Shui, then pulled down the curtains, as if to deliberately show the police what was happening. In the square, Luo Shui rushed out anxiously, and the group peered through the chaotic crowd towards the Longhua Bank. How can this be? Sun Xiaoqian exclaimed in disbelief. Could it be that their true intention is to rob the bank? But that doesn't make sense. Just look at all the cash scattered everywhere. This group clearly doesn't lack money. So why are they doing this? Before they could ponder further, a massive shadow suddenly loomed overhead. They looked up to find the enormous hot air balloon that had been hovering in the sky had inexplicably descended above them. At this moment, the gaze of the entire crowd at Huaqing Square was fixated upon the airship, concentrating on Luo Shui and her companions. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, a large black bag suddenly flew out from the cabin door, landing heavily within a mere 10 meters of them. To their astonishment, it was a massive bag brimming with glistening golden orbs. This bag was nearly the size of 2 or 3 people combined. Just how much money did that represent? Not only would obtaining this bag of gold ensure a lifetime of abundance, but even a handful from it would likely suffice for a lifetime of comfort. In an instant, the eyes of everyone present were filled with avarice as they turned towards the spectacle. Many who had been arguing over a few banknotes halted their quarrels, their gazes transfixed on Luo Shui's direction, their eyes gleaming with greed. This is bad. Luo Shui and Sun Xiaoqian exchanged concerned glances. For the sake of maintaining a low profile during this operation, they had all dressed in civilian clothes. Thus, to the onlookers, they appeared no different from those attempting to seize the money in the square. Steal. We must not allow this bag of gold to fall into their hands. Move aside. It's all mine. Within mere seconds, a throng of hundreds, if not thousands, surged towards Luo Shui and her companions like a tide of the undead. Damn it. Luo Shui gritted her teeth as she observed the scene unfolding before her. Among the crowd, some were genuinely blinded by greed for the gold, while others were likely instigators planned in advance to stir trouble. However, she had no time to identify these culprits as the frenzied mob charged towards them. She raised her gun. Bang, bang, bang. She fired 3 warning shots into the sky. I am the police captain. Everyone, stay where you are and obey our instructions. The sound of gunfire and Luo Shui's authoritative declaration brought a moment of clarity to several in the crowd, causing the chaotic surge to gradually slow. Yet, before she could breathe a sigh of relief, the crowd's madness reignited. After all, this money did not belong to them. If they seized it, could the police really take it back? They were just officers, and as long as they had not broken any laws, the police would not dare shoot. There is strength in numbers. If we take it, it's ours. Voices began to rise in the crowd, further intensifying the earlier commotion. It became glaringly evident that someone was deliberately inciting the crowd's emotions. Luo Shui scanned her surroundings, attempting to locate the instigators. But there were simply too many people for her to discern. Indeed, this money is public property. Once we take it, it's ours. What can the police do? Will they dare shoot at us? As the crowd echoed these sentiments, their emotions were stirred once more, and the previously calm gazes were again overtaken by greed. Soon, a man at the forefront made a decisive move, taking the first step forward. With one person running, others followed suit, and those who had hesitated began to charge forward, unwilling to miss out on the massive bag of gold right before them. Seeing the throng approaching, Luo Shui and her companions felt their faces pale. Although they were well prepared and armed, they could not possibly shoot at these civilians. Their primary objective should have been to identify the instigators hidden within the crowd. But now there was no opportunity to do so. Chapter 33. Framing the innocent. As the crowd surged closer, Luo Shui and her companions found themselves in a predicament. Initially, the crowd had been cautious of Luo Shui's status as a police captain, trying to avoid her while scrambling for the gold. However, upon witnessing individuals clutching large sums of golden orbs, their eyes turned bloodshot with greed, and they disregarded the presence of the police altogether, pushing forward recklessly. Meanwhile, Luo Shui and her team found their formation disrupted by the surging mob. This is bad. Luo Xue realized the gravity of the situation, but felt utterly helpless. She desperately sought the instigators hidden among the crowd, but was jostled about, losing her ability to focus her gaze. "Captain Sun," she called out to Sun Xiaoqian beside her, but received no response. That a sense of dread washed over her. Could it be ENAT that moment? While Luo Xue was still struggling, a voice called out from behind her, "Officer Luo Xue, don't move." A chill ran down Luo Xue's spine as she felt a gun pressed firmly against her back. "Allow me to introduce myself. Officer Luo Xue, I am Mei Hua-san, the one you have been searching for." From behind her, amidst the chaotic crowd, a young man emerged. It was the same Mei Hua-san who had been on the rooftop earlier. Now seamlessly blended into the throng. Utilizing the crowd as cover, he had stealthily approached Luo Xue from behind. This was not entirely Luo Xue's oversight. She had taken precautions, unfortunately. The sheer number of people and chaos made it difficult to maintain awareness. "What do you want?" Luo Xue gritted her teeth, and in that moment, she finally spotted Sun Xiaoqian across the way. Her situation mirrored Luo Xue's. Behind her, someone pressed closely, and the bulge beneath their clothing indicated they too were armed. Mei Hua-san continued, "With so many people present, Officer Luo Xue, what do you think would happen if I randomly fired a few shots?" But the situation had become exceedingly precarious. Luo Xue, as the police captain, understood the importance of remaining composed, especially in such dire circumstances. Do you really believe you can escape? The nearby surveillance cameras have already captured your faces. Mei Hua-san chuckled ominously. "You needn't worry about that. Captain Luo Xue, all the surveillance in this vicinity has been disabled." This revelation. Luo Xue's pupils dilated in shock. How had they managed to do this? This was not merely the hotel surveillance that Wang Can had dealt with before, but the entirety of Huaqing Square. Had this group managed to shut down all the cameras in advance? "What are you planning?" Luo Xue's expression turned grave. "Very simple. Obey us, and I assure you, no harm will come to you." After a long silence, Luo Xue had no choice but to nod in resignation. "Step 1. Your dragon team should be arriving shortly, correct?" Mei Hua-san produced Luo Xue's walkie-talkie from her waist and held it out to her. Instructing, "Tell them to withdraw all the hot air balloons and airships. Remember, it is all of them. Don't try any tricks. We have our eyes everywhere within several kilometers. If we spot any of your dragon team members, you know the consequences." With that, he tightened his grip on the gun. "Fine, I agree." With no other option, Luo Xue complied. She raised the walkie-talkie and commanded, "Everyone withdraw, leave this area, and do not enter within 3 kilometers of Huaqing Square." "Captain, are you certain?" A voice of doubt quickly came through the walkie-talkie. They could hardly believe their ears, prompting Luo Xue to repeat her order in exasperation. "Confirmed. Withdraw swiftly." "Understood." After relaying her instructions, Luo Xue added, "I have done as you requested. What do you want next?" Mei Hua-san grinned lightly. "Very well. Hand over your firearms. I will take you all to a place where you will comply without question." Meanwhile, across the square, at the Longwa Bank, Wang Can crouched in a corner, observing the unfolding scene. A total of 18 hostages, plus the police captain, made 19 in total. The burly man approached the woman and said, "All right." She nodded. "Let us proceed as planned." The burly man entered the bank, and moments later, a faint crackling sound of electricity permeated the air. Wang Can silently activated his analysis tool, noticing the lights on the bank's surveillance cameras dimming. Had they managed to disable the cameras? However, something felt off. The cameras had only just been operational, indicating that the faces of these individuals had already been captured, even if they deleted the footage now. The police had the capability to recover it, as evidenced by the earlier incident at the Caesar Hotel. Wang Can shifted his gaze to the woman again. After a while, he discerned something peculiar, traces of disguise on her face. Initially, he hadn't noticed due to the distance and his lack of analysis. Looking at the nearby robbers, he realized they all bore signs of having altered their appearances, except for the burly man. None of them bore the plum blossom mark. Yet, this still did not add up. If they had already disguised themselves, why go through the trouble of shutting down the surveillance? As his thoughts spiraled in confusion, he struggled to piece together the logic behind their actions. At a certain moment, Wang Can's gaze suddenly fixated on a particular spot in the distance. In an inconspicuous corner, a surveillance camera was surprisingly still emitting a faint red light. The camera had not yet been turned off? Was this merely a coincidence, or a sign of negligence from this group? Intuitively, Wang Can sensed that it could not be so simple. How could this gang make such a fundamental error? As if to affirm Wang Can's thoughts, The woman appeared to be patrolling the room, and at one moment, seemingly unconsciously, she walked beneath the surveillance camera. "Captain." At that instant, a robber approached. The woman lowered her voice and hissed at the approaching robber. "Don't call me captain outside." The man seemed startled, hesitating for a moment before offering an awkward smile. "It's fine, boss. The surveillance has been turned off." Upon hearing the man's words, the woman finally relaxed. The two acted as if they were oblivious to the overlooked camera above them. Then, the woman gently raised her hand and slowly peeled off a human skin mask from her face. Following that, as if by accident, she stepped into the middle of the path, presenting a profile to the camera's view. At that moment, Wang Can's breath hitched slightly. That face was unmistakably that of Luo Shui, the former captain of the Jin City Police Department and current deputy captain. Chapter 34. A Grand Scheme. Luo Shui? How could she be here? Instantly, Wang Can's mind began to race. All the illogical points he had just encountered suddenly unraveled at that moment. This woman could not possibly be the real Luo Shui. The genuine Luo Shui should still be outside. Thus, this Luo Shui must be a fake. The earlier surveillance footage was deliberately accidentally left out by this group, intended to fabricate crucial evidence through such apparent carelessness that in that moment. All of the plans and objectives of the Plum Blossom 3 organization surfaced. The first step was to lure all police attention towards Huaqing Square. Then, chaos would ensue, allowing them to rob the bank while the police were overwhelmed. After that, they would draw the police away from their base, using the confused crowd to approach the officers, taking Luo Shui and others hostage. Subsequently, they would intentionally create a flaw in the bank's security, placing all blame squarely on Luo Shui. At that instant, Wang Can also understood why this gang deliberately let the captured officer go. It was to make the situation align more closely with the identity of Captain Luo Shui. Wang Can's mind raced. This meant that the surveillance in the entire Huaqing Square must have been temporarily cut off. Following this incident, Luo Shui and all officers involved in this operation would be under suspicion, leading to their ultimate dismissal and investigation. This scheme could potentially implicate a significant portion of the police departments in both Jin City and Huaqing. As a result, the entire operation of the public security system would be thrust into a state of paralysis. Of course, this plan could not be executed flawlessly, nor could it genuinely pin the blame on Luo Shui. Unlike the case at the Caesar Hotel, where Wang Can was involved, this incident unfolded in the open expanse of Huaqing Square. There were too many witnesses and pieces of evidence present, far beyond what the Plum Blossom organization could fabricate or destroy. However, with all evidence seemingly pointing to Luo Shui, any attempt to overturn the situation would undoubtedly require an immense amount of time. What they desired was simply to have Luo Shui and the other officers dismissed and investigated, causing a temporary paralysis in the public security operations. This was their true objective. Once that was achieved, they could proceed with their next steps to fulfill their subsequent plans. That today's scene was not their ultimate goal. There must be another move that represented their real actions. This next step might target the police, Wang Can, or even the Lin family. Regardless, they needed to execute this step, as the public security was the greatest obstacle to their current plans. Thus, today, they were willing to expend considerable resources to stage this scene, all to eliminate the police as their largest impediment. This was a grand chess game, and the actions of the Plum Blossom organization had only just begun. At that moment, Wang Can had comprehended everything. He could not allow this group to flawlessly execute their plan. Wang Can was no saint, nor did he aspire to be any savior. Yet, he had long since found himself in opposition to the Plum Blossom organization. Whatever their plan might be, if successful, it would paralyze the police, allowing this gang to seize control of society temporarily. Such an outcome would be detrimental to Wang Can, bringing him nothing but harm. Currently, the police were in the light while this gang lurked in the shadows. Although Luo Shui and her team were experienced, this gang must also be thoroughly cautious of them. Therefore, it was unlikely they would make significant waves. At present, the only variable left was Wang Can, who remained hidden among the hostages in the bank. Having clarified his thoughts, Wang Can suddenly opened his eyes. That moment, a woman's furious roar echoed within the bank. "What is going on? Why is there still a surveillance camera left on?" She pointed directly at the one remaining active camera, as if she had just made the discovery. Then, merely 2 seconds later, the camera was turned off. Yet, those 2 seconds were sufficient. Luo Shui's face had been irrevocably captured by the lens, as the surveillance was completely disabled. The anger on the woman's face vanished instantly. At that moment, the burly man also emerged from behind, declaring, "It's taken care of." The woman resumed her previous icy demeanor, looking at Wang Can and the others, instructing them to search everyone thoroughly, leaving no room for error. Understood. After this, several robbers moved towards Wang Can and his companions. This is not good. Wang Can tightened his grip on the crossbow bolt in his hand. If this bolt was discovered, his identity would be exceedingly difficult to conceal. Soon, the three robbers reached Wang Can and the others, first seizing a woman. Without regard for gender, they stripped her of her clothing. The woman attempted to scream, but was met with a slap instead. "Make another sound, and I'll shoot you." This gang was no mere street thugs. They showed no mercy, immediately silencing the woman. Given their ruthless methods, they certainly left no room for leniency. Amidst the crowd, Wang Can squinted. He watched as the robbers drew closer, gripping the crossbow bolt tightly. He could no longer afford to wait. Immediate action was imperative. His mind raced, searching for a way to break the deadlock. Before long, one of the robbers approached the captured officer. The officer stood up, his youthful face filled with anger and defiance. "You bunch of..." But he was met with an unrelenting slap from the burly man, knocking several teeth from his mouth. The officer fell to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth, yet his gaze remained resolute. "You bunch of..." Slap. Another strike nearly sent the officer flying. He was a tough nut to crack. After enduring several curses, a flicker of irritation crossed the burly man's face. Just as he prepared to strike again, the woman interjected coolly, "Hold back. This one may still be useful. Spare his life for now." The burly man turned his head. "Don't worry." With that, he crouched down. The moment the woman's words fell, Wang Can's eyes sprang open. A glimmer of determination flashed in his gaze. He had an idea. He subtly curled his hand, aiming not at the burly man or the woman, but rather at the officer on the ground. He gently squeezed the trigger. Whoosh! A nearly imperceptible silver needle swiftly shot towards the officer's back. Chapter 35. Counteraction. It made almost no sound. The silver needle penetrated the man's body at an astonishing speed. The officer let out a sudden cry of agony. "What happened?" The woman furrowed her brow. Looking over, the burly man, who had been prepared to strike, wore a confused expression. "No, I hadn't even touched him yet." Could it be that the previous blow was too severe? But as they watched the officer collapse to the ground, clutching his waist, the burly man was even more bewildered. "Wasn't I hitting his face? Why is he holding his waist?" The woman approached, her brow furrowing. While she had just cautioned the burly man, they both knew each other well. He typically wouldn't hit excessively hard. "Be careful. Don't let this kid pull any tricks." The burly man disregarded the officer's agonized struggles and forcefully held him down, while the woman bent down, scrutinizing the officer's face. She was cautious, ever vigilant for any movement from the fallen officer, ready to react immediately should he attempt anything. Yet, in a moment of oversight, her attention was entirely focused on the male officer, and she failed to notice the cold gaze that had settled on her back. "What is this?" The woman felt something on the man's back. Then her hand trembled as she pulled out an exceedingly thin silver needle. Before she could process it, a shadow lunged at her from behind. "This is bad." The woman reacted swiftly, her body instantly pivoting to the side. Her agility was remarkable. Despite being a woman, her speed and strength were astonishingly formidable. However, even though she was quick, the speed of Wang Can, lurking behind her, was even swifter. After all, he possessed a body modified by the system, and the woman was entirely unaware that the true threat did not lie with the police officer on the ground, but rather with Wang Can, who had been concealed among the hostages all along. In an instant, a limb as unyielding as an iron chain seized her neck with a vice-like grip. She reached out, attempting to resist, only to discover the extraordinary strength of that arm. Despite exerting all her might, she found herself utterly powerless. She could only relinquish her grip, trying to retrieve her gun from her waist. But Wang Can had already preempted her, disarming her with ease. The barrel of the gun was pressed firmly against her temple. Damn it! The group of B upon witnessing the scene, Wang Can could not help but stoke the flames further. With a heavy sigh, he adopted an expression of helplessness, exclaiming, "In truth, I truly do not wish to oppose you all. Each time I am accused of thwarting your endeavors, it is, in fact, out of necessity." This statement held undeniable merit. During that incident on the train, had Wang Can not intervened, he would have met his own demise. However, while the logic was sound, it was futile to reason with criminals such as this woman, who was evidently a desperate fugitive. The shadow flickered in the woman's eyes, yet she lifted her chin defiantly. Very well, at present. She remained within Wang Can's grasp, and her only recourse was to temporarily appease him with a monetary offering. Once she managed to escape, this man, no matter how formidable, would remain but one individual, easily subject to her will. She called out to the outside, and shortly after, a balding bank manager was ushered in, trembling under the grip of a burly figure. Old man, as we agreed, opened the vault door. Wang Can observed the man's attire and surmised that he must be the bank president, so this group had already ensnared the president of the bank. The bald man, visibly terrified, could only tremble as he painstakingly unlocked the vault step by step. First, there was facial recognition, followed by fingerprint verification. After an intricate series of operations involving the archaic mechanical combination lock, beads of sweat formed on his brow as he finally disengaged all the locks. With a resounding clang, the imposing metal door, a full meter thick, began to creak open, revealing mountains of red banknotes stacked within. "Go, fill this bag," Wang Can commanded, aiming his gun at the woman as he tossed her a burlap sack. Under the threat of the firearm, the woman had no choice but to step into the vault and, following Wang Can's orders, began to stuff the sack with bundles of cash. Before long, the bag was bulging, nearly as tall as herself. "Is that sufficient?" Wang Can nodded, and the woman emerged from the vault. "Close the door," he instructed the trembling president. The man hastily complied, attempting to shut the door. Yet, just as the heavy metal door was about to seal shut, Wang Can suddenly lunged forward, shoving the president aside. Seizing the moment while the door still held a sliver of an opening, Wang Can swiftly tossed an object into the vault, just as the door was closing. With a loud thud, the vault door locked tight. The woman's pupils dilated in shock, and before she could comprehend the situation, Wang Can had already delivered a swift kick to the vault's locking mechanism. Beep. Unauthorized entry detected. Activating self-defense system. The room filled with the ominous sound of gears whirring, and red alarm lights illuminated the space. The woman, clutching the sack, stood in utter disbelief as she gazed at Wang Can. What stunned her even more was the realization that Wang Can had somehow strapped a bomb to his waist. In his hand, he clutched the remote detonator tightly. "You've lost your mind," she exclaimed, her astonishment evident as she stared at the remote. Her pupils contracted once more as a dreadful realization dawned upon her. "Where is the gun?" "The gun in your hand." In an instant, she understood that something was amiss. Without a moment's hesitation, she seized the trembling president, demanding, "Hurry, open the vault door again." However, the president could only quiver. On the verge of tears, "I can't. I truly can't. The vault has a self-defense system. It locks automatically upon detecting an intrusion. I have no means of unlocking it," the man pleaded. The woman pressed, "Then who else can open it?" "The vault cannot remain locked indefinitely," the bald man stammered. "We must contact the military liaison. They are the only ones who can unlock it." "Damn it." Her features distorted in rage as she hurled the manager to the ground. Raising her gaze, she glared fiercely at Wang Can, her earlier composure shattered. "Wang Can, you truly are a master of cunning," she sneered, though the facade of her smile did little to conceal her animosity. Wang Can remained unfazed, his expression tranquil as he tightened his grip on the remote. No one had anticipated that Wang Can's intent in bringing the bomb was not to detonate the vault, but to use himself as a human bomb. While the earlier explosion outside had been relatively minor, in this confined space, the bomb's destructive power would be exponentially greater. Moreover, Wang Can was merely an arm's length away from the woman. Should the bomb detonate, she would be ensnared in the devastation as well. "That I truly underestimated you," she said in a low voice, realizing that Wang Can had dared to cast the gun into the vault. That very firearm had once been in her possession. It bore both their fingerprints. With the vault now sealed, no one could retrieve it until the investigators arrived. At that point, a simple fingerprint analysis would exonerate Luo Shui and her companions. This unexpected move had caught her entirely off guard. Meanwhile, outside on Huaqing Square, Mei Huasan picked up the phone and dialed a number. The call connected swiftly. "What is the status? Have you secured it?" The voice of the burly man came through. "No, we've encountered a minor setback." "What happened?" Mei Huasan furrowed her brow. "Why are you on the line? Where is old 5? Have her speak with me." The burly man replied, "We miscalculated. There's a cop hidden in the bank." Wang Can's identity was exposed within the room, so the burly man remained unaware. Old Five has been apprehended, and those two are hiding in the vault. Is that so? Mei Huasan narrowed her eyes, her fingers tapping lightly on the back of her phone case. After a brief pause, she continued, "Very well. For now, you maintain control of the situation inside the bank. If you have the opportunity, try to rescue Old Five. But if there's no chance, then Old Five and that cop must perish together," she concluded coldly. The burly man hesitated. "Do we really have to go that far?" "Of course." Mei Huasan's voice was devoid of emotion, chillingly stating, "Do you intend to jeopardize our entire plan for Old Five? If it comes to that, you won't need the boss to intervene. I will personally send you to your demise." The icy tone of her voice sent a shiver down the burly man's spine. "Understood," he replied softly. Mei Huasan hung up the phone, her gaze returning to the scene before her. Currently, Luo Shui, Sun Xiaoqian, and the others had been stripped of all their firearms and equipment. All the undercover officers present had been subdued. How could this be? Mei Huasan surveyed the situation. Everything seemed to be unfolding according to their initial plan, yet an unsettling feeling stirred within him. Something felt off. He had maintained control over the police's maneuvers. It should not have been possible for an unknown officer to appear out of nowhere. He turned and approached the bound Luo Shui. "Officer Luo, I never anticipated you had another card up your sleeve." Luo Shui, who had been standing with her eyes closed, flinched at his words. In the next moment, she opened her eyes, a flicker of confusion crossing her face. Mei Huasan squinted, truly surprised that there were still individuals within the Dragon Country Bank. Dragon Country Bank? Luo Shui instinctively glanced toward the bank across the way. All the doors and windows were firmly sealed, rendering the interior invisible. What did this man mean? Luo Shui had initially believed that the bank had been thoroughly compromised. Falling into enemy hands in this contest, they should have been thoroughly defeated. Yet now, it seemed there might still be a glimmer of hope. She recalled the undercover agent she had previously discovered within the police ranks. Designated as number 5, could it be that she had misjudged, and that individual was not affiliated with the Mei Hua organization? If not, then who could it be? Luo Shui remained silent, the fleeting anomaly in her expression not escaping the keen eyes of Mei Huasan. Indeed, his heart raced slightly. His suspicions were confirmed. The individual was not a member of the police. He had suspected all along that the police had been operating under his surveillance. So how could an unknown officer suddenly materialize? But this raised another question. Who was the so-called officer that had appeared within the bank? Standing in the square, Mei Huasan surveyed the expansive scene before him. For this operation, they had meticulously planned for an extended period, striving to eliminate all variables and ensure absolute success. Not long ago, they had received word from their boss that the police had dispatched a female international police officer, likely targeting them. To mitigate this risk, he had gone so far as to incinerate the entire Luoyuan hotel, ultimately ensuring that the female officer was sent to the hospital. Subsequently, they had combed through their entire organization, expelling any police infiltrators. The only setback had been with a female officer named Guayudat on that occasion. It was also due to Wang Can's inexplicable behavior that he would come to the rescue of an Interpol officer. In a fleeting moment, Mei Huasan's thoughts suddenly came to a halt, accompanied by a slight pause in his breath. Wang Can, speaking of which, throughout this operation, this fellow has yet to show his face. How could he possibly remain oblivious to such a sensational event that has stirred the entire city of Huacheng? Mei Huasan's expression gradually darkened, and he murmured to himself, "So it was you." Chapter 38. The True Game. Have you not yet comprehended? In the room, Wang Can tightly gripped the bomb's remote control, gazing at the woman before him, a radiant smile unexpectedly gracing his face. Your scheme to frame the police has, from this moment onward, utterly failed. And so what? The woman finally regained some composure, her unwavering gaze fixed on Wang Can. Even so, my people are still outside. Wang Can, you cannot escape. However, Wang Can merely shook his head with a smile. It seems you still do not grasp the situation. Who knows that your plan has already collapsed? As Wang Can's words fell, the woman's figure suddenly wavered. The police are unaware. Mei Huasan is unaware. And that bearded man in the bank is also unaware. They all believe that everything is proceeding as they envisioned. And now, with the sudden emergence of a complication like me, how do you think they will react? Wang Can's tone grew increasingly calm. Yet to the woman, It felt as though the coldest words from the depths of hell were being spoken. It is evident that your position within your organization is quite elevated. Yet now, you have been taken hostage by me, and the problem remains unresolved. Do you truly believe that your comrades will exhibit any loyalty or camaraderie to rescue you? Or will they sacrifice you to further their agenda? The woman's pupils constricted, leaving her speechless. Yet, unbeknownst to her, her fists had clenched tightly, fully aware that Wang Can's assertions were undeniably accurate. Should this scenario continue to unfold, the likely outcome is that those individuals will disregard her life and eliminate both her and Wang Can. Having been part of this organization for years, she was well versed in its survival rules. There is no camaraderie, no trust, only self-interest. Now, she had essentially become an obstacle in the way of their next move. With the nature of the Meihua organization, all who obstruct their path are destined to be eliminated. This is their modus operandi. At that moment, Wang Can continued, "Therefore, you should pay more attention to your predicament." The woman finally lifted her head, attempting one last struggle. "We have no deep-seated enmity. Wang Can, if you let me go, I can." But Wang Can merely scoffed. "Enough of this futile chatter. If I were to truly let you go, we both know what would ensue. However, I can still offer you a chance." The woman paused. "What chance?" A smile appeared on Wang Can's face. "Submit to me. This woman must hold a significant position within the Meihua organization. If I can recruit her, it would greatly aid in my investigation of the Lin family and the Meihua organization itself. Thus, despite her being a most heinous criminal and an exceedingly dangerous variable, Wang Can was willing to take the risk and attempt to temporarily bring her under his command." Ha ha ha. The woman burst into laughter as if she had heard an utterly absurd joke. "Submit to you? Wang Can, are you joking? With your current predicament, you dare speak of subjugating me?" In the face of the woman's unabashed mockery, Wang Can remained composed, sitting cross-legged on the floor, observing this. The woman gradually reined in her laughter, furrowing her brow. "Are you not the least bit concerned? The people outside will likely take action against us before long." At this point, even the woman felt a twinge of anxiety. Had it not been for the bomb on Wang Can, she would have fled long ago. Yet Wang Can remained unperturbed. Noticing this, the woman suddenly squinted her eyes. "Do you have a backup plan?" Wang Can's calm demeanor at this moment could either signify utter foolishness or the possession of some hidden means. Given that he has repeatedly eluded the police and thwarted several operations of the Meihua organization, could it possibly be the latter? The woman approached Wang Can. "You are confined within a bank, yet maintain such composure. This implies that you have allies outside." Finally, Wang Can raised his gaze to meet hers, as if silently acknowledging her conclusion with a faint smile. "Thus, you might want to seriously contemplate the choice I just presented to you." The woman fell into a brief silence before letting out a cold snort. "So what? The methods of Meihua-san are likely not as simple as you imagine, even if you have some means. It does not guarantee victory in this game." Wang Can remained unfazed, calmly responding, "Indeed, it is premature to draw conclusions. We still have some time. It would be prudent to observe the situation a while longer." With that, Wang Can unexpectedly closed his eyes, sitting quietly as if he were in deep meditation. What thoughts occupied his mind remained a mystery. Another silence ensued, lasting an indeterminate length of time. The bank's president huddled in a corner, watching the two with bated breath. Finally, the woman could no longer contain herself. "Wang Can, on what grounds do you believe I would ever abandon the Meihua organization to follow you? Such a demand, at first glance, seems to be a proposition only a fool would make. For two opposing figures to unconditionally embrace the enemy's arms, is that not the definition of folly?" Wang Can kept his eyes closed, speaking in a calm tone. "Because their people are about to make a move against you. The enemy's enemy is a friend, is it not?" The woman scoffed. "Ridiculous. I am a member of the Meihua organization, a trusted operative. Moreover, I am privy to many secrets within the organization and have never betrayed them. They seek to eliminate you, and for now, they lack the opportunity. Once I find a chance to escape your grasp, they will undoubtedly come to my aid." The woman sneered. Just then, Wang Can slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of insight flashing within them. "You have just revealed the crux of the matter. Have you not realized?" He rose to his feet. "Indeed, if you had managed to escape 10 minutes ago, everything you said would hold true. They would have taken you back, continued to trust you, and allowed you to tread the path you have always walked. But just now," Wang Can suddenly turned to face the woman, a chilling smile creeping upon his lips. "Regrettably, that path has been irrevocably blocked by me." Chapter 39, Subjugation. Outside, Mei Hua-san was directing the scene. Awaiting reinforcements, the individuals who had previously been robbing the bank had been swiftly dispersed. The Mei Hua organization is not bound by the constraints of law enforcement. They have no qualms about taking decisive action. They do not concern themselves with innocent bystanders. They simply open fire. The crowd was immediately intimidated, and those who had been inciting chaos seemed to vanish into thin air. Money is important, but life is paramount. What use is wealth if one has no life to spend it? After swiftly eliminating a few troublemakers on the spot, the crowd scattered in an instant, disappearing without a trace. All the police present had been securely bound and thrown into a corner. Their expressions filled with rage and helplessness as they watched the unfolding scene, utterly powerless. What on earth is happening inside the bank? After clearing the Huacheng Square, Mei Hua-san furrowed his brow. Glancing toward the direction of Longhua Bank across the street, just as he reached for his walkie-talkie, his phone suddenly rang. He took it out to find a single text message. Stand down. Framing Luo Shui will not work. Just 2 brief sentences, yet upon reading them, Mei Hua-san's pupils constricted. Who is this? Moreover, his phone had been specially treated to avoid tracking. Even a standard police tech team would find it challenging to lock onto his phone's signal. Meanwhile, several kilometers away, a group of dozens of police officers sat together. Hai Tao at the computer, exhaling a sigh of relief. Mr. Hai. Thank you so much, Guayu said, standing at the center, addressing Hai Tao. Hai Tao waved his hand dismissively. No need for such formality. You all ensure Mr. Hai's safety. Guayu instructed several officers behind her. Then she turned to Hai Tao. I must take my leave for a moment. With them here to protect you. You should be quite safe. Hai Tao nodded in understanding. I appreciate it. Please, do what you must. After Guayu expressed her greetings, she did not linger any longer and swiftly boarded a police vehicle, heading in the direction of the authorities. Just as she settled into the car, Guiyu retrieved her phone and sent a message to a certain number, stating that she had already done as instructed. What did you say? The bank, in the room. The woman gazed at Wang Can in disbelief. She fixed her eyes on him, realizing that he had disclosed their plan to the police. Wang Can merely smiled faintly, shaking his phone to reveal the very message sent by Guiyu. Not only did I inform the police, but I also ensured that they would pass the information on to Mei Hua-san. What did you say? The woman glared at Wang Can, unable to hold back any longer as she rose from the ground. No longer composed, she trembled, her face slightly pale. Wang Can, however, paid her no mind. Continuing to speak to himself, what do you think Mei Hua-san will think upon receiving this message? How did the police come to know of their plan? The woman shouted in a low, furious tone. It was you, Wang Can. You told them. Wang Can simply nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, it was I who spoke. But the question remains, how did I come to know? He also stood up, questioning whether they would believe that everything was merely a product of my own conjecture. Wang Can looked at the woman, a smile gracing his lips. They would likely think it was you who informed me. At that moment, the woman could no longer contain her emotions, clenching her fists. She trembled uncontrollably with fear. I did not. She cried out desperately in her defense. From beginning to end, I have never betrayed Mei Hua-san, nor have I ever revealed his plans to you. Everything was merely your own speculation. Wang Can retained a hint of a smile, responding, Indeed, you are correct. That is the fact. However, how Mei Hua-san ultimately perceives this is an entirely different matter. In that moment, endless panic surged within the woman's pupils. I did not betray him. I did not. Mei Hua-san knows me. He should understand that I have no reason to betray him. Doing so would only invite their pursuit, which would benefit me not at all. Yet, despite her words, it was evident that the woman had lost her composure. Wang Can seized the opportunity. Yes, you are right. Perhaps he will indeed consider this and temporarily place his trust in you. However, a seed of doubt has already been sown in his heart. If given the chance, he will still seek to save you. But even so, what does that matter? You should know that his desire to save you is not out of any sense of loyalty, but rather because you possess substantial knowledge about him and the organization. If you were to fall into the hands of the police, it would be exceedingly detrimental for him, which is why he would endeavor to rescue you. A man of his inherently suspicious nature, do you truly believe he would continue to trust you and unconditionally allow you to undertake all of his assignments? A person privy to many of his core secrets, but who can no longer be trusted. What do you think Mei Hua-san would ultimately do to you? As Wang Can's final words drifted through the air, they struck the woman like a heavy hammer upon her heart. She slumped helplessly to the ground, her gaze vacant, devoid of her previous sharpness. She understood that everything Wang Can had said was accurate. At that moment, she had already been placed on Mei Hua-san's list of suspects. And Mei Hua-san was a man marked by suspicion and unwavering confidence. No matter how she explained herself, it would be in vain. Mei Hua-san would not even bother to refute her. Instead, he would harbor an increasing doubt against her. And in the end, there would be but one fate awaiting her, silencing her forever. Wang Can, the woman, gradually regained her senses, looking at the man standing before her. Her eyes trembling uncontrollably. In the past weeks, she had heard this name countless times within the organization, with many speaking of his prowess and genius. Previously, she had dismissed it lightly, but after this encounter, her perspective had irrevocably changed. This man was not merely formidable or intelligent. He was nothing short of a demon. We have no grievances between us. Why have you ensnared me in such a manner? Unable to restrain herself any longer, the woman roared in fury at Wang Can. She had always been the one to frame others, to cast blame upon others. Yet now, as the victim, she found herself utterly defenseless. Wang Can's smile vanished as he coldly turned his gaze upon the woman on the ground. No grievances? Entrapment? These individuals have blood on their hands and have committed countless vile acts. People like those in the Mei Hua organization deserve no sympathy. They are all deserving of death. If it were not for my intention to unearth the larger fish behind this through you, I would not have orchestrated such a ruse to subdue someone like you. Chapter 40. Lao Lu. Wang Can. You truly leave me no escape, the woman lamented, her initial rage gradually morphing into despair. In the end, she did not lash out like a rabid dog, but simply sat there, a bitter smile upon her lips. She had thought herself formidable, yet to her astonishment, she had been utterly defeated in this first encounter with Wang Can, and so thoroughly at that, she sat quietly on the ground, as if seeking to preserve a shred of dignity. Undeniably, though she was a villain of the Mei Hua organization, she was also a genius. Cunning and resourceful, she possessed considerable combat prowess as a woman. Yet, there were many geniuses, and that was merely the threshold to confront Wang Can. Wang Can finally settled down cross-legged once more, knowing that the bait had been sufficiently laid at last. It was time to reel in the net. I have always said that you still have a way out. The woman looked back at Wang Can, having grasped his intent. Submit to me and divulge all that you know. That I cannot guarantee your safety for a lifetime. But in return, I can ensure your safe departure from here. As for what comes next, whether you will be discovered by the Mei Hua organization or captured by the police, that is entirely up to you. The woman smiled wryly. Escape? Even if I were to leave this place, I would be all alone. Faced with the police, the charges against me would warrant my execution 100 times over. And then there are the lunatics of the Mei Hua organization. Those who once protected me would turn and pursue me relentlessly. How long could I possibly evade them? How he momentarily disregarded the situation, casting his gaze upon the group of hostages on the ground, contemplating their complete annihilation. Subsequently, he intended to set this place ablaze. Upon hearing his words, the bearded man behind him shuddered. While the bank's security doors could withstand bullets, they were utterly helpless against smoke. Once the bank ignited, those hiding within, such as Wang Can and his companions, would undoubtedly meet their demise. Indeed, he dared not oppose. Lowering his head in acquiescence, Mei Hua-san stepped out alone. Inside the bank, the bearded man and one known as Lao Lu raised their weapons, cornering all the remaining hostages against the wall. No, please. I beg you, spare me. I carry a child within me. I implore you, grant my child a chance at life. The crowd was filled with desperate pleas. The hostages, both young and old, including pregnant women and children, could only gaze in despair at the menacing figures brandishing guns before them. In stark contrast, the bearded men displayed only indifference, their hands stained with the blood of countless victims, functioning merely as cold-blooded killing machines devoid of any emotion. The bearded man stood at the forefront, poised to pull the trigger of his machine gun. Just then, unexpectedly, a chilling bullet surged forth, striking him in the heart before he could act. His hands fell limply. Disbelief etched across his face as he turned his head slowly. In his final moments, his gaze locked onto the back of the crowd. Lude, brother. With a thud, his words remained unfinished. His eyes widened in shock as he collapsed to the ground. Lifeless, no one present could have anticipated such an event. Mei Hua-san, who had just stepped outside, was taken aback, spinning around to confront the shooter. Lao Lu? No, you cannot be Lao Lu. Those present quickly reacted, several men in black immediately raising their guns, aiming at the figure at the back. Lao Lu. Bang. bang, bang. But then, a series of gunshots erupted, striking the black-clad assailants with lethal precision. The members of the Meihua organization were caught off guard. They frantically turned to locate the source of the gunfire. There stood the police chief, who had previously been drugged and unconscious, now wide awake. Meihua-san, witnessing the scene before him, felt an inkling of disbelief. When had Lao Lu been swapped out for this individual? But before he could contemplate further, the mysterious figure at the back had already aimed his gun at him. Chapter 41. Meihua fired. Bang. A bullet suddenly fired, yet it missed its target in the split second before the gun was aimed. Meihua-san had already rolled to safety behind an old van. Had he missed? Lao Lu whispered. His expression remarkably calm. To an outsider, it appeared as though Meihua-san had narrowly evaded danger, yet it seemed that Lao Lu had deliberately allowed him to escape. Meanwhile, the dynamics of the situation shifted dramatically in mere seconds. The awakening of Luo Shui and her companions caught the Meihua organization off guard. Without hesitation, these black-clad individuals, while competent, stood no chance against the well-trained police officers that in a swift and unexpected turn. A dozen officers each fired their weapons, swiftly dispatching the majority of the assailants. A few remaining adversaries attempted to fight back but were quickly neutralized by Lao Lu and Luo Shui, who worked in unison to eradicate the remaining threats within the bank. Just then, the sound of a car engine starting reverberated at the bank entrance. The parked van inexplicably roared to life. Speeding away into the distance. It appeared that Meihua-san, sensing trouble, had made a hasty retreat. Luo Shui and her companions stood up, yet instead of pursuing, they turned their attention to Lao Lu with lingering caution. Despite his assistance, it did not eliminate the possibility of ulterior motives. The man remained composed, stating, "You go after them. I will handle this." Luo Shui opened her mouth to object, but he stepped closer, positioning himself protectively before her. In a private exchange visible only to them, he gently opened his hand, revealing a dark blue police badge. "Leave it to me." Luo Shui's gaze faltered momentarily, her wariness dissipating as she nodded in understanding. The man continued, "Officer Gua is already waiting outside. You should assist him." Luo Shui inquired, "Should I leave some personnel behind in no need?" He replied curtly. But Luo Shui hesitated, only to be met with his lowered voice. "You should be aware of the current situation within your police department. For now, it is best if the police do not intervene too heavily. Leave Wang Can and that woman to me." After a brief contemplation, Luo Shui resolved to comply, nodding decisively. Indeed, their police department had long been infiltrated. If they were too involved, sensitive information could easily be leaked. Without further delay, she signaled to the police officers behind her. "Pursue." A dozen officers sprang into action, swiftly exiting the bank. Once the officers departed, the man approached the group of surviving hostages. "You are safe now. Hurry and leave." The hostages, feeling a wave of relief, scrambled to their feet in a panic. Perhaps due to the recent gunfire, several appeared shaky, stumbling multiple times over a mere 10 meters as they exited the bank. Once everyone had departed, the man returned his gaze to the bank's interior. Focusing on the room where Wang Can was located, his expression inscrutable, revealing a hint of complex emotions. "Did you hear that?" Inside the room, the moment the first gunshot rang out, Wang Can had already opened his eyes. "My people have made their move." The woman listened in astonishment to the commotion outside. She had imagined that if someone had infiltrated the bank, it would have to be a stealthy approach to create chaos, allowing them to escape. Yet, she had not anticipated that Wang Can's plan involved confronting the Meihua organization head-on. Being a member of the organization herself, she knew all too well that those men were not to be trifled with. Unless one was a professional officer, it was unlikely that an ordinary person could subdue them. Was this truly feasible? Just as her doubts lingered, the gunfire outside gradually subsided. She stared in disbelief. Was this resolved? Is this for real? She gazed at Wang Can with incredulity. Wang Can remained calm, though he could not ascertain the situation outside at that moment. He had faith in the man's capabilities. "That's so. Can you trust me now?" The woman emerged from her astonishment, offering a bitter smile and shaking her head. "What difference does it make? If our people fail, the area will be swarmed with officers. Where can I possibly escape?" Wang Can rose to his feet, stating, "I promise that as long as you tell me, I can ensure your safe departure from here. That I keep my word. You needn't worry." The woman met Wang Can's gaze, her expression gradually shifting. Was she afraid of death? When pushed to the brink, she could be fearless. Yet, who would willingly throw away their life when they had the chance to survive? After a few moments of contemplation, the woman took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and upon reopening them, a newfound determination shone within her gaze, as if she had resolved to make a significant decision. Ask your questions. Wang Can's eye sharpened. Knowing that the crucial moment was approaching, he inhaled deeply, suppressing his restless heart, and spoke in a low voice. I want to know everything about the Lin family, the reasons behind their downfall 20 years ago, as well as the cause of Su Qing's death. Furthermore, I demand to know all there is about your Meihua organization. Who is the mole within the police department? And who is your mastermind? I want you to divulge everything you know. The woman regarded Wang Can. Aren't you afraid I might deceive you? Wang Can's expression remained impassive, whether it's true or false, whether I should trust you. And what my next steps will be, I will determine that myself. The woman closed her eyes, and after a prolonged silence, she sighed softly. I am not one of the earliest members of the Meihua organization. You can likely tell that from my age. Wang Can observed the woman's appearance. She appeared to be in her 30s. The Meihua organization had likely emerged over 20 years ago, meaning this woman had been but a child at that time. However, I have been a part of the Meihua organization for over a decade. Orphaned from a young age, I had no name. I climbed my way up from the very bottom, each mission a perilous endeavor. Yet, time and again, I managed to evade death. Ultimately, through my skills and a series of successful missions, I gained their trust. Later, a core member of the organization was killed in action by the police. I have merely assumed his position, taking over his status within the organization, along with his original title, Meihua Wu. Chapter 42. A reunion within the organization. There are a total of 7 individuals bearing such code names. These 7 are the most pivotal figures within the organization. 7. Wang Can furrowed his brow. Does that mean there are at least 2 individuals before Meihua-san? He pondered, as the woman continued, as far as I know. Lao Chi is already deceased. Deceased? Yes, he was also killed by the police bureau. Wang Can frowned. Then who is the one from the police bureau? Meihua Wu shook her head. That is Lao Air, but I am not privy to his specific identity. You do not know? Wang Can stared intently at Meihua Wu, but she remained calm, nodding in affirmation. Indeed, since I joined midway, they do not fully trust me. I merely serve under Meihua-san, following his commands. As for the identities of Daegu and Ergu, I fear only he knows. Wang Can scrutinized the woman. She was indeed not lying. However, he suddenly smirked coldly. You are aware of their true identities. You have merely made assumptions, have you not? After all, having worked alongside them for so long, how could you be oblivious to any clues? This individual was indeed not deceiving Wang Can. She was merely engaging in a battle of wits. The woman, upon meeting Wang Can's piercing gaze, could only sigh in resignation. This Wang Can was truly formidable. All her schemes seemed to lay bare before him. She sighed again. Indeed, it is not difficult to deduce. Given the numerous operations undertaken, each time, who are the beneficiaries, and who emerges as the ultimate victor? Following this line of thought, Wang Can, with your intelligence, how could you fail to piece it together? Sure enough. Wang Can narrowed his eyes. Indeed, having acquired information from the police database long ago, he had begun to suspect. After each operation involving the Meihua organization, most officers in the police bureau faced criticism, even demotions. Yet, there was one individual who emerged unscathed, avoiding any punishment and even deriving benefits from the situation. Considering this, it was hard not to harbor suspicions. Wang Can inhaled deeply, choosing not to continue on that topic. There is another matter. Speak. Su Qing. Was it you who killed her? Wang Can's eyes suddenly lifted. In truth, from the very beginning, the force that had driven him step by step into becoming a wanted criminal, from Jincheng to Huacheng, was not the Lin family, nor the Meihua organization, but the girl who perished that day at Caesar Hotel, his own girlfriend, Su Qing. Even today, he still could not fathom the case, which remained shrouded in a fog of mystery around him. Yet now, he felt an intense premonition that perhaps this case, long concealed in obscurity, was about to surface partially. Indeed, upon hearing Su Qing's name, the woman's eyes visibly shifted. She raised her head to look at Wang Can. Su Qing. I am familiar with her. In our organization, there was once a person named Wu Yuanqing. I know of him. Wang Can nodded. You do? Meihua Wu appeared surprised. Until now, besides Huang Qian, no one else was aware. Wang Can had even visited Wu Yuanqing and ultimately exposed his crimes. The woman withdrew her gaze and continued. Su Qing, privately, was actually a student of Wu Yuanqing. And Wu Yuanqing was, at one time, Under the command of Mei Huasen. I recall that Mei Huasen had assigned Wu Yuanqing to track down the descendants of the Lin family. However, regarding the specifics, I do not know much about the Lin family, so I did not participate extensively. Upon hearing this, Wang Can understood her implication. So, Su Qing was a student of Wu Yuanqing, which meant that she had also been investigating matters concerning the Lin family? If that were the case, the one responsible for Su Qing's death likely was not a member of the Meihua organization. Wang Can furrowed his brow. He truly had not perceived that his girlfriend, with whom he had been involved for some time, concealed such a secret mission. As Wang Can contemplated, an incredible thought crossed his mind. Could it be that her relationship with him was also part of her investigation into the Lin family? In other words, her approach towards him at Jinqing University was one of her objectives? Why? Did she discover some clue within him? This sudden realization sent a chill down Wang Can's spine, causing all the hair on his body to stand on end. He felt as if a veil of mist had lifted, yet what followed was an even greater enigma. What exactly had Su Qing done? This is all I know. I have disclosed everything to you, and I hope you will honor our agreement. Wang Can snapped back to reality, gazing at the woman before him. Of course, Wang Can was no paragon of virtue, but he would fulfill his spoken obligations. It was time to leave. Having said that, he stepped forward and opened the door. Meihua Wu, seated on the ground, watched him, though she harbored doubts. After much internal struggle, she steeled herself and followed suit. Upon opening the door, the police in the bank had already evacuated the hostages completely. Only one man stood expressionless in the middle of the room. Lao Lu? Meihua Wu instinctively called out upon seeing him. However, upon noticing the lifeless bodies of the black-clad men strewn about the bank, she quickly realized this was not Lao Lu. It was that your man. She glanced at Wang Can. Yet Wang Can paid her no heed, striding directly toward the man before him, the two locked eyes, an unusual complexity flickering within their gazes. To be honest, they had yet to clarify their relationship with one another. They were both foes and allies. In accordance with our agreement, I have fulfilled your request. After a prolonged silence, it was the man before him who spoke first. Wang Can suppressed his swirling thoughts, replying with a calm nod. Yes, he composed himself and retrieved a notebook from his pocket. This is what you asked for. It was no longer in my possession, so I transcribed it 1-to-1. Rest assured, it is identical to the original content. The man regarded the notebook in Wang Can's hand, and after a few moments, he slowly accepted it. Then, without further delay, he turned and walked toward the bank's entrance. Wait, but just as he was about to step out of the bank, Wang Can suddenly called out. The man paused, turning slightly to the side. Wang Can fixed his gaze upon the man's back.